The youth of humble beginnings strives for ascendance, yet encounters repugnant entities at every turn. Day in and day out, they wield their advantages, boldly asserting their presence. As others gravitate towards them, they endeavor to compete with their peers. With each passing year, fortunes flourish and aspirations soar, drawing the gaze of many who hail them as titans. Yet these titans, each a veritable beast, drain the lifeblood of the weak, ever insatiable. Witnessing their canine-like behavior, the youth resolutely refuses to settle. With righteous indignation, they rally against the hounds, for even a dog that bites may emerge victorious. Year after year, the flowers bloom in familiar patterns, while the cycle of life for the dogs remains unchanged. In exasperation, the youth unsheathes their sword, shedding tears as they sever the heads of their foes. How could a youth, thriving against all odds, succumb to demise in a world awash in innocent blood? The humble youth finally perceives the suffering of existence, unleashing their wrath without restraint. In due course, the world shall bask in the warmth of the sun, yet the youth shall lament the loss of their youthful spirit. With blades poised against both heaven and humanity, they decree that none shall remain as dogs. Should they dare to siphon the lifeblood of others again, the blade shall be drawn once more, and blood shall flow anew. Life is but a fleeting moment. Why cling so desperately to trivialities? Those who thrive by exploiting others are a perennial presence. How dare they take more than their share? To overindulge and hoard leads to a path of no return. Moderation should guide one's actions. As one walks the path, one must also know when to halt, for only then can the world endure through the ages. Foul, rancid, and indescribable stench. Zhao Jiuzhou felt that pungent aroma, akin to the barbed claw of some diminutive monstrosity, violently invading his nostrils, tearing at the delicate lining of his nasal cavity until blood flowed freely, before burrowing deeper into his skull, like a spoon scooping out melon. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his soul had departed from his body. The world around him faded into a void. What the hell? The scent, could it truly induce pain? This accursed cesspool of sin. Why must I endure a night shift in this wretched place? Zhao Jiuzhou couldn't help but lament. Even though today marked the 4th day of his shift and the 6th since he officially commenced work after failing his exams, he remained unable to accept this reality on both physiological and psychological levels. He should be enjoying his summer break, awaiting acceptance into the academic institution 2 months hence. Curse it, all because of that unreasonable woman. I shall never forgive you. If only fate would grant me another chance, I should have torn up that exam paper and waited outside the examination hall until she emerged, following her all the way. Boom! In the distance, vibrant fireworks erupted, bursting forth with sudden brilliance. They shattered Zhao Jiuzhou's dark yet utterly fantastical reveries. Despite his thoughts and grievances, he would never dare to act against that proctor, even if time could rewind. He would merely comply, relinquishing the pen, preferring to lose a few points rather than face the penalty of a 0 for misconduct. The skies suddenly illuminated, the kaleidoscopic fireworks casting a glow over the night sky of the capital, reflecting upon Zhao Jiuzhou's face, etched with regret. The capital serves as the seat of the Commonwealth, which is home to the 2nd largest alliance in the world, the Silver Gift Alliance. The name Silver Gift Alliance may sound somewhat awkward, lacking the fluidity of the world's largest alliance, the Gold Image Alliance. Yet after years of uttering it, Zhao Jiuzhou had grown accustomed to it and paid it no mind. The year is 2022 in the global calendar. Due to certain ideological conflicts, the 2 major global alliances have ostensibly been at odds for nearly 80 years. However, this year, the world's most significant entertainment event, the Demon Hunter World Cup, has temporarily quelled their disputes, uniting them in the singular purpose of reaping profits from the unsuspecting populace. As the host of this grand event, the Silver Alliance had arranged for the competition's venue a decade ago, selecting the most perilous yet secure location, namely, the territory of Zhao Jiuzhou, known as the capital of the Alliance, referred to as the Alliance City. In preparation for this occasion, the Silver Alliance has been laboring tirelessly for far more than 12 years, not only sourcing an array of bizarre and exotic spiritual entities from across the globe, but also meticulously nurturing them each day. They have constructed various supporting facilities and trained a cadre of skilled professionals. The ultimate aim of these extensive endeavors is to ensure that, Over the forthcoming month, these delectable and well-cared-for monsters meet their demise at the hands of master hunters from over 24 alliances worldwide. The competition seeks to determine who can slay the most, the fastest, with the utmost ferocity and flair. Consequently, for someone like Zhao Jiuzhou, who neither possesses the means to combat these creatures nor can afford a ticket to the event, this spectacle is utterly mundane exercise in futility and extravagance. He finds himself seething inwardly, musing, why must the world be this way? Why are those fools able to indulge in debauchery at their hotels while I toil away my precious youth, standing guard through the night to ensure their safety? Is that truly how you feel? Inquired a middle-aged temporary worker who was on duty alongside Zhao Jiuzhou. Fireworks flicker and fade. In the shadowy recesses of this vast city, the two men cautiously breathe and speak in hushed tones near a darkened pit. Do you genuinely believe you are protecting them? Asked Wei Mianzi, the middle-aged worker, with a tone that suggested a hard-earned wisdom from 2 decades of labor. This condescending attitude towards imparting wisdom to youth irritated Zhao Jiuzhou immensely. He retorted angrily, "Isn't that the case?" "Certainly not," Wei Mianzi replied with dispassionate logic. "Firstly, you lack the capability to safeguard them. If a crisis were to arise, our only recourse would be to blow a whistle before being overwhelmed by the monsters, perhaps granting them a mere second to escape. Some might even be too complacent, relying on their numbers and weaponry, neglecting to flee entirely. With gunfire outside and revelry inside, they might find even greater exhilaration in the chaos. Secondly, the very reason we have this opportunity to work overtime tonight, earning extra pay, is due to the patronage of such individuals. It is precisely these affluent persons who can indulge in pleasure while watching demon hunters slay monsters that provide us with our livelihoods. Do you think such opportunities are easily attained? Do you know how many people in this world yearn for such night shifts and remain bereft of chance? You and I are, after all, demon hunters. Enough. Zhao Jiuzhou finally could not contain himself. He was genuinely perplexed by Wei Mianzi's ability to utter so many words amidst such a foul stench. But that was not the crux of the matter. Pinching his nose, he interjected, "So, are we supposed to kneel and thank them then? What else?" Wei Mianzi seemed to take a deep breath. Zhao Jiuzhou was astonished. How could this fellow manage to breathe deeply in such an environment? "Should I also bow my head to them? Do you think you are worthy?" Wei Mianzi scoffed in the darkness, as if he too belonged to that affluent class. "Damn!" Zhao Jiuzhou could only retort with Wei Mianzi's own words. "We are, after all, demon hunters." "Hey, hey, hey!" Suddenly, an unabashed laughter echoed from the shadows. A flurry of footsteps approached. Several beams of bright light were directed at Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi's faces. The leader of the 3rd Squad of the Night Shift from the Black Tiger Ridge Division of the State Society, Zhu Dachong, accompanied by 7 or 8 subordinates, maintained a distance from Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi. He shone his flashlight on Zhao Jiuzhou's face, saying, "You seem quite pleased with yourself. A bronze 1-star demon hunter. And here you are, stuck guarding a dung pit?" "No, not at all. Absolutely not." Zhao Jiuzhou hurriedly averted his gaze, shielding his eyes from the light. Zhu Dachong then turned the flashlight towards Wei Mianzi. "And you, a silver 2-star? Wei Mianzi, seasoned in such encounters, promptly fell silent and lowered his head, avoiding any eye contact. "Oomph. Still chatting?" Zhu Dachong remarked. "Being assigned here is a privilege for you. If I catch you 2 babbling again, you'll make sure you're out of here?" Yes, we will certainly adhere to the rules." "Safe travels, Captain Zhu." Zhao Jiuzhou forced a smile. Zhu Dachong let out a cold grunt. "I'm leaving." The group of 7 or 8 departed with a clatter. The light and footsteps faded into the distance. Wei Mianzi finally let out a sigh of relief. However, at this point, the two of them truly dared not utter another word. Zhao Jiuzhou even felt a bit influenced by Wei Mianzi, realizing that he might have indeed overstepped the line. His identity as a temporary apprentice at the Black Tiger Ridge Division was something the school had fought hard to secure for him. Fortunately, his spiritual energy test results were acceptable, placing him among the approximately 10% of the human population who possess such abilities. This allowed him the opportunity to obtain this job. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to self-employment. However, even a fool knows that if one has no money in their pockets and their family is also impoverished, the only path left for self-employment might be selling oneself. Yet, How could Zhao Jiuzhou, a distinguished student who had failed the entrance exams, stoop to such disgraceful actions? Thus, he naturally chose to be a respectable temporary worker, just like Wei Mianzi, who, despite having been in this position for 20 years, at least had food to eat, right? Grateful for the superior social safety net provided by the Silver Prize Alliance. As a pitiable orphan, he was at least spared from starvation. Moreover, speaking of the task at hand tonight, it is indeed, in a sense, a rather splendid opportunity. Although the occurrence of ethereal beings in a grand metropolis like the capital city is quite rare, rarity does not equate to impossibility. If they were to encounter such entities, according to the dual regulations of the Alliance and the sect, provided they survive, they would accumulate a considerable amount of military merit. With this merit, even if they cannot secure a permanent position, a financial bonus at the end of the month would be inevitable. And if they not only survive, but do so while sustaining injuries. If we are injured, we must surely be promoted, right? Zhao Jiuzhou could no longer contain his thoughts after a brief pause. He pouted, dissatisfied with Wei Mianzi's pessimism. Unlike him, who simply wished to escape the clutches of a monster, Zhao Jiuzhou even harbored a hope that a certain legend might manifest into reality that one day, in some obscure corner of the Silver Prize Alliance, a monster would emerge, dropping a spirit energy core that harbored the power to render one invincible. This legend's origins remain a mystery, but it appears that similar tales abound throughout the world. Previously, Zhao Jiuzhou had suspected that it might just be a fabricated tale designed to deceive them, a benevolent falsehood to instill a modicum of hope, akin to the nonsensical claim that sorcerers can cure all ailments. Yet now, having lost his office position and become a temporary worker, he found himself genuinely wishing for the truth of this legend. In contrast, Wei Mianzi had long since grown numb to such notions. He had not even entertained the thought of this legend in his mind. Just a childish fable. And I, Wei Mianzi, am a mature, 42-year-old unmarried man. Stop daydreaming, Wei Mianzi remarked. If you haven't entered the academy, just accept your fate. I have been wronged. Ha! Every year after exams, tens of thousands like you claim to have been wronged, that they did not perform well, that someone sabotaged them. What good does it do? If you leave no room for others to exploit, who would dare to harm you so boldly in the capital city? I truly... Enough. Is your father an inner sect disciple? No. And your mother? Neither. Then what are you prattling on about? With a family of no significance. Even if you were to enter the academy, at best, you would become an inner sect disciple and still be required to stand guard at night, just like Zhu Dachang. The only difference is he roams about with a few followers, while you are left stationary, waiting for him to inspect whether you are sincerely on duty. I'm not like him. In what way are you different? I possess a handsome visage. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the noxious gases from the pit. In the darkness, Wei Mianzi suddenly emitted a pained sound. Ugh. What the hell? Zhao Jiuzhou felt his dignity had suffered a greater indignity than when Zhu Dachang had mocked him earlier. You damn. Ugh. Wei Mianzi's retching grew louder. Zhao Jiuzhou frowned, sensing something amiss. How foul. It truly reeks. A gurgling sound emanated from the nearby cesspit, as if something were stirring within its depths. My goodness. Could it be? Zhao Jiuzhou's countenance shifted dramatically, a realization dawning upon him. In a flurry of panic, he fumbled for the whistle at his waist, ready to blow it, when a fetid gust, reeking of excrement, rushed towards him. In his disarray, Zhao Jiuzhou could not afford to linger on his thoughts. He hastily launched a punch with his right fist. A faint white luminescence enveloped his knuckles as he instinctively struck at the oncoming monstrosity. The bronze demon hunter. Indeed, it was a hunter of demons. Could he merely stand there and await his demise? Chapter 2. One Punch Man Father. Given the ferocity of these monsters, why do we still provoke them? Because slaying monsters can be lucrative. They possess something known as a crystal core, which can be utilized for generating electricity, manufacturing ammunition, and creating various other contraptions. Even the most worthless crystal core can fetch upwards of 100,000, sufficient for you to indulge in 3 years of sustenance and revelry. And what about you? I still need to seek solace with the ladies. At most, I'll last a year. Father, is such candidness truly appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Do you think you came into existence by mere chance? So my mother was a professional woman in her earlier days? Don't be ridiculous. Should we have unearthed you from a grave? In the fleeting moment between life and death, Zhao Jiazhou's mind raced with a flurry of thoughts. In truth, his name was not Zhao Jiazhou, but Zhao Jiazhou, a moniker bestowed upon him due to his premature birth, arriving 9 weeks early. As fate would have it, this also led to his mother perishing during childbirth. Consequently, the name Jiazhou was a product of a teacher's presumptuousness when he registered for school. Gradually, even the local registry office of the state society became similarly presumptuous, and as he was called by this name repeatedly, by the time he completed 9 years of elementary education and sat for entrance examinations, he had genuinely become Zhao Jiazhou. The Silver Jiazhou aptly reflected the territorial map of the Silver Award Alliance. The state society monopolized Zhongzhou, a vast expanse of land. The remaining states were rumored to be quite tumultuous, rife with monsters. Zhao Jiazhou understood that he had, in fact, landed in a fortunate circumstance. Although his father was merely an external disciple, he had single-handedly raised him, embodying both parental roles. Alas, fortune had not favored him entirely. Am I destined for a family reunion today? Curse it, it's all that wretched woman's fault. Had she not torn my paper, I would undoubtedly be sleeping at home right now. How could I possibly meet my demise here? Time seemed to stretch infinitely. In Zhao Jiazhou's eyes, the monster's movements appeared to slow down immeasurably. In the dark alley where visibility was nearly non-existent, he could even discern the creature's outline. It resembled a grotesque humanoid mass. Damn it, to perish at the hands of such a repulsive monster, a fecal slime, a phantom organism. Its combat prowess seems to be, Father, why are there always guards at the latrines? Isn't it revolting? It is indeed disgusting. But there are far more repugnant places. Do you know where monsters are likely to appear? I do not. Cemeteries, abandoned homes, residences where death has occurred, factories with a history of accidents, and hospital morgues, any locale that induces discomfort, either physically or psychologically in humans, becomes a breeding ground for monsters. As for latrines, the probability is lower, yet not non-existent. Each year, a considerable number of monsters are slain near latrines. Just consider, a worthless crystal core can sell for more than 100,000. If a particularly formidable monster emerges, its crystal core could be of superior quality, potentially fetching several 100,000. Indeed. So, would you say guarding latrines holds significant value? Then why do affluent households install flush toilets? In addition to the deacon and the helmsman, their households possess remarkable strength. Why not dig a few more cesspits in their homes? Surely, one could survive by merely tending to such pits. You might argue that the affluent do not concern themselves with trivial sums of money, prioritizing instead a superior quality of life. It is ordinary folk like us who must toil with excrement. How could the wealthy deign to spend their days amidst filth? Oh, how I long to reside in a dwelling equipped with a flushing toilet. Thus, I shall diligently study. Once I gain admission to a school, graduate, and secure an office position, my turn will inevitably come. Curse that wretched woman. I could easily dispose of her. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Zhao Jiazhou's right fist, illuminating the entire alleyway. With a thunderous punch, he struck the monster before it could lay a hand on him. The radiance enveloping his fist pierced through the creature. Boom, boom, boom. The sky erupted with deafening roars as dozens of fireworks ascended, transforming into the emblem of the Silver Alliance. In the arena of the Demon Hunting World Cup, another contender from the Silver Alliance had triumphed. A gust of wind swept through the alley, scattering the monstrous remains like petals from a celestial maiden. Cough, 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 cough. Zhao Jiazhou, unable to relish his narrow escape, hurried aside, coughing violently. At that moment, he sensed something had entered his mouth. Damn it, why did I shout? He leaned against the wall, retching and spewing forth a pool of bile. However, Wei Mianzi, seasoned and quick-witted, noticed a flicker of red in the darkness. He swiftly bent down to retrieve the object, disregarding the alley's unsavory conditions, elated. Ha! A level 2 crystal core. A level 2 crystal core. Child, look. Did you just consume excrement? Zhao Jiazhou's stomach churned anew, and he bent down to vomit more acidic liquid, insisting, I didn't. Wei Mianzi smirked, a gleeful expression on his face. You're lying. You did. I did not. It was you who consumed excrement. Zhao Jiazhou shouted angrily, firmly believing he had not ingested anything foul. After retching for quite some time, he detected no strange flavor in his mouth, nor had he expelled any tangible matter. The night had deepened, and having eaten heartily earlier, his stomach was entirely empty of remnants. The substance that had just entered him was certainly not refuse. Zhao Jiazhou was merely experiencing a wave of nausea, as the creature's emergence had coincided with an explosion from the cesspool. The air was filled with a foul stench that rendered the alleyway intolerable. What happened? What is going on? A group led by Zhu Dachang, alerted by the commotion and the astonishing odor, rushed forward with flashlights. Yet, after taking only a few steps into the alley, they recoiled in horror. Goodness! Did the cesspit explode? It did. It truly exploded. Wei Mianzi bellowed. Captain Zhu, we found a level 2 crystal core. It's red. By heavens. Is that true? What incredible luck! Upon hearing the mention of riches, Zhu Dachang disregarded the arduous working conditions, promptly donned a mask, and cheerfully hurried forward. Yet, as he approached, his steps gradually faltered. Under the glaring beams of a dozen flashlights, Wei Mianzi stood there, every inch of him bearing the marks of nature's embrace. A wave of nausea surged within Zhu Dachang. He could barely utter a single word demanding Wei Mianzi to relinquish the crystal core before he dashed to the wall, leaned against it, and retched. Ugh! Zhao Jiuzhou, who had already been heaving, caught sight of Zhu Dachang joining the performance, and, unable to hold back, he too expelled the remnants of his stomach, followed by the bitter bile. Ugh! You're still alive? Zhu Dachang was somewhat surprised, his face a mess of tears and mucus. Having thought Zhao Jiuzhou would have succumbed. Indeed, retorted Zhao Jiuzhou, I knew it. It truly stinks. Come out and speak. As Zhu Dachang continued to retch, he finally managed to clarify his intentions and pulled Zhao Jiuzhou outside, with Wei Mianzi eagerly following behind. The crowd lurking at the alley's entrance, upon witnessing the spectacle, was immediately startled, their voices cracking in fear as they scattered like frightened birds. It was merely the unbearable stench emanating from the alley that drove them away. Captain, the nearby aides swiftly fetched a hose from a nearby source. Inside the realm of the social state, water was abundant. Every household had access to an outdoor faucet, and the water costs were minimal. So there was no concern about misuse. Just like the surveillance cameras, which were omnipresent throughout the city, creating a web of vigilance. Anyone who dared to leave a faucet running would find themselves apprehended by the authorities by dawn. Zhu Dachang extended his hand, requesting assistance from his aides to wash away the filth clinging to him, while also cleansing the fire-type crystal core he held. As the grime was washed away, his gaze brightened at the sight of the core. How vibrant it is! His aides too noticed, and everyone's focus shifted entirely to the crystal core, relegating the dirt-covered Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi to the background. Level 3. Zhu Dachang spoke uncertainly, yet it was not just a possibility, it was a certainty. From the shadowy backdrop, 3 white horses emerged, their hooves clattering against the ground. The leader, a young man in his 20s, dismounted and approached Zhu Dachang. However, akin to Zhu Dachang moments earlier, upon nearing Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi, he instinctively took a step back, covering his nose with his hand, frowning as he remarked, What on earth is that? A dung slime. My lord, we have vanquished a dung slime. Wei Mianzi exclaimed excitedly. That crystal core fell from it. A dung slime drops a level 3 crystal core? The young man, still covering his nose with his left hand, extended his right toward Zhu Dachang. Zhu Dachang hurriedly presented the crystal core. The young man held it, channeling a slight amount of spiritual energy into it, causing the core to emit a faint red glow. At that moment, another man and a woman who had accompanied him approached. The woman, cloaked and hooded, softly declared, It is indeed level 3, no doubt about it. The other man exclaimed with enthusiasm, That must be worth around 1 million. The young man, referred to as the steward by Wei Mianzi, suddenly chuckled, feeling quite fortunate. Indeed. The woman turned her gaze towards Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi, pondering that it should pose little difficulty to slay 2 individuals of such lowly stature. Zhao Jiuzhou's ears twitched slightly. However, the slime's resistance to magical attacks was non-existent. A mere hit from spiritual energy would lead to its demise. An additional man, several meters away, called out loudly to Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi. You were the ones who struck that slime first, weren't you? He was the one who hit it. Wei Mianzi, maintaining some integrity, refrained from taking credit and pointed at Zhao Jiuzhou, exclaiming, It splattered everywhere just now. He even got some on him. Zhao Jiuzhou erupted in anger, shouting, I absolutely did not. Oh please. So what if you did? Mental anguish counts as workplace injury too. I got splattered as well. Wei Mianzi yelled even louder. Zhu Dachang observed Wei Mianzi's fervor, remaining silent. Workplace injuries equate to military merit, no matter how trivial. Such accolades were hard-earned for the lowly temporary workers. He, along with Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi, shared no enmity. This would not hinder another success. The young steward, hearing Wei Mianzi's outburst, discerned the underlying message, responding directly, I saw it. Both of you got splattered. I will commend you both. Zhu Dachong, yes. Your subordinate is present. Yes, yes, your subordinate understands. Upon hearing of his own merit, Zhu Dachong was overjoyed. The young steward produced a small pouch from his pocket, filling it with crystal cores valued at millions. As the three turned to depart, Zhao Jiuzhou suddenly shouted again, "That woman." The woman turned her head, gazing at Zhao Jiuzhou as she slowly removed her cloak. The sky was illuminated by fireworks, revealing her delicate, fair face, one Zhao Jiuzhou would never forget. "Damn it. It's you. You tore up my exam paper." Zhao Jiuzhou bellowed in anger. "I merely took a few extra seconds." The exam bell rang. Even an additional second is a violation. I let you off without reporting you to the White Tiger Hall, and you still have the audacity to contest? I have scored full marks in mathematics every year. What does that have to do with me? The woman rolled her eyes and mounted her horse. "Damn it. You have ruined my life." Zhao Jiuzhou lamented. Crack. The young steward waved his hand casually. Zhao Jiuzhou felt as though an invisible whip had struck him, letting out a cry of agony. "Zhu Dachong, manage your subordinate and teach him what rules are." With a flick of his skill, the man treated Zhao Jiuzhou as if he were non-existent, uttering a remark to Zhu Dachong before turning to follow the departing pair. "Yes, yes," Zhu Dachong hurriedly acknowledged, then turned to quietly scold Zhao Jiuzhou. "Do you not want to work anymore? Be careful, or you'll be dismissed." "Humph." Zhao Jiuzhou gritted his teeth, rubbing the spot that had been struck, feeling a burning pain. "Damn it, that woman. I will have my revenge on her one day. I could have entered the academic institute, and I will never forgive her for this in my lifetime." Enough, enough, enough. Such matters are commonplace for Zhu Dachong, who casually picked up a water hose and tossed it in front of Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi. "You two, wash yourselves off. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to sign a document with Elder Lu." "Excellent, excellent." Wei Mianzi nodded enthusiastically. "What a fool, arguing with Elder Lu." Zhu Dachong muttered as a large group turned to leave. "Damn it, that wretched woman caused my plight." Zhao Jiuzhou remained indignant, grumbling, "Are we still on duty? Duty. My foot. Two monsters appearing in the same place in a single day. Do you think you are the harbinger of bad luck?" As his words faded, a low, menacing roar suddenly echoed from the dark alley behind them. Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi raised their eyebrows in unison, their lips twitching. Not far away, Elder Lu and his companions abruptly tightened their grip on the reins, exchanging glances of alarm. Meanwhile, Zhu Dachong's group also displayed expressions of astonishment. "It is the night owl, requesting backup." Elder Lu's expression shifted dramatically as the man beside him quickly retrieved a signal pistol and fired it into the sky. There was no time for delay. Elder Lu and the woman immediately turned their horses and hastened towards Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi. Amid the urgent sound of hoofs, the two leapt into the alley, one after the other. At the moment the signal flare exploded in the sky, Elder Lu and the woman widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. Zhao Jiuzhou delivered a powerful punch, and the monstrous avian creature with a human form, sharp beak, and claws exploded, showering the surroundings with a mist of blood. Elder Lu sat on his horse, dumbfounded. Chapter 3. The truth is irrelevant. Zhao Jiuzhou had just obtained a copy of his personal information through a simple interdepartmental request moments ago. The printed documents still warm from the machine. Lu Ziqing held the thin file in his hands, so insubstantial that it barely filled 2 sheets of official paper. Curiously, he whispered Zhao Jiuzhou's name before lifting his gaze to glance at the youth seated opposite him. In that very moment, Zhao Jiuzhou, who had been subjected to 2 rounds of washing, sat in the office of the night shift director at the Black Tiger Ridge branch, still seemingly enveloped in some lingering scent. Suddenly, he stiffened his neck and defiantly declared, "That's right, it's me." Yet, his eyes were fixed on the woman who had been trailing Lu Ziqing, Deputy Director Lu Yahui. "Damn it, it's you, it's you." Originally, he should have smoothly passed the examination, pursued studies at the academy for 3 or 4 years, graduated, and then confidently secured a position in an office, proceeding without hindrance along the path of promotion and prosperity, or even leading a leisurely life until the end. But instead, he found himself in this predicament, feeling as though he had been cast aside like refuse, dragged to such a place in the dead of night. "Curse it, you have ruined my life." No matter how he pondered, some matters only fueled Zhao Jiuzhou's ire. However, Lu Yahui appeared utterly indifferent to his fury. With a haughty scoff, she expressed her derision, believing herself to be in the right. The examination's conclusion bell rang, while Zhao Jiuzhou was still writing. Was that not a violation? And let us not discuss mere seconds. He had certainly taken at least 5 or 6 extra seconds before he ceased writing. Was that not a blatant disregard for the examination rules? Did he not show contempt toward her, the invigilator? Was she merely a bystander? Who did he think he was? What did he believe he was doing? He was in the examination hall for the entrance exams. In the face of such significant matters for the entire alliance, who did he consider himself to be? After several seconds of restraint, Lu Yahweh could no longer contain herself and retorted, "Are you asking the entire examination room to wait an additional half a minute for you? Who do you think you are?" Zhao Jiuzhou erupted, slamming the table as he shouted, "Damn it, half a minute. At most, 2 or 3 seconds." Lu Yahweh raised an eyebrow, her voice sharp as she countered, 2 or 3 seconds does not count as a violation? What nonsense. I didn't cheat. Why did you tear up my paper? Who has written a few extra lines during an exam? His voice grew louder. Yet Lu Yahweh's face wore a mocking expression, her tone turning increasingly scathing. TSK. A troublesome citizen is just that, lacking even the most basic awareness of rules. With someone like you, what right do you think you have to enter the sect? What others do is their own affair. Some even commit murder and arson. Do you think you can too? Write a few more strokes, and if I see you, can I manage you? I have the authority to tear your paper, Lu Yuhong declared, her beautiful eyes inadvertently widening, as her otherwise pleasant visage took on a menacing and domineering aspect under the lighting. Am I not justified? I am entirely justified. Yet you, with your unreasonable antics, dare to create a scene. To think of placing someone like you in the academic institute would be a dereliction of duty. Lu Yuhong's temper escalated, her voice rising in intensity. Lu Ziqing intervened, weary of the petty banter. Now that the scores had been released, even the grandson of the leader could not expect any changes. What could a mere apprentice expect to accomplish? Steward Lu found it impossible to empathize with Zhao Jiuzhou, focusing solely on the task at hand. The night owl was no trivial matter. It was a third-tier phantom entity, and beyond that lay the so-called malevolent spirits. With the global demon hunting World Cup being hosted by the city lord, the sudden emergence of such a creature posed a risk of city lockdown, an unthinkable scenario. Would tickets to the World Cup be rendered worthless? Would hotels lose their business? Countless restaurants and entertainment venues had awaited this grand event for over a decade, all in hopes of reaping substantial profits. Thoughts raced through Lu Ziqing's mind as he disregarded Zhao Jiuzhou's petty demeanor, addressing the matter with professional detachment. Are you certain that the 2 monsters you vanquished, one was a shit slime, and the other a night owl, correct? The night owl, do you understand? A humanoid figure with a bird's head, long wings, and enormous claws capable of crushing your skull. Zhao Jiuzhou seemed momentarily dazed by Lu Ziqing's words, as if grappling with a fleeting memory. The deaths of the 2 monsters had been too peculiar. After a brief moment of fear, he now felt disconnected. The monsters had perished too swiftly. He had simply acted on instinct, throwing a punch, and then the creature was gone. Moreover, the emotional turmoil he experienced when defeating the first shit slime was far greater than that which accompanied the demise of the so-called night owl. Lu Ziqing frowned in discontent, asserting, "What do you mean, Saint? It is what it is, or it is not. I didn't see clearly." Zhao Jiuzhou stammered, "I threw a punch. And it just vanished." A punch? Lu Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. "You mean, barehanded? Unarmed? With your own hands?" Yes. Zhao Jiuzhou nodded earnestly. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Yuhong interjected, unable to restrain herself. "What kind of psychic weapon did you use? A psychic grenade? What kind of bomb is that?" Hearing Lu Yuhong's remarks made Zhao Jiuzhou feel nauseous. Merely hearing her voice made him want to slap her. Annoyed, he retorted, "I'm just a temporary worker. They merely handed me a whistle. This." He produced a guard whistle from his pocket and slammed it onto the table. Lu Yuhong glanced at it, then turned to Lu Ziqing. Lu Ziqing set aside the materials he had been holding, reached for Zhao Jiuzhou's whistle, and examined it with great care. It seems as though one hopes to discern a formidable weapon from this whistle. That is unreasonable. Even if a mere touch from a slime could prove fatal, one ought to possess at least some form of armament. Lu Ziqing muttered, "Don't tell me you are some kind of mysterious." The moment the first syllable escaped his lips, he promptly sealed his mouth. Zhao Jiuzhou, however, disregarded such caution and exclaimed with delight, "Could it be that I am a practitioner of the arcane arts?" Lu Yanhong scoffed coldly, "What a fanciful daydream. For heaven's sake, do you even possess any education?" Zhao Jiuzhou, in contrast, grew increasingly animated, asserting, "Slaying monsters with bare hands. Doesn't that qualify me as a practitioner of the arcane? I've fought with my fists tonight. Is that not the hallmark of a practitioner? Surely. During your studies, you had someone else take your general knowledge exams, didn't you? Nonsense. Lu Yanhong exclaimed, as though his tail had been stepped on, slamming the table in anger. Dare to utter that again. I'll dare. Zhao Jiuzhou retorted, shut your mouth. Lu Ziqing waved his hand. In an instant, Zhao Jiuzhou felt as though a whip had sliced through the air once more. Yet this time, the whip struck his face. Pain. A searing pain. Zhao Jiuzhou turned to Lu Ziqing, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Did you just slap my face? To his surprise, Lu Ziqing's expression darkened. And he spoke in a low voice. You best keep your mouth clean. Don't presume that the Alliance's laws can spare you. I can easily command your departure from the branch with just a few words. If you doubt that, by all means, test it. Zhao Jiuzhou glared at Lu Ziqing. After a couple of seconds of fury, the fire in his eyes dissipated as swiftly as the retreating tide. After all, how could one forsake their livelihood for the sake of pride? In truth, what I mean to convey is that it would be a shame to mar my handsome visage. Zhao Jiuzhou maintained a serious demeanor. Lu Ziqing paid him no mind, instead inquiring, you only used your fists? Nothing else? Nothing at all, Zhao Jiuzhou replied. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with my colleague. His colleague was, of course, the 42-year-old perpetual bachelor, Wei Mianzi. At this very moment, Wei Mianzi sat adjacent, fielding questions from another of the men present during Lu Ziqing's earlier discussion with the trio. I would certainly ask, Lu Ziqing mused, as his displeasure toward Zhao Jiuzhou swiftly waned. Individuals like Zhao Jiuzhou were simply unworthy of his ire. Not to mention Zhao Jiuzhou. Even the professors and researchers from the academic institute, the esteemed demon hunters, they were nothing more than workers in his eyes, despite their outward brilliance before the common folk. To him, they were merely a cadre of laborers. His role as a steward within the council was merely a consequence of centuries of tradition tied to the Silver Reward Alliance. What drove him to this place? Aside from ambition and aspiration, were the rules and the inertia of power dynamics. Regardless of how formidable his lineage, they all began from the very bottom. He and Lu Yanhong, one steward and one vice-steward. In 2 years, he would ascend to the helm, followed by the position of hall master. And if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps even the leader of the sect in his 40s. The position of the alliance leader was not altogether beyond his reach. Such a person, were it not for the necessity of adhering to the regulations of the Silver Alliance, would never cross paths with someone as insignificant as Zhao Jiuzhou. Unlike Lu Yang, who is prone to impatience, he would never dare to utter disparaging remarks such as, "What are you?" in Zhao Jiuzhou's presence. Such matters are best kept to oneself. Why articulate them, especially to someone so inconsequential? If not for the constraints of the Alliance's laws, Zhao Jiuzhou's life would scarcely hold any value in their eyes. Lu Ziqing lowered his gaze to examine Zhao Jiuzhou's watchtower, suddenly inquiring, surely, the material of the watchtower contains some dark gold powder? It should indeed. Lu Yang, regaining his composure, took the whistle from Lu Ziqing's hand, noting that the slime's spiritual resistance is negative and should be unable to withstand it. Yes, that aligns with our reasoning. Lu Ziqing nodded slightly. What about the recording? Has it been retrieved? Let me see. Lu Yang produced his phone, opened an internal application, and confirmed it was in the process of being transferred. Due to the reliance on spiritual energy as a power source, the communication signals in this world are notoriously poor. While radio frequencies may still function adequately, network signals are prone to frequent interruptions, making the upload and download of information exceedingly challenging. To prevent disruptions caused by certain anomalous spiritual entities, all signal transmissions require multiple rounds of encryption, fragmentation, and reassembly to ensure the accuracy of the information. This is crucial. As in the early days of network technology, many fell victim to monsters and lost their lives. How much longer will it take? Lu Ziqing inquired. Approximately half an hour, came the response. Another half hour. Lu Ziqing expressed his impatience and turned to Zhao Jiuzhou, asking, what is your spiritual attack power? Personal spiritual data is classified as one of the highest secrets within the Alliance, safeguarded by the Spiritual Energy Hall. Zhao Jiuzhou's profile lacks such information, and Lu Ziqing currently lacks the authority to access it. However, for the vast majority of individuals at the grassroots level, this secrecy holds little significance. The fact that Zhao Jiuzhou was not recruited by the Guardian Hall, commonly referred to as the Silver Army, following his spiritual energy test implies that his data is not impressive. Thus, in a sense, the confidentiality is rendered moot. 2 points, Zhao Jiuzhou declared proudly. revealing this dismal statistic. Among all of humanity, approximately 1 in 10 possesses the qualifications of a demon hunter. Of that fraction, a substantial portion consists of utter failures, characterized by abysmal data across the board. Among the 5 standard categories of spiritual energy data, spiritual attack power stands as the primary and most critical metric for direct lethality. Typically, half of those labeled as demon hunters possess a lamentable score of merely 1 point, meaning they are only capable of defeating slimes, with no hope against any other foes. In this regard, Zhao Jiuzhou harbored a sense of pride. He boasted a score of 2 points. Not only could he defeat slimes, but he was also capable of overcoming a few other adversaries. Thus, he firmly believed he could never remain merely a bronze demon hunter throughout his life. At the very least, he could follow in the footsteps of Wei Mianzi, gradually accumulating seniority until he attained the title of a silver demon hunter. The distinction between a bronze demon hunter receiving a monthly title subsidy of 50 yuan and a silver demon hunter with a monthly subsidy of 100 yuan represents a significant financial difference of 50 yuan. His monthly living expenses amount to merely 600 yuan. With an additional 50 yuan, he could indulge in 2 more servings of meat. Zhao Jiuzhou proudly gazed at Lu Ziqing. Observing Zhao Jiuzhou's triumphant expression, Lu Ziqing couldn't help but smirk, revealing a smile infused with a sense of superiority and boundless sympathy for those in the lower strata of society. Under normal circumstances, the spiritual strike power of an ordinary demon hunter ranges from 1 to 10 points. Only those with extraordinary talents can surpass the 10-point threshold. Currently, the world record, enhanced by both innate gifts and substances, stands at 32 points. However, among the competitors participating in this event, over 90% boast scores exceeding 20 points. As for Zhao Jiuzhou's mere 2 points, let us not dwell on that. Below the ranks of the elite demon hunters, one is often deemed expendable. And even ordinary elite demon hunters face the risk of being mere cannon fodder. As for 2 points, simply surviving beyond the average life expectancy within the Silver Alliance would be commendable. Reaching the age of 45 would be considered a success. What about other aspects? Lu Ziqing continued to inquire. Spiritual ability? 2 points. Spiritual resistance? 1 point. What about spiritual insight? Never tested. Right? Lu Ziqing lightly tapped his head. For an ordinary demon hunter, spiritual insight is regarded as a luxury statistic. Typically, individuals with lower spiritual power lack spiritual insight entirely. Thus, during the comprehensive screenings conducted by the Alliance, if a test subject's spiritual strike power, spiritual ability, and spiritual resistance are not sufficiently high, the testing process is often halted, as it would be deemed pointless. Testing incurs costs, and despite the Silver Alliance's system designed to support the impoverished, it remains incongruous with the practices of other alliances worldwide. However, when it comes to execution, economic efficiency must be considered. The 5 standard assessments are, of course, routine for someone of Lu Ziqing's background. Yet for the average person, completing 3 of these assessments signifies a considerable achievement. After all, only about 5% of the population possesses the potential for demon hunting combat capabilities. When factoring in those with congenital diseases, accidental disabilities, or psychological issues, the figure may even drop below 4%. The expense of testing for spiritual insight is exorbitant, exceeding 8,000 silver coins per session. It would take a collective frenzy among the Elder Council to initiate universal screenings. As for the exceedingly rare final assessment of spiritual power, the screening cost alone is 36,000 coins. Who would bear such an expense? The Alliance's treasury? The finances of local sects? Unthinkable. Well, then you may leave, Lu Ziqing pondered. Feeling he had exhausted his inquiries, Zhao Jiuzhou, in every respect, appeared to be nothing more than a typical underachiever, revealing no distinctive qualities. His only noteworthy aspect seemed to be the academic records in his file: General Studies 91, Physics 88, Chemistry 1, Gold Alliance Language 65, Mathematics 0, totaling 344 points. This year's admission threshold stood at 355 points. If only he could have scored 11 in mathematics. Lu Ziqing cast a faint glance at his younger sister beside him. To be fair, my sister is indeed a prodigious troublemaker. But what can be done? Who brought misfortune upon Zhao Jiuzhou, allowing him to encounter such a predicament? So, may I inquire if I will be officially recognized tomorrow? At this moment, Zhao Jiuzhou appeared rather subdued, recalling the gravity of his conversation partner. Lu Ziqing replied indifferently, I cannot say. My duty is merely to report your actions from tonight. I have another question, Zhao Jiuzhou continued. My father perished in the line of duty. May I receive commendation points for his sacrifice? Lu Ziqing chuckled softly. Was your father a steward? No. Was he an inner disciple? No. Then it is impossible. Yet my father met a tragic end. His brain was extracted. And I possess photographs that are quite distressing. Zhao Jiuzhou, devoid of humanity in the face of personal gain, extracted his phone, hoping to exploit his sorrow for advantage. Lu Yahui's expression tightened, and she exclaimed in anger, Are you even human? Get out. How dare you? I am not the one who. Before he could finish, Lu Ziqing's darkened gaze silenced him. Very well, I shall await good news. Thanks to the Alliance and its leader. Zhao Jiuzhou, ever pragmatic, shouted a hollow slogan before departing. Once the office door closed, the Lu siblings exchanged glances. Lu Yahui wore a grim expression. Lu Ziqing couldn't help but smile slightly. This rascal was rather intriguing. Humph, Lu Yahui scoffed. What is so interesting about that? She promptly furrowed her brow again. How should we report this? Should we state that he defeated the night owl using a watchman's whistle? Let us first examine the footage, Lu Ziqing suggested calmly. Lu Yahui nodded in agreement. The two siblings sat in silence. After half an hour, the video finally finished transmitting. Lu Yai eagerly clicked to open it. The scene was dimly lit, obscuring clarity. As for the second night owl, they witnessed Zhao Jiuzhou deliver a punch into the dark alley, his fist glowing faintly. Following that, a loud bang signaled the end of the confrontation. The entire sequence transpired in under a second. The creature didn't even have the chance to emerge from the alley. Lu Ziqing and Lu Yahui exchanged bewildered glances. What is going on? Lu Yahui asked her cousin, astonished. Lu Ziqing contemplated for a moment, replaying the footage and pointing at the screen. Do you see? Is he not wielding a watchman's whistle in his fist? Lu Yahui nodded. Then the conclusion is quite evident, is it not? Lu Ziqing declared. A slime was vanquished by a monster hunter using a watchman's whistle. As this hunter's awakened skill is precisely to slay creatures with a whistle. How superficial. Lu Yahui pondered, conflicted. And what of the second one? How shall we explain that? Lu Ziqing questioned. Did you even glimpse what the second one looked like? Lu Yahui shook her head. Then it must be two slime creatures. Lu Ziqing's demeanor grew serious and solemn. In summary, our Black Tiger Ridge branch remains peaceful. There is absolutely no need for alarm or city lockdown. Lu Yahui contemplated deeply. And at last, the truth of the evening dawned upon her. What transpired tonight was of little consequence. The imposition of lockdowns is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is that everyone is able to prosper. As for Zhao Jiuzhou, what manner of being he truly is. Such inconsequential entities that remain perpetually in obscurity are hardly worth concern. It would be most fortuitous if he were to fall into her grasp once more. A fleeting glint of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Yuhong's eyes. Chapter 4. A rare gem. I am a practitioner of arcane arts, and you are a fool. I suspect that Zhu Dachong would not genuinely seek confirmation from Steward Lu or the members of the guard hall. Such trivial matters are utterly meaningless. In the realm of cunning and deceit, Zhao Jiuzhou, having only been on the job for a few days, has already gleaned the essence of the seasoned trickster, Wei Mianzi. I must say, he is undoubtedly a genius at slacking off. What? Have you never studied basic education? Are you a product of the gaps in the 9-year compulsory education? On the way back to their post, the two, feeling rather idle, began to discuss how they had undergone their recent examination. Zhao Jiuzhou, after only a few remarks, became inexplicably exuberant, gesticulating wildly as he recounted how he had vanquished a monster without the aid of a psychic weapon. Is that not the mark of an arcane practitioner? Huh? I ask you, is it not so? Did I not just do that without using a weapon? Did I not? Wei Mianzi, initially in good spirits after acquiring 2 third-level crystal cores throughout the night, felt assured that, regardless of how diluted this accomplishment might be over time, it would surely secure his transition from a temporary apprentice to a formal member of the Guild of State. However, Zhao Jiuzhou's incessant prattling began to irk Wei Mianzi. From his perspective, Zhao Jiuzhou was not merely discussing the pretense of being an arcane practitioner. He was clearly attempting to take credit. Look, am I not the one who guided you? Without me, Zhao Jiuzhou, would you have achieved your current standing, Wei Mianzi? Speak up, speak up. Yet Zhao Jiuzhou continued to chatter away. Wei Mianzi, feeling increasingly agitated, could no longer contain his frustration and shouted, What the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, Zhao Jiuzhou, caught up in his excitement, quieted down, lowering his voice and gazing at Wei Mianzi with an expression of feigned grievance. Brother Wei, are you feeling envious? Is your heart aching with jealousy? making it difficult for you to acknowledge me as your master? Wei Mianzi shot an angry glare at Zhao Jiuzhou, his eyes ablaze. Much like the majority of industries within the Silver Alliance, there exists an ancient system of apprenticeship among Zhao Jiuzhou and his peers. Pairs are formed, with the elder guiding the younger. The one who arrives first assumes the role of master. When Zhao Jiuzhou first reported to the group a few days prior, Wei Mianzi had taken advantage of the situation, proclaiming their future relationship. However, ever since Zhao Jiuzhou had lost a significant portion of his body to a monster, he no longer acknowledged any familial ties. Thus, he was solely focused on assuming a paternal role towards others, making Wei Mianzi's attempt to claim him as a son utterly untenable. Furthermore, in Zhao Jiuzhou's mind, as a victim of academic misfortune, he believed he was destined for an office role, thereby rendering it impossible for Wei Mianzi to take advantage of him. Consequently, from their very first day at work, the two had been engaged in a silent standoff. Now, if both were to be granted formal status, Zhao Jiuzhou would have even greater grounds to reject the idea of acknowledging Wei Mianzi as a father. Not only could he refuse to recognize him, but he could also reverse the dynamic, compelling Wei Mianzi to bow to him. Thus, it was only natural that Wei Mianzi, a 42-year-old man nearing the average life expectancy of 45 for males in the Silver Alliance, could hardly be expected to concede to a mere 17-year-old boy like Zhao Jiuzhou. I'm on the verge of receiving my pension. The so-called pension is a substantial allowance granted by the Silver Alliance to individuals who have surpassed the age of 45. The retirement age is even later, at 65, primarily designed for those who have spent their lives in comfortable office settings, allowing them to live into their 70s or 80s. However, for frontline personnel like Zhao Jiuzhou, the chances of encountering monsters in urban areas have been historically low. Yet, after a lifetime of work, everyone inevitably faces the likelihood of such encounters at least a few times. Once confronted, one's life is often at stake. Some may miraculously escape death once or even twice, but the day will inevitably come when misfortune strikes. Only a select few with extraordinary luck manage to survive in the field until retirement age. Nonetheless, the majority of grassroots members choose to endure. For it is only through the support of the Alliance and their respective factions that they can secure a stable income. Before succumbing to death, the agony of hunger is far more unbearable. This reality is one reason why the Silver Alliance is deemed more worthy of support than the Golden Alliance. In the Golden Alliance, it is truly a matter of survival of the fittest. If you can live, you endure. If not, you perish. No one will cushion your existence. Consequently, the ranks of the strong within the Golden Alliance continue to swell, their power ever increasing. Wealthy individuals around the globe, if given a choice, would prefer to relocate to the Golden Alliance. For with sufficient financial means, one can certainly receive services commensurate with their wealth, leaving bankruptcy as their only potential demise. This principle was reiterated daily during Zhao Jiuzhou's 9 years of elementary education. The impact was profound, fostering a sense of admiration and aspiration towards the Golden Alliance among the impoverished, while simultaneously solidifying their unwavering support for the rules and regulations of the Silver Alliance. After all, the destitute lack the means to migrate to the Golden Alliance and cannot possibly thrive there. Thus, it is far more prudent to diligently support their leader, harboring hopes that one day, fortune may smile upon them, transforming their lives entirely. Conversely, such education falls short for those within the system, particularly among some stewards and leaders who, oblivious to their own blessings, yearn to soar higher. In recent years, a number of pivotal members from the Silver Alliance have indeed defected. Some who have fared well have even been showcased by the Golden Alliance. For instance, amidst the fervor of the ongoing Demon Hunter World Cup, several formidable demon hunters originally from the Silver Alliance now serve the Golden Alliance. Upon encountering such individuals, Zhao Jiuzhou can only spit in disdain, secretly wishing, I wish to go too. Young people are inherently pure in their aspirations. Wherever life is better, they will gravitate towards it. Of course, this dream must first be underpinned by strength. And as for strength, Zhao Jiuzhou certainly lacks it. A sorcerer? I disdain such notions. Wei Mianzi and Zhao Jiuzhou are somewhat akin, severely lacking in sophistication. In a fit of exasperation, their only recourse is to vent their frustrations in the streets, with only the foolish believing in the arcane arts. He rolled his eyes, though his words were not entirely unfounded. The concept of arcane arts was still present in the textbooks of primary education a decade ago. However, by the time Zhao Jiuzhou commenced his studies, references to the arcane arts, arcane practitioners, and cursed entities had been expunged from the curriculum. It is said that these three concepts were fabricated by certain interest groups for their own gain, constituting a deception. Thus, for the future of the Silver Prize Alliance, it is imperative for all to liberate their minds and dispel superstitions. The underlying logic of this deception is somewhat convoluted, necessitating a discussion of some fundamental concepts of this world. The entities known as spirits or monsters are globally categorized into three classes: phantasmal entities, spectral entities, and vengeful spirits. Phantasmal entities, like the fecal slime and night owl encountered by Zhao Jiuzhou that evening, are characterized by their visibility and susceptibility to destruction. They possess tangible forms and can be vanquished with conventional weapons. Ordinary knives, guns, and projectiles can eliminate them, though it is evident that energy-based weapons inflict greater damage. Such energy weapons can only be wielded by individuals like Zhao Jiuzhou, who possess energy sensitivity. Hence, military and city defense forces naturally enlist only those capable of harnessing such powers. Given that energy-sensitive individuals constitute approximately 1/10 of the global population, a significant number of people are compelled to accept their fates. After all, with great power comes the potential for early demise. Phantasmal entities account for roughly 99.5% of the total monster population, rendering them the predominant category in the realm of ordinary mortals. The next category encompasses spectral entities, characterized by their invisibility yet vulnerability to destruction. The most vexing aspect of these entities lies in their lack of a discernible form visible to the naked eye. Capturing them necessitates the presence of at least one energy-sensitive hunter within the demon hunting squad, known as an intelligence officer. The intelligence officer provides crucial on-site information to the primary and secondary attackers, enabling them to strike the monster effectively. However, advancements in human technology have made it possible for ordinary demon hunters to perceive spectral entities by donning a remarkably expensive specialized helmet equipped with an energy sensitivity amplifier, albeit limited to less formidable spectral entities. There exists a disparity in power among monsters. Those rated below level 3 are considered ordinary, while those above are colloquially referred to as ferocious beasts. Spectral entities of the ferocious beast caliber are beyond the grasp of technological detection. Confronting such adversaries requires a team composed entirely of elite demon hunters, with the intelligence officer being a master in their own right. At times, even a small team proves insufficient. It requires the combined efforts of 2 or 3 squads to form a minimal military unit capable of addressing such formidable entities. These creatures are so fearsome that even the most skilled demon hunters, let alone the average ones, face almost certain doom in a one-on-one confrontation. We are still a step away from the most terrifying scenario, for in addition to the phantasmal and spectral entities, there exists the exceedingly rare vengeful spirit, which constitutes less than 1/10,000th of the total. While the strength of phantasmal and spectral beings remains unpredictably variable, some feeble monsters, as witnessed tonight with Zhao Jiuzhou's effortless defeat, can be dispatched with a mere touch. Others necessitate the mobilization of an army for confrontation. Vengeful spirits, however, are an entirely different matter. They are the epitome of ferocity, true monsters among monsters. Encountering one invariably demands military intervention for suppression. The defining characteristic of vengeful spirits is their invisibility and the extreme difficulty in exterminating them. Often, the ultimate recourse is to seal them away. Consequently, within the realm of human demon hunters, a team that includes a sealing specialist or practitioners of barrier and formation skills alongside the sealing master is undoubtedly an elite and affluent force. A basic demon hunting team typically comprises a primary attacker, a tactician, and a logistician, 3 members who may barely suffice. In fact, it is feasible to forego the tactician entirely, allowing the primary attacker to assume both roles, thus enabling a 2-person team to confront danger head-on. For a more competent assembly, the addition of a secondary attacker, an intelligence specialist, an external tactical expert, and a backup member forms a robust fighting force, capable of easily overcoming common Tier 2 monsters and a few Tier 3 ones. However, to reliably eliminate the majority of Tier 3 and Tier 4 monsters, a fully equipped team is essential. Beyond the aforementioned roles, it is imperative to include sealing masters, formation practitioners, barrier specialists, and teleportation experts. These 4 positions are often referred to as the luxury roles due to the scarcity of demon hunters qualified to fill them, resulting in correspondingly high remuneration. In a 20-member demon hunting team, these 4 roles typically command over half of the total salary. Those with notable reputations may even share profits with their employers. Some seasoned demon hunters capable of fulfilling all four roles eventually establish their own studios to become employers themselves. This trend has become increasingly prevalent worldwide. Those endowed with formidable intuition and insight, if they manage to survive long enough, encounter opportunities for wealth that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Yet, the abundance of opportunities for such hunters also correlates with a heightened risk of mortality, a paradox of sorts. Nevertheless, countless intelligence specialists continue to rush towards perilous situations each year, as trading life for money appears to be a fair exchange. After all, who does not aspire to a better life? Consequently, the number of exceptional intelligence specialists who perish at the hands of vengeful spirits each year is at least in the triple digits. For the entirety of the human world, intelligence specialists have become invaluable treasures, yet simultaneously, they are regarded as expendable resources that must be deployed. Fortunately, the global population continues to swell, and the growth rate of intelligence practitioners is, for the time being, able to keep pace with their consumption. In contrast, the equally precious, yet less perilous professions of barrier mages, formation masters, and teleportation specialists face far less dire circumstances. Annually, the world loses about 100 individuals in these fields at most. Up to this point, this represents the most conventional understanding of the conflict between human demon hunters and monsters, seemingly devoid of any connection to the arcane practitioners. The global perspective on monsters and demon hunters seems to culminate here. However, within the cultural tapestry of the Silver Alliance, there exists another legend. This legend posits that above the vengeful spirits, there is another category of monster known as the cursed spirits. The defining characteristics of cursed spirits are their invisibility and indestructibility, along with the extreme difficulty of sealing them. To vanquish a cursed spirit, one must rely solely on the arcane arts, which awaken randomly within individuals known as arcane practitioners. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, at present, there are thousands who claim the title of arcane practitioner within the confines of the Silver Alliance, with the most renowned being the current leader, Marcy. Yet, the question remains, where are the cursed spirits? Historical records of humanity document only 7 encounters with cursed spirits. The most recent of these occurred over 2 decades ago, during the establishment of the Silver Alliance, when it is said that the first leader, Liang Zixing, vanquished a formidable cursed spirit in his youth. This feat earned him widespread admiration, ultimately leading to the unification of the 9 provinces and the formation of the Silver Alliance as we know it today. However, one might argue that such tales carry an air of exaggeration. Consequently, for the first century following the founding of the Silver Alliance, every leader was mandated to be of arcane lineage. Although this requirement has since been relaxed, the identity of an arcane practitioner continues to serve as an advantageous credential for ascending to leadership. It is only in the last 30 years that this advantage has been significantly downplayed, even disregarded, when Zhao Jiuzhou and his contemporaries began their scholarly pursuits. This concept was entirely excised from their educational materials. At a time when the world views the notions of arcane practitioners, arcane arts, and cursed spirits as mere folly, the Silver Alliance's 3 remaining minor allies steadfastly adhere to the traditions of 2 centuries past, insisting that the leadership must remain within the realm of arcane practitioners. In stark contrast, the Silver Alliance has, over the past 30 years, been influenced by the prevailing media narratives, particularly from the Golden Alliance, coupled with a shift in their educational philosophy. Gradually, from the top down, the populace has begun to accept the notion that arcane practitioners are nothing more than deceivers. Nonetheless, within the Elder Council of the Silver Alliance, there remain venerable figures who believe that the legitimacy of the arcane lineage must not be forsaken. Hence, there are still individuals within the demon hunting institutions who provide certification for arcane practitioners. The Golden Alliance seizes upon this as justification to accuse the Silver Alliance of fostering a regime of bloodline elitism and superstitious governance, claiming that the Elder Council is rendering the citizenry foolish and hindering the global endeavor of monster eradication, thus advocating for sanctions against the Silver Alliance. Various weapons have been prohibited for sale, numerous technologies are no longer available, and the trading of crystalline core resources has been strictly forbidden. Consequently, the Silver Alliance has faced mounting military pressure in recent years, leading to a scarcity of military resources and a significant decline in large-scale monster hunting operations. It remains uncertain who is obstructing the global advancement of monster hunting endeavors. To be candid, the level of hindrance posed by the Golden Alliance undoubtedly surpasses that of the Silver Alliance by several magnitudes. Nonetheless, it is unclear whether this is a case of feigned ignorance or if they have accepted bribes, as a considerable number of officials and leaders within the Silver Alliance surprisingly support the Golden Alliance's stance. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to remove the content on mysticism from the educational materials while the Elder Council members are still alive. However, to the ordinary citizens like Zhao Jiuzhou, these matters do not seem particularly significant. At the very least, Zhao Jiuzhou himself is primarily concerned with whether he can secure a position within the system. Thus, when he overheard Lu Ziqing inadvertently mention something politically incorrect this evening, he felt a surge of joy. Although the number of individuals actively seeking certification as mystics is dwindling, possibly to fewer than 10 each year due to fears of ridicule when the matter falls upon him, Zhao Jiuzhou cannot help but feel exhilarated. By the heavens, does this not signify the traditional qualifications of a leader within the Silver Alliance? I possess the potential to become a leader, even though Zhao Jiuzhou has not yet transitioned from a temporary worker to a formal position. His gaze has already soared to the central throne of the capital. In contrast, Wei Minzi scoffed at this notion. What a fool. You aspire to be a leader? Take a look at what you consumed this evening. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title? You are only deserving of the filth. With a dismissive gesture, Wei Minzi pushed Zhao Jiuzhou back a few steps. It seemed that Zhao Jiuzhou could genuinely perceive Wei Minzi's displeasure. The more Wei Minzi reacted this way, the more Zhao Jiuzhou teasingly remarked, Wei Ge, don't be like that. In the future, I'll let you meet me without needing to kneel. Wei Minzi retorted angrily. Kneel to your mother. I wouldn't kneel even before the leader. In the Silver Alliance, all are equal. Oh, is that truly the case? Is everyone really equal? Zhao Jiuzhou provocatively inquired. If that is so, why must we guard the cesspools while they indulge in debauchery at hotels and watch foolish competitions? Well, if you lack the ability, who can you blame? Wei Minzi stuttered momentarily before finding his words. Really? Zhao Jiuzhou continued to smile. But why do some of those debauched fools, who possess less capability than you, still engage in such activities at hotels while you are left to face peril? This remark struck a chord deep within Wei Minzi. His anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of elation. However, he maintained a serious facade, suppressing his joy as he asked, Is that so? Or is it not? Zhao Jiuzhou shrugged. Only 1/10 of the world possesses spiritual energy. With so many factions within the alliance and numerous officials and leaders, do all their children possess spiritual energy? If they lack even that, why should they ride upon our backs and defecate? Why must we endure witnessing their indulgences? Furthermore, it has been decreed that examination scores for the entrance assessments shall no longer be disclosed. Do you truly believe that every individual among them has succeeded solely through their own merit? The entrance examination stands as the paramount event within the entire alliance, and none would dare to perpetrate deceit. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from behind. As another man from the trio approached, he was the one who had just been scrutinizing Wei Minzi in the adjacent room. Riding slowly, he drew near to Zhao Jiuzhou, asserting that some individuals are indeed quite formidable. They not only cannot cheat, but, conversely, have achieved outstanding results in the examinations and have subsequently led numerous significant technological projects. Although they lack spiritual prowess, their contributions to the Silver Award Alliance are immensely substantial. While they may not be able to confront monsters themselves, many of the weapons and equipment utilized by us practitioners of spiritual abilities were conceived and crafted by them. Moreover, consider the vastness of the city and its multitude of inhabitants. The orderliness we observe is inherently linked to their management. Without their ingenuity, do you truly believe you could create the screens, refrigeration units, and air conditioners present in your home? Zhao Jiuzhou gazed upwards, slightly furrowing his brow, thinking to himself, why could I not accomplish such feats? My mathematics scores have always been perfect. Oh, well, all right. I shall take my leave now, Captain Pan. Wei Minzi had long wished to distance himself from Zhao Jiuzhou, and upon Captain Pan's remark, he promptly turned and fled. Damn it, where are you running off to? Zhao Jiuzhou also wished to escape, yet was halted by Captain Pan's firm grip. Wait a moment. What is it? Zhao Jiuzhou turned back with annoyance, scrutinizing Captain Pan from head to toe. Are you coveting my beauty? What nonsense are you spouting? Captain Pan replied, exasperated, I watched your video. Damn it. Zhao Jiuzhou felt a genuine sense of panic. You were spying on me. You creep. It was merely footage of you slaying a monster. Captain Pan sighed, casting his gaze skyward. That is not it. Captain Pan shook his head. I came to inform you that you are indeed a practitioner of arcane arts. I am quite certain of it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiuzhou fell silent, his educational background prompting him to perceive that the other was perhaps uttering profanities. I am a practitioner of arcane arts. You're the one who is a practitioner. Your entire family is involved in it. The joy he had felt moments ago while boasting to Wei Mianzi evaporated, replaced by irritation. It was a contradiction, indeed. In front of Wei Mianzi, he could certainly assert that he possessed the qualities of a leader. Yet Captain Pan was no Wei Mianzi. Zhao Jiuzhou felt aligned with Lu Ziqing. However, at that moment, Captain Pan unexpectedly added, I am also a practitioner of arcane arts. What? Zhao Jiuzhou was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Captain Pan chuckled softly. When you have the time, let us have a conversation. Practitioners of arcane arts are rare, so what is there to be ashamed of? Do you truly believe that the Golden Image Alliance and others deny the existence of practitioners due to our deception of the populace and our engagement in superstitions? Zhao Jiuzhou retorted, Isn't that the case? Certainly not, Captain Pan replied, shaking his head slightly. Zhao Jiuzhou could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. But why? He inquired. Captain Pan replied, First, tell me, do you admit to being a practitioner of the arcane arts? Zhao Jiuzhou fixed his gaze upon him and, after a ponderous half-minute, retorted, Are you recording this? The smile on Captain Pan's face froze instantaneously. Zhao Jiuzhou perceived the implication and thought, Damn, I knew you had ulterior motives. He indignantly turned on his heel and departed, leaving Captain Pan stationary. Once Zhao Jiuzhou had distanced himself, Pan extracted a recording device from his pocket, muttering under his breath, What a cunning fellow, truly clever. While speaking, he dialed Lu Yahui on his phone. Yahui, I've been found out. On the other end, Lu Yahui erupted in a tirade, Pananda, are you not utterly useless? She rolled her eyes. She had originally intended to assign Zhao Jiuzhou to undertake tasks of level 4 or higher. Are you not a practitioner of the arcane arts? Off you go. Yet, to her astonishment, Pananda had failed even this simple task. Now Zhao Jiuzhou was wary. It would not be so easy to deceive him again. The Silver Alliance operates under a strict hierarchy, and it is not to be taken lightly. Anyone associated with the system, even someone of Zhao Jiuzhou's lowly standing, would find their life not easily extinguished. Sufficient justification was imperative. Otherwise, even her uncle, Lu Ziqing, could not simply decide to eliminate Zhao Jiuzhou on a whim. Lu Yahui pondered deeply, realizing that sending Zhao Jiuzhou on a mission was indeed the most prudent course of action. As for why she had torn up Zhao Jiuzhou's exam paper, the reasoning was straightforward. A student capable of achieving a perfect score in mathematics would, at the very least, rank among the top in the state examination this year. Coincidentally, her sister, Lu Yifei, was also sitting for the exams this year, aiming for first place. Now that the results were in, Lu Yifei had not secured the top spot. However, upon calculating Zhao Jiuzhou's score, she realized that had his mathematics paper not been destroyed, he would not only have gained admission but would have been the champion of this examination. While this matter remained undiscovered for the time being, the potential for it to be revealed loomed large, especially since Zhao Jiuzhou had the audacity to speak openly about it. If he were to inadvertently strike luck and ascend, while candidates could not access their scores, many held the authority to review such information. Lu Ziqing had seen this firsthand today. Thus, if others within the alliance were to uncover the truth, her position as the proctor would be jeopardized. Though Zhao Jiuzhou had delayed submitting his paper by a few seconds, her actions had directly thwarted a prodigy's opportunity for admission. It is important to note that the mathematics examination for admission was exceedingly challenging, with an average score hovering just above 28 out of 100. Lu Yifei, a student of exceptional caliber, had only managed a score in the low 70s this year. While other families could not verify scores, the Lu family certainly could. Now that the exams had concluded, the copy of the paper Zhao Jiuzhou had lost to her destruction remained in the archives, while the original was securely stored in the examination hall of the Alliance's direct administration. If it were not for the current circumstances, she could have simply torn the examination papers from Zhao Jiuzhou's file moments ago. Yet now, even if she possessed the ability to set fire to the examination hall's archives, such an act would not suffice. Times have progressed, and the examination hall boasts several computer rooms. Each candidate's examination resources and backup copies exist in no fewer than 3 locations. This precaution is implemented to prevent such occurrences. After all, gaining admission equates to securing a prestigious position, which forms the very foundation of the Silver Alliance. It is imperative to devise alternative strategies, Lu Ziqing stated calmly. suggesting that tomorrow she should find a reason to take him to assess his inspiration capacity. Even a modicum would suffice for him to become an intelligence officer. Once he assumes that role, would he not have ample opportunities for survival? Ah, indeed. Liu Yahui's face brightened instantly, and she joyfully leaped into Liu Ziqing's embrace. Knowing that he always had her best interests at heart, Liu Ziqing chuckled softly, reaching into Liu Yahui's arms. With a playful glance, Liu Yahui rose and locked the office door behind them. Then, turning to face Liu Ziqing, she began to unbutton her blouse, one button at a time. Liu Ziqing observed with a calm demeanor, displaying no inclination to intervene. The notion of cousins or siblings was irrelevant to him. What was offered willingly was simply an opportunity. Chapter 5. Arrangements, Part 1. What is the purpose? Outside the foul-smelling alley, a number of police barriers had been erected, enclosing a small area where a multitude of soldiers and officers clad in silver military uniforms stood armed to the teeth, effectively sealing off the scene. Within this site, imbued with the essence of nature, numerous researchers donned in biohazard suits were diligently collecting samples. Zhao Jiuzhou felt a twinge of disdain. He mused that he himself was unperturbed by such filth, yet these individuals treated the matter as if it were poised to unleash mutations at any moment. What a farce! How could mutations occur so readily? There were only a handful of cases reported globally each year. Peering inquisitively into the restricted area, Zhao Jiuzhou ascertained that it was beyond the jurisdiction of the night shift. He then turned to the officer, Mao, who had blocked his path, and spoke rather insolently. You said it yourself. If my salary gets docked, I shall hold you accountable. Fine, hold me accountable. You certainly have an eye for money. The officer waved his hand dismissively, though his demeanor was not entirely unfriendly. Within the vast expanse of the Silver Alliance, which rivaled even the Golden Alliance, the notion of equality was far more than mere rhetoric. Despite the numerous opportunities for manipulation lurking beneath the surface, anyone daring to infringe upon this principle risked losing their standing. In the century that followed the establishment of the Mystical Alliance, the concept of equality had solidified into a shared understanding within the Silver Alliance. This consensus formed the very foundation of their social order. Thus, those who undermine such foundations inevitably face dire consequences, unless one belongs to a privileged lineage like Liu Ziqing. Of course, individuals of Liu Ziqing's ilk, should they dare to act so brazenly, would also meet their downfall, potentially losing their public positions, as their elders would not hesitate to impose consequences. Otherwise, they could easily become pawns in the hands of others. However, individuals like Liu Ziqing could live without ever working a day in their lives, enjoying a standard of living infinitely superior to that of someone like Zhao Jiuzhou. In Zhao Jiuzhou's eyes, such a downfall could hardly be considered a true demise. It was merely a voluntary relinquishment of one's right to work, akin to starting a retirement of luxury 50 years ahead of the average person. Deep down, Zhao Jiuzhou harbored an intense longing for such a life. He often wished he had been mistakenly switched at birth, with his true father being the current leader, Marxi. Regrettably, upon the passing of his father, when he went to claim the body and underwent DNA testing, the results confirmed that old Zhao was indeed his biological father, shattering his fantasies of being the son of the leader. In a single day, he lost both his only family member and his greatest dream, a devastating blow for a mere 14-year-old. Had it not been for the generous compensation of $50,000 from the Black Tiger Ridge Branch's casualty department, his life would have spiraled into despair. Damn it. Money isn't everything. What truly matters? It seemed that Zhao Jiuzhou could never engage in a civil conversation with someone in a position of authority. With a mouth full of impure words and a mind discreetly noting the officer's military ID number, he promptly turned on his heel and left. 3 levels, 2 tier 3s. The researcher lifted an instrument in front of Mao, waving it slightly. If a level 3 alert were to be issued tonight, it would escalate to a level 4, leading to a city lockdown. Surely not. Mao glanced around. The surroundings were already illuminated as if it were daytime by the high-powered searchlights brought by their squad. Should the danger level rise to 4, it would signify the emergence of ferocious beasts. It is easy to say that within the Alliance's territory, where skilled warriors abound, confronting a mere handful of monsters would be a trivial task. However, if this were to occur in the Golden Alliance, one could wait for the beasts to claim a few dozen innocent lives before reveling in the hunt. Yet, in the capital city, even a handful of casualties would compel the leader of the capital to issue an apology. Moreover, at the lower echelons of the sects, even the leader of the Black Mountain faction might be stripped of his position. A especially now, during the global Demon Hunter World Cup. Such an incident would provide a golden opportunity for the Golden Alliance to relish in mischief. Ermauer raised his hand to check the time. It was just before 10 in the evening. There were still a full 10 hours until dawn. This night felt interminably long. Heighten the vigilance, he commanded. No one wished for a city lockdown. Whether officials or common folk, everyone aimed to lead their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently witnessing the quarterfinals of the individual demon hunting competition at this World Cup. In the footage, two competitors have entered the competition's chamber. Stepping out from the cramped sentry post, Zhao Jiuzhou found himself in a world that suddenly seemed expansive. Ahead of him, a massive screen broadcasted the World Cup match live. His previous post was located in the warehouse area of the Black Tiger Ridge sub-branch, which naturally housed few residents, resulting in a nearly deserted street. However, emerging from this warehouse zone, across the river, lay the bustling commercial street of Black Tiger Ridge. This place was quite lively. The commercial street stretched for over 1,000 meters, with brightly lit storefronts reflecting the shimmering river water. The thoroughfare was teeming with an unending stream of visitors, some riding horses, others leading tamed spirit beasts, and a few brave souls driving cars, alongside individuals like Zhao Jiuzhou, who were wealthy yet discreet. Each shop was experiencing a surge in business due to the Demon Hunter World Cup, far exceeding the usual activity for this time of year. Many visitors appeared to be affluent outsiders from the Golden Alliance, each more than willing to spend without a thought for bargaining. The merchants on this side of Black Tiger Ridge were practically raking in profits these days. Preying on the naive outsiders was indeed several hundred times easier than targeting the impoverished within the alliance. Zhao Jiuzhou, standing across the 20-meter-wide moat, listened to the laughter and cheer from the opposite bank while gazing at the giant screen broadcasting the match, leisurely making his way home. As he walked, he could also enjoy the game. Only in such outdoor settings could one watch a match without restrictions on viewing time. Thus, thanks to this regulation, children from ordinary families, during their study period, generally performed well academically as long as they possessed adequate intelligence, as there is truly no environment conducive to idleness. Each day concludes with a mere 40 minutes of screen time, leaving one to either immerse oneself in literature or succumb to slumber. In his youth, Zhao Jiuzhou often found himself drifting into sleep while clutching his textbooks. As for automobiles, they remained somewhat distant from Zhao Jiuzhou's experiences, rendering him devoid of any first-hand understanding. He is merely aware that, within the confines of a vehicle, prolonged stays can lead to unforeseen complications. Chapter 6, Arranging for Him, Part 2, Several decades ago. Approximately 4 to 5 decades past, the Silver Alliance boasted a considerable number of automobiles, as mystical talismans could mitigate the likelihood of certain accidents. However, in recent years, following the disastrous reception of mystical practices, the production of such talismans has naturally diminished. Consequently, the automotive industry within the Silver Alliance has plummeted. Numerous automobile manufacturers, which had flourished for years, have either shuttered their doors or ceased production entirely. Presently, only 2 large automobile manufacturers remain in existence worldwide. One is the Silver Automobile Factory, situated within the city of State, which continues to produce a limited number of large vehicles primarily sustained by orders from the Silver military. The other is the Zhuke Automobile Factory located to the south of the Silver Alliance, within the territory of its ally, the Zhuke Alliance. Interestingly, most orders for the Zhuke factory originate from the Golden Alliance. The individuals from the Golden Alliance, who openly deride mystical practices, simultaneously utilize talismans and actively advance their own automotive technologies. Their audacity is astonishing. Many unemployed automotive engineers from the Silver Alliance, faced with starvation, have sought employment in the Golden Alliance, only to be labeled as traitors by the lower echelons of the Silver Alliance. In the pursuit of sustenance, they find themselves caught between 2 worlds. Upon arriving in the Golden Alliance, their circumstances do not appear to improve significantly. Compensation is lower than what they received in the Silver Alliance, and working hours have extended considerably. Ultimately, the Golden Alliance remains averse to any energy forms other than spiritual energy, rendering any substantial growth in the automotive sector improbable. At best, the industry serves as a mere amusement for a select few affluent individuals in the Golden Alliance. It seems that liberation for the automotive industry may only arrive on the day the mystical conflict concludes, likely resulting in the complete repudiation of mystical practices, with the world being dominated by the esoteric concepts forcefully created by the Golden Alliance. Either these technologies will be entirely forsaken, or a global reconciliation will occur, granting the automotive industry a modicum of breathing space. However, this may be the extent of it. By the way, the term esoteric refers to all demon hunting skills that fall outside of mystical practices, an exceedingly shameless concept. As if the entire world's demon hunting skills were exclusively developed by the Golden Alliance. Such is the nature of alliances, devoid of shame. At the tender age of 17, Zhao Jiuzhou has become quite indifferent to such matters. After all, it is merely a matter of seizing benefits. There is no shame in that. He remains unconcerned about which side he aligns with. In the future, as long as he possesses sufficient leverage, he will undoubtedly gravitate towards whichever side offers the most advantages. The adage "the one who provides milk is the true mother" has been a principle he has understood since childhood. In contrast to his repeated failures in recognizing paternal figures, Zhao Jiuzhou has indeed acknowledged numerous maternal figures, having been nurtured on the milk of many families. His life achievements, upon reflection, are truly remarkable. As he contemplates this, he traverses the grand bridge connecting the two banks. In the distance, the voice of the host from the colossal screen suddenly escalates in intensity. Beneath the corner ahead, Suzhen concealed a grotesque-faced venomous spider, a creature adept at lurking in shadows. Prior to the commencement of today's competition, all monsters in the chamber had been deprived of sustenance for at least 3 days, resulting in an exceptionally high level of danger. Should Suzhen fail to detect its presence in time, the consequences could be dire. Let us examine the spiritual attributes of this contestant. The live broadcast displayed Suzhen's 5 fundamental statistics. Zhao Jiuzhou looked up, filled with envy. With a spiritual strike power of 18, spiritual ability of 44, spiritual resistance of 8, spiritual perception of 6, and spiritual energy of 2, it was evident that he was a remarkably well-rounded contestant, primarily skilled in exterminating monsters. Moreover, his awakened abilities were equally comprehensive, featuring 4 skills that encompassed displacement, control, damage output, and explosive power. Currently, this contestant, due to his handsome appearance, garnered considerable admiration from the female audience. Is he not akin to me? Zhao Jiuzhou mused shamelessly as he stood still. He then observed the screen. Noting Suzhen drawing nearer to the lurking creature, seemingly unaware of its presence, his movements audacious. The commentary grew tense, exhilarated, and anticipant. Suzhen served as the vice-captain and secondary attacker of the Wanhao demon hunting team, while also fulfilling the role of tactical strategist, proving to be remarkably talented at such a young age. The scene shifted to the moment he thrust open the door, tossing in a flashlight. Scanning the ceiling to confirm the surroundings were secure. However, what about beneath his feet? Just as the thought crossed his mind, Suzhen rounded the corner, and the floorboard beneath him suddenly splintered. A dark purple, robust spider leg, akin to a nail, swiftly pierced through the sole of Suzhen's foot, the sharp tip of the monster's appendage emerging from the top of his foot. In the blink of an eye, his entire foot was impaled. Across the street, countless young girls shrieked in terror. In the footage, Suzhen quickly activated a skill, retreating a dozen meters away, promptly pressing the disqualification switch. In that instant, a throng of staff members rushed in, unleashing a flurry of skills that, within mere seconds, reduced the hapless monster to a lifeless husk. It had not even enjoyed a hearty meal in its lifetime. How cruel. Zhao Jiuzhou was uncertain whether he referred to the human or the creature. Nonetheless, watching Suzhen being carried away by the medical team brought him a peculiar sense of joy. This had nothing to do with whether the young ladies favored Suzhen, but rather stemmed from his disdain for those who approached their tasks so carelessly. Was it truly so difficult to assess the danger? What use were those abundant points bestowed upon you? Wasn't your spiritual strike power alone several times greater than the sum of all my attributes? How arrogant. You deserve this. Bah, I am not envious in the slightest. I merely condemn your lackadaisical approach to work. Zhao Jiuzhou muttered to himself, unwittingly wandering down the street. At that moment, on the live broadcast screen, with Suzhen's disqualification, the competition came to an end. The scene shifted once more, revealing an advertisement. Do you wish to understand the feeling of love? The newly crowned national goddess, Louis Fei, held an intelligence tax product in her hand. Her gaze infused with an alluring charm. Zhao Jiuzhou and the men of all ages present gazed upwards at the girl, affectionately referred to as Fairy Lu, unable to resist diverting their eyes for a moment. Remarkably, this girl is merely 17, having only just participated in the entrance examination this year. Yet, how is it that she has developed so splendidly? Observe her bosom. Goodness. And her waist. My word. And her figure. How can anyone withstand such allure? Zhao Jiuzhou's gaze lingered on the colossal screen displaying Lu Yifei's form, scanning her from top to bottom. The tourists below erupted in admiration. The girls looked upon Lu Yifei's visage with envy, while the boys, captivated by her swaying form, felt a rush of shyness. Zhao Jiuzhou, entranced by Lu Yifei's beauty and physique, found himself harboring impure thoughts. His throat tightened, and his eyes nearly bulged. Alas, the advertisement lasted but 30 seconds. The breathtaking visage of the fairy was fleeting. Why, oh why, can't the advertisement run for 30 minutes? I would gladly watch the entire video quota for her. Sigh. Zhao Jiuzhou let out a deep sigh of disappointment, then, after a few seconds, his thoughts turned bitter. Curse it. If it weren't for that wretched woman, Lu Yahui, he would have secured his place in school this year. He could have seen Lu Yifei in person at the academic institute, perhaps even shared a moment with her. Who can say what could have transpired without trying? Now, it seems utterly impossible. Without entry to the academic institute, he would be condemned to a life as a lowly worker, forever a man unworthy of Lu Yifei. Damn it, Yifei, it's all that fool's fault. You've squandered the chance to share your life with me. Zhao Jiuzhou appeared oblivious to the concepts of status and propriety, daring to entertain thoughts of Lu Yifei. Meanwhile, in Lu Ziqing's office, Lu Yahui was breathlessly rising from Lu Ziqing's lap. Lu Ziqing received an internal message, and upon reading it, his expression subtly shifted. What's wrong? Lu Yahui inquired, her body bare, puzzled. Lu Ziqing silently handed his phone to her. As Lu Yahui glanced at the screen, her demeanor changed as well. The location of tonight's incident had been identified. The second monster that perished had an 86% probability of being the night owl. So, that Zhao Jiuzhou truly defeated a level 3 phantom body with a single punch? Is he a monster? Lu Yahui gazed at her cousin in astonishment. Brother. Ah. Lu Yahui let out a joyous shriek. The office chairs creaked and swayed. The atmosphere charged with urgency and intensity. Chapter 7. In truth, I possess numerous virtues. Zhao Jiuzhou produced his room card and swiped it at the community's first security gate. He then waved to the diligent guards who manned their posts daily. The tempered glass door of the transparent perimeter slowly creaked open. To his astonishment, he realized there would come a day when he, too, would achieve a blue bar of emptiness. Had he acted even a fraction of a second slower just moments ago, it would not have been a monster lying at the scene awaiting collection, but rather himself. And what of Wei Mianzi? Surely he would have perished alongside him. In truth, that old fellow was the one truly fortunate, having been on duty with him. What on earth had he done just now? Merely thrown a punch. And yet the force behind it was overwhelmingly potent. It occurred to Zhao Jiuzhou that despite his remarkable prowess, unparalleled talent, and striking handsomeness, he was merely a tad more exceptional than a mediocre demon hunter, an attractive demon slayer with a spirit strike power of merely 2 points. Why then? Was his punch so formidable? Could it be that he had, in that fleeting moment, awakened a skill? Perhaps he had unlocked the legendary technique of severing a monster's head with a single blow? Zhao Jiuzhou's imagination knew no bounds. Within the span of an hour, he oscillated between aspirations of seizing the position of leader and coveting Lu Yifei's form, while simultaneously contemplating his potential to become the world's foremost master. Logically speaking, to be the greatest martial artist seemed only fitting. After all, without such capability, how could one aspire to lead? And if one could not lead, how could one pursue Lu Yifei? In Zhao Jiuzhou's remarkably straightforward thought process, this chain of logic resembled a universal truth. However, whether he could truly ascend to become the world's greatest master would require a visit to the Demon Hunter Association for verification. Should he indeed possess the legendary skill of dispatching monsters with a single strike, then perhaps he might have a chance of winning Lu Yifei's affection. Yes, that was precisely it. Mastery was merely a means to the end of leadership, and leadership was a pathway to Lu Yifei. Thus, skipping intermediary steps ultimately led back to Lu Yifei. What significance did the title of leader hold if it did not lead to Lu Yifei? Such simplicity. The youth's journey through life was thus rendered so unadulterated. As Zhao Jiuzhou contemplated skills, Lu Yifei, and Lu Yifei again, his thoughts inevitably drifted toward matters pertaining to abilities. All demon hunters, upon reaching adulthood, would awaken their skills. Approximately 70% of them would awaken only once in their lifetime, resulting in but a single skill. Conversely, those exceptional individuals capable of participating in the Demon Hunter World Cup generally possessed at least 3 skills. Otherwise, they would stand little chance of survival. The demon hunter known to possess the most skills in the world was Tang Wei, boasting an impressive 6 skills. Zhao Jiuzhou often questioned whether this individual's blue bar was sufficient, assuming one had even a single point of blue. Each skill consumed 1 point upon use. In a scenario where besieged by monsters, one would be better off wielding a submachine gun, accompanied by 2,000 rounds of ammunition and several grenades. In a critical moment, one could even resort to a self-termination. As for skills, truth be told, they were merely a spectacle to behold. The first shot missed its mark, and before a second could be fired, the monster struck him down. Alternatively, a skilled hunter might slay the creature with that very first shot. It is straightforward and unembellished, devoid of the ostentation often associated with the Demon Hunter World Cup, at least in the eyes of Zhao Jiuzhou, who perceives such flair as mere extravagance. Moreover, Tang Wei possesses 6 innate skills. Even if he were to indulge in flamboyance, he would exhaust his resources after merely 20 uses of each. How many monsters could he possibly vanquish under such circumstances? Furthermore, the specifics of Tang Wei's spiritual abilities remain classified. It is uncertain whether he possesses even a modicum of talent. Zhao Jiuzhou suspects he does not, and he secretly wishes for Tang Wei's resources to be as limited as possible. He has little patience for unnecessary ostentation. Indeed, he harbors no envy whatsoever. Such is the generous spirit of youth within Zhao Jiuzhou. Internally, he muttered anxiously, setting his aspirations on surpassing both the leader and Lui Fei, while simultaneously comparing himself to Tang Wei. Unknowingly, he ventured deeper into the community, passing through 2 symbolic gates. As the ambient sounds grew louder, the community, after 10 o'clock at night, resembled the bustling commercial streets outside, brimming with life. Essentially, this community functions as a self-contained city. Within its towering walls, housing tens or hundreds of thousands, one finds all the essential facilities for daily living, including even an arms factory. The community gates open and close multiple times each day, primarily to receive supplies and dispose of waste, for it is the night that harbors the greatest dangers in this world. More than 99% of monsters emerge and roam only after dusk. When sunlight graces the exterior, many creatures hesitate to stir. Zhao Jiuzhou has long pondered how people from ancient times managed to survive. This question also plagues many scholars like him, innately curious about this world. Yet, to this day, no one has provided a satisfactory answer. It remains unclear when monsters first appeared or what their origins and true nature might be. For centuries, only hypotheses and conjectures have circulated. Ultimately, society has grown indifferent to these mysteries. After all, monsters and crystal cores coexist, dangerous yet immensely valuable. Take, for instance, the Golden Alliance, which incessantly proclaims its intention to usher in a wondrous new world for humanity by eradicating monsters from the planet while simultaneously intensifying research to develop new types of safe and highly productive monsters, those that are weak in combat, yet possess superior crystal core quality. However, the outcome is predictably fruitless. If they were truly able to create such beings, they would not need to deploy vast armies to circle perilous areas across the globe, asserting sovereignty and ownership. These perilous zones refer to regions abundant with monsters, essentially mining sites. Just as coal has coal mines and iron has iron mines, monsters have their own monster mines. They are fraught with danger but harbor boundless wealth. In summation, the Golden Alliance's approach can be distilled into 8 words. I seek profit, you risk your life. To venture into the realm of mining is indeed permissible, yet one must first remit a fee for the use of the premises. However, the fruits of one's labor shall be subject to a 50 levy. Those who can acquiesce to these terms are welcomed. Those who cannot are urged to depart. The approach is unapologetically assertive. Initially, such an arrangement was met with considerable resistance, culminating in 3 cataclysmic world wars. In the aftermath of these conflicts, the global order was irrevocably reshaped alongside the mining territories. The Golden Alliance, leveraging its sheer numbers and technological prowess, demonstrated resilience in combating adversaries, ultimately overpowering hundreds of other alliances. As defeat loomed and insults proved futile, the majority of independent alliances capitulated, bowing to the Golden Alliance and becoming their subservient allies. The demon-hunting factions and smaller teams, in a bid to survive, found themselves at the mercy of the Golden Alliance. Only the Silver Reward Alliance managed to unite a small faction, extracting a modest share from the Golden Alliance. Paradoxically, Within the numerous monster mining zones controlled by the Golden Alliance, their most substantial client happened to be their fiercest rival, the Silver Army of the Silver Reward Alliance. Viewed from the perspective of the common folk within the Silver Alliance, this reality is undeniably humiliating. Yet, faced with insurmountable odds, what recourse remains? The prowess of the Golden Alliance is undeniable. As Zhao Jiuzhou pushed open the door to a convenience store, he overheard the staff lamenting their fate. The Golden Alliance is formidable. The Golden Alliance is remarkable. The Golden Alliance is akin to a parental figure. Alas, what folly! Did they even compensate you? Must you exalt them so? If one is to extol their virtues, one ought to wait until remuneration is secured. Is your soul truly so inexpensive? I demand at least 300 a month to consider selling out my leader. A minimum of 10 a day, not a penny less. Zhao Jiuzhou disdainfully surveyed the convenience store's interior. Meanwhile, the screen displayed the World Cup team matches, where the Golden Alliance appeared to be sweeping through their opponents. Having secured first place in the group stage ahead of schedule, as the final matches of the group stage approach, the anticipation for the knockout rounds heightens. Yet there is a tinge of regret. After years of preparation, the window for profit is fleeting. One wonders how much the Silver Reward Alliance managed to sell the broadcasting rights for. Zhao Jiuzhou found himself preoccupied with the Alliance's affairs as he grabbed a basket to shop. He was tasked with procuring nightly sustenance for the team. Typically, this comprised 2 meat buns and a small bottle of milk, satisfactory but insufficient for true satiation. With a monthly salary of 800, after deductions for pensions and insurance, he was left with a meager 400, just enough to stave off hunger. Fortunately, due to advancements in technology, the yield of starchy crops is high, rendering staples and beef quite affordable, though vegetables and fruits present a more significant financial burden. However, abstaining from them is not an option. Short-term neglect leads to constipation, while long-term avoidance may result in ailments such as athlete's foot or scurvy. The hospital can provide treatment, but the burden of medical expenses weighs heavily, and the prospect of wage deductions for taking leave ensnares one in an unending cycle of despair. In a brief moment, Zhao Jiuzhou selected an array of inexpensive items and proceeded to the checkout. The cashier, a sweet and charming young lady, caught Zhao's gaze, prompting him to admire her beauty a moment longer. Sensing the sincerity in his eyes, she sniffed the air and inquired, "What fragrance lingers about you?" Zhao replied gravely, "It is the scent of battle. I vanquished 2 level 3 monsters this evening. Is that so remarkable?" She responded, astonished. Others in the vicinity turned their attention to Zhao, their expressions reflecting deep respect. "Are you a legendary monster hunter?" "That is soon to be the case. And your current status is?" "Bronze." The smile that had adorned the young lady's face gradually faded. While she could tolerate braggadocio, being so openly treated as a fool was intolerable. Silently, she bagged the items and handed them to Zhao, softly saying, "Leave." "In truth, I possess many admirable qualities." She maintained her gentle demeanor, replying, "Leave." In this world, whether within the Silver or Gold Alliance, though rarely spoken of, it is undeniable that beautiful women remain one of the most cherished resources, second only to crystal cores. Within the Silver Alliance, any attractive woman, should she desire, can certainly marry a man of status, one who ranks above the inner disciples. Some women, upon realizing their worth, even set their sights on the level of steward. As for someone like Zhao Jiuzhou, merely having a wife would be considered a triumph. Most of his kind are, in truth, doomed to a life of desolation, with few willing to forge any relationship with those who may not see their 40th year. Chapter 8. The Gift of Failure, Part 1. The residence of Zhao Jiuzhou, like every apartment in the 3 communities of Haihuling, possesses no distinctive features. Entering through the entrance of a certain cluster within the community, one is greeted by rows of buildings that appear remarkably similar, were it not for the building numbers. The differing greenery between adjacent structures and the small squares serving as distinguishing markers, a newcomer would undoubtedly find themselves lost in mere moments. Between the buildings lies the world's lifeblood, the crystal energy converters, or simply, crystal devices. Each converter is perpetually filled with an array of colorful phantom biological crystal nuclei, referred to as crystal cores. Some pretentious literary youths whimsically dub them as the hearts or tears of monsters, a rather affected but seemingly apt description. The crystal energy that powers the globe is directly output from machines like these, channeling into tools capable of harnessing this energy, thus bringing vitality and illumination to the human realm. The rewards garnered from vanquishing monsters serve as the very foundation of humanity's industry. In recent years, particularly over the last century, the models of crystal energy converters have proliferated and become increasingly sophisticated, reflecting the evolution of global dynamics and technological prowess. The smallest converters can fit into a palm-sized smartphone and can even be integrated into weaponry. Consequently, weapons that once existed solely in the realm of cold steel now possess the capabilities of firearms. For instance, as a blade plunges into a monster's abdomen, it can simultaneously unleash elemental effects, flames, frost, lightning, secondary cuts, explosions, and the like, derived from the crystal cores. In contrast, previous demon hunters had to exert efforts many times greater than the average person to achieve any semblance of success. The status of advanced demon hunters is gradually being eclipsed by the emergence of new nuclear energy technologies. For ordinary individuals, this evolution is undoubtedly a boon. However, from the perspective of a demon hunter, this societal progression is less favorable. The practitioners of arcane arts are on the brink of obsolescence. Will there come a day when demon hunters too are relegated to the annals of history? As Zhao Jiazhou traversed the space between buildings, observing the incessantly flickering crystal cores within the converters and the countless energy lines neatly grafted into households, he felt an unexpected complexity of emotions. He is both a demon hunter and an ordinary person. Yet, as a demon hunter, he lacks the privilege to indulge in the lifestyle typically afforded to his kind. Conversely, if he were to regard himself as merely an ordinary individual, a sense of discontent would arise within him, for he yearns to be different, to stand out, to become a leader, to share a life with Louis Fei. Thus, if a day were to dawn where the world declared a cessation of the need for demon hunters, his dreams and aspirations would inevitably shatter alongside that announcement. Where lies the direction of his life? How should he navigate the days to come? For one who harbors no hope for the future, how do they differ from the thoughtless phantom creatures? The distinction is wholly non-existent, merely a wandering corpse. I long to dream of Louis Fei. Zhao Jiazhou, clutching a bag, suddenly bellowed in the residential area. I too wish to dream. I adore Fei. I adore Fei. I yearn to lift her up. Damn it. Violence sordid. Ugh. Zhao Jiazhou's displeasure flared, and he vehemently denounced, spitting on the ground as he turned into a small building. The motion sensor light in the hallway instantly illuminated with the sound of his spit. Although these buildings had aged, they remained sturdy, with various pipes regularly repaired and replaced, and the structures frequently refurbished. Whether it be energy lines, sewage systems, or the seldom-used communication lines within residences, the Silver Alliance always placed great emphasis on these matters. Among the 108 halls of the Alliance, there exists a dedicated hall solely for managing building pipelines. Tasked with this particular business, the hall master, who dealt daily with sewers and cesspools, even ranked relatively high, seemingly within the top 50. Thus, issues concerning building pipelines were of paramount importance. Moreover, to elaborate further, were it not for the Silver Alliance's safety net, ordinary citizens would never experience such a secure existence. In contrast, over in the Golden Alliance, the impoverished could only huddle together on the curbs. In that scenario, during moments of upheaval, it would be far easier to flee. Consequently, to discern whether someone was destitute, one merely needed to observe the quantity of belongings they carried. The more items one bore, the greater the likelihood of being impoverished, for only the destitute would need to transport their entire fortune wherever they went. Unlike Zhao Jiazhou and his companions, who, though impoverished, could maintain a fade of denial, leaving others largely oblivious to their plight. Beep. With a swipe of his room card, the steel door, forged from 3 layers of metal, gradually opened, and the lights within flickered to life. However, in recent years, the talismans had only been issued once annually, and in limited quantities. Most people merely used them for origami, finding them uncomfortable even for personal hygiene. Zhao Jiazhou stepped into the room, where the space felt desolate. In the entryway's living room, aside from a sofa, there remained only a coffee table and a screen mounted on the wall. He carried the bag into the small kitchen adjacent to the living area. The kitchen, too, was empty, containing only a kettle for boiling water and a cup designated for his personal use. Aside from that, there was merely a bowl in the cupboard and a pair of chopsticks. And then, Zhao Jiazhou reached out and opened the refrigerator door. Inside, it was barren, save for 2 bottles of purified water. He pulled out the bread and jerky from his bag, methodically placing them within the refrigerator. These food items typically boasted a shelf life of over 2 years, as the supermarket only sold goods produced within the previous month, alleviating any concerns regarding expiration. Soon, the refrigerator was filled to more than half capacity. The screen on the wall automatically activated, and in the upper right corner, a countdown timer began ominously ticking down from 40 minutes. Search, Louis Fei, twerking video. Zhao Jiuzhou shamelessly uttered these words with remarkable nonchalance. The screen, equally devoid of shame, promptly provided the corresponding resources. The house is devoid of life, and it shall remain so forever. Zhao Jiuzhou need not concern himself with such matters. Even when old Zhao was still around, there were certain things he had witnessed numerous times. In this society, the psychological burden on every individual is immense. There are actions forbidden by law, yet mere observation is often tacitly permitted. Every moment of every day, there are always eyes watching. It is impossible to apprehend everyone. Do you wish to know the essence of love? On the screen, Louis Fei begins to sway alluringly. Zhao Jiuzhou tears open the bread's packaging and opens a drink, indulging himself while repeatedly watching Louis Fei's advertisement. This girl has only debuted for half a year. Yet Zhao Jiuzhou feels as though he has fallen deeply in love with her. Damn, it's simply enchanting, isn't it? In the vast silence of the room, the only movement comes from Louis Fei's graceful figure on the screen, accompanied by her voice. Suddenly, Zhao Jiuzhou feels an insatiable hunger. He swiftly bites and swallows his food, devouring the bread that usually takes him a good 10 minutes in just 4 or 5, unknowingly finishing it all. He then tears open a bag of jerky, chewing voraciously, each bite of jerky followed by a gulp of soda, and before long, both are entirely consumed. What the hell have I mutated? Zhao Jiuzhou unabashedly utters the term that many prefer to avoid. Mutation refers to the process and result of a living person transforming into a spectral entity. The process may, in certain circumstances, be reversible, but the outcome is undeniably irreversible. Each year, similar occurrences transpire worldwide, yet the precise causes remain, much like the monsters themselves, shrouded in hypotheses and conjectures. No one can definitively explain the nature of this phenomenon. Tossing aside the empty bag, Zhao Jiuzhou, feeling restless, hastens to the bathroom. However, upon entering, he suddenly remembers and promptly retreats. The bathroom mirror is covered at night, rendering it unusable. He must pass through the vacant bedroom that once belonged to his parents to reach his own small room, where he retrieves a tiny mirror from the drawer. Under the warm glow of the room's lighting, he examines his unremarkable face closely. Damn, I look remarkably handsome. Splendid. No mutation, this is his home. 75 square meters. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a balcony accessible solely through his deceased parents' room. The door to old Zhao's room has been sealed by the community management. Within old Zhao's room, all possessions have been completely cleared away. It is not that the community is irrational, rather, it is part of the rules. When someone passes away in a home, all belongings must be disposed of. Even if one wishes to retain a few items, only a select few may be stored in a public area. This was the case when Zhao Jiuzhou's mother passed away, and similarly when old Zhao departed. Zhao Jiuzhou has lived in this house for over a decade. And when his belongings were removed for the first time, he was merely a child, nestled in an Annie's embrace, blissfully unaware. Yet, as Lao Zhao departed, he began to fathom the essence of what his emotions must have been like when his mother passed away. It was as if a fragment of his very soul had been irrevocably extracted. Thus, only his chest and posterior remained as eternal vessels of solace. Zhao Jiuzhou found himself endlessly captivated by Louis Fei. The sight of her swaying form allowed him to cast aside the burdens of the past. Lu, the celestial being, was indeed an angel sent to rescue the souls of the living. In the depths of his heart, Zhao Jiuzhou silently wished to share a moment of intimacy with this heavenly creature. The 40 minutes of bliss swiftly came to an end as time elapsed. Once the bedroom door was shut, the lights in the living room, kitchen, and bathroom remained aglow. Even in the room where Lao Zhao once resided, the balcony basked in the same brilliant illumination. For the sake of safety, the minor economic loss was entirely acceptable. Moreover, the crystal core was a renewable resource. Should the community face a scarcity of it, the residents would celebrate, for that would signify a decline in the number of monsters, heralding the arrival of absolute safety. Chapter 9, The Gift of Failure, Part 2. Alas, Ifei, my life is utterly devoid of excitement. Zhao Jiuzhou flopped onto his bed, feeling an immediate sense of aimlessness. Apart from indulging in the fleeting pleasures of idle chatter, he found himself merely gazing about with wide eyes. The decor of the bedroom was quite austere, consisting solely of a bed that left no space beneath it, a wardrobe devoid of doors, and a modest set of table and chairs. The only aspect of this arrangement that could be conveniently ignored was the drawer accompanying the table. This drawer was of no concern. It was a conclusion, reached over centuries of experience, that boasted a remarkable accuracy of 99,999, derived from the misfortunes encountered with various cabinets and bed frames. Within Zhao Jiuzhou's drawer lay merely a small mirror and his personal credentials, which he seldom opened throughout the year, ensuring their safety. In his moment of utter boredom, he resorted to retrieving a volume of his elementary school texts from the bedside. Having spent 9 years in primary education, he had once possessed a considerable collection of textbooks. Logically, with the entrance examinations now concluded, he ought to dispose of these relics. Yet, this was an act of defiance. Thus, he refused to part with them. He was intent on inflicting self-harm, a form of retribution against society. Cursing under his breath, he set aside the textbook and surveyed the unchanged scene before him over the past decade. He thought bitterly that, had it not been for that wretched woman, he would have vacated this room long ago, relocating to the student dormitories of the academy. But what was the reality now? He remained ensnared in this ill-suited abode, bearing certain burdens that should not be his to shoulder. According to the regulations of the Silver Alliance, the living space allocated to each household should correspond precisely with the number of residents. Larger families were entitled to more spacious accommodations, while smaller ones were relegated to single apartments. Thus, upon the passing of old Zhao, he should have moved to a more appropriate single-room dormitory rather than confronting the vast emptiness of this large house alone. However, the inefficiency of the community management had left him lingering in this place for 3 years following old Zhao's demise. Throughout this protracted period, aside from the monthly provision of living expenses, the community office had never inquired whether he had encountered any peculiar happenings during the night. At times, Zhao Jiuzhou pondered if the community subtly wished for his early demise. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, if he were to pass away, his household registration quota would be vacated. The value of such a quota was only truly understood upon witnessing the struggles faced by ordinary people elsewhere, where it became evident that such a privilege could not simply be purchased with money. It largely depended on one's fortunate birth. Yet, should certain unfilial offspring wish to sell it, surely it could not fetch a price lower than the compensation awarded for old Zhao's passing? Contemplating this, Zhao Jiuzhou could not help but retrieve his phone to check his personal account balance. 136 yuan. 50,000 represented old Zhao's death benefit, while 100,000 was the sum old Zhao had saved for him to wed. The remaining 136 yuan was the meager surplus he had managed to save over the past few years, not through deliberate frugality, but simply because a child who avoids extravagant spending can still glean some excess from the living allowance provided by the community. I find myself astonishingly affluent, having amassed a crystal core. Old Zhao, may he rest in peace, Zhao Jiuzhou muttered to himself, logging out of his account and retrieving that horrifying posthumous photograph of old Zhao from his phone. Half of his body was gone, and his brain had been entirely extracted. What sort of monster could consume so meticulously? He gazed at the photograph without a hint of fear, his mind still able to critique. Regardless, this was the sole remnant of his parents he could cling to. The overhead light flickered slightly. Zhao Jiuzhou furrowed his brow, his body tensing momentarily before he tilted his head to look at the light, extending his middle finger towards it. The flickering light immediately returned to normal. Yet, Zhao Jiuzhou remained pointing for at least 2 or 3 minutes, and upon noticing no peculiar occurrences, he finally exhaled with slight relief. Curse it. I almost let that little darling scare me to death. In fact, to address situations like Zhao Jiuzhou's, the State Council had enacted relevant regulations 30 years prior. Those living alone were mandated to keep at least 2 spirit beasts for companionship to prevent mental or psychological issues that might lead to even worse outcomes. However, the community had not informed Zhao Jiuzhou, and thus he had not acquired any. Of course, it was also due to Zhao Jiuzhou's own lack of inclination in that regard. A conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. It is undoubtedly those affluent individuals, attempting to thwart ordinary families from gaining admission to the academic institutions through underhanded tactics. Why else would only the State Council impose such a requirement? Why do the other 8 states not have such draconian demands? Is it because of poverty? Perhaps. But I shall not be swayed. I firmly believe it is nonsense. I refuse to purchase, unless you gift me one for free. The moment this thought crossed his mind, it was as if inspiration struck him. Just outside his door, a sudden ding-dong echoed. Who could it be? Zhao Jiuzhou pressed the intercom by his bedside. A community staff member stood outside his door, holding a box, and lethargically stated, Are you Zhao Jiuzhou? Yes, why? Zhao Jiuzhou replied, his demeanor defensive as if guarding against a thief. The staff member said, I have a gift for those who did not pass. What gift? A gift for those who did not pass. The staff member replied, exasperated. You don't know what a gift for those who did not pass is? Of course, I know what it is. I meant to ask, what specifically is the gift? How would I know what it is? It's randomly distributed. It could very well be a pile of dung. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll be leaving. The staff member's service attitude was exceptionally poor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiuzhou felt reassured. He quickly leaped from his bed, dashed outside, and flung open the door, eager to seize the opportunity. Give it to me. He took the box from the staff member's sour-faced hands and promptly signed for it. Then he hurriedly shut the door, unable to contain his excitement as he opened the community's warm gift box. With a rustle, he tore through the outer packaging and slowly lifted the lid of the box. Within the confines of the box, a thick layer of hay was spread, atop which lay an egg that appeared utterly unremarkable. He gazed at the egg, his mind initially blank. Soon, however, an involuntary tremor coursed through his body. Not solely due to his lack of clothing, but primarily because who could have anticipated that the community would bestow upon him an egg of a mythical beast? Chapter 10. The Gift for Those Who Did Not Succeed. Part 2. The Gift for Those Who Did Not Succeed is a unique system within the Silver Award Alliance. This system is often referred to as the last warmth of humanity, for ordinary individuals who have failed in their academic pursuits. Society offers little in the way of kindness or understanding. With an acceptance rate of merely 8 each year, the majority of young aspirants face the grim reality of elimination. The distinction lies in the aftermath of this rejection. Due to varying family circumstances, some are fortunate enough to secure formal apprenticeships, while many, like Zhao Jiuzhou, find themselves condemned to a lifetime of temporary work, merely scraping by until death. Only a fortunate few may enter a factory to learn a trade, and with time, may even aspire to permanent employment. However, in this era, positions within the Alliance's enterprises are scarce, and families capable of securing such placements are often already in a position to arrange for apprenticeships, making it more advantageous to seek quieter roles within bureaucratic offices. To mitigate the fallout from these academic failures, the Alliance devised a solution over a century ago: the purchase of peace of mind. This involves distributing gifts to all unsuccessful candidates, intended to soothe their spirits, officially termed the non-academic scholarship. It is commonly known as the gift for those who did not succeed. Yet, due to the persistent imbalance between population and resources, these gifts vary in value. Most unsuccessful candidates receive cash gifts, the amount of which correlates with their exam performance. Those closer to the passing score receive more substantial sums, while those with significantly lower scores may only receive a meager $10. A select few, who are perilously close to the passing mark and are at risk of psychological distress, may be awarded more valuable items, which money cannot readily procure. These may include personally owned psychic weapons and gear, auxiliary psychic tools, or even ethereal beast eggs that an ordinary person could never afford. To prevent exploitation, these more valuable items are meticulously packaged and distributed in a lottery-like fashion to various community administrative departments, where staff members deliver them directly to recipients' homes. During this process, neither the deliverers nor the recipients know the contents of the boxes. Furthermore, anyone daring to open a package prematurely faces consequences that rival those of academic cheating, punishments that even the powerful would find intolerable if exposed. Thus, the loopholes within the system are effectively sealed, as no matter how precious the gift, it holds little value for those in power. To risk one's family's happiness for a trivial gain is undeniably foolish. Consequently, throughout the standard operational procedure, from the examination halls to the sub-branches of the Alliance, no one pays these gifts any mind. They are simply regarded as insignificant. Once the gifts reach the community, individuals must weigh whether it is worth jeopardizing their modest lives for the allure of a few $100s. In contrast to the powerful who may find a way out after committing a transgression, those at the grassroots level, once apprehended, have no room for redemption. Even if they evade capture, the mere addition of several $100,000 to their accounts hardly equates to any substantial improvement in their lives. However, should they be caught, would they abandon their official positions? Thus, over the years, even if gifts are mishandled, the most that occurs is that the courier faces some unfortunate incident during transport, such as a vehicle overturning, catching fire spontaneously, or encountering monstrous creatures on a dark night. As long as the items reach the community smoothly, the risk of embezzlement is virtually non-existent, for the potential rewards do not justify the risks involved. At most, it may resemble the situation in Zhao Jiuzhou's community, where matters are perpetually delayed. A gift that should have been delivered over half a month ago only arrived today. Had Zhao Jiuzhou not been so fortunate tonight, that precious illusory beast egg would have been claimed by the community. Zhao Jiuzhou stared blankly at the egg, suddenly struck by an epiphany. How audacious! This group of scoundrels. It was clearly a deliberate ploy, taking advantage of his absence to procrastinate for days, hoping to resolve the matter only after his demise. An attempt to cut him off? These grassroots scoundrels truly devised a method to exploit the loopholes in the system. I am utterly astounded by your cunning. Returning to his room, he took the illusory beast egg into his hands, finally feeling a sense of calm. His mind began racing with business calculations. The price of an illusory beast egg differs vastly from that of the fully matured creature. In this world, illusory beasts appear unexpectedly in various corners of the city each day. However, those that have already hatched, devoid of human intervention, cannot bond with their owners, and upon capture, they are relegated to pet shops for sale, belonging to whomever purchases them. Illusory beasts under 3 months of age are typically rather foolish, following anyone they encounter. It is only after surpassing 3 months, about 100 days, that they gradually develop intelligence and recognize their owners. Consequently, the shops predominantly sell illusory beast eggs or younglings that have just hatched and are less than 2 months old. Yet, if these younglings remain unsold after 3 months, they are mercilessly discarded into the spirit-refining furnace, where they are incinerated with anguished cries, ultimately transforming into high-purity crystal cores nearing the quality of a level 2 core. Thus, the market value of illusory beasts is roughly equivalent to that of a level 2 crystal core. According to the regulations of the Alliance, single individuals can purchase the first 2 at a significantly reduced price with a single status certificate issued by the community, typically ranging between 20 to 30,000 each. However, upon acquiring the third, the price escalates to at least 300,000. Therefore, if one encounters someone walking 3 or more illusory beasts, it is evident that they hail from a household with at least a steward-level figure and must be quite affluent. Who among ordinary people could afford a third illusory beast? Even if they could, they would be loath to part with such sums. In comparison, illusory beast eggs are even more precious. As their name suggests, illusory beast eggs are those capable of hatching into illusory beasts. The quantity of these eggs is ostensibly substantial. However, most of the time, people can only discover the shells. This is due to their rapid incubation period in the wild, where they seemingly materialize at random in certain locales, only to naturally hatch into spirit beasts within 3 days. Yet, should they be discovered within that time frame, the situation drastically alters. Human demon hunters possess the ability to intervene in the incubation of spirit beast eggs. By infusing a modicum of their own spiritual energy into the egg, the resulting spirit beast will instinctively regard the incubator as kin. Hunters can establish a profound connection with the spirit beasts, sensing their emotions. Some spirit beasts, endowed with heightened intuition, may even serve a purpose akin to that of intelligence operatives. Naturally, such exceptional spirit beasts are exceedingly rare. The majority are relegated to being mere pets. Those that hatch naturally, however, do not possess such traits. Consequently, the market value of spirit beast eggs remains consistently high, with each fetching no less than 500,000. Zhao Jiuzhou never anticipated such fortuitous luck. Given the current circumstances, is he not compelled to sell the egg? After all, he has no need for any trifling spiritual solace. Even if he did, wouldn't it be preferable to seek comfort in the charming presence of Louis Fei? That would cost him nothing. 500,000. Zhao Jiuzhou swallowed hard, clutching the box. Although the Alliance law prohibits private transactions of spirit beast eggs outside designated shops, this regulation applies strictly at the time of the egg's initial appearance. Now, the ownership of this egg unequivocally belongs to him. Thus, selling it at this juncture would surely exempt him from any fear of capture. Selling a failed examination gift has never been a significant matter. Such occurrences are commonplace among the impoverished. Unless someone truly sought to annihilate him by escalating the issue to the sect's higher authorities, even if reported to the main branch, it would likely go unaddressed. However, what influential individual would jeopardize their reputation over an egg, especially one as destitute as he? Zhao Jiuzhou firmly believes that no such lunatic exists in this world. In this very moment, blinded by the prospect of wealth, a jubilant Zhao Jiuzhou genuinely feels that failing to succeed may not be so detrimental after all. To speak honestly, even if he were to gain admission to the academy, graduate from the scholarly institution, and smoothly enter the system should he remain perpetually unfortunate and unable to advance. It is unlikely he would ever amass 500,000 in his lifetime. Yet now, he is on the cusp of obtaining such a sum. Zhao Jiuzhou eagerly retrieved his phone and hastily contacted a store that claimed to purchase spirit beast eggs. Hello. I would like to inquire about your current price for spirit beast eggs. 480,000? Wasn't it 500,000? My egg is a gift for a failed examination, randomly drawn, and of course, it has been opened. 350,000? What the hell? To hell with you. The negotiations collapsed in an instant. Zhao Jiuzhou, feeling a surge of irritation, retrieved the countdown timer for the spirit beast egg from the box. The display indicated there remained approximately 1 days until hatching. Fortunately, time was still on his side. Contemplating his options, he searched on his phone and called another shop. Hello, I wish to sell a spirit beast egg. Would you buy it for 600,000? I found it by the cesspool, near the warehouse area where I work. What? You require inspection and registration before selling? Where do I go for that? The Spirit Beast Inspection Registration Center? The Filong branch of the Heavenly Dragon Guild? A registration fee of 50,000? Oh, near the Black Tiger Ridge branch warehouse. I have a work permit. What? 200,000? You must be joking. Fine. 200,000 will suffice. Will you come to collect it? I can deliver it myself tomorrow. I have to work tomorrow. Can it be done now? What? You are a black market? No business at night? Very well. You are quite impressive. I will take leave tomorrow. Having recently entered society, Zhao Jiuzhou was met with a harsh reality. After a flurry of intense negotiations, he successfully reduced the price by another 100,000. Gritting his teeth in frustration, a text message appeared on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered the address of that unscrupulous establishment. Room at the rear of the second floor, number 15, Huqing Road. Black Tiger Ridge Commercial District. How audacious to set up shop in such a bustling area. Zhao Jiuzhou harbored deep suspicions of a protective underbelly backing them. No. Be confident. There was no room for doubt in situations like this. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and the hungrier he felt. He raided the refrigerator and indulged in a hearty meal. It was astonishing how a person who had just faced off against a slime could possess such an appetite. The waiting time was unbearably long. After satisfying his hunger, Zhao Jiuzhou cradled the spirit beast egg, sitting on his bed and counting down the seconds. From just past 11 at night until nearly 7 in the morning, he witnessed the night gradually recede as dawn approached. As the lights in the room extinguished promptly after 7, he couldn't help but yawn, succumbing to drowsiness. This was typically the time he would be finishing work. However, today felt particularly exhausting. With his eyes gently closing, he drifted off to sleep, his body slowly sinking into an awkward position on the bed while still clutching the egg. Soon after, he began to stir restlessly. Young man, you have arrived? Who are you? Who I am is of little consequence. But do you know who you are? I am Zhao Jiuzhou, the most handsome man in the world. You are utterly ignorant of this world. Damn it, what scores did you achieve in school to dare act so pretentiously in front of me? Go see the world, perceive it, understand it. Still acting tough? Which organization are you from? Ha ha ha. Tonight I delivered a gift. Bullshit. You've already taken it in, don't deny it. I took it in. Who the hell are you cursing? You're the one who eats shit. Your whole family eats shit. That is not mere excrement. It is a gift from fate. Prepare to receive it. A shadowy figure from his dreams suddenly transformed into a radiant beam of white light, hurtling towards Zhao Jiuzhou's face. In the waking world, Zhao Jiuzhou, lying in bed, felt his body tense with sudden intensity, emanating a brilliant glow. Within him, a small white dot flickered to life, swiftly expanding into a myriad of sparkling points, merging with his being. An immense surge of spiritual energy erupted from his body, entwining itself around the packaging of the phantom beast egg in his hands, penetrating through the wrapping and infusing the egg with twinkling ethereal light. The core within the eggshell subsequently radiated a luminous white glow. Ah! Zhao Jiuzhou gasped, sitting upright. In an instant, the room was devoid of all spiritual energy. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he grabbed his phone to check the time. It was 8:30 in the morning. Goodness, that was close. I nearly slept until the afternoon. Thank heavens I had that nightmare. Chapter 11. The rare egg at home. There were only 2 sets of clothing, much like the other belongings. Zhao Jiuzhou quickly washed his face, tossed the freshly laundered clothes into the dryer, and swiftly changed into his remaining outfit. Grabbing his phone and the box containing the illusory beast egg, he nibbled on a piece of bread and dashed out the door. Although he appeared light on his feet, A moment's reflection revealed that he was not much better off than the impoverished souls of the Golden Alliance. Even if calamity struck his home, his loss would be minimal, merely the outfit he wore and the few items he had purchased the previous evening. After all, the house belonged to the state, and all the furnishings and appliances within were also state-owned. He merely enjoyed the privilege of using them due to his fortunate birthright and residency in the capital. As he walked, he silently praised the Silver Alliance for their consideration towards the common folk, quickening his pace until he soon exited the confines of his neighborhood. At this hour, the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians, eerily quiet, save for a handful of 24-hour establishments still in operation. The streetlights had all extinguished, marking the end of a perilous night and the arrival of a tranquil morning, allowing everyone to finally release their worries and rest peacefully. Zhao Jiuzhou found it somewhat disconcerting to witness the streets before 1 p.m., not only because of the desolation but also due to the peculiar hue of the sky, tinged with a faint red. This was not an issue with his sight. Rather, it was a refractive phenomenon caused by the high concentration of spiritual energy in the air, a consequence of the city's extensive use of crystal core energy. It would only be after 1 p.m., following several hours of sunlight, that this reddish tint would gradually fade away. The intense afternoon sun would reveal a pure azure sky, a sight that typically roused the populace. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, the community would be bustling with sunbathers, basking in the warmth until the sun descended past 4 o'clock. And thus, the most beautiful moments of the day would slip away, only for darkness to return once more. This was the unfortunate reality for humanity in this world. Though inherently diurnal creatures, they were compelled by monsters to live in a perpetual twilight, their typical sleeping hours spanning from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. Children's schooling occurred from 2:30 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. From birth, each individual came to understand the preciousness of sunlight. Continuous stretches of dreary, rainy weather only exacerbated the oppressive atmosphere, driving many to the brink of madness. On duty? Zhao Jiuzhou jogged for nearly 20 minutes before reaching the nearest community exit, the same entrance he had used the night before. A new shift of personnel had taken over at the guard booth. He swiped his access card, and as the small gate swung open, he hurriedly stepped outside. This marked only the second time in his life that he had exited the community gates at such an hour, following the signs along the road. He walked for several minutes until he finally discovered a 24-hour bus station. Clutching the box in his hands, he felt a surge of excitement despite his physical fatigue. 200,000, 200,000, 200,000. Although, in theory, it should be priced at 500,000. 200,000 will suffice. For, despite all the reasoning, he truly lacks the confidence to sell this egg at the higher price. The nature of business is fraught with uncertainties. Yet, the time, effort, and costs invested are undeniably significant. The incubation period for this egg is now less than 2 days. Once the time arrives, the control will lie in the hands of others. If they choose to negotiate down, his refusal to sell could lead to the direst outcome, total loss. Zhao Jiuzhou believes he no longer requires any warmth from the human world. Even acquiring a spirit beast would hold little meaning for him. Thus, after much contemplation, selling to the black market seems the wisest choice. Securing 200,000 in hand brings peace of mind, and the time spent will not be excessive. The greatest sacrifice, at worst, would merely be losing a bit of sleep tonight. With these thoughts in mind, a city bus gradually came to a halt before him. Buses, being public transport, offer a relatively higher safety assurance compared to enclosed private vehicles. Inside, there are always a driver, a ticket collector, and a security guard, usually requiring at least a golden-tier demon hunter to undertake these roles. Though they are also at risk, their presence lends a certain psychological comfort. There is strength in numbers, especially when all are experts. Upon boarding, Zhao Jiuzhou produced a universally accepted card, paid 3 yuan, and cautiously settled into a seat near the ticket collector and the driver, his demeanor almost excessively timid. The passengers within the bus were few, including Zhao Jiuzhou. There were only 6 individuals in total. He gazed out the window as the sun ascended higher, its rays piercing through the clouds and illuminating his face, offering a hint of warmth. Turning to glance at the ticket collector, he noted her weary yet relaxed expression. Indeed, it was daylight now, bringing a sense of reassurance. The bus sped along the city's main thoroughfare, swiftly exiting the residential area, passing by another desolate and expansive neighborhood. This particular community was eerily silent, entirely vacated. Zhao Jiuzhou recognized it as an artificial mine. Each day, these deliberately abandoned neighborhoods could yield a plethora of monsters. Since the Golden Alliance had launched a global offensive against the Silver Alliance decades ago, such derelict neighborhoods had become increasingly common within the Silver Alliance's territory. There lies a paradox. On one hand, there is a desire for more of these neighborhoods to produce more monsters, ensuring a continuous extraction of crystal core energy. Yet, on the other hand, an abundance of monsters inevitably poses a threat. Striking a balance between these conflicting desires is a formidable challenge. Zhao Jiuzhou stared intently at the vacant neighborhood as the bus traversed it at a rapid pace for nearly 7 or 8 minutes. Finally, it turned a corner and entered the city moat road. Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Jiuzhou disembarked and stepped into the bustling commercial district. The streets were still teeming with pedestrians. Following the signs, he soon located his destination, entering the modest building mentioned in the text message. He made his way down the corridor until he reached the door. He knocked, and upon it being opened, he was met by a tall figure who, without allowing him to step inside, glanced at Zhao Jiuzhou and the box he was holding and bluntly instructed him, "Open it and let us see." Zhao Jiuzhou took a few steps back before revealing the contents of the box, exposing the egg within. Noticing Zhao Jiuzhou's cautious demeanor, the tall man smiled faintly and inquired, "How much time remains for the incubation?" "Less than 2 days," Zhao Jiuzhou replied, retrieving a countdown timer from the box and tossing it to him. The tall man caught it effortlessly, glanced at the display, nodded, and promptly requested, "Transfer the funds. Provide me with your account number." Zhao Jiuzhou swiftly recited his identification number. The tall man produced his phone, methodically inputting a lengthy sequence of digits. Approximately half a minute later, a subtle vibration emanated from Zhao Jiuzhou's pocket. Upon checking, he discovered that the payment had been successfully processed, 200,000 silver coins. Precisely as promised, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Is this what you call a black shop? You're more customer-friendly than the official flagship store. Zhao Jiuzhou's defenses evaporated in an instant, and he readily handed over the box. The tall man accepted it and took a brief look inside. The ordinary spirit beast egg lay quietly within, exhibiting no anomalies. "Huh," Zhao Jiuzhou chuckled, boasting, "Can you even digest something like me Tiangong?" "Yes," the tall man replied abruptly, reopening the door and stating earnestly, "We accept dragon spirit resin, phoenix essence, and chelant pills." Sensing the man's professionalism, Zhao Jiuzhou nodded, conceding, "All right, impressive." The door closed once more, and he felt no further inclination to press the matter, quickly turning to depart. As for the dragon spirit resin, phoenix essence, and chelant pills, he knew he would never be able to acquire such commodities. Those were the byproducts of 6th and 7th level spirit entities. Spirit entities were not mere spirit beasts. They were monsters. Monsters that consumed human flesh and excreted waste. The substances they produced were nothing but the metabolic remnants of human corpses. It was no wonder this establishment thrived in the bustling city without being shut down. The power behind it was undoubtedly unfathomable. Zhao Jiuzhou realized that today, he had merely encountered the periphery of this operation, likely just one of their collection points. As for where the goods were dispatched, that was of no concern to him. He chuckled to himself, hastily exiting the building and swiftly boarding a bus that had just arrived. Meanwhile, the tall man upstairs had placed the spirit beast egg into a machine for re-examination. The detection data surged unexpectedly, with the spirit energy value soaring to an astonishing 22 points. The tall man was taken aback, hurriedly conducting 2 more tests. Both results confirmed the same remarkable finding. "I struck gold. This is monumental," he murmured excitedly, quickly dialing his superior. In less than 10 minutes, a formidable group of men clad in black uniforms made a grand entrance. They seized the invaluable spirit beast egg from the hands of a tall man, concluding the transaction with a staggering sum of 20 million silver coins, enough to leave Zhao Jiuzhou stunned. Upon receiving the payment, the tall man promptly ceased his activities, gathered his belongings, and fled without a word. After such a significant deal, remaining in that place was no longer tenable. Every demon hunter is permitted to hatch only one spirit beast egg in their lifetime, forming an indelible bond with their creature. The assistance provided by rare spirit beast eggs to the wealthy is rather limited, yet for ordinary demon hunters, it represents a glimmer of hope for a transformative fate. Initially, the Silver Prize Alliance, adhering to principles of fairness, stipulated that unless eggs were acquired through legitimate procedures at designated stores, testing the spiritual energy values of spirit beast eggs was strictly prohibited. This regulation allowed ordinary hunters a chance to stake their fortunes, rather than allowing the affluent to monopolize all advantages through their connections. Thus, the existence of black markets emerged to circumvent this restriction, clandestinely acquiring spirit beast eggs abandoned by the less fortunate for various reasons, and illegally testing their data. Once a rare egg was identified, it could be swiftly sold. In truth, the designated stores would never house such rare specimens. Once detected, they would be immediately submitted to the Guardian Hall, reserved for high-ranking demon hunters on the front lines, resources of strategic significance. For those in power, procuring rare eggs through the black market became the sole viable option. As for the Alliance's regulations, as long as no one reported the activities, there would be no inquiries. Some matters, when overlooked, simply fade away. Moreover, the sellers themselves might harbor a twinge of guilt, as incidents of violence and illicit dealings were not uncommon. Thus, intermediaries and buyers of influence had little to fear. Chapter 12. An absolute lunatic having mistakenly remembered the shift schedule, Zhao Jiuzhou hurriedly entered the community gate while conversing with the duty officer. The officer did not notice what Zhao was carrying when he left, and even if he had observed the absence of a box in Zhao's hands, he would have deemed it unworthy of inquiry. In this society, should anyone commit a crime, the responsibility would fall upon the White Tiger Hall. Each individual has their designated role, and it is prudent to focus on one's own duties, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles. 200,000. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a sum? If he were to live until the age of 45, he could comfortably spend half of that wealth indulging in leisure and the other half idly enjoying the remainder of his existence. The prices within the Silver Reward Alliance have remained remarkably stable, with an annual inflation rate consistently below 0.5. When the common folk are born, a bowl of plain noodles costs 2 yuan, and by the time they pass, it may only rise to 350. Throughout their lives, the living conditions undergo minimal alteration, with the only observable change being the cashier at the convenience store gradually evolving from a young girl to a middle-aged woman. Get lost. Don't be like that. I am indeed quite affluent. Get lost. Once again, Zhao Jiuzhou was scolded by the cashier, leaving the convenience store with a bag of food in hand, feeling rather helpless. He had overindulged the previous night, unwittingly consuming the equivalent of 3 days' worth of supplies. Thus, he found it necessary to replenish his stock. For if a sudden lockdown were to occur, it would create considerable inconvenience. Being confined at home with minimal supplies from the community would be quite troublesome. If he were to go hungry, the already dreary days of lockdown would become even more unbearable. As he contemplated food and drink, he could not help but entertain thoughts of the cashier, envisioning her as an ideal element of his life plan. However, from a realistic standpoint, she appeared to be quite a commendable aspect of his aspirations. Ha, 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 ha. Upon glancing at the screen displaying over 350,000, Zhao Jiuzhou could hardly contain his exuberance. After rolling on the floor in delight for several moments, he eventually rose, opened a video, and began to watch Lu Yifei dancing. After indulging for 40 minutes while simultaneously devouring an entire bag of freshly purchased food, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, proceeded to wash up, and then collapsed into bed. In this slumber, Zhao Jiuzhou enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep, drifting from around 10 in the morning until just past 4 in the afternoon, when he was roused by the sound of his phone ringing. Groggily, he answered, only to hear Wei Mianzi's anxious voice. Why aren't you here yet? Huh? Here for what? Zhao Jiuzhou glanced at the time, slightly surprised that it was already past 4. Although it was indeed unexpected, it was not yet time for his evening shift, leading him to resentfully frown at Wei Mianzi for waking him. Are you out of your mind? What time is it? You idiot. I'm at the military merit registration office. You better hurry up. Oh, Zhao Jiuzhou suddenly recalled. I did achieve something significant last night. No, wait. 2 things. This daily grind was truly corroding his intellect with greed. Having received the 200,000, he nearly forgot the more crucial security of his job. Urgently, he ended the call and sprang into action. After hastily attending to his personal grooming, he realized his stomach was growling with hunger. He quickly grabbed a bag of bread and a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator and dashed out of his home. Upon exiting the community, he did not head towards the main gate, but chose a different route that ventured deeper into the neighborhood. By 4 in the afternoon, the streets were bustling with activity. The sun shone pleasantly, casting a soft glow as the evening approached. Zhao Jiuzhou munched on his food and sipped his drink, enjoying the warmth of the sun while jogging lightly. In about 20 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Military Merit Registration Department at the Black Tiger Ridge branch of the Black Mountain headquarters. Wei Mianzi stood at the door, resembling a timid older bachelor, hesitating to enter. Zhao Jiuzhou casually tossed his trash into a bin and strode over, exclaiming, "Go in. The people inside are about to have dinner. I'm not here just to wait for you." Waimansi shot him a furious glare, seemingly ready to spit blood in frustration. Zhao Jiuzhou tugged him inside, urging him forward. "Did you bring the form?" "Of course I did. I'm not an idiot. I brought yours too." Who could possibly know how Zhao Jiuzhou managed to vanquish the monsters? Even if he claimed to be an expert in mystical arts, such declarations ought to come from his own lips. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly awkward for Waimansi to voice them himself. After all, even kindergarten children are aware that mystical arts are mere illusions. Even the esteemed leader, Marquis, has refrained from mentioning anything related to such practices in recent years. This concept is evidently defunct. "Hello, we achieved military merit last night," Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed energetically as he approached the front desk of the Military Merit Registration Department, slapping the team's form onto the counter. After 8 hours, he suddenly found that the young lady at the front desk was far more charming than the cashier he had encountered earlier. The front desk attendant from the night shift, third group of the City Defense Department, picked up the form, scrutinized it carefully, and then glanced at Zhao Jiuzhou and Waimansi. Noticing Waimansi's animated expression, she remained unfazed and extended her hand. "Here." Waimansi's reflexes were astonishingly quick as he presented his card. Zhao Jiuzhou followed suit. The young lady processed both cards at the number machine and returned them, gesturing nonchalantly towards the distance. "Left ahead, up the stairs. You go to room 202 on the second floor, and you go to room 204. Room 202 for me," Zhao Jiuzhou inquired. "Of course. What did you expect? If you're not 202, then who is?" Waimansi exclaimed, pulling Zhao Jiuzhou urgently towards the staircase. Zhao Jiuzhou found himself being dragged by Waimansi as they swiftly ascended to the second floor. The doors along the corridor were wide open, indicating a lack of confidentiality. Their respective review rooms were adjacent to each other. Both Zhao Jiuzhou and Waimansi entered the rooms, clutching their forms. In the vicinity of Wei Mianzi, he hurriedly submitted his form. The reviewer glanced at it, and, instead of the previously stern expression, a smile broke across their face. "You're about to be confirmed, aren't you?" Really? Can I be confirmed?" Wei Mianzi trembled with excitement. The reviewer replied with a calm smile, "Absolutely. The merit you earned last night is monumental. Considering your years of service and age, I believe you will likely bypass the apprenticeship and ascend to the status of an outer disciple." Outer disciple? The sudden influx of good news left Wei Mianzi in a state of overwhelming joy and disbelief. "Is it really true?" he asked the reviewer, hardly able to fathom it. Stammering, he suddenly crouched down, clutching his head. At first, he choked back tears, but soon he could no longer contain himself and broke into loud sobs. In the adjacent room, Zhao Jiuzhou, who aspired to become the alliance leader, listened to the cries next door. He looked at the reviewer with a calm demeanor and remarked, "Really? A mere token of acknowledgement has him in such a state? I didn't realize he was so innocent. Well, I am a practitioner of mystical arts, and last night I defeated 2 level 3 monsters." Zhao Jiuzhou emphasized without a hint of embarrassment. The elderly woman turned to glance at him, smiling slightly, clearly skeptical of his claims. She could only believe that this young man had awakened a latent explosive skill at a critical moment, a phenomenon not uncommon. Logically, this young man could aspire to be an attendant in his lifetime, perhaps even a vice leader in the future. "Just a moment," she said, hurriedly following the information displayed on the screen to print a form for Zhao Jiuzhou. The printer whirred and clattered before she handed it to him. "Go to the spiritual energy testing department and check your inspiration and energy levels." "Me?" Zhao Jiuzhou was bewildered. "Why? I don't know," the elderly woman replied. "It's a request from the main garrison's combat department. It's a good thing regardless." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiuzhou immediately perked up, his face aglow with excitement. "I knew it. I knew it." He dashed out with the form, just as he encountered Wei Mianzi, who was weeping as he exited. "Stop crying. You know nothing," Zhao Jiuzhou shouted, wiping his tears away. He raised a finger at Wei Mianzi, exuberantly proclaiming, "They've already recognized my talent. They're going to nurture me specifically. I am destined to be the leader." With that, he left Wei Mianzi, who stood there, bewildered, glancing back at the elderly woman reviewing Zhao Jiuzhou's paperwork. She shook her head innocently. "I didn't say anything. He's just rambling. It's got nothing to do with me." Understanding dawned on Wei Mianzi. This foolish Zhao Jiuzhou, given him a wand, and he thinks he can pierce the heavens. From the very first day they met, he knew this child was undoubtedly a bit unhinged. Chapter 13. The 5 Dimensions of Spiritual Power, Part 1. The front desk attendant cast a casual glance at Zhao Jiuzhou, accepting the form he handed over. Upon inspecting it, his previously indifferent expression revealed a hint of change. An expedited examination and a comprehensive 5-item check at that. What kind of affluent family does this child hail from? No wonder he appears so brash. Judging by his age, he must be someone who failed to gain admission to school and is now attempting to leverage connections. He came and went hastily, showing no particularly remarkable traits. Thus it was only natural that no one would remember him. Proceed, the front desk attendant stated, accepting the form. He scanned it, swiped Zhao Jiuzhou's card, and granted him access. The staff on duty took Zhao Jiuzhou's card, yawned, and pointed lazily towards the corner, indicating machine number 38. Zhao Jiuzhou did not linger. He quickly walked over, located the machine, and swiped his card once more in the card slot. The screen, resembling that of a gambling machine, displayed Zhao Jiuzhou's personal information. Subsequently, a sphere wrapped in soft fabric descended slowly to a position where he could strike it comfortably, and the machine's screen flashed a message, "Please begin the test." Zhao Jiuzhou took a deep breath, focused his mind, and, with deliberate concentration, prepared to unleash his strength upon the soft fabric sphere. With a powerful punch, he struck it. Bang! The soft fabric sphere rebounded, and a commendable value appeared on the screen. 2. Congratulations. Bronze Demon Hunter Zhao Jiuzhou. Your spiritual strike force is 2 points, surpassing 50. 34 of Demon Hunters worldwide. Wow, as expected, still impressively strong. Zhao Jiuzhou felt no disappointment. Rather, he was somewhat pleased with his superiority over half of the Demon Hunters. With his characteristic, almost eccentric confidence, he hurriedly exited the hall. Moments later, he found himself at another machine for testing spiritual resistance. With his eyes closed, he felt a twinge of nervousness as the conveyor belt carried him deeper into the examination chamber. All he could hear was a low hum. And within a mere 7 or 8 seconds, the machine had ushered him back out. From the adjacent room, the operator's voice rang out. 1 point, not bad. Yes, indeed. That is quite satisfactory. Spiritual resistance is not particularly rare, yet many individuals, akin to slime monsters, possess a resistance of 0. At least he had 1 point. 2 points later, in the testing chamber for spiritual abilities, Zhao Jiuzhou held a glowing blue rod. The young female operator, tasked with conducting his examination, displayed no interest even to glance at him. It is well known that only the top 10 of demon hunters worldwide can genuinely be considered formidable. The rest, those beneath the kings, are merely fodder. From bronze to diamond, they are collectively known as the self-deceiving demon hunting legion. To assert that these individuals differ from ordinary people is to say they can wield spiritual weapons. However, the reality is that, since phantoms can be vanquished with conventional arms, in a true encounter, an ordinary person wielding a weapon could very well possess greater combat prowess than so-called diamond demon hunters. In the encounter between an ordinary individual armed with a firearm and a monstrous adversary, the scenario typically unfolds as bang, bang, bang. Oh no. Conversely, when a diamond demon hunter faces a creature, the process takes a rather different turn. Hey, I'll dodge. Hey, I'll unleash my ultimate skill. Hey, I shall engage in a fierce battle. Oh no. Is there a distinction? Not really. It merely allows the monster to revel in the thrill of the hunt. Ultimately, the firearm holds paramount importance. With an automatic rifle, 200 rounds of ammunition, and a couple of grenades, one could attain the glory of a supreme demon hunter. This does not reflect my true capabilities. Zhao Jiuzhou interjected, eager to underscore his position above 70% of demon hunters in terms of theoretical prowess. However, the examiner remained preoccupied with the clock, dismissing his claims, and declared it time to conclude the assessment, urging him to move on to other evaluations. Zhao Jiuzhou's ramblings were met with indifference, merely serving as a cold jest. The spiritual energy dimensions of ordinary individuals, akin to intelligence, are largely predetermined at birth, with only a rare few experiencing slight variations over the course of their lives. Therefore, the notion of a true level is essentially non-existent. Even though advancements in technology have allowed for enhancements in spiritual strike power through energy weapons or the consumption of performance-enhancing substances, it is inconceivable for an average person to undergo a health examination while carrying equipment or using drugs, rendering any data gathered under such circumstances meaningless. Such practices are reserved for military personnel, demon hunting teams, and security forces who genuinely require this data for combat readiness. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiazhou is tasked with collecting initial data. Furthermore, regarding the consumption of performance-enhancing drugs, not only can spiritual strike power be augmented externally, but the so-called blue bar of spiritual energy can also be replenished through medication. However, these substances are generally quite costly, leading to significant disparities in value once ingested. For instance, a small vial of oral replenishment fluid may cost 2,000 silver coins, or even more. When Tang Wei consumes a dose during battle, he effectively spends 2,000 coins to restore dozens, hundreds, or even potentially hundreds of points. In contrast, Zhao Jiozhou, consuming the same dose for the same price, might only recover 2 points, as his blue bar's base value is a mere 2 points. Thus, should the day come when he finds himself on the battlefield, it would be more prudent to allocate him 20 rounds of energy ammunition rather than a single vial of replenishment fluid priced at 2 or 3,000 coins. Even the most expensive energy bullet costs only 10 coins, making 20 rounds a maximum of 200 coins. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Jiozhou firing 20 shots at a monster would yield far superior results compared to merely casting 2 skills at the creature. Next, let us consider spiritual resistance. While having a greater degree of it is undoubtedly advantageous, the human body, after all, is made of flesh. Therefore, a soldier of sound intellect would certainly prefer to don additional protective gear rather than rely solely on physical strength to confront a monster head-on. In the years to come, it is conceivable that nostalgia and imagination may lead many to romanticize these two concepts, packaging them as artistic products. Perhaps even producing films or television series to recreate the glories of their bygone professions. Yet now, one can only endure this half-hearted existence, neither truly alive nor entirely lifeless. The demon hunters, akin to various professions, teachers, doctors, civil servants, lawyers, soldiers, engineers, laborers, cleaners, cashiers, and even sewage workers, are merely engaged in a means of subsistence. They are neither shrouded in mystery nor imbued with nobility. In fact, they have gradually succumbed to entertainment, transforming into mere instruments of societal approval. This is exemplified by the current Demon Hunter World Cup. Who could have anticipated, 50 or 60 years ago, that the esteemed demon hunters would find themselves in a position where they must showcase their skills to attract fans, who in turn would pay for their expertise? For the venerable demon hunters over 70 years of age, the World Cup is a source of shame. These aged practitioners have witnessed their esteemed class descend from the lofty heights. In the realm of Silver Ming, demon hunters have been relegated to mere attendants and civil servants. While in the Golden Alliance, they have become the lapdogs, henchmen, and bodyguards of the affluent. Those wealthy patrons who hire demon hunters may themselves lack any spiritual prowess. They simply possess wealth. In this world, the wealthy wield the power, and descent is futile. For demon hunters are human too, and as humans, they require sustenance. It is nearly time for dinner. Hurry, hurry. Before long, it was just past 5 o'clock. After completing the first 3 tests, Zhao Jiozhou stepped into the testing chamber for spiritual aptitude. The tester hurriedly fitted him with a helmet, simultaneously injecting a kaleidoscope of colorful reagents into its compartments, while swiftly stating, "This is your first time, right? Don't be nervous. In a moment, you'll close your eyes. You might feel a bit anxious, but there is nothing to worry about. Time may seem to drag on, but it will actually conclude in 60 seconds. You may feel as though half an hour has passed. So, if you find yourself unable to withdraw from consciousness, don't fear. I have a switch that can cut it off at any moment. Is there a risk involved? An average mortality rate of 3.5 per 100,000 per year. What mortality rate? It means there is a possibility of death." The tester continued to chatter on. Zhao Jiozhou nearly lost control in that moment, his face paling beneath the helmet. Can I back out now? He wondered. It was too late. He had already swiped his card, thereby accepting the risk. Don't worry, nothing will happen. In all my years on the job, I've never had a fatality, he boasted, pride evident in his tone as he pressed the power button. Inside the helmet, Zhao Jiozhou felt a slight tremor. His consciousness seemed to be abruptly extracted from his body. Before him lay an expanse of desolate white, pure white. In the next instant, before he could even react, his entire life began to unfold in reverse at an astonishing speed. Chapter 14, The 5 Dimensions of Spiritual Power, Part 2, Father. What are those items they are wearing on their heads? They are inspiration amplifiers. What purpose do they serve? They enhance one's inspiration. Wow. How much do they cost? Approximately 100,000. Wow. That could fund numerous business ventures for professional women. Indeed. But what purpose do demon hunters serve then? This can be remedied with medication, and that can rely on equipment. Inspiration is different. It can only be perceived from the perspective of a demon hunter to sense the presence of monsters. Machines can at most detect phantoms, but are ineffective against spirits and vengeful entities. Intelligence officers are specifically tasked with locating spirits and vengeful entities. Even if positions such as main attackers or tactical officers may eventually be supplanted, intelligence officers will certainly not lack for sustenance. Goodness. Then I shall become an intelligence officer. Are you certain? The annual casualty rate for intelligence officers exceeds 1/3. Is there a type of intelligence officer who does not engage in combat? Indeed, those who specialize in intelligence at the military academy can avoid the battlefield as long as they remain in the institution. And there are many beautiful female instructors and classmates at the academy. Goodness. I, Zhao Jiazhou, vow to study diligently. I will strive to contribute to the development of the Silver Alliance. Zhao Jiazhou, please step outside. Something has happened to your father. Has he been apprehended for engaging with professional women? It is somewhat more serious than that. Your father has fallen in battle. In the aftermath department of the Black Mountain headquarters, at a nondescript corner, a small portrait measuring 10 centimeters by 5 centimeters of a disciple from the State Society quietly stands before the youth, just like the countless other portraits surrounding it. Zhao Jiazhou silently gazes at the black and white photograph, beneath which is inscribed his father's name, dates of birth and death, as well as his position, rank, and title, Lieutenant Diamond Intelligence Officer, Operations Division of the Black Tiger Ridge Branch of the Black Mountain Headquarters of the State Society. Wow, you were an intelligence officer. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment interrupts him, and the memories flood back like a tide. Zhao Jiazhou opens his eyes, realizing the helmet on his head has been removed. In front of him, the operator who conducted the test looks at him with excitement and reverence. Indeed. Were you not aware? The operator's eyes gleam. Zhao Jiazhou instantly comprehends. Of course I knew. The operator smirks. You are deceiving me. Zhao Jiazhou, with a righteous expression, declares. I, Zhao Jiazhou, have never told a lie in my life. The operator responds. Then tell me, what is the extent of your inspiration? Come on. Zhao Jiazhou asserts confidently, it is only logical that you should inform me instead, right? Take a guess. Just a minute ago, you were rushing to eat. And now you seem entirely unhurried. I have never encountered anyone with such high inspiration. Your data is so imbalanced it resembles a fish that has slipped through the net. What do you mean? What is a fish that has slipped through the net? Zhao Jiazhou was somewhat dissatisfied, questioning where he had faltered. The operator, maintaining a serious demeanor, clarified. Under normal circumstances, among a typical demon hunter-s attributes, aside from spiritual power, the values of the other 4 dimensions are relatively minor, seldom exceeding a 5-fold difference. For instance, a person with a spiritual strike value of merely 2 points would not possess more than 10 points in spiritual insight. A range of 1 to 2 points is considered standard. However, your spiritual insight, Zhao Jiazhou interjected. 2,000? The operator paused, taken aback. Did I say it was insufficient? Zhao Jiazhou gazed earnestly at him. The operator fell silent, advising him to examine the report while he took his leave for lunch, wishing him success in his future endeavors. He handed the report to Zhao Jiazhou while swiftly inputting the abnormal value of his spiritual insight into the computer. An astonishing 22 points 10 times greater than his spiritual strike value, my goodness. Zhao Jiazhou received the report and, upon viewing the figures, felt utterly bewildered. Just last night, he had witnessed that charming young man, adored by countless girls, whose spiritual insight barely reached 6 points. That fellow was fit to compete in the World Cup. I truly possess the qualities of a leader. Zhao Jiazhou exclaimed, striking the table in excitement. The operator, having finished entering the data, glanced at Zhao Jiazhou with a hint of discomfort, stating, My friend, your score doesn't even rank at the pinnacle. The most elite informants boast spiritual insight nearing 30. Your value merely qualifies you as a first-tier contender, with a spiritual insight amplifier. Professional informants in the World Cup could exceed your score by over 20 points. Zhao Jiazhou pondered for a moment, resolutely asserting, I don't care. I am destined to be a leader. Very well, the operator said with a wry smile, retrieving his phone and inquiring, Mind if we connect as friends? Is it necessary? Zhao Jiazhou asked warily. Having more informant friends equates to having more lives in this world, you understand. The operator spoke candidly, yet discreetly, adding that if it were inconvenient, he wouldn't push the matter. Naturally, it would be inappropriate to pressure. After the primary education concluded, He had deleted the contact information of his teachers and classmates. Just like the universally understood rules of this world, the fewer pieces of information stored on one's phone, the better. Those monsters, particularly the higher-tier ones, could exploit any information to create chaos. All right, I want to press further. Zhao Jiuzhou replied with straightforwardness. Wait, the operator exclaimed, hastily stopping him. You're being far too blunt. You could at least ask what benefits I might offer, right? Zhao Jiuzhou halted his steps. Glancing back at the operator, benefits? Indeed. The operator smiled. Are you married? You don't seem to be. Do you have a girlfriend? Even if you do. It's fine. I could introduce you to my acquaintance's sister, who is quite beautiful. Zhao Jiuzhou responded coldly. Do I strike you as that kind of person? 3 seconds later, with a beep, the two had successfully added each other as friends. In truth, the presence of a younger sister is of little consequence. What truly matters is the abundance of friendships, for I am someone who relishes in the company of others. Zhao Jiuzhou extended his hand in greeting to a tester named Han Mingming. Yes, I understand, Han Mingming replied, his face brimming with delight. Upon realizing he had acquired the contact information of the esteemed Zhao Jiuzhou, a prominent figure, his stomach began to growl with hunger. The two bid each other farewell outside the testing room, and Han Mingming promptly dashed towards the cafeteria, prioritizing his meal. Zhao Jiuzhou, however, had no time to inquire further about Han Mingming's acquaintances. He swiftly made his way upstairs, needing to complete his final testing task, the exceedingly rare spiritual energy assessment. Chapter 15, The 5 Dimensions of Spiritual Power, Part 2. After verifying his inspiration power, Zhao Jiuzhou's previously excessive excitement suddenly settled. With a remarkable score of 22 and extraordinary inspiration, he felt sufficiently equipped to navigate various situations with finesse. As for the test of spiritual power, while he harbored a glimmer of hope, his inner rationality urged him to temper his expectations. He approached the trial with a mindset akin to seeking a stroke of luck. Among demon hunters, the proportion of those endowed with spiritual power is already exceedingly rare. In the broader context of humanity, the ratio dwindles to a mere 1 in 16,000. Currently, approximately 50,000 individuals worldwide possess this extraordinary ability, each regarded as a treasure by their respective alliances. Unlike intelligence officers, who are seen as expendable resources, wherein the loss of one can be mitigated by the vast population base, spiritual demon hunters are irreplaceable. Each loss is profoundly felt. Taking the Black Tiger Ridge branch as an example, over the past decade, only 2 spiritual demon hunters have emerged from 3 communities within the branch, while the entire Black Mountain headquarters, with its million-strong populace, has seen merely 5 births in the same period. Tragically, the number of spiritual demon hunters lost to battles has reached double digits over the past 10 years, with births failing to keep pace with attrition. Moreover, it takes time for children to mature. Thus, this dilemma presents itself as a global concern. The more potent the ability, the busier the individuals, and the earlier their demise. Spiritual demon hunters are both a divine gift and a harbinger of death, under the compounded pressures of the natural and social environment. This paradox seems nearly insurmountable. Among them, intelligence officers endowed with spiritual power have the highest mortality rate, leading by a significant margin. The average lifespan for males is a mere 29.8 years, while females fare slightly better at 33 years, primarily due to lower attendance rates resulting in a marginally extended life. Consequently, whether in the Silver Alliance or the Golden Alliance, and across all major factions globally, those possessing spiritual power are afforded profound respect, devoid of any factional bias. No one dares to show disrespect to these natural-born heroes. The benefits bestowed upon them are generous, and the daily attitude towards these intelligence officers resembles that of mourning a fallen hero, full of compassion and care. Beyond the Silver Alliance, young women vie to honor these officers, proudly offering their own essence to them. As a result, intelligence officers with spiritual power often display questionable moral character, perpetually poised for death yet equally prepared to relish life's pleasures. Zhao Jiuzhou, however, yearns solely to enjoy life and has no desire for an early demise. With an inspiration power of 22, he has far surpassed his own expectations over the years. Thus, at this moment, he hopes fervently that he lacks spiritual power. He certainly does not wish to be requisitioned by the Special Affairs Department. His utmost aspiration is to join the research department of the Academic Institute as a researcher, working alongside beautiful female instructors and joyfully frolicking with charming female classmates every day, residing in the finest abode, savoring exquisite delicacies, and slumbering beside a girl as enchanting as Lu Yifei. I have no desire to meet an untimely demise. With a heart brimming with the exhilaration of 22 points of inspiration, he ascended the stairs, his mind ablaze. Extracting his access card, he passed through a security door before finally entering the testing chamber for spiritual energy assessment. Inside, the technician was indulging in a box meal. Upon Zhao Jiuzhou's entrance, the technician promptly set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and stated, "Card, please." Those who qualify for this testing are either future luminaries or scions of affluent families. The technician treated Zhao Jiuzhou as a valued guest, exhibiting exemplary service. Zhao Jiuzhou presented his card, and after a swift swipe, the technician perused the data on the screen, including Zhao's additional 4 metrics in the urgent request for testing. Nodding in acknowledgement, the technician thought to himself that this individual was indeed remarkable. With 22 points of inspiration, just 3 more would suffice to qualify for the World Cup's intelligence specialist competition. However, the overall data was rather peculiar. A mere 2 points in spiritual strike, 2 points in spiritual capacity, and 1 point in spiritual resistance. He was evidently a mere survivor relying solely on equipment. A born intelligence specialist indeed. "Please, take a seat. I'll be right back," the technician instructed, stepping into an adjacent room to retrieve an unopened testing kit. "Have you undergone spiritual energy testing before?" "No." "You might experience a slight discomfort." He unsealed the box, revealing a small container slightly larger than a fingernail and a device resembling a wristwatch, albeit without a strap. Donning disposable gloves, he opened the small container before Zhao Jiuzhou's eyes, extracting a crystalline blue pill. This is a potential spiritual energy stimulant. Upon ingestion, you may feel a tingling sensation. The technician placed the pill in Zhao Jiuzhou's hand and handed him the watch-like device, instructing, "Grip it tightly. Once the effect wears off, the needle will indicate your level of spiritual energy. Proceed to that room." He gestured towards another vacant room within the testing chamber. Zhao Jiuzhou glanced at the objects in his hand, hesitating before placing the pill in his mouth and swallowing it. He then observed the scale on the device, which only reached up to 60 points, prompting him to inquire, "Is the maximum detection limited to 60 points?" Indeed, the technician nodded, but historically, the highest recorded score was merely 36 points. 60 points will suffice. That made sense. Although Zhao Jiuzhou had never undergone testing before, he had encountered this knowledge during his foundational studies. He clutched the device and approached the small room, opening the door to enter. The technician, now devoid of appetite, glanced at his watch. Shortly thereafter, agonized cries echoed from within the small room, reminiscent of a woman in labor. After approximately 3 minutes, the wails gradually subsided. "Is everything all right?" The technician hastily approached the door and pushed it open. Zhao Jiuzhou lay on the floor, overwhelmed by pain, unable to lift his arms. Drenched in cold sweat, he struggled to extend his hand, his vision blurring as he glanced at the readings on the device. It seems that the outcome is not as trivial as it appears. Should one rejoice or lament? The inspector stepped forward, assisting him to his feet, and upon receiving the counter from his hands, beamed with surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, my friend, you possess remarkable talent." Of course, Zhao Jiuzhou's lips turned pale as he stammered, "I am destined to become the leader." The inspector could not help but laugh heartily. How audacious! Yet, what wealthy offspring is not a bit brash? Zhao Jiuzhou was helped out of the small room and seated. For the moment, the pain rendered him unable to walk. "Am I destined to be paralyzed? Do you need money?" $30 each. "Then I shall pass." "Oh dear, you certainly lead a charmed life. Your upbringing is commendable." "Ah, very well." As the inspector listened to Zhao Jiuzhou's shameless ramblings, he entered the testing data into the computer, occasionally taking a few bites of his meal. The inspectors here enjoyed a rather leisurely workload. Each year, fewer than 200 young people with the means or qualifications came for testing at the Black Tiger Ridge branch. Moments later, as Zhao Jiuzhou's data was uploaded to the database, many staff members in the background gasped in astonishment upon viewing the results, casually snapping photos and sharing them without regard for decorum. Just then, Lu Ziqing, who had just arrived at work, swiftly received a call from a friend. Upon hearing Zhao Jiuzhou's results, his eyes widened in disbelief. 22 points. And he possesses spiritual energy. This cannot be mistaken. Is it even possible? Congratulations? Lu Ziqing hung up, his expression complex. Should they still assign this fellow a deadly task? To please Lu Yahui, would it be too wasteful to eliminate such a talent? Lu Yahui merely desired his company for the night, yet the potential value Zhao Jiuzhou could provide in the future far exceeded the fleeting joy of being with Lu Yahui. From the moment of hesitation, Lu Ziqing had already made his decision. Yahweh. After a brief pause, he ultimately called the perpetually late Lu Yahweh. I need to discuss something with you. I want to adopt a dog. Sounds good. Zhao Jiuzhou. Huh. I mean Zhao Jiuzhou. What do you mean? Lu Yahweh, initially confused, suddenly became alert. What exactly are you implying? His spiritual energy results have emerged, and his potential is impressive. I wish to take him under my wing. What about me? Lu Yahweh exclaimed. What will happen to my matters? Do not worry, I will ensure he remains silent. I will find an opportunity to secure him a spot in an academic program, and you two will act as if nothing has transpired. Lu Ziqing confidently and decisively ended the call. On the other end, Lu Yahweh, hearing the busy signal, angrily flung her phone onto the bed. Lu Ziqing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone, recently tossed onto the bed, suddenly buzzed to life again. Lu Yanhong initially thought it might be Lu Ziqing reconsidering his decision. What are you saying? She inquired, but the voice on the other end belonged to her father. Lu Yanhong's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly explained, No, I thought it was a friend. A friend? The prominent figure on the line fell silent for 2 seconds, not dwelling on the matter, and stated directly, You should take the night off. Yifei is attending Sun Xiaotong's birthday banquet tonight, and you will accompany him. There will be several boys there around your age. I won't go. Though Lu Yanhong harbored a fear of her father, she resolutely refused. She currently found all men beneath her notice, desiring only to soar with her beloved Qingge. Despite knowing that their relationship had no future, she thought, what does it matter? I will indulge myself first. There will always be earnest men to take over later. On the other end, the Lu family's second house's decision-maker displayed little inclination to persuade further. As always, he remained rational to the point of being cold-blooded, calmly reaffirming, Are you certain you will not attend? Lu Yanhong, filled with trepidation yet stubbornly resolute, reiterated, I will not go. Beep, beep, beep. The signal abruptly cut off on the other end. The style of Lu Jisun, the head of the state's public affairs hall, was even more decisive than Lu Ziqing's. When the call ended, not a single superfluous word was exchanged. Chapter 16. A better candidate. Grandfather Zhao's inspiration score is 22. 22. Did you see that? Did you see that? Captain Zhu Dachong could not suppress his laughter. Yet he did not deter the audacious display. An inspiration score of 22 was indeed astonishing. Throughout his decades of service, Zhao Jiuzhou had undoubtedly exhibited the highest inspiration score among all his colleagues. The highest score he had previously encountered was a mere 7 points. Yet, even a score of 7 had once left him in awe, as it was exceptional for an intelligence officer in a typical demon hunting squad, where a score of 3 or 4 sufficed for the role. In extreme cases, even 2 or 1 points could be acceptable. Having any score was undeniably better than none. Thus, Zhao Jiuzhou's score could only be described as extraordinary. Moreover, he possessed spiritual power, rendering him a truly rare breed of demon hunter, 1 in 100,000. To be precise, in terms of humanity as a whole, he was a mere 1 in a million. This young man was destined for a bright future. With a modicum of humility, he was bound to secure a position as deputy leader of the branch sooner or later. He might even ascend further. However, there was a caveat. It was rumored that intelligence officers with spiritual power often met untimely ends. Wei Mianzi could no longer contain himself and, with an air of hearsay, casually remarked on this notion. Zhao Jiuzhou immediately retorted with a cold smirk. You were sobbing beautifully when you reported your military achievements. Wei Mianzi's demeanor shifted, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, Zhao Jiuzhou, you dare. Come on, let's settle this one-on-one. Zhao Jiuzhou, emboldened by his position, showed no inclination to retreat. Do you think I am afraid? Wei Mianzi, unwilling to back down, picked up a teacup from the table, poised to strike Zhao Jiuzhou on the head. You pathetic intelligence officer. You can be taken down with a single blow. Zhao Jiuzhou, unfazed, leaned closer and shouted, Go ahead. Strike. If you don't, you're my grandson. How dare you? Wei Mianzi retorted, his temper flaring. Captain Zhu Dachong realized that if he did not intervene, these two would soon come to blows. He quickly stepped between them, shouting, Enough. Enough. What on earth are you two arguing about? Don't you want to get promoted? Wei Mianzi and Zhao Jiuzhou exchanged glances, momentarily registering a flicker of hesitation in each other's eyes. Yet, Zhao Jiuzhou, embodying the spirit of youth, reacted more swiftly, unabashedly shouting, Damn it. For the sake of the alliance and our loss, Grandfather Zhao will not stoop to your level. I won't stoop to your level either. I am showing respect to Captain Zhu, Wei Mianzi retorted, though slightly slower to respond. The tension remained palpable, each maintaining their ground, and he forcefully placed his bench down. Zhu Dachang, a seasoned veteran, seized the opportunity to defuse the situation. Exactly. You two are already on the verge of promotion, and yet you still squabble like this? Once we finish today's work, I will treat you both to dinner at Qianshan. My treat. Finally, the atmosphere began to calm. If Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi were to engage in a confrontation, the outcome would be difficult to predict. Wei Mianzi's remark holds a profound truth, regardless of one's prowess as an intelligence officer. A single strike from a brick could change everything. No matter how acute one's intuition may be, it is primarily effective against monsters, fundamentally. It belongs to the realm of perception akin to human sight, hearing, and smell. Thus, even with exceptional vision, it bears little relevance in a brawl. The inevitability of receiving blows remains unchanged. Moreover, it would be fortunate if Zhao Jiuzhou emerged victorious. Yet should Wei Mianzi unleash his fury and land a blow that injures Zhao Jiuzhou, it would severely cripple a top-tier intelligence officer from the Black Tiger Ridge branch. The implications of sustaining such a loss, losing an intelligence officer with a remarkable intuition rating of 22 points before even completing any mission, would be a burden too heavy to bear. Not only would the team leader of this outer sect disciple face repercussions, but even the Lu siblings, who are currently gilding their status here, could find themselves affected. What is shallow and deep? As the initiator of this crisis, Zhao Jiuzhou, having theoretically averted an incident, swiftly redirected his attention to more concrete matters. He could not constantly safeguard Wei Mianzi's fragile self-esteem, nor could he suppress his own overwhelming desire to show off. However, he adeptly seized every opportunity that arose. The name Qianshan sounds rather irreverent. In the face of such impropriety, how could one claim to be a demon hunter purging the world's darkness without offering a critique? Ha. Within the small room, a group of boorish men indeed erupted into lewd and vulgar laughter. Captain, take us along too. Captain misses his little Hong. Damn it, if you don't want to mix with us, do you dare to insinuate about our deputy officer, a Hong? Shut up. Qianshan is what it is. You'll understand once you go. Zhu Dachang interrupted the chorus of inappropriate banter with a smile, while casually engaging with Zhao Jiuzhou. Noticing that time was pressing, he stood up and declared, "All right, let us go. Time for patrol. Zhao and Wei, why don't you head to the Demon Hunter Association to complete your promotion procedures?" Zhao Jiuzhou and Wei Mianzi were on the verge of formal recognition, and it was inappropriate for them to remain on such menial tasks. However, since their new assignment had yet to be assigned and the latrine they had been on duty at was now sealed off, Zhu Dachang decided to let them utilize their work hours to finalize their promotion as demon hunters. The promotion regulations for demon hunters are rather straightforward. For newcomers like Zhao Jiuzhou, upon completing their initial training, the school can directly register them as bronze demon hunters. With each mission undertaken or an encounter like last night's officially recognized battle, surviving would earn them a star. The extent of their contribution during these events is of little consequence. As long as their names are on the list, they qualify. After completing 5 diamond-level missions and passing the scrutiny of the Demon Hunter Association, one can ultimately ascend to the rank of a king-level demon hunter. Beyond that rank, only the most challenging tasks await, and the mortality rate inevitably escalates. Currently, the most formidable demon hunter in the world is Tang Wei, whose name has been immortalized in the educational textbooks of the Silver Alliance. With an impressive 96 stars, he stands head and shoulders above the second-place contender, who trails by over 20 stars. Tragically, that second-place figure met his demise in battle just 2 years ago. With rumors circulating about the gruesome nature of his death, some say he lost even his most intimate parts. The truth of these tales, however, remains uncertain. Last night marked the 5th occasion. As a seasoned temporary worker in a frontline role, having survived to the age of 42, Wei Mianzi is undoubtedly among the luckiest of his kind. Among his peers, who joined the workforce alongside him and have encountered monsters at least 4 times, it is estimated that at least 90 have already perished. Wei Mianzi may very well be one of the last survivors from that cohort, and in a certain sense, he has become a venerable elder. Yet, Zhao Jiuzhou holds him in disdain. In Zhao Jiuzhou's eyes, whether it be Wei Mianzi or the world's premier demon hunter, Tang Wei, they are fundamentally the same, merely laborers, each no more impressive than the other. For Zhao Jiuzhou to regard someone with esteem, they must at least be a branch leader, a grand leader, or a master of the sect. The alliance leader, Marcy, evokes in Zhao Jiuzhou a deep yearning for paternal recognition, Yet he has never had the opportunity to express his heartfelt sentiments to the esteemed figure. With a shared glance, Zhao Jiazhou and Wei Mianzi both let out a disdainful huff. Wei Mianzi promptly followed Zhu Dachang and the others out the door, while Zhao Jiazhou cautiously took a few steps behind, ensuring he did not linger. Once they had distanced themselves by several meters, he quickly caught up. Upon exiting the small building, Zhao Jiazhou and Wei Mianzi instinctively parted ways, each heading towards different offices of the Demon Hunter Association. Although the profession of Demon Hunter has become increasingly entertaining in recent years, the number of positions available within the Alliance is limited, leading to an increase in the number of offices rather than a decrease. All the unassigned relationships within the Alliance seem to be funneled into the grassroots offices of the Demon Hunter Association. Naturally, the salary reflects this reality, with most receiving only 700 to 800 yuan a month, merely enough to ensure basic sustenance. Furthermore, those in office positions enjoy a semblance of safety, unlike Zhao Jiazhou, whose impending confirmation of a permanent position does not alter the fact that he remains a mere street patroller. As Zhao Jiazhou traverses the streets, he cannot suppress a surge of hatred, his teeth clenched in frustration. As long as Lu Yang remains alive, he knows he shall never find joy in his life. At the same hour, in the administrative building of the night shift, Lu Yang, who sauntered into work only as darkness fell, finally grasped Lu Ziqing's intentions. After obtaining Zhao Jiazhou's spiritual power assessment report through internal channels, Lu Yang was left utterly astonished. Despite being a significant member of the Lu family within the State Association, her lineage and position bear no direct correlation to her spiritual capabilities. Though her father serves as a leader of a directly affiliated branch, and she is the elder sister of the revered Lu Xianzi, her own spiritual power dimensions are scarcely distinguishable from those of an ordinary demon hunter. The so-called indistinction manifests itself in this way: a spiritual impact of 1 point, a spiritual capability of 3 points, and a spiritual resistance of 1 point, and thus it ends. It is, therefore, not hard to imagine the deep-seated jealousy she felt upon witnessing Zhao Jiazhou, an apparent underachiever, possessing an astonishing 22 points of spiritual insight, along with an exceedingly rare point of spiritual power. Her heart could hardly quell such envy. Not to mention, had she not torn up his exam paper, Zhao Jiazhou would have undoubtedly secured the top position in this year's entrance examination for the Black Mountain headquarters. As for herself, she had, in fact, fallen short of the passing mark by 3 points. If it weren't for the current embargo on the announcement of exam results by the Alliance, and her father's machinations behind the scenes, she might not have even gained entry into the academic institution. Was it truly because Zhao Jiazhou took an extra 5 or 6 seconds to complete his paper that she resorted to tearing it up? Perhaps, objectively, that was part of the reason. However, to be candid, upon seeing Zhao Jiazhou manage to fill out such a challenging mathematics exam paper so thoroughly, she simply could not swallow her frustration. This woman was, in every sense, decidedly not a good person. With 22 points of spiritual insight, coupled with his single point of spiritual power, having such a dog in her proximity felt akin to possessing an extra life. Lu Ziqing stood with his back to Lu Yahue, gazing out the window at the scene below. Yahue, the lives of people like us are exceedingly precious. The longer we live, the greater value we can create for our families. There's no need for you to fret over trivial matters. The exam is already over. Once I arrange for him to attend the training class, he will still obtain the credentials for the academic institution. What more could he possibly say then? But what if he still raises a ruckus? Lu Yahue stood up, moving to embrace Lu Ziqing from behind, pressing herself against him as she lamented, "Brother Qing, didn't you say you would consider everything for my sake? What if he truly escalates this situation? What will become of me? Am I destined to remain in such a place, mingling with those lowly individuals? I even postponed the banquet tonight. I can hardly show my face before that group led by Yifei. Do not overthink it. She is she, and you are you." Upon hearing Lu Yifei's name, Lu Ziqing felt a slight stir within him. The only reason he dared to defy convention and engage with Lu Yahue was indeed due to her connection to Lu Yifei. If he could not have the celestial maiden, he would settle for her sister. As the son of the leader of the state society, that was the extent of his current capabilities. Nothing will go awry. He gently attempted to pry Lu Yahue's hands apart. Yet, she clung to him tenaciously, refusing to relent. How could nothing go wrong? His scores are glaringly evident. With such elevated spiritual power, he even claims to be a mystic. Sooner or later, someone will peruse his records, And what are those who score in the 80s or 90s in physics and chemistry yet receive a 0 in mathematics? Ultimately, it will come back to haunt me. He took an extra 5 or 6 seconds, yet you also adhere to the rules. That is not the case. Lu Yahong's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. At least 10 individuals in the examination room had not ceased writing. It was not a personal attack against him. I intentionally tore up his paper because I saw how much he had written. If the people from Qinglong Hall discovered that the dog had performed so well, they would undoubtedly accuse me of infringing on civil rights. Qinggu, I cannot. Lu Ziqing was momentarily taken aback by her words. Grasping Lu Yahong's hand, he asked in disbelief, "Aren't you bored? How was I to anticipate this outcome?" Lu Yahong, in her anxiety, stomped her foot, pleading, "Qinggu, just consider it for my sake. For my own good, please help me eliminate him. I promise I will never marry. I will serve you for the rest of my life." What a fanciful thought. How long can your beauty last? Lu Ziqing mused. And he truly felt reluctant to part with Zhao Jiuzhou's talent. Yet, Lu Yang continued softly, "Qinggu, he is merely a dog. Sooner or later, you will have many other dogs. But if I were caught, and our relationship was exposed..." Lu Ziqing tightened his grip on Lu Yahong's hand. A sudden glint of menace in his eyes. "Are you threatening me?" "I am not." Lu Yang remained unfazed. After all, she was a member of the Lu family in the state society, and her father was the head of the official hall under the society. "I am merely stating a possibility. Are you not afraid?" Lu Ziqing, still holding her hand, gradually loosened his grip. He was indeed fearful. "You have truly landed me in deep trouble." Lu Ziqing turned away in frustration, his gaze falling upon Lu Yang's face, which bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yi's face. He had initially intended merely to vent his frustrations by gazing upon her face. Yet he had not anticipated that their relationship would deepen, and Lu Yang would entangle herself in utterly unnecessary troubles. However, upon witnessing the pleading look in Lu Yahong's eyes, Lu Ziqing's heart softened. After all, a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of grace. From the age of 18 until now, he had shared countless intimate moments with Lu Yang. Even considering her father and his own uncle, he could not bring himself to blame her. Very well. Very well. Zhao Jiuzhou is but a dog. Yet within the Lu family, unity is paramount. Sighing deeply, Lu Ziqing felt his anger slowly dissipate as he lamented. "Let me make some arrangements." In just a few words, Zhao Jiuzhou's fate took another step from the doghouse towards the grave in Lu Ziqing's mind. "Qinggu, I knew you would treat me the best," Lu Yang exclaimed, throwing her arms around Lu Ziqing and planting a kiss on his cheek. Just then, outside the office, Pan Anda abruptly pushed the door open. Upon witnessing the scene, he quickly shut the door again. Lu Ziqing calmly released Lu Yang. What was so scandalous about two cousins behaving affectionately? After all, they were merely dressed and sharing a brief embrace. "What is it?" Lu Ziqing asked Pan Anda with an unfazed expression. Panda Hai chose to feign ignorance and solemnly stated, "An incident has occurred at the northwest state border. The State Council requires each branch to dispatch 60 elite demon hunters for support to assemble by the end of the month. Our night shift department is tasked with sending 2 individuals. How shall we arrange this? Will you go, or shall I, or shall we both go together?" Lu Ziqing and Lu Yanhong exchanged glances. Lu Yanhong, unable to contain her excitement, blurted out, "I have a better candidate." Chapter 17. Come Down, Chiu Chiu, Part 1, Achu. As Zhao Jiuzhou stepped through the door of the Silver Award Alliance's Demon Hunter Association's Black Tiger Ridge branch office, he sneezed, causing the duty security guard to take a step back. He rubbed his nose and pulled out his access card to take a queue number. It was peak hours for work, and given that the certification of demon hunters was part of daily business, there were quite a few people ahead in line. For the ordinary people in this world, film screenings were undoubtedly a luxury, due to the unique environment of the cinema. The Black Tiger Ridge branch only had 2 large screens, and the ticket prices were exorbitant, primarily allocated for indoor security. Thus, someone like Zhao Jiuzhou, who was financially strapped, could only watch films on public screens. However, everyone was preoccupied with their livelihoods, leaving little time to spare, and given the restrictions on continuous screening times in various venues, even a slight delay could result in missing a significant portion of the film. Consequently, the Silver Alliance's Cultural Products Management Hall stipulated that a film's duration could not exceed 90 minutes, ideally falling between 40 and 60 minutes. The film starring Lu Yifei was precisely 40 minutes long. Zhao Jiuzhou was fortunate today, as he sat down to wait in line. The film had just begun a little over 5 minutes ago, and the office's screen had only recently turned on. perfectly catering to his eager desire to watch it in its entirety. Determined not to squander the arrangement made by the Demon Hunter Association's office, Zhao Jiuzhou fixed his gaze on Lu Yifei's, her figure. Alongside him, a row of middle-aged men exhibited the refined demeanor expected of devoted fans. Their tongues occasionally moistened their lips, demonstrating their immersion in the experience. Yifei, Yifei, Yifei. In the commercial district of the Black Tiger Ridge branch, within the Grand Marriott Hotel, the exuberant cheers of zealous fans suddenly filled the lobby, accompanied by a throng of bodyguards. The jewel of the head of the Black Mountain-S public hall, a prominent figure in his own right, Lu Yifei, the new generation starlet of the Silver Award Alliance, who was both an investor and awardee, emerged. Her agency boasted that she was the most beautiful woman in the world for nearly 30 years. And her academic status was crafted with the help of her father, Master Lu, a friend of public opinion. Furthermore, she held the title of the youngest diamond demon hunter in the Alliance, though that was purely for show. Known in the martial world as Lu Xinzi, her reputation was largely based on her looks and figure. As she alighted from the carriage parked at the hotel entrance, she was greeted by a prearranged assembly of extras and professional fans. Not to mention, her father and uncle were no ordinary characters. Their background was formidable enough to instill awe. "Yifei, you look stunning today," remarked Sunwei, the third-generation heir of the Sun family, personally stepping out to welcome this young lady, the evening's guest of honor. Lu Yifei extended her hand, adorned with pristine white gloves, toward the young master of the Sun family. Sun Wei gazed at Lu Yifei's captivating visage and her alluring figure, his mind racing with various fantasies. Yet his expression remained impeccably composed. He merely took hold of a few of Lu Yifei's fingers and took a few steps forward, their hands naturally parting without hesitation. "You truly are a gentleman. Must you trouble yourself to come down and greet me?" Lu Yifei remarked with a twinkle of laughter in her eyes. "Should I wish you a happy birthday now, or wait until there are more people around?" Grandfather's son is far too courteous. Where is he today? Has he come? He has gone to oversee matters in the Northwest. There were a few minor issues. Minor issues warranting grandfather's son's attention? If my grandfather is involved, then it must indeed be a minor affair. Oh, such eloquence. Lu Yifei complimented, and the two continued their lively banter as they ascended to the second floor. The spacious banquet hall on the second floor was already brimming with guests. As soon as Lu Yifei made her entrance, the atmosphere surged with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, the fairy Lu has arrived," Sun Wei announced with great enthusiasm. The crowd immediately gathered around her, greeting her with warm smiles. Though still youthful, Lu Yifei was well-versed in such grand occasions, handling the attention with grace and ease. Just then, a strikingly handsome youth emerged from the throng. Even more dashing than Sun Wei, Suzhen, who had only the night before sustained serious injuries yet now appeared lively and vibrant. When Lu Yifei turned to look, their eyes met, and Suzhen was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Yifei would be so extraordinarily beautiful beyond the screen. Her allure intensified by her remarkable figure. Likewise, Lu Yifei felt her cheeks flush, stirred by Suzhen's charming appearance. "Hello," Lu Yifei said, slightly self-conscious as she brushed her hair aside. Sun Wei observed Suzhen with a slight furrow of his brow, which quickly smoothed into a smile. "What a pity for you last night, Colonel Su. Let us not dwell on it. It was a miscalculation," Suzhen replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Fortunately, I brought along a skilled healer from home. I had thought it unnecessary, but it appears one should heed the wisdom of elders." Sun Wei nodded. "Indeed. It's only through hardship that one realizes the truth in what our parents say. We all share similar experiences." The attendees, all of whom were of considerable standing, resonated with that sentiment. Suzhen laughed heartily, and then turned his gaze back to Lu Yifei, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "I feel incredibly fortunate to have the chance to meet Miss Yifei today. Brother Sun, I have prepared 2 gifts, one for your birthday and another I wish to present to Miss Yifei on this occasion. I hope it is not too forward? How could this be? My birthday is merely a formality. What I truly desire is for everyone to gather, to create a festive atmosphere and to strengthen the bonds between us. Yifei, she is the cherished gem of our society. Presenting her with a gift equates to bestowing a gift upon our entire assembly." Sun Wei spoke with a veneer of pleasantry, yet his eyes betrayed a profound dissatisfaction. The SHJ State, the Society, and the SHJ City, the land of the Silver Alliance and the Alliance of Gifts, has since 2 centuries past been a haven for the powerful and influential. Over these many years, this place has essentially evolved into a stronghold dominated by the Sun, Ma, and Lu families. Aside from the occasional alliance leaders and elders ascending from other states, few forces can penetrate this established domain. Presently, the reigning leader, Ma Erxi, has ascended entirely through the might of the Ma family. Thus, such a formidable coalition must find ways to maintain its stability. Marriage alliances serve as an excellent strategy. In recent years, the most outstanding representative of the Sun family as third generation has been Sun Wei, along with his two brothers, Sun Wei and Sun Wei, who are also relatively reliable successors. Following Lu Yifei's meteoric rise to fame last year, the Ma and Sun families naturally vied for her hand in marriage. Ultimately, following the intervention of the leader Ma Erxi, the Ma family secured certain benefits from the Sun family and withdrew from the competition. Consequently, Lu Yifei, having just entered school this year, has her future all but predetermined. She is destined to marry either Sun Wei or one of his two brothers. Lu Yifei herself is indifferent. She possesses a pragmatic acceptance of her fate, as her background inevitably leads her to such a destiny. The outside world is fraught with peril, and she harbors no intention of resisting her family's wishes. She will comply with her uncle's directives regarding whom to marry. Sun Wei, of course, is acutely aware of this situation. He merely needs to outmaneuver his brothers. Yet today, in this setting, he certainly did not anticipate such an unexpected turn of events. The young man before him, a dapper figure, is a direct descendant of the Su family from Southeast State, potentially poised to rise in stature there. Thus, an outright confrontation is not an option. Sun Wei must suppress his irritation and feign indifference for the moment. Meanwhile, Su Zhan, oblivious to the dynamics of SHJ State, continued to display his charming demeanor towards Lu Yifei, his flirtation proving irresistible, rendering her utterly captivated. Chapter 18, Come Down. Chi, Part 2. Quickly, bring it forth. Su Zhan shouted at his attendant. Amidst the crowd, a sprightly old servant approached, cradling a small box in his hands, and made his way to Lu Yifei. Su Zhan took the box from the elderly servant and stepped closer to Lu Yifei. Gazing intently into her eyes as he spoke softly, Miss Yifei, I have heard that you do not yet possess a spirit beast. After residing in the Shijizu for half a month, I have finally procured a rare egg for you. It possesses a sensitivity score of 22. I wonder if you would graciously accept it. 22? Even the most experienced individuals present could not help but gasp at this figure. The spirit beast, while regarded as a pet, is often overlooked for its combat prowess. Its primary utility lies in its ability to serve as an early warning system. Thus, the strength of its sensitivity is the most significant criterion for valuing a spirit beast, without exception. Since demon hunters share a telepathic bond with their spirit beasts, a creature with a sufficiently high sensitivity can detect threats from spiritual entities hundreds of meters away. For a master capable of perceiving the emotions of their spirit beast, this becomes akin to a second life. In the current market of the Silver Alliance, even a spirit beast with a sensitivity exceeding 5 points is considered military material. Once its data is verified through official channels, it is swiftly dispatched to a soldier or officer before it hatches. Therefore, one with a score above 20 points is generally reserved for leaders of the highest caliber. Among the vast population of over 800 million in the Silver Alliance, the number of individuals eligible to acquire such a spirit beast can be counted on one hand. However, of these few hundred, a staggering 90% have already bonded with their own spirit beasts, which they have personally hatched, rendering them unable to possess another. Consequently, this egg is destined to land in the hands of the most formidable guardians of the Silver Alliance. Furthermore, eggs with sensitivity scores above 20 are exceedingly rare. The last recorded public attribution of a spirit beast egg with similar metrics was 12 years ago, when it was acquired by Tang Wei. That egg boasted an 18-point sensitivity along with 12 points of spiritual ability, resulting in a spirit beast equipped with offensive skills, thereby enabling Tang Wei to achieve unparalleled mastery of 6 demon hunting techniques. The egg that Su Zhan presented to Lu Yifei, while solely possessing sensitivity, is nonetheless astonishing in its own right. Wow! The crowd around them, regardless of gender, regarded Su Zhan and Lu Yifei, a striking pair, with fervent envy. Sun Wei seemed to be momentarily overshadowed by the brilliance of their interaction. Yifei? Su Zhan dispensed with formalities, omitting the title of Miss as he pressed the box into her hands. This is far too precious. Lu Yifei momentarily feigned reluctance. Su Zhan replied, Not at all. No treasure could ever outweigh your significance in my heart. Meeting you is the fortune of this egg. Accept it, for if you refuse, the creature within will surely resent me in the future. Though Lu Yifei felt 100-fold joy within, she first cast a glance at Sun Wei, seeking his opinion. Sun Wei naturally did not oppose, as Lu Yifei was a native of the Shiji state. This egg belonged to Lu Yifei, and sooner or later, it would be hers. With a beaming smile, she feigned great magnanimity and nodded in agreement. Lu Yifei then glanced at an elder from the Lu family who was standing not far away. And upon seeing the elder nod, she graciously accepted the box that Su Zhen had handed to her, exclaiming with a smile, "You are too generous. This must be quite expensive." At that moment, Su Zhen's personal bodyguard interjected, "This egg costs 20 million, and the information fee is 1 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 20 million silver coins for an egg? What a prodigal! The onlookers were both astonished and in awe of the immense financial power of the southeast state. Su Zhen relished the applause, smiling as he urged, "Yifei, let us hatch it and see. The time should be right." "Ah, all right. I'll help you," Lu Yifei responded, as Sun Wei immediately took the box from her. Lu Yifei lifted the lid and gently extracted the illusion beast egg, which had less than a day and a half left of incubation time, from the box. In full view of the audience, she took a deep breath and channeled her spiritual energy into the egg. Well, in the Zhao Jiuzhou office of the Demon Hunter Association on Black Tiger Ridge, Zhao Jiuzhou seemed to be jolted by an electric current, involuntarily letting out an exaggerated scream. On the screen before him, a video was playing of Lu Yifei frolicking by the water, her proud figure swaying gracefully with her every movement. Hearing Zhao Jiuzhou shout, the spectators immediately cast disdainful glances in his direction. "Bro, your pants are pitched like a tent, and yet you pretend to be a gentleman while scolding Zhao Jiuzhou. Young man, your thoughts should not be so lewd. Consider matters of interest to the alliance and sect. You must view these scenes with an artistic eye. How can you be so base?" The condemnation was palpable, leaving Zhao Jiuzhou feeling ashamed and unable to retort. He truly could not bring himself to admit that he did not wish to sleep with Lu Yifei. "I am different from this group of old men. I aspire to be the future leader. As a leader, one must be pragmatic. How can a leader deceive oneself? Yes, indeed. I want to sleep with her. So what?" Zhao Jiuzhou laid his cards on the table. Well, in the Wanhao Hotel, another wave of exclamations erupted, just seconds after Lu Yifei finished channeling her spiritual energy. The illusion beast egg in her hands erupted with a tremendous surge of power. The egg, radiating blue light, began to crack. "Give it to me." Su Zhen hurriedly snatched the egg, which seemed on the verge of explosion, from Lu Yifei's hands. An old servant nearby quickly took it from Su Zhen. Just as it was secured, a slender tail emerged from inside the shell, flicking in the air with its soft, pointed tip. Suddenly, the entire egg burst open, revealing a pair of strong wings that unfurled with a resounding thud, flapping twice before soaring into the air. Lu Yifei, Sun Wei, Su Zhen, and a multitude of onlookers gazed up at the ceiling. At that moment, 3 or 4 valiant demon hunters clad in golden and white battle attire materialized before the assembly of young gentlemen and ladies. The crowd observed a creature darting about the ceiling, resembling a headless fly, seemingly attempting to flee this space. Their expressions gradually shifted from terror to curiosity and tenderness. This being appeared hardly beast-like. Aside from a pair of wings and a lengthy tail, it possessed neither limbs nor a head. Yet, its fluffy, diminutive form was undeniably endearing. Chirp, chirp. It emitted a somewhat frantic call, the source of which remained a mystery. Lu Yifei fixed her gaze upon the orb on the ceiling, equally astonished and completely oblivious to the fact that it was her own heart-linked spirit beast. It was only when Sun Wei gently tugged at her that she came to her senses and urgently called out, "Hey, that ball, come down here." The creature then made a sudden dive, hurtling straight towards Lu Yifei. "Be careful." Dozens of demon hunters sprang into action, casting various barriers, formations, and energy artifacts towards the orb. Yet, the sphere adeptly evaded all assaults with remarkable speed and agility, its nimbleness entirely belied by its rotund shape. In an electrifying instant, it breached the defenses and dove into Lu Yifei's embrace. "Spirit energy," someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The orb disregarded everything else and, once nestled in Lu Yifei's arms, began to nuzzle her while emitting a series of sounds that resonated profoundly with the men present, inciting both admiration and jealousy. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lu Yifei laughed uncontrollably as she stroked the plush cub, thoroughly amused by its antics. Meanwhile, in the Demon Hunter Association's office, Zhao Jiuzhou watched Lu Yifei on the screen as she removed her outer garment. Suddenly, without warning, he erupted into an uncontrollable fit of laughter that was both raucous and unrestrained. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Youth, maintain your composure. How can you be so easily stirred by a few words? This is not my concern, he stammered. I'll return later. The older gentleman queued before Zhao Jiuzhou hastily retreated. The office staff called out for several individuals, soon summoning Zhao Jiuzhou, applicant number 16, please proceed to window number 2. Ha ha. Zhao Jiuzhou chuckled as he approached the window. A young attendant glanced at him with confusion and inquired, what is wrong with you? I don't know, Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed, animated and unable to contain his excitement. It's just so thrilling. That feeling inside. I know. The attendant presumed Zhao Jiuzhou was having a mental episode, a scenario not uncommon, and hastily interjected, just give me your card. Chapter 19. The Seven-Colored Auspicious Cloud. Ha. Zhao Jiuzhou's laughter grew increasingly absurd as the staff at the window hurriedly processed his card, completing the formalities for his promotion to a demon hunter with a few swift motions. They brusquely tossed the card back out, along with a printed certificate, seemingly eager for this madman to depart. Zhao Jiuzhou, still laughing like a lunatic, glanced at the certificate. It bore the stamp of a bronze level 1 star. So, he had previously been at bronze level 0 stars. Is this sufficient? Ha ha ha. He crumpled the certificate into a ball and discarded it into the nearby wastebasket, which already contained numerous similar crumpled papers. Clearly, this certificate was utterly worthless. Yet, simultaneously, he began to sense something amiss, his laughter becoming uncontrollable. Fortunately, he managed to rein in his emotions, asking in confusion, is this really so quick? Of course it is, shouted the staff member from the window, both anxious and irritable. You're done. Next. Wait a moment. Zhao Jiuzhou was now displeased. Do you even know who I am? Aren't you going to check my spiritual energy data? What on earth do you think you are? The staff member retorted, I see you as nothing more than a lunatic. Growing increasingly frantic, they continued. Are you out of your mind? Personal spiritual energy data is confidential and cannot be accessed. It was only in recent years that the profession of demon hunters began to take on a more entertainment-oriented aspect, allowing the spiritual energy data of individuals to seem relatively accessible. However, if one truly had the audacity to inquire about the spiritual energy data of Lord Marxi, they would indeed find themselves facing some unwelcome visitors from the relevant authorities. After all, this data could directly relate to one's life and death. Even someone as renowned as Tang Wei, the world's foremost expert, is only known for his spiritual strike data, which may not even be entirely accurate. As for the other 4 attributes, aside from the department that maintains his records, who could possibly clarify them? It is likely that even ordinary elders beneath Lord Marxi would be unable to access Tang Wei's spiritual energy data. As for Zhao Jiuzhou, an ordinary person, he had evidently grown too comfortable in a peaceful environment for too long, neglecting the significance of spiritual energy data. It is only when facing the window of the Demon Hunter Association that individuals are reminded of the inherent power of this data. If I were to know your 5 dimensions of spiritual energy, I could devise a method to eliminate you. This was a common societal reality many years ago, unlike today, when demon hunters participating in the World Cup seem eager for the entire world to remember their data. It is truly a sign of a collective decline across the entire class. Even the elite demon hunters have lost the basic reverence for their own identities. In the past, even when forming teams to hunt monsters, each member would cautiously report only their primary attribute data, shrouding their 5 dimensions of spiritual energy in secrecy, maintaining an air of mystery. For instance, individuals like Zhao Jiuzhou typically assert that their inspiration level exceeds 5, even if they exaggerate. They might claim it to be above 10, sufficient to fulfill the role of an intelligence officer. Consequently, the captain would refrain from further inquiries. After all, one's life is one's own. If one were to perish due to boasting, the responsibility lies solely with oneself. Moreover, the true capabilities of the members can be assessed against the more objective standard of demon hunter rankings. Thus, it is precisely for this reason that elite demon hunters choose to collaborate solely with their equals. No one wishes to be hindered by the incompetence of others. However, in recent years, that is inconsequential. Data fails to truly reflect the authentic prowess of a demon hunter. Regardless of the staff member's insistence on calling the next number, Zhao Jiuzhou stubbornly occupied his seat, demanding loudly, I wish to undergo the mystic practitioner assessment. I am a mystic practitioner. Upon hearing this declaration, the staff member's expression shifted dramatically, confirming beyond doubt that this child was undoubtedly mentally disturbed. "We cannot conduct such an assessment," he shouted in panic, eager to expel Zhao Jiuzhou. "We lack the means for that. Means are unnecessary," Zhao Jiuzhou retorted, raising his voice. "Just look at my battle record. It's all right there. Last night, I single-handedly defeated 2 level 3 monsters." Upon hearing this, everyone still present in the hall immediately turned their attention towards him. Such audacity. "Brother, stop fooling around. Your battle record clearly states that you defeated 2 slime monsters using the whistle summit skill. Please, be rational. Mysticism is a deception, and there is no such thing as a mystic practitioner." The staff member began to plead earnestly, urging him to abandon his delusions, for there is no future in fantasies. "Damn, they are lying," Zhao Jiuzhou fumed. "I was indeed barehanded. Just look." The staff member spun the computer screen towards him, shouting, "You were merely fortunate enough to defeat 2 level 3 slime monsters, which resulted in the acquisition of 2 level 3 crystal cores. Slime monsters. Slime monsters. You utilized your own awakened skill." Zhao Jiuzhou focused intently and indeed saw it clearly indicated 2 level 3 slime monsters, with no mention of the night owl or his barehanded techniques, inciting a furious outburst. "This is impossible. I will prove it to you. Do not act recklessly," the staff member screamed. The security guard, who had been observing the commotion for some time, finally intervened, drawing his firearm and aiming it at Zhao Jiuzhou, shouting, "Do not move. I want to move, but I merely wish to demonstrate it to you. And I cannot hit anyone," Zhao Jiuzhou expressed with vague articulation, describing his mysticism, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, he exclaimed, "Behold my skill." The entire assembly felt their hearts leap into their throats at his shout. Yet the next moment, nothing transpired from Zhao Jiuzhou. Zhao Jiuzhou. The crowd. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, with everyone staring blankly at Zhao Jiuzhou. "Damn, how embarrassing. Huh. Where has my invincible lightning-fast punch gone?" Zhao Jiuzhou muttered to himself, attempting to shatter the oppressive atmosphere. Yet, his fist bore no glimmer of light. "Brother, perhaps you could try," the staff member at the service window timidly suggested, using a whistle as a weapon. "What whistle?" Zhao Jiuzhou glared in displeasure. The staff member stammered, "It's the whistle you used last night." Zhao Jiuzhou retorted irritably, "It was taken by the leader." "Precisely. Without a whistle, how can you slay monsters?" It's about to explode. In the banquet hall of the Marriott residence, the orb cradled in Lu Yifei's arms suddenly flickered, emitting a blinding radiance. Spiritual energy. It truly is spiritual energy. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Bayu, Bayu. The orb, akin to a mischievous child, emitted playful sounds. Unfurling its previously tucked wings, and with a swish of its slender tail, it soared from Lu Yifei's embrace. Its belly swelled, revealing a minuscule orifice at its front, presumably its mouth. A torrent of blinding white light erupted from its mouth, resembling a straight laser sword that shot forth above the heads of the crowd. Boom. The white light struck the wall, creating a sizable crater. "Wow." All the guests around exclaimed in awe. A voice cried out in the throng, "Double damage. Both spiritual and physical damage. Young master." Sujin's old servant was on the verge of madness. This ethereal beast was worth far more than 20 million. Its market value exceeded 200 million. Moreover, it was virtually priceless, unattainable. The only known demon hunter abilities that can currently wield spiritual and physical damage could only be executed by masters of spiritual energy, of whom there are fewer than 50,000 worldwide. Among them, 90% could inflict only minimal physical damage, akin to mere scraping. The genuine demon hunters capable of inflicting actual harm on ordinary beings through their innate abilities numbered no more than 5,000 globally. The prowess displayed by this ethereal beast was that of the world's most elite demon hunters. In stark contrast, even a top-tier demon hunter like Sujin, capable of competing in the World Cup, surpassed by far the combat prowess of this orb, disregarding the spiritual weapons available to humanity. Sujin and his old servant exchanged a glance, both perceiving a profound regret in each other's eyes. Was it worth such a hefty price to sleep with a woman? After all, he merely intended to indulge for a night, never contemplating a union with the Lu family. But now, what use is regret? It has already been given away. The moment Lu Fei infused her power into this egg, it was irrevocably bound to her life. The heart-bound ethereal beast is indestructible, unless the master perishes. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. A round and fluffy fur ball soared above the heads of the crowd, playing gleefully. Amidst the explosions, the ceiling of the hotel was showered with a cloud of dust. Sun Wei urgently shouted to Lu Yifei, Yifei, stop it. Huh. Lu Yifei looked at Sun Wei, her eyes filled with despair. I can't control it. It won't listen to me. The ethereal beast shared a telepathic bond with its master, yet its temperament remained fiercely independent. Su Zhen reluctantly accepted the reality. Feeling a profound sense of regret while maintaining an indifferent facade, likely due to the typical traits of a husky, even the ethereal beast possessed such quirks. Sun Wei nodded slightly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Huskies are nothing. Always ready to unleash chaos, especially when their master is Lu Yifei. That presents quite a challenge. Surely, one couldn't simply annihilate Lu Yifei to quell this furry ball of mischief, could they? Ada, I refuse to believe it. Come again. Have it you. Have it you. In the business hall of the Demon Hunter Association's Black Tiger Ridge branch, Zhao Jiazhou endured the bewildered stares of the audience. Yet he could not summon the great power he had wielded the previous night. The radiant white light that he could once conjure had seemingly vanished, refusing to make an appearance, no matter the effort. He grimaced, resembling a jester in his gestures, and when he caught the sympathetic gaze of an apprentice through the window, his psychological defenses crumbled. Reluctantly, he took a step back, muttering, I'm just not at my best today. This isn't my true capability. I understand. It's not your fault. It's the world's issue. The staff member adopted a tone one might use to pacify a troubled mind, suggesting, perhaps you should try elsewhere? This condescending tone infuriated Zhao Jiazhou. You doubt my ability to clear monsters barehanded, don't you? Look. If you mean to say that you can defeat monsters without using any spiritual weapons, just relying on skills, then so can Tang Wei, Li Taihu, and Wei Guanshan. So, it's not that I doubt you, the staff member, faced with a distressed client, hurriedly explained. What I'm trying to convey is that you may not fully grasp the concept. Defeating monsters barehanded and using skills to do so are entirely different matters. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, but I truly didn't let me finish, the staff member interjected. Barehanded means neither using skills nor spiritual weapons to defeat monsters. If you use skills, even without weapons, that cannot be classified as barehanded, correct? Yes, but I genuinely didn't that's inconsequential, the staff member continued, interrupting again. What is a mystic practitioner? A mystic practitioner is a demon hunter capable of using mystic arts to slay cursed spirits, correct? Yes, Zhao Jiazhou nodded, but exactly. Then let me ask you, have you ever defeated a cursed spirit? I have not. Zhao Jiazhou, continuously erupted in anger, roaring, but I swear. I truly fought barehanded last night. I didn't use any skills. I didn't employ any weapons. I used nothing at all. I simply punched the monster to death. Brother, truly, could you refrain from being so obstinate? You must have utilized some skills. Your battle record from last night is clearly documented. You relied on your abilities to slay monsters, and it wasn't merely skills. You also employed weapons, specifically your watchful sentry duties. The staff member appeared utterly despondent and powerless. How about this? If you insist on claiming to be a sorcerer, then procure a cursed spirit and demonstrate it to me. I assure you, I will authenticate you. Are you serious? Do you take me for a fool? Zhao Jiazhou exclaimed in exasperation. Where in this world would one find a cursed spirit? Indeed, the staff member was equally agitated, acknowledging the absence of cursed spirits, which begs the question, how could there be sorcerers? Zhao Jiazhou found himself ensnared in this argument. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended that his whimsical desire to be recognized as a sorcerer stemmed merely from a need to impress, rather than from genuine belief in their existence. Yet, at that moment, with so many eyes upon him, did Zhao Jiazhou not care for his dignity? No. Zhao Jiazhou steeled himself. What about Marcy? He too is a sorcerer. Why not mention him? Upon hearing the name of the leader, the crowd instantly adopted a more reserved demeanor. Brother, I implore you. The staff member was on the verge of tears. Let us cease this foolishness. Even Leader Marcy is now embarrassed to utter those 3 words. Sorcerer is merely a label for pretentiousness. And what of others? Zhao Jiazhou remained unconvinced. Aside from Marcy, are there not many sorcerers? How do they gain their certification? The staff member could only respond. Others discreetly mail their application forms for remote authentication. Who runs around during working hours like you? This requires a letter of proof from your supervisor, along with a fee. A fee? Why is there a fee? Zhao Jiazhou furrowed his brow. How should I know? The rules were not set by me. I am merely an employee. The staff member was exasperated. Brother, I beg you, stop this nonsense. The certification fee for sorcerers is 150,000. Even if you truly were a sorcerer, there is no need to squander money. Right? This is merely a game for the affluent, a source of their amusement. Goodness. Zhao Jiuzhou was taken aback by this revelation. The other demon hunters present also expressed their astonishment at the news. So that is how it is. I suspected as much. Sorcerers have long been debunked. Why continue offering certification? Simply to profit. Naturally, if they weren't making money, why would they operate this establishment? The Demon Hunter Association is deteriorating. It's unavoidable. Without income, I haven't paid my dues in years. What is the point? The association collects fees in an instant, yet if you encounter trouble, by the time they gather the funds for treatment, you'd already be in a coffin. It's better to purchase commercial insurance. How could this be? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Zhao Jiuzhou's final shred of hope regarding sorcerers was utterly shattered. This world is so dark. Everywhere lies abound. Even textbooks deceive me. Where is the promised alliance of mysticism? It turns out it was merely a scheme to extract certification fees. The fragile values that Zhao Jiuzhou painstakingly built over a decade crumbled in an instant. He gazed blankly at the clerk behind the window. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket buzzed. Hello, who is this? Zhao Jiuzhou, feeling somewhat embarrassed, answered the call with a sense of numbness. On the other end, Pananda, holding two small red books and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, casually remarked amidst the night breeze, Zhao Jiuzhou, your regularization procedures have been approved. Where are you? I'll bring your documents over. I've been regularized? Zhao Jiuzhou, who felt as if he had already been socially buried, suddenly felt a bright spark ignite in his eyes. I've been regularized? I've actually been regularized. He looked at the clerk with fervor, repeatedly striking the countertop. The clerk, observing Zhao Jiuzhou's manic expression, thought him utterly deranged and managed a strained smile, saying, Congratulations. You're welcome, Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed. And before the security guard could intervene, he swiftly dashed out of the office, disappearing in the blink of an eye, abruptly concluding this farce. Everyone in the hall watched the direction Zhao Jiuzhou had vanished, shaking their heads in unison. How pitiful to lose one's sanity at such a young age. Alas, what a world we live in. The common folk suffer too much. This commotion even disrupted Liu Yifei's film. On the office's screen, Liu Yifei's movie had reached its conclusion. Portrayed by the director as both innocent and desirous, the fairy Liu gazed at the sky, reciting her lines. I know my destined husband will one day come riding on a rainbow cloud to marry me. Then she began to hiccup. With each hiccup, she expelled a bubble. Red flames, blue ice, purple lightning. The guests surrounding her wore expressions of shock and numbness. An entity with all attributes, heightened inspiration, and dual damage attack type. Such a thing, even Marxi would deem excessively precious. Chapter 20. No other choice in the vicinity of the restricted area of Wuzendun in the Northwest State. A transmissible event has recently occurred. Currently, all access roads to this region have been completely shut off, and the Special Operations Brigade directly under the Silver Award Alliance has taken full control of the area's affairs. A spokesperson from the Alliance's Transmissible Event Prevention Office emphasized during a global press conference that this incident transpired within the territory of the Silver Alliance and is an internal matter. Other alliances neither possess the authority nor the qualification to criticize our security management lapses. The specific causes of this incident are still under investigation. Influential international alliances might better direct their attention to the acute social contradictions within their own realms. The transmissible event occurring near the restricted area of Wuzendun cannot rule out the possibility of human interference. We reserve the right to hold certain international alliances accountable for severely violating research ethics by clandestinely conducting illicit experiments around the Wuzendun restricted area, resulting in grave consequences. Damn it! Who is the fool wasting my precious mental sustenance? Zhao Jiuzhou immediately felt that the limited entertainment resources in his life had been irreparably squandered by an intolerable idiot. He strode into the duty room, his heart brimming with displeasure, and instantly spotted the man from last night who claimed to be a mystic, fixated on the news broadcast on the screen as if the distant happenings in the Northwest had any direct relevance to him. Huh, what a pretentious act. Zhao Jiuzhou called out with a touch of dissatisfaction. Pananda turned his head, a smile breaking through his previously serious expression. You've arrived? Here is your certificate. He promptly retrieved two identical small red booklets from his pocket, flipped through them to check the names, and handed Zhao Jiuzhou his own, stating that it had just arrived at their office half an hour ago. Originally, they were supposed to collect it themselves, but since he needed to speak with Zhao, he brought it along. He casually placed the other booklet belonging to Wei Mianzi on a nearby table. Oh. Zhao Jiuzhou quickly took his certificate. Upon opening it, he found the contents rather mundane. Aside from his name, gender, and date of birth, the most crucial section indicating his rank simply read, Trainee Apprentice of the Night Shift at the City Defense Department of the Black Tiger Ridge branch of the Silver Award Alliance. Nothing more. Is that it? Zhao Jiuzhou felt a lack of ceremonial significance and then picked up Wei Mianzi's booklet. Notably, his certificate lacked the term trainee, prompting Zhao Jiuzhou to inquire, why does mine have trainee on it? Different lengths of service, Pan Anda explained, switching off the screen with a calm demeanor. He has over 20 years of experience and has bypassed the probationary period. You, on the other hand, entered the workforce immediately after finishing your studies, having only worked for a few days with less than a month of service. Therefore, according to regulations, you must undergo a probationary period of 6 months to a year. However, do not worry. The trainee apprentice position is still a formal position, and you are already considered one of us. Oh, so there is indeed a probationary period. This is news to me on the very first day. Upon hearing Pan Anda's explanation, Zhao Jiuzhou felt a sense of relief. Yet he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, darn it, I thought you were deliberately messing with me. Not at all, Pan Anda chuckled. The 2 third-grade crystal cores you acquired last night are valued at over 2 million in the market, a significant achievement indeed. If it were me, I would have already been promoted to the position of deputy steward. So you're not one yet? Zhao Jiuzhou inquired. No, I'm still merely an inner disciple. Isn't a deputy steward also considered an inner disciple? Zhao Jiuzhou said, as he carefully tucked away his little red book, casually tossing Wei Mianzi's aside on the table. He then opened a video, habitually reciting, Lu Yifei, twist. Never mind. With others present, he couldn't fully immerse himself. Zhao Jiuzhou decisively turned off the video, his face betraying none of the exuberance he had feigned earlier in the administrative hall to escape, as the thrill of the moment had long since dissipated. Yes, a deputy steward is an unofficial title, still an inner disciple, but with a higher rank for promotion to steward, Pan Anda patiently elaborated. However, Zhao Jiuzhou, a perennial dreamer of becoming the leader, was already well acquainted with these fundamentals. He merely sought idle conversation with Pan Anda and certainly did not require such rudimentary explanations. For instance, Pan Anda's position was that of a managing disciple in the night shift of the City Defense Department at the Black Tiger Ridge branch. He had yet to officially enter the bureaucratic structure of the Silver Alliance, remaining a disciple and not an official. Only individuals like Lu Ziqing, who held the steward title in the night shift, had their roles fully integrated, bearing complete responsibility for the daily operations of the department, which represented the smallest unit within the Silver Alliance framework, entirely governed by him. Conversely, those with direct decision-making authority over any aspect of personnel, matters, finances, or resources were recognized as officials within the Silver Alliance system. In contrast, external disciples like Zhu Dachong might hold the title of captain, yet their say in the affairs of the team was inconsequential. He lacked the authority to recruit or dismiss team members, had no control over financial distributions, and certainly could not determine duty assignments or logistical arrangements for equipment. His authority was restricted to organizing different individuals within his limited scope of duty, such as deciding who would guard the latrines, who would man the office, or drafting reports. Even within this modest realm of power, he was still bound by unspoken rules. Zhu Dachong could not act recklessly. If he dared to assign a formal worker to guard the latrines, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Should the formal worker defy him, it could escalate into a significant issue, resulting in mutual destruction. One would be insubordinate while the other would mismanage. Thus, when it came time to appease his team members, Zhu Dachong had to yield. Otherwise, he risked losing even his nominal position as captain. Unlike Lu Ziqing, who would have no hesitation in dismissing someone for insubordination, Zhao Jiuzhou found himself in a precarious situation last night when he spoke disrespectfully to Lu. Lu had the authority to send Zhao packing, yet he deemed such an action beneath him. After all, how could a mere temporary worker elicit such ire from Lu Ziqing? Had he been under the command of someone like Lu Yuhong, the consequences would have been dire. In Zhao Jiuzhou's eyes, he and Pan Anda were simply insignificant figures in a larger scheme. There was no need for pretense or subservience. They were merely employees within the system, with the capacity to bully only those less fortunate than themselves. What is it that you seek from me? Zhao Jiuzhou finally recalled his purpose for being there, realizing he was not merely idling away his time. Pan Anda smiled and informed him that there had been an incident in the northwest Yusan restricted area, and there was a nationwide call for assistance. We recommend you to provide support there. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiuzhou fell into an unsettling silence, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous jest. Me? Go to war? He gazed at Pan Anda in disbelief. Pan Anda nodded, affirming the seriousness of the request. A flicker of fear crossed Zhao Jiuzhou's face. Are you serious? Pan Anda continued to nod. Wait, just a moment. Seeing Pan Anda's unwavering demeanor, Zhao Jiuzhou's panic escalated. You did this on purpose. Are you trying to send me to my doom, so you can inherit my household registration? Pan Anda was momentarily taken aback, then surprisingly chuckled. Don't be so tense. Why shouldn't I be tense? Why must I, on my very first day of confirmation, be sent to the front lines? Zhao Jiuzhou shouted in a frenzy. My dream is to live a tranquil and comfortable life in an office. Why is it that among so many in our team, you choose me? Don't even suggest that it's because I'm an easy target just because I've just been confirmed. ISN T. Wei Mianzi also newly confirmed? Upon hearing Zhao Jiuzhou's outburst, Wei Mianzi rushed in, ready to confront him verbally. This has nothing to do with me. Pan Anda intervened, preventing the two from engaging in a futile argument. We did not select you among the 3 squads, but rather from all 240 individuals within the 16 night shift teams, we chose you alone. Damn it. Zhao Jiuzhou's frustration intensified. This is outrageous. Are you trying to kill me without any pretense? Who would want to kill you? Zhu Dachang was still trying to grasp the situation. Zhao Jiuzhou pointed at Pan Anda and exclaimed, It's this bastard. He wants me to go to the front lines. At this revelation, the room erupted in astonishment. Yet before they could inquire further, Wei Mianzi suddenly spotted Zhao Jiuzhou's confirmation documents lying on the table and began to shout exuberantly, I've been confirmed. I've been confirmed. I can't believe it. Zhu Dachang glanced between Pan Anda, Zhao Jiuzhou, and Wei Mianzi, still trying to comprehend the unfolding drama. The room was in disarray, reflecting the chaotic situation at hand. After a full half hour, tranquility finally descended as most individuals ventured out to patrol, leaving only Captain Zhu Dachang behind to comprehend the circumstances while listening to Pan Anda narrate the intricate details. So the deficiency lies in the absence of senior demon hunters? Zhu Dachang nodded slightly, his expression a blend of understanding and concern as he gazed at Zhao Jiuzhou. With his hands cradling his face, Zhao Jiuzhou lamented, Who on earth could have leaked my energy data? You yourself did, Wei Mianzi interjected, a smirk of schadenfreude adorning his face. Weren't you the first to shout about it after your assessment? Sighing, Zhu Dachang attempted to console Zhao Jiuzhou with a pat on the shoulder. The greater the power, the quicker one meets their demise. Zhao Jiuzhou retorted irritably, brushing aside Zhu Dachang's hand. It's not your life at stake. It may not be a certainty, Zhu Dachang replied. Zhao Jiuzhou shot up in anger. I was already capable of reaching the outer sect status. Pan Anda responded, That is not quite the same. If you rely on seniority, it would take at least a decade to have a chance for promotion. However, if you accumulate military achievements at the border, you could bypass the seniority restrictions. And you would also be given priority for advancement to the inner sect later on. Indeed, Zhu Dachang chimed in, for those of us lacking innate talent, opportunities are scarce. Wei Mianzi, feeling a twinge of envy towards Zhao Jiuzhou, murmured his agreement. Yet, Zhao Jiuzhou remained deeply troubled. Despite all the advantages discussed, they were contingent upon survival. Yet he was an intelligence officer, the profession with the highest mortality rate on the battlefield. I need to think. Zhao Jiuzhou cradled his head once more. Zhu Dachang, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed, What is there to ponder? Everyone dies eventually. Don't say that, Pan Anda interjected, turning his attention back to Zhao Jiuzhou. If you face any difficulties, feel free to share. I was given a substantial sum, 100,000, with the intention of saving it for marriage. I had just completed my basic education this year, but a fool's actions ruined my prospects. I didn't even enter the academic institute. I had planned to enroll and immediately find a woman, regardless of the circumstances, and ensure she bore my child, thereby establishing my life. I had even prepared the funds for marriage and was ready to earn money for raising a child. I had everything laid out, yet fate denied me the opportunity. Just last night, the residents from my neighborhood finally delivered my consolation prize for failing the exam. Can you guess what it was? A damn spirit beast egg. Without a second thought, I sold it. It fetched 200,000. The 3 of them exchanged glances, speechless at Zhao Jiuzhou's admission of his unlawful actions. Wei Mianzi couldn't help but remark, selling a spirit beast egg is quite a loss, isn't it? What loss? What do you know? Zhao Jiuzhou expressed. If I possessed the ability, I would eventually save enough to purchase something fine from a specialty store. Yet, if I lack that ability, even if I were to gamble and acquire a rare egg, would it truly elevate my status? Such thoughts are mere fantasies. It would be wiser to sell it for immediate security. Besides, the odds of obtaining a rare egg are exceedingly slim. I would most likely end up hatching a mere husky. What use would that be? An additional 200,000 would indeed ease my future considerably. Yet here I am, with over 300,000 in my account at a mere 17 years of age, and you come to tell me that I am to be sent to the battlefield? My life has only just begun, and I haven't even had the chance to spend and enjoy my money. Xiao Zhao, cease your lamentations. Zhu Dachang suddenly slammed his hand on the table. We shall go to Qianshan right now. It is my duty as captain to help you exhaust this sum. I shall join you, Wei Mianzi declared with fervor. We will secure the entire establishment. I will take on 10 opponents. Pan Anda cast a cold glance, silencing them. Enough. He shall not perish. Zhao Jiuzhou retorted. How can you be so certain I will not die? Pan Anda pondered momentarily before responding. If you truly do not wish to go, that is acceptable. Really? Zhao Jiuzhou's eyes sparkled, all negativity dissipating. Why did you not say so sooner? You nearly frightened me to death. Yet Pan Anda continued in a calm tone. However, should you blatantly disobey orders during your internship, your chances of formal employment will be revoked. Furthermore, regarding your private sale of the illusion beast egg, that must have been to an illicit dealer, correct? This constitutes a crime, and I will report it to the Qinglong Hall. You bastard! Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed in a fit of rage. In an instant, the fury within him subsided. He stared at Pan Anda, silent for a prolonged moment, his mind racing to analyze the situation at hand. It appeared there was little room for choice. Are you serious? There is a possibility for the academic institute? Such a stroke of fortune? Zhao Jiuzhou regarded Pan Anda with skepticism. Pan Anda replied earnestly, this task is not straightforward. You will understand upon your arrival. And what of my excelling affair? Who cares? Pan Anda smiled. Do you know who the buyer is? Zhao Jiuzhou shook his head. Pan Anda continued, you do not know, nor do I. Without evidence, how could the Qinglong Hall apprehend you? Having recently been educated about the fees for the certification of a mysterious practitioner, Zhao Jiuzhou found this reasoning quite reasonable. He nodded slightly and then posed another question. What is it? Pan Anda inquired. Zhao Jiuzhou adopted a more serious demeanor, saying, to be frank, although I have been boasting these past few days, pretending to be formidable, you must realize I am essentially just a novice. I possess no combat experience. Throwing me onto the battlefield seems to overestimate my prowess. That is a minor concern, Pan Anda chuckled. Our Black Tiger Ridge Branch's support assembly is scheduled for the end of the month. Before that time, I can ensure you undergo 3 practical demon hunting training sessions. And you will acclimatize swiftly. By the way, you are required to attend. Pan Anda cast a glance at Wei Mianzi, who was caught off guard and shuddered violently. Why should I go? He exclaimed. After securing a permanent position, each individual is required to undertake at least one practical task. Zhu Dachang elucidated to Wei Mianzi. Rest assured, such tasks are generally quite safe. We haven't had a loss of life in over a decade. Wei Mianzi's lips twitched in response. What did such a boastful tone imply? Had it been so long since a fatality that they were seeking a sacrifice? Chapter 21. Companions in the coming days. It is advisable to rest well. Do not venture out just yet. Such places are meant for relaxation after the completion of tasks. To visit them before the onset of battle can adversely affect your focus, stamina, and even your spiritual energy levels. An adept demon hunter should also learn to embrace the night for rest. Ideally, the most beneficial hours for repose would be from 11 in the evening until around 7 in the morning. However, given our current circumstances, it is essential to seize the opportunity to sleep for 2 to 3 hours at night. Consequently, I will arrange your working hours from 1 in the afternoon until midnight. Each night, I encourage you to attempt to retire by around 4 o'clock. With that settled, Panda and Zhao Jiuzhou left work early. They found a quaint little diner to settle in. As Zhao Jiuzhou indulged in the fresh bread and beef like a famished soul reborn, Panda observed him, remaining still while the table brimmed with 2 plates of watermelon and cantaloupe, delicacies Zhao Jiuzhou could seldom afford. Are you very hungry? After a while, noticing Zhao Jiuzhou's greater enthusiasm for food than for knowledge, Panda calmly shifted the conversation. You awakened your mystical abilities only last night, didn't you? I don't know. Zhao Jiuzhou replied, not lifting his head, fearing Panda might begin eating and thereby deprive him of his feast. Panda continued nonchalantly, when one first awakens, the body demands a significant amount of energy. It is easy to overextend oneself, but it will gradually improve. You must pay attention to your condition over the next few days. Otherwise, if you cannot unleash your skills on the battlefield, it could spell disaster. Hearing this, Zhao Jiuzhou recalled the awkward scene at the Demon Hunter Association's office and hastily inquired, "Is it possible to overextend? To suddenly be unable to use my skills?" "Indeed." Panda smiled. "Have you overextended yourself?" "Absolutely not." Zhao Jiuzhou vehemently denied it. Such an embarrassing incident was one he would never admit to. Panda chuckled softly. "Experiencing overexertion is quite normal. In your current state, your appetite indicates that your bodily functions are very active. At just 17, you have yet to fully mature. You will continue to grow taller, and your spiritual energy should see a slight increase as well. By the way, have you awakened any skills?" "Not yet, I presume." Zhao Jiuzhou finished an entire plate of watermelon and let out a contented belch. Panda then pushed the plate of cantaloupe toward him. Zhao Jiuzhou waved his hand, indicating he needed a moment. Panda elaborated, "Mystical skills can be challenging to control. Conventional skills are far more practical. They are quantifiable and qualitative, aligning intention with execution, minimizing the risk of error. It would be best for you to awaken a particularly useful skill. Teleportation, for instance, would be quite advantageous. Reflect on it before you sleep at night. There is a certain probability that it may enhance your chances of awakening that skill." "Oh, understood." Zhao Jiuzhou nodded thoughtfully. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "Is it true that the information specialists possess a greater aptitude for survival through their teleportation abilities?" "Indeed," Pan Anda replied, "but the truth is, this applies equally to all demon hunters. For every hunter, the skill of displacement is paramount. Times have changed. In terms of offensive capabilities, we are equipped with firearms, demon-slaying blades, grenades, and even aircraft, tanks, and ballistic weaponry. If we were not reliant on monsters for energy, this world could have achieved peace long ago. Over 99% of monsters pose no real threat to humanity. Even those 6th and 7th level phantoms can be vanquished with a single silver bullet. Yet, we hesitate, for dragons are treasures in their entirety. Keeping them around is profitable. Even dragon excrement and urine can be transformed into high-grade spiritual products. Such an extensive industry sustains many livelihoods, and it is we who have ensnared ourselves in this predicament." "Indeed," Zhao Jiuzhou nodded, feigning understanding while showcasing his knowledge of dragon essence, phoenix residue, and chelant pills. "Are you familiar with these?" Pan Anda smiled. "Have you studied them?" "I have merely heard of them." Zhao Jiuzhou, who had only learned these terms from a shady dealer, pretended to possess ancestral knowledge before swiftly changing the topic. "By the way, have you had your mystic practitioner qualification certified?" "Not necessary," Pan Anda shook his head. "It is of little consequence." "Is it not a waste of money?" Zhao Jiuzhou asked. "It is not primarily about the money," Pan Anda explained. "One must be aware of their own status as a mystic practitioner. Being a mystic is a calling. One's existence is not dictated by others' recognition. Should a cursed spirit emerge, even if the world denies our existence, we must confront it and fight. The objective reality cannot be dismissed." "That makes sense," Zhao Jiuzhou nodded. "Marxi himself is also a mystic practitioner." "Indeed," Pan Anda chuckled. "In such a vast realm as the Silver Alliance, encompassing the world, maintaining a consensus is challenging. Leader Marxi has his own difficulties. He cannot resist the tide of the times. The legitimacy of mystic practitioners is merely a matter of title. For now, relinquishing that title is not a significant issue. Stabilizing the situation is of utmost importance." "Then we used to establish the Mystic Alliance," Zhao Jiuzhou remarked. "If it were me, I would stubbornly cling to my position." Each has their own reasoning. Pan Anda clearly wished to avoid conflict over this topic and deftly shifted the conversation. "For now, Marxi is the leader, and I shall heed his directives. After all, I rely on him for my livelihood. Do I not?" "True," Zhao Jiuzhou nodded. "Whoever pays my salary is akin to my own father." "Such a mindset is commendable," Pan Anda noted. "With billions of people in the world, the Silver Alliance comprises 800 million, each with their own demands. Distributing interests is inherently complex. As demon hunters, we are ultimately ordinary disciples of the Silver Alliance. In the grand scheme of things, it is not our place to intervene. Ensuring our own sustenance takes precedence. Do you still desire more?" "Yes." Pan Anda called out into the distance, "Waiter, more dishes, please." The waiter promptly approached, and with a few brief words from Pan Anda, she was instructed to request the kitchen to prepare another dish, specifying not to slice the watermelon, but to bring it whole. "Understood," the waiter replied with a radiant smile. Jotting it down before turning away, Zhao Jiuzhou, touched by Pan Anda's friendliness, lowered his guard slightly, and remarked, "You're quite a decent fellow." Pan Anda chuckled. "I have my own motives, you see." "What motives?" Zhao Jiuzhou inquired. "You," Pan Anda replied. Zhao Jiuzhou's expression shifted dramatically. Pan Anda hurried to clarify, "Rest assured, it's not your physical form that I seek, but rather your capabilities. The number of practitioners of the arcane arts is exceedingly scarce. In my entire life, aside from my grandfather, you are the only one I have encountered. In the future, should we face a cursed spirit, teaming up would offer a far better chance than confronting it alone. Consider it a purchase for my safety." Zhao Jiuzhou countered, "But what if I refuse?" "You cannot refuse." Pan Anda shook his head. "Once a cursed spirit manifests, the destruction it wreaks will be immense. No one can remain unscathed, least of all you. The circumstances will compel you to step forward. If you attempt to evade, others will not grant you the opportunity. Think about it. Haven't you been boasting about being a practitioner of the arcane arts these past few days?" Zhao Jiuzhou appeared to regret his earlier bravado. Pan Anda continued, "Once everyone realizes that conventional weapons, spiritual energy weapons, and demon hunting skills are ineffective against monsters, there will certainly be those who recall your claims from the past few days. At the very least, Lu Ziqing will not forget." Zhao Jiuzhou fell silent, puzzled. Do they acknowledge practitioners of the arcane arts or not? What do you think? Pan Anda replied, "When it serves their purpose, they will certainly acknowledge it. The Silver Alliance distributes arcane symbols at least once a year. If they truly denied it, why would they expend money and effort on such endeavors?" "But the textbooks have omitted these contents," Zhao Jiuzhou pointed out. Zhao Jiuzhou began to grasp the implications, realizing the underlying absurdity. Suddenly, Pan Anda asked, "By the way, do you know how to harness spiritual energy?" Zhao Jiuzhou shook his head. "You truly are a novice among novices," Pan Anda laughed. "Can you teach me?" Zhao Jiuzhou asked. "I can teach, but the training will be extensive, and we lack the time now. You should explore and learn through practical experience. Discovering it on your own is far more beneficial. I too am merely a half-learner." At that moment, a waitress approached with 2 large bags in hand. Pan Anda received the bags and handed them to Zhao Jiuzhou before rising to settle the bill. The inconsiderate rascal had run off alone, completely disregarding the notion of politeness. Chapter 22. Understanding Goodness. Li Taihu's recent display was absolutely astonishing. It was comically impressive, leaving everyone in awe, as if the very essence of his spiritual prowess was shrouded in mystery. Even the commentators were rendered speechless. Li Taihu is indeed remarkable. A professional soldier competing in the Hunting Magic World Cup is no different from fishing with explosives. The exuberance of youth often leads to such displays of bravado. Upon hearing Li Taihu's name, even Zhao Jiuzhou, who typically refrains from watching matches, felt an inexplicable familiarity. This young man is undeniably a sensation. When discussing the luminaries of the Silver Alliance, aside from the venerable Marcy, whom everyone reveres, and the esteemed socialite Tang Wei, who has secured a place in textbooks, there remains Li Taihu, an 18-year-old prodigy who has already made a name for himself in the realm. Not to mention this year's rising star, Lu Yifei, who has just hatched a rare heartfelt illusion beast. Incredible. It turned out to be a rare egg. Naturally, individuals of her caliber would directly utilize eggs with pre-tested data, unlike others who might rely on mere chance. Eggs with even slightly favorable data are snatched up the moment they hit the market. Rumor has it that this year's gifts for the unsuccessful candidates include a few exceptional eggs. However, those who spend money on rare eggs are foolish. Do they truly believe they stand a chance at receiving a good egg? In truth, Lu Yifei's possession of such an extraordinary egg is a waste. She has no intention of engaging in battle. If she doesn't claim it, there are certainly men who will bestow it upon her. Goodness, such a fine egg could be quite a treasure. But alas, one cannot overlook her lineage. Do you not know who her father is? Lu Jisun, a figure of significant standing. Oh, such a prestigious background. One might wonder how she attained fame so rapidly. The world is replete with beautiful women endowed with ample bosoms. Zhao Jiuzhou perked up, eavesdropping on the gossip swirling around him, his mind gradually clearing of the chaotic tales he had heard from Pan Anda. The matters Pan Anda discussed either felt too distant from him or were too intimately tied to his own precarious existence, leaving him feeling unsettled. Thus, Lu Yifei truly captivates him. Upon hearing her name, he inexplicably felt a surge of happiness. Chirp, chirp. Lu Yifei found herself in a predicament. Resorting to tying a leash around the creature's tail, the little one seemed quite disgruntled, incessantly chirping in protest. How curious. Lu Jisun looked up at the creature. Puzzled, and inquired, "Are you certain it is the one you hatched? It seems rather unruly." Typically, heartfelt illusion beasts are quite docile towards their masters. Well, relatively docile. Lu Yifei gently tugged on the leash. The creature turned and swooped down from the ceiling, landing in Lu Yifei's embrace, nuzzling against her while making soft whimpers. Lu Jisen couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was up to something mischievous and asked, "Are you sure you can sense its emotions?" "Yes, I'm certain." Lu Yifei nodded affirmatively. It appears to be somewhat bewildered. Bewildered? Indeed, bewildered. What is happening today? Is it no longer possible to watch? Upon returning home, Zhao Jiazhou was taken aback to discover that his allotted 40 minutes of video viewing time had been completely depleted. He was uncertain as to how this had occurred. His excitement faded as he realized he had missed the chance to witness Lu Yifei's captivating performance, leaving him in a state of profound disappointment. What on earth is happening? Has the rule changed yet again? He murmured, and indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The regulations regarding video viewing time within the Silver Alliance had been altered once more. Starting from this month, if an individual watches videos outside, their private viewing time would be deducted if their iris information is recorded. For instance, having watched half of a film starring Lu Yifei at the Demon Hunter Association today, over 20 minutes of his personal time had been deducted and combined with the time spent viewing at home before leaving. His private viewing time for the day had been entirely consumed. Unless he ventured out again to a public place to make use of additional time, there was little recourse. Watching videos outside was fundamentally different from viewing them in the comfort of one's own home. What now? Perhaps I could delve into the study of spiritual energy? Zhao Jiuzhou pondered as he extended his hand, causing a soft white light to manifest once more. Alas, it appears I have indeed overexerted myself. A full stomach brings renewed vigor. In Lu Yifei's embrace, Qiuqiu's belly swelled and contracted rhythmically, the white luminescence of spiritual energy within it flickering gently. It seemed as though it was practicing something. What skill might it be attempting to master? Lu Yifei expressed her inner turmoil, stating, "I can sense its emotions. Yet I am utterly unable to control its actions." At that moment, a young man entered the living room and quietly reported, "Young Master Su said the egg vendor has vanished." It is no surprise, Lu Jisen shook his head, having taken 2 million. He likely made a swift escape to the Golden Alliance. What should we do now? The young man glanced at Lu Yifei, noting the danger posed by the uncontrollable spirit beast in her possession. While the situation was concerning, Lu Yifei gently stroked the cooing Qiuqiu nestled in her arms, confidently asserting, "I can sense that Qiuqiu is quite fond of me, though it can be a bit disobedient. How fortuitous, your grandfather has just gone to the northwest to oversee matters. Otherwise, we could consult him." Lu Jisen remarked gravely, "A spirit beast of this caliber is a rarity, possibly a new breed. This fuzzy little entity exhibits extraordinary spiritual energy and potential, displaying attributes across the board. Even if it were truly dangerous, Lu Jisen would not hesitate to protect it. Furthermore, to eliminate it would necessitate the demise of Lu Yifei first. How could that ever be possible? Let us observe for a few more days." The doctor within Lu Jisen echoed his usual sentiment. Lu Yifei tenderly caressed the softly whimpering Qiuqiu in her embrace, leaning down to plant a kiss upon it. "Qiuqiu, you must behave." Suddenly, Zhao Jiuzhou found his mood inexplicably brightening. Could it be that I am unwell? Before 4 o'clock in the evening, an overwhelming sense of drowsiness overtook him, prompting him to retire early. As he lay down to sleep, an inexplicable wave of safety washed over him, as though he were cradled in the embrace of a substantial, comforting presence. With eyes closed for but a brief moment, he succumbed to a serene slumber. This sleep, however, was abruptly interrupted before noon, rousing him from his dreams. Goodness, must one be in such a haste? Zhao Jiuzhou felt as though Panda was intent on hastening his demise. Panda, equally exasperated, replied, "It was Elder Lu who specifically summoned you. The combat mission is urgent, and he has no choice in the matter. So it is Lu Ziqing who wishes for my end? Or perhaps that wretched woman?" Zhao Jiuzhou, ever the conspirator, surmised with a troubling accuracy. Lu Yuhong harbored a fervent desire for Zhao Jiuzhou to meet an untimely end. Otherwise, should it be revealed that she had deliberately obstructed him, preventing such an exceptional student from entering the academy, the Qilong Hall would not be so forgiving. The notion that the entrance examination is a vital national asset, and the severity of lingering a few seconds past the bell, held no weight in her discourse with Zhao Jiuzhou. Yet, should this information reach the Qilong Hall, they would not heed her pleas. Would a few extra seconds warrant the tearing of a candidate's paper? Would it necessitate marking the score as 0? If Zhao Jiuzhou were merely to suffer a blow to his grades, that might be bearable. However, his prodigious spiritual energy data remained unscathed. This predicament would indeed cast Lu Yuhong under suspicion of intentionally sabotaging a vital talent. Though she was Lu Jisen's daughter, Lu Jisen himself was not a formidable figure within the Silver Alliance. Beneath the alliance, which includes the State Council, there were 36 sects, each comprising dozens of subsects, alongside various leaders and elders of equal rank. By this calculation, there were hundreds, if not thousands, who could overshadow Lu Jisen. Thus, should the Qinglong Hall decide to pursue Lu Yuhong legally, Lu Jisen would be utterly powerless to protect her. Moreover, in Lu Jisen's eyes, Lu Yuhong had long since become expendable. Among the third generation of the Lu family's second branch, Lu Yifei had already established his prominence. Leaving little room for his other siblings to receive preferential treatment, the family would never sacrifice its overarching interests for her sake. Conversely, should a crisis arise, Lu Jisen might very well eliminate her to uphold familial honor, a customary course of action. In truth, her demise would be of little consequence, as her significance to the family was negligible from any standpoint. Perhaps her sole remaining utility lay in sharing a bed with the unmarried Lu Ziqing. This matter was likely already known within the family. It was merely unspoken. Lu Ziqing, as the rightful heir of the Lu lineage, represented the future of the State Council's Lu family. What was a dalliance with a cousin in the grand scheme? To put it bluntly, as long as the repercussions could be contained, her life was of little value. Hence, for Lu Yuhong, Zhao Jiuzhou's death was imperative. Even if the most dire outcome carried only a slight chance of discovery, from Lu Yuhong's perspective, she could not bear the weight of such consequences. Even if this predicament was of her own making. Damn it, do they truly wish for my demise? Zhao Jiuzhou felt a surge of irritation, his lips uttering complaints steeped in arrogance while he was, in truth, inching ever closer to the essence of reality. He hastily finished his breakfast and promptly stepped out the door. By noon, the pale red hue in the sky had nearly faded. Yet, the streets remained eerily desolate. After 20 minutes, Zhao Jiuzhou arrived at the small room of the third group on the night shift. Upon entering, he found a number of individuals already seated within. The table was adorned with an array of tactical vests and weaponry, all military-regulated psychic products. Choose as you wish, Pan Anda stated bluntly, already clad in combat attire. Zhao Jiuzhou approached the table, but instead of hastily selecting his weapons and armor, he took a moment to survey the people around him, including himself. There were 7 in total. However, apart from Pan Anda and Wei Mianzi, he was entirely unfamiliar with the other 4. Wei Mianzi sat quietly in the corner, his expression gravely serious, with noticeable dark circles under his eyes, indicating a restless night. Sighing inwardly, Zhao Jiuzhou empathized with Wei Mianzi at this moment. After a lifetime of evading monsters, he was now compelled to confront one head-on. And without even a moment for psychological preparation, who could withstand such pressure? Why must they face the threat in person? Wouldn't it suffice to deploy a missile instead? Zhao Jiuzhou murmured to himself. Casually donning a tactical vest and picking up a psychic dagger, a pistol, and 2 boxes of ammunition, methodically equipping himself. These straightforward maneuvers were rituals practiced during their basic education, where even those without demon hunting qualifications learned to wield firearms. Thus, Zhao Jiuzhou was not unfamiliar with the process. However, the weapons he handled today, imbued with psychic energy, felt distinctly different from the props or conventional arms he had previously encountered. As he grasped the hilt of the dagger, it immediately emanated a radiant glow. Is this the very essence of a demon hunter's existence? The ability to wield weapons beyond the reach of ordinary humans? The standard Eagle-type handgun, with a psychic strike power doubled, fires level 2 fire-type bullets, inflicting 10 points of damage, both psychic and physical. Your base psychic strike power is 2 points. Combined with the bullets, it totals 12 points, and with the enhancement from the firearm, the psychic output reaches 24 points. Pan Anda approached Zhao Jiuzhou, succinctly elucidating the calculations. You can follow along, right? Yes, Zhao Jiuzhou nodded, the arithmetic being a triviality learned in 2nd year of basic education. Excellent, Pan Anda smiled. And this vest offers 8 points of psychic resistance, capable of withstanding slashing and elemental fire and ice attacks, covering approximately 80% of assaults. Yet, one must remain vigilant, as the psychic strike power of level 3 monsters generally exceeds 15 points. If caught, death. Zhao Jiuzhou interjected. Pan Anda shrugged. Some matters, it was clear, were better left unspoken before the onset of battle. As long as everyone understood the gravity of the situation, that sufficed. Chapter 23. A dismal scene. As the captain of this operation, Pan Anda commenced the registration of items taken by each individual. Within the Silver Alliance, all psychically enhanced commodities, regardless of their specifications, are classified as public regulated goods. Only in recent years have a select few, such as specialized bodyguards with private ownership qualifications and professional combat personnel engaged in relevant work, been permitted to possess such items. In contrast, grassroots law enforcement officers like Zhao Jiuzhou must navigate a labyrinth of procedures to acquire equipment for each use. Thus, it is not uncommon for people to mock the lower-tier demon hunters of the Silver Alliance, whose primary cause of death is often attributed to the internal regulations that render them powerless against monsters encountered in the dead of night, leaving them vulnerable and unable to defend themselves. In comparison, the treatment of elite demon hunters is somewhat superior. They are allowed to possess weapons indefinitely until their demise. The official explanation from the Silver Alliance is that firearms, regardless of whether they are psychic weapons, pose a significant danger. Allowing nearly 10 of the general population to wield such items could lead to greater societal issues. In more critical situations, each community has designated defense teams to address threats. And when those teams are insufficient, the Alliance maintains the Silver Army under the Guard Hall, with a hierarchy that includes various departments, such as the City Defense Division, which oversees numerous offices, including those on the night shift. In such a structure, it is hardly the role of the scattered lower-tier demon hunters to intervene. Even elite demon hunters must undergo monthly psychological and mental evaluations while in possession of firearms, ensuring they do not pose a danger to others. Ultimately, the regulations of the Alliance and the laws of various sects prohibit demon hunters below the elite level from wielding firearms or weapons, not as a means to restrict their combat capabilities, but rather to mitigate societal safety risks and safeguard the lives and properties of the Alliance's citizens. This rationale, while undeniably sound, does little to quell the discontent among the populace. Each year, a significant number of lower-tier demon hunters, primarily those of platinum and diamond ranks, become disillusioned by these constraints. Once they accumulate sufficient funds, they cite these regulations as a reason for their perceived loss of freedom and combat effectiveness, leading them to abandon the Silver Alliance in search of fortunes within the Golden Alliance or other smaller factions, most of whom vanish without a trace, often meeting their demise within mere months. Such tragic tales of folly have surfaced over the years. Each time Zhao Jiuzhou witnesses these occurrences, he wonders if there will be no more fools clamoring for change. Yet, to his surprise, the flow of individuals eager to venture forth into peril continues unabated. This leaves him questioning the very premise of human intelligence being superior to that of animals, creatures that instinctively understand the importance of self-preservation. How is it that those who have received 9 years of education fail to grasp such basic truths? However, Zhao Jiuzhou's perspective is somewhat misinformed. For each individual who flees the Silver Alliance has, to some extent, been ensnared by the myriad of misleading narratives that abound beyond its borders. It is indeed a folly to have believed the deceptive words of the Golden Alliance and its minions, thinking that by escaping, one could attain a better life. This misguided pursuit led to the abandonment of a flourishing existence within the Alliance, all in the quest for a supposedly liberated future, regardless of the circumstances. Even if Zhao Jiuzhou were to uncover these hidden truths, he would undoubtedly attribute it to a lack of intellect. After all, when deceived, does one simply accept such falsehoods? If someone were to claim that consuming excrement is the most nutritious choice, would you partake in such an act? Ultimately, this boils down to a matter of judgment. When one's intellect falters and decisions are misguided, whom can one blame? As Zhao Jiuzhou pondered the foolish individuals who had met their demise by refusing to adhere to the established protocols of the Alliance, he swiftly filled out the inventory form for the items he had received, muttering to himself that if only one could ascend to the rank of a master demon hunter, all conflicts would be resolved. Yet, lacking such capability while still seeking to venture out, one must truly fear the ignorance of their own limitations. Some matters may be discussed, but they should never be acted upon. Just as he appeared formidable each day, the reality of facing the battlefield loomed ahead, and he was acutely aware of his own standing, merely a bronze demon hunter. Were it not for the necessity of teamwork, he would not dare to risk such peril. 1 spirit-resistant vest, 1 psychic dagger, 1 double-damage Kanjing-style pistol, 60 fire-type psychic bullets dealing double damage, 2 grenades, for illumination sticks, and 2 universal mystic talismans. Zhao Jiuzhou recited silently, hastily completing his inventory list, signing it, and handing it to Pan Anda. After Pan Anda meticulously checked each item and affixed his own signature, he turned and handed it to Zhu Dachong, the logistics officer of the team. The logistics officer's task was comparatively simple, often not requiring direct involvement in the battlefield, and sometimes lacking even the essence of logistical duties, merely serving as a clerical assistant to gain experience. Upon completing this document, Pan Anda produced another, separate yet more significant task order, filling in each member's assignment. This time, it was a task commissioned by the department, financially supported by the night shift administration. The actual level of the task was confirmed as Level 1, the lowest tier. However, by customary practice, it would be reported as Level 2. Each team position would receive a labor subsidy of 500 yuan, with myself serving as the captain, as well as the tactician and main attacker. I shall take 1,500. Is that acceptable? Pan Anda succinctly explained, inquiring if anyone present wished to assume the role of captain or share the position of tactician. Zhao Jiuzhou and several others exchanged glances, remaining silent. Wei Mianzi kept his head down, not uttering a word. Very well, then I shall. Pan Anda began to lower his head to sign. Wait a moment. Zhao Jiuzhou suddenly interrupted. May I? Pan Anda scrutinized Zhao Jiuzhou, responding, the captain and tactician must remain on site at all times. You are an intelligence officer. Once you complete your duties, you may withdraw. Are you certain you wish to stay with us throughout? However, after a moment's contemplation, Pan Anda inscribed Zhao Jiuzhou's name in the position of tactician. The makeshift team, tasked with a primary objective, devised rather rudimentary tactics. They decided to charge ahead relentlessly. Forward they pressed, with the secondary attacker, Wei Mianzi, whose spiritual affinity was resilience, assigned to provide cover fire. Wei Mianzi nodded listlessly. Following him were the second and third auxiliary attackers, a logistics officer, and a substitute. The level of amateurism was so pronounced that even Zhao Jiuzhou, an undeniable novice, could discern it. There was not a single adept among them, no seal master, barrier master, formation master, or teleporter. Was this assembly not a tad hasty? Zhao Jiuzhou muttered some ill-fated words before departing. Aside from Pan Anda and Zhu Dachong, who could skip the scene, the others glared at Zhao Jiuzhou with indignation. Undeterred, Zhao Jiuzhou recognized his position in the team, clearly the most prominent figure aside from Pan Anda, perhaps even overshadowing him. I possess a spiritual power of 22. He thought with a sense of pride as he exited, teasing Wei Mianzi. Wei Gu, you seem rather dispirited today. Did you indulge too much yesterday? Don't ask. Zhu Dachong quickly interjected, pulling Zhao Jiuzhou aside. You child, how can you be so thoughtless? Zhao Jiuzhou protested. I'm merely concerned. He looks utterly drained. Get lost. Wei Mianzi snapped, his temper particularly frayed today. Indeed, he had sought the company of professional women the previous night, driven by genuine apprehension. This endeavor of confronting monsters was something he had evaded throughout his life, yet now he had no choice but to face it for the sake of the team. Pan Anda, perceptive of Wei Mianzi's inner turmoil, attempted to soothe him. Old Wei, there's no need to be so anxious. It's not as dreadful as you imagine. Experienced intelligence officers have already scouted the area, and there are no more than 5 monsters, all of which are of the first level. We can handle them one by one. Indeed, it's not that perilous, added Zhu Dachong, who occupied a minor role in the operation. The phantasmal entities are not much different from ordinary beasts. Just think of it as hunting in the grassland, with so many of us and so many weapons. Taking down 5 lions or cheetahs should be a breeze. Do the monsters not prey on lions or cheetahs? Zhao Jiuzhou posed a question that had long troubled him. Not at all, Pan Anda replied succinctly. The monsters are only interested in humans. Oh, Zhao Jiuzhou nodded, pondering. Then why didn't the intelligence officer simply eliminate the monsters? Zhu Dachong chuckled. If he had, what would we eat? Zhao Jiuzhou's expression shifted to one of realization. Then what is my significance in this team? Essentially negligible, Pan Anda responded bluntly. Your primary role today is to gain experience, familiarize yourself with the battlefield, and reconfirm the situation within. Due to the shifting nature of monsters, yesterday's circumstances may not reflect today's reality. Should a ghostly entity be discovered, only then would it be imperative to engage in battle. Hence it is advisable to remain with the team. As for him, Zhao Jiuzhou gestured towards Zhu Dachong. Zhu Dachong chuckled, remarking, Indeed, I need not participate. I shall simply present your mission documents to Elder Liu and collect my payment before heading home. Zhao Jiuzhou could not help but express his envy with an exclamation. The group of 7 parted ways at the intersection, with Zhu Dachong heading directly to Lu Ziqing's office, while Zhao Jiuzhou followed Pan Anda into an off-road vehicle. The 6 occupants filled the vehicle to capacity, its interior adorned with numerous ancient talismans, indicating its considerable age. "Is it far?" Zhao Jiuzhou inquired as he settled into the passenger seat. Pan Anda ignited the engine, glancing at the time and estimating their arrival around 2 in the afternoon. "We are somewhat pressed for time. We aim to conclude the battle before sunset." As they spoke, the vehicle roared to life and sped onto the main road. Several kilometers away, within the pitch-black confines of a dilapidated factory, a figure clad in black emerged from a formation. He withdrew a small vial inscribed with seals, trembling slightly, and hurled it forcefully into the distance. A soft thud resonated, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, as a shadow swiftly materialized. This dark entity emitted a chilling, eerie growl, propelled by the wind, as it rapidly approached the formation. Just as it was about to breach the threshold, the human present, at the critical moment, vanished along with the formation. A fearsome creature let out a reluctant roar in the darkness. Outside the factory, the figure in black suddenly stepped into the sunlight, revealing himself as a soldier clad in night combat attire. Beside him stood a comrade, similarly adorned in the silver military uniform. "Is everything in order?" "Yes." The one who had thrown the glass bottle nodded, still shaken. "What kind of drill involves releasing a vengeful spirit?" "That's rather severe." "Not our concern. We merely follow orders." The teleporter providing external formation support seemed unfazed, accustomed to such matters. As the two conversed, they hurriedly departed. No sooner had they left than another figure emerged from a nearby shadow. Producing a mobile phone, he dialed a number. "Young master, the task has been completed. We await your arrival." "Good, keep a close watch." Lu Ziqing's voice on the other end was calm before he promptly ended the call. Seated alone in his office, he appeared unconcerned with Zhao Jiuzhou's fate. A vengeful spirit equipped with a boundary skill is far more sinister than a ferocious beast. Eliminating Zhao Jiuzhou would be a trivial matter. As for how the spirit had arrived, every household likely harbored a few of them, a mere necessity for those engaged in murder and plunder. After all, the elite demon hunters, who command exorbitant fees, are precisely those who undertake such deeds. He lowered his head, scrolling through his phone screen, noting that Lu Yifei's ethereal spirit beast had been trending in his social circle lately. The young dandy from Southeast State is truly willing to invest heavily in his pursuit of romance. With an inspiration score of 22 points, endowed with magical prowess, boasting all attributes and dual damage, one wonders how much such an item could possibly be worth. Lu Ziqing gazed intently at the screen when suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Come in," he called out, his tone polite yet distant. Zhu Dachong entered, delivering the task documents from Pan Anda and the others, placing them before Lu Ziqing. "You may leave it," Lu Ziqing replied curtly, dismissing him. Once the office door was shut, he retrieved Zhao Jiuzhou's equipment list, casting a glance at it before letting out a faint sigh. "Alas, is this all there is?" This young lad met a rather unfortunate fate at such a tender age of 17. It is indeed quite pitiful. Chapter 24. Entering the fray, the journey ahead is quite long. The weather today is splendid. Wow, this pork floss bread is absolutely delicious. Inside the vehicle, which accommodates 6, Zhao Jiuzhou incessantly chatted away, appearing rather foolish. Suddenly, a sound of retching erupted behind him. Wei Mianzi, in a flurry of urgency, leaned out of the window, and with a mere opening of his mouth, a stream of vomit shot forth, tracing a straight line along the road, extending a good dozen meters. Ugh, how disgusting. Zhao Jiuzhou hastily stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth, tilted his head back to gulp down several swigs of water, and then handed the leftover half-bottle to Wei Mianzi, saying, "Here, rinse your mouth." Wei Mianzi, panting heavily, snatched the bottle, rinsed a few times, and then drained the last drops, carelessly tossing the bottle out the window. With his stomach finally feeling somewhat relieved, he let out a long sigh. "You two really are," Pan Anda muttered in exasperation. One was a chatterbox akin to a lunatic, while the other appeared excessively anxious even before stepping out of the vehicle. On the battlefield, these two types of recruits could severely undermine the morale of their comrades. What a headache. Pan Anda sighed internally, his eyelids involuntarily twitching. "Zhao Jiuzhou, are you perhaps overly excited?" he casually inquired. Zhao Jiuzhou candidly responded, "You wouldn't believe it, but since yesterday evening, my emotions have been inexplicably uncontrollable, filled with a peculiar sense of excitement and exhilaration, as if I had stumbled upon some immense fortune." Do you think it could be because I had a nightmare yesterday morning that stimulated some part of my brain? Definitely not. Remarkably, everyone in the vehicle nodded in agreement. Yes, it does seem a bit abnormal. Your mental state is somewhat off. Shut up. Faced with a collective onslaught from the others, Zhao Jiuzhou decisively fell silent, knowing he could not win the argument. Meanwhile, in the Li family's courtyard within the inner city of Shijiqing, due to the situation with Qiuqiu, Lu Yifei was reluctantly forced to cancel all her plans. Embracing Qiuqiu, the chubby spirit beast, she felt despondent that it had finally received an official name. She sensed Qiuqiu also appeared somewhat unhappy, so she gently stroked it and spoke softly. What else is bothering you? The whole world is fawning over you. I should be the one unhappy, stuck at home. Wah! Qiuqiu nestled into her arms, seemingly partial to her embrace. Were it not for the fact that spirit beasts possess no gender and share a deep bond with their masters, Lu Yifei might have whimsically considered renaming it Cuddles. She had encountered many spirit beasts, but none had shown such affection and desire to snuggle with their female masters. It felt as if it were deliberately taking advantage of her. Several kilometers away, Zhao Jiuzhou suddenly burst into laughter. Pan Anda shot him a sidelong glance. Choosing to ignore him, the emergence of such a character within the ranks of the practitioners left him utterly speechless. The sun in the sky grew increasingly scorching. After half an hour of travel, all the occupants of the vehicle closed their eyes, seeking to rest. Zhao Jiuzhou temporarily quieted down, ceasing his incessant chatter. The off-road vehicle raced silently along the vast and deserted highway, occasionally passing by large transport trucks or construction vehicles, as well as patrolling police cars and military vehicles. After more than an hour, a colossal wall came into view. It was the outer city wall of Sheiji City, towering at 66 meters, a magnificent sight to behold. The vehicle gradually slowed down, and Pan Anda presented his identification at the checkpoint before being granted passage through the several-meter-long city gate. Upon exiting the confines of Sheiji City, the landscape unfolded before them in a breathtaking panorama. Ahead lay endless fields, and in the distance, one could hear the gentle murmur of flowing rivers. Zhao Jiuzhou, for the first time in his life, had ventured beyond the city and felt an overwhelming curiosity, nearly leaning out of the window. Wow, Shejizu is enormous, he exclaimed. Indeed. It is the largest state in the Buying Alliance. Do you think it consists of only a single city? Pan Anda chuckled, explaining that Shejizu is home to 15 cities and over 300 scattered towns and villages. Such vastness is essential to sustain its 200 million inhabitants. I know that already, Zhao Jiuzhou replied, slightly disgruntled. My general studies class covered it well. Very well, Pan Anda responded, deciding to refrain from further discussion. He lowered the window slightly, allowing the warm breeze to sweep in and dispel the drowsiness of the passengers. As Zhao Jiuzhou gazed at the surrounding farmland, his thoughts drifted to his elementary school textbooks. Shejizu comprises 15 cities and 16 main hubs. Within Sheiji City, there are 2 main hubs, Tianlong and Heishan. Each of the other 14 cities serves as its own hub, with the hub leader being equivalent to the city lord, holding a rank parallel to the halls under the Sheiji Association. Just yesterday, he had overheard someone mention that Lu Yifei's father was the leader of one of the halls under the Sheiji Association. Does that mean he wields absolute authority in an entire city? Wow. So Lu Yifei is akin to a princess from ancient times? He mused. In that era, cities were equivalent to nations, and now, the expanse of Shejizu represents a complete national alliance. The 9 provinces are essentially 9 competing mega-military political entities. What cunning did the first leader of the Buying Alliance, Liang Zixing, employ to unify these 9 states? Throughout human history, apart from the Buying Alliance, only the Golden Alliance has achieved such a feat yet. The problem with the Golden Alliance is its isolated territory overseas, having been established only in the last 3 centuries, which afforded it a relatively easier path to stability. In contrast, the Buying Alliance emerged amidst the looming presence of formidable adversaries. Just observe the neighboring powers, all of which are smaller than Shejizu. The Southern Juke Alliance is even smaller, merely a third of the size of the southeastern state. According to historical patterns, small and fragmented entities typically dominate the development of alliances, which is likely why many perceive the Buying Alliance as an anomaly. Indeed, when considering sheer size, it is decidedly unique. As Zhao Jiuzhou pondered these thoughts, the off-road vehicle unknowingly entered a secondary restricted zone. This area is not entirely off-limits. Rather, it simply prohibits civilians from wandering freely. In fact, the peripheries of most restricted zones are populated, often bustling with activity. Typically, these areas are located near military camps, where soldiers frequently engage in mining activities. Indeed, the restricted zone is essentially a monstrous mining area. Pan Anda reduced his speed, displaying his identification without obstruction. After approximately 20 minutes of traversing the restricted zone, the vehicle finally arrived at its destination. As the door swung open, 6 individuals, burdened with discomfort, promptly alighted from the vehicle. Pan Anda glanced at his watch, noting the time was 1:54 p.m., a full 6 minutes ahead of schedule. "Let us take a break," he stated, producing a pack of cigarettes and inserting one into his mouth. He casually remarked to the others, "Those who need to relieve themselves should do so. We commence work at 2. Lighting the cigarette, he gestured towards a colossal factory building situated about 30 to 40 meters away. Zhao Jiuzhou looked up in astonishment, shaking his head in disbelief. "Are we constructing a hideout for monsters?" "Indeed, that is one way to interpret it," Pan Anda replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. Within this restricted zone, there are approximately 5,000 such edifices. The military conducts large-scale sweeps quarterly, allowing small teams to enter afterward for training or missions, though in reality, it is merely to leave us a morsel to savor. Zhao Jiuzhou nodded slightly, acknowledging the humanized approach to monster hunting. Pan Anda chuckled softly. "There are risks involved as well." Upon hearing this, Wei Mianzi's expression darkened, and he turned towards the nearby public restroom, followed by the others. Only Zhao Jiuzhou, displaying a lack of decorum, wandered a few meters away, turning his back to Pan Anda to relieve himself while inquiring, "Is this restricted zone considered large or small?" "Moderate, I would say," Pan Anda responded. "This zone is directly overseen by the State Guard Hall. Smaller zones are merely 1/10 of this size, while larger ones can be hundreds of times greater." Pan Anda continued, "Indeed, the Usundan restricted zone in the northwest is roughly tens of thousands of times larger than this mine. The armies of the Northwest and the Anshi Alliance are separated by the Usundan zone, exchanging insults annually, claiming the other has invaded their territory. Yet neither dares to venture too deeply. Our situation is somewhat better. The combat effectiveness of the Northwest Silver Army is formidable, especially with the Special Operations Battalion led by Li Taihu guarding the area. While penetrating the zone is challenging, we are reasonably confident in preventing monsters from escaping." "How tragic," Zhao Jiuzhou remarked. "Could it be that the Golden Alliance is deliberately instigating trouble? Once the Anshi Alliance is sufficiently weakened, the Golden Alliance could use the pretext of strategic support to mobilize their forces. After all, to them, the Usundan restricted zone is merely a monster mine, and they are quite fond of seizing resources, aren't they?" Pan Anda turned to Zhao Jiuzhou, a smile gracing his face. "Your perspective aligns closely with the prevailing analyses within the Alliance. Recently, the Golden Alliance has been accusing us of inciting an explosion of monsters in the Usundan restricted zone. A few days ago, we discovered that individuals from the Golden Alliance were conducting experiments on monstrous organisms near the borders of the Anshi Alliance. It now seems highly probable that the Golden Alliance is up to something. The people of the Anshi Alliance are rather foolish for permitting the Golden Alliance to engage in such activities at the periphery of their territory. It appears they have inadvertently brought misfortune upon themselves." Zhao Jiuzhou pondered for a moment but remarked, "The annihilation of their alliance is unlikely. It is more probable that the Golden Alliance will support the Anshi Alliance, masquerading under their guise to further their agenda. I believe the Anshi Alliance will manage to safeguard at least 2 or 3 cities, thus providing logistical support for the Golden Alliance's mining endeavors and relieving them of the burden of construction." "Oh." Pan Anda couldn't help but regard Zhao Jiuzhou with newfound respect. "Where did you acquire such insights? Do I need to study for this?" Zhao Jiuzhou chuckled. "In the marketplace, every vendor engages in such cunning tactics. With a limited number of customers and stalls to earn more profit, one either competes with their peers or deceives the patrons. How is this any different from what the Golden Alliance has been doing for centuries? You cannot overtly bully others, lest you tarnish your own reputation. Finding a fool to act as your scapegoat is the most prudent strategy, even if one's ruse is discovered. As long as you are audacious enough, others will not dare to criticize you, merely ridiculing the fool instead. Society, in my view, operates in this manner. That is why I find political analysts particularly repugnant. They cannot even navigate their own lives, yet shout loudly about the fate of humanity." As the two engaged in their banter, a few individuals, including Wei Minzi, emerged from the restroom. After finishing a cigarette, Pan Anda discarded it onto the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Without waiting for Wei Minzi and the others to approach, he promptly turned toward the factory. Calling out to Zhao Jiuzhou, the intelligence officer should accompany me inside. The rest of you, remain here on standby. Don't we need to go in? Wei Mianzi hurriedly questioned as he reached the spot where Pan Anda had tossed the cigarette, but, observing Zhao Jiuzhou and Pan Anda entering the factory. Oh. Wei Mianzi recalled the situation. Indeed, it was as he thought. The seasoned individuals exchanged knowing glances and collectively smiled. Excellent. We won't have to take the lead. The probability of casualties has decreased significantly. Boss, I hope there are no unforeseen circumstances. Outside the factory gates, Zhao Jiuzhou followed Pan Anda cautiously, stepping through the entrance. However, as soon as he spoke, he sensed something amiss. The lights that should have illuminated the surroundings for at least 40 to 50 meters barely reached 10, their glow swallowed silently by the encroaching darkness. The astute Pan Anda immediately grasped Zhao Jiuzhou's arm and turned back. What's wrong? Zhao Jiuzhou began to inquire, only to faintly hear a low growl reminiscent of a feral beast emanating from the depths of the darkness. Simultaneously, in a nearby corner of the factory, a figure clad in black was discreetly making a phone call to Lu Ziqing. Lu Xiao, the target has entered, but Panda Hai has also gone in. Has Pan Anda entered as well? What does that fool intend to do? A wave of anxiety surged within Lu Ziqing. Pan Anda is not a mere bumpkin like Zhao Jiuzhou. If anything were to happen on my side, the consequences could be dire. Get him out now. Lu Ziqing impatiently shouted in distress. However, it was too late. Wait, hold on a moment. Zhao Jiuzhou and Pan Anda were just about to exit when a figure clad in a striking gold and white battle suit, evidently a formidable demon hunter, rushed in with a live streaming device, colliding with the two. He exuberantly exclaimed, "Greetings, my friends. The king takes you on a tour of the graveyard. Today, we will accompany 2 willing participants from the audience to explore this." Roar. The thunderous growl of a monster sent a shockwave rushing past the trio. Before the live stream could conclude, a wave of black energy sealed off the exit, which was perilously close behind them. Wow, the graveyard brother has struck gold today. He has resorted to high technology. Have you truly decided to court death? And you've brought 2 audience members as a shield. The viewers on the Graveyard Brothers streaming app erupted with excitement, flooding the screen with comments. Outside the factory, Wei Mianzi, who had just lit a cigarette, was caught off guard as the fierce wind from the factory swept past him, and he watched in disbelief as a dark shroud sealed the factory's exit, causing his mouth to drop open and the cigarette to fall. His companions exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? It seems we are ambushed by monsters. Chapter 25. A Joyous Live Broadcast, Part 1. I extend my gratitude to this esteemed viewer for their missile donation. Today, we shall guide our audience through the legendary Blackwater headquarters, specifically the number 4 factory within the number 7 restricted zone, known for its rumored manifestations of cursed spirits. Now, let us embark on this exploration. The Gravekeeper, despite facing 2 pairs of piercing eyes directed at him, maintained a faade of composure as he turned the camera towards Zhao Jiuzhou and Pan Anda. However, Pan Anda chose not to show any courtesy, casually extinguishing his cigarette and tersely declaring, "Scram. Hey, how can you be so rude?" The Gravekeeper retorted, his displeasure evident. "Do you know who I am? I am the illustrious demon hunter, here to showcase my prowess." "Get lost," Zhao Jiuzhou interrupted, brusquely pushing him aside and approaching the ominous black veil at the exit. Just as he reached out to touch it, Pan Anda swiftly halted him, exclaiming, "Don't touch that." Pan Anda drew forth a psychic dagger, lightly tapping its tip against the black veil. The moment the blade made contact, the veil reacted violently, ensnaring the dagger like a predator seizing its prey. Dark, malevolent energy swiftly coiled around the blade, accompanied by a hissing sound of scorching. Damn! A flicker of alarm crossed Pan Anda's eyes as he urgently channeled his energy, yanking the dagger free from the suffocating darkness. The once lustrous azure sheen of the blade was instantly devoured, leaving it a dismal shade of black. Pan Anda furrowed his brow deeply, realizing the grave situation they were in, an ethereal barrier of vengeful spirits. Oh, what an impressive performance. There's even a narrative? The producer must be commended. In the live stream of The Gravekeeper, where he boasts millions of fans, over 100,000 viewers, just waking from slumber, found themselves in stitches. Their comments flooding the screen, blissfully oblivious to the actual peril unfolding before them, believing it to be mere entertainment provided by The Gravekeeper. Is The Gravekeeper attempting to feign being trapped today? The special effects of this barrier are worth at least 2 coins. Yet, unlike his usual banter with the audience, The gravekeeper finally sensed something amiss, his complexion shifting as he queried the two. Are you here on a serious mission? Pan Enda turned to scrutinize the gravekeeper, his expression impassive. The audience erupted into laughter at the gravekeeper's plight. Meanwhile, within the grand residence of Lu Yifei, the sorceress, who was confined at home due to the phantom beast, had just risen and was now enjoying breakfast while casually browsing videos, fortuitously landing on the gravekeeper's live stream. Chirp! Chirp! The creature continued its incessant calls, yet nestled in Lu Yifei's embrace, it gradually ceased its resistance, instead emitting contented chirps. You little rascal! Are you taking advantage of me? Lu Yifei chuckled, bemused. Suddenly, before the factory's barrier, Zhao Jiuzhou let out a couple of peculiar chuckles. The audience in the live stream, quick to notice, immediately began to shout in excitement. With utmost vigilance, the graveyard brother swiftly took a step back, drawing a handgun from his bosom while simultaneously stashing the live streaming equipment behind him. With one hand, he disengaged the safety, and with both hands, he aimed the weapon at Zhao Jiuzhou, exclaiming, Monster, what is your name? The graveyard brother continued to shout in a state of heightened tension. Do not attempt to play games with me. Speak. What is your name? Zhao Jiuzhou glanced at Pan Anda and pointed at the graveyard brother, inquiring, what is his issue? Pan Anda explained, he suspects you've been taken over by the monster. You did laugh a bit, unnaturally just now. Is that so? But I cannot help it. I've been unable to control myself these past few days, feeling inexplicably, quite exhilarated, Zhao Jiuzhou struggled to articulate. It's as if I were rolling about in Lu Yifei's embrace, you understand. This left Pan Anda utterly speechless, while the graveyard brother wore an expression of disdain, as if to say, what a delightful fantasy you have. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei, watching from the screen, was taken aback, her brows knitting together, and a flicker of displeasure appeared in her enchanting eyes. Disgusting. Shameless. Haha. This group of performers is simply outrageous. Do they no longer wish to remain in this industry? They truly dare to speak such words. To be fair, I too have fantasized about such scenarios. The audience in the Graveyard Brothers live stream grew increasingly animated. However, at that moment, from the depths of the factory, a low growl reverberated once more, akin to the palpable aura of death, penetrating through countless screens, directly assaulting the viewers. Inside the factory, the three men exchanged glances, their spirits dampened, and laughter ceased entirely. Be on guard, Pan Anda commanded urgently. Zhao Jiuzhou immediately drew his weapon, aiming into the unknown darkness ahead. Sir. Meanwhile, in the military office within the restricted area, a messenger rushed in, shouting at a colonel who was dozing at his desk. Personnel are trapped in factory number 4. The colonel turned his head. Wei Mianzi and a few others hurriedly followed the soldier inside, their faces etched with panic as they shouted, There's a monster. We're trapped inside. A barrier. A monster barrier. What on earth? The colonel, still half asleep, listened as the messenger frantically reported, a level 4 vengeful spirit barrier has appeared in factory number 4. 3 individuals are trapped inside. Instantly alert, the colonel sprang to his feet, exclaiming, By the heavens! Assemble the troops. Within half a minute, a long alarm sounded throughout the entire compound of the 7th restricted area of the Blackwater headquarters. The Blackwater headquarters guard department received the news post-haste, which was then reported directly to the higher authorities of the State Guard. During the Demon Hunter World Cup, an incident of such magnitude occurring just a few dozen kilometers outside the state city. What a farce. Do they still aspire to rise in rank? Chapter 26. The Joy of Live Streaming. Part 2. A fierce, chilling wind swept past, sending a shiver through the ankles. The already dim light around them suddenly dimmed further, reducing the beam of Pan Anda's flashlight to a mere 3 meters, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Under the lens of the graveyard broadcaster's equipment, the atmosphere became palpably intense. Countless viewers watching the live stream finally realized this was no ordinary special effect. The barrage of comments shifted dramatically. Goodness, don't come any closer. What was that thing making that noise? They even hired a phantasm? Graveyard Brother is really going all out today. In the home of Lu Yifei, 3 demon hunters, clad identically to Graveyard Brother, rushed into the room. Upon seeing Lu Yifei calmly sipping tea while cradling a bun, they collectively exhaled in relief. The lead female hunter, noticing the issue stemmed from the screen, quickly approached to turn it off. However, Lu Yifei calmly interjected, No need, leave it on. Isn't that unsafe? The female hunter questioned, perplexed. Miss, listen to the sounds. That creature might launch a mental attack. There's no need to fear. Just to fix a few talismans. Lu Yifei replied serenely, her gaze fixed on Zhao Jiuzhou in the video, a slight smile gracing her lips. I want to see how this person meets his demise at the hands of the monster. The female hunter glanced at the three figures on the screen, mistaking Lu Yifei's words as a commentary on the broadcaster. Nodding, she remarked, that individual has long been tarnishing the reputation of our demon hunters. He deserves a reckoning. As she spoke, she produced several talismans from her attire, infusing them with spiritual energy before casting them forth. The talismans shot out at an astonishing speed, adhering firmly to the upper right corner of the screen. The other two bodyguards followed suit, strategically placing their own talismans around the room. Clearly, all three were practitioners of the arcane arts. Though often scorned by society, those truly skilled in the mystical arts never found themselves lacking sustenance. Paradoxically, as their numbers dwindled, their compensation improved. Thus, the mindless opposition from the common folk held little weight, as they could hardly afford the services of an arcane practitioner. Stay calm. I, Wu Hemming, will never disappoint my esteemed viewers. As the gaze of over 100,000 people converged on him, just as Lu Yifei's bodyguard concluded her statement, Graveyard Brothers suddenly bellowed, quickly adding, Dear esteemed viewers, as you can see, we are unexpectedly trapped in this factory. The exits have been sealed by the monster's barrier. I am now forming a temporary demon hunting team with these two strangers. I will take the lead. Silence. Pananda interrupted Graveyard Brother's incessant chatter, seizing control of the dialogue. Zhao Jiuzhou, follow the instructions I taught you yesterday. Let us get to work. Understood. At critical moments, Zhao Jiuzhou proves to be remarkably dependable. He briefly closes his eyes, only to snap them open again, channeling his innate white spiritual force, which visibly extends infinitely ahead. Judging by its form, it appears to be a common first-tier phantom entity known as a goblin. A single shot to the head would suffice to end it. Wow, such formidable spiritual power. Is this for real? Who is this skilled individual? Could it be that a substitute player from the World Cup has come to fish in troubled waters? The audience, who moments ago were startled by the roar of a monster, now chatter excitedly, believing a master has arrived to take charge. Not bad at all. A personal bodyguard beside Lu Yifei remarks. Lu Yifei raises an eyebrow slightly but refrains from further comment. For men, possessing skill is crucial. If they wish to roll in a lady's embrace, she is often inwardly amenable, provided their abilities are substantial enough to earn her willing affection. Lu Yifei, accustomed to the presence of skilled individuals, recognizes that Zhao Jiuzhou's level of spiritual power, capable of manifesting perception, is indeed rare. For this reason alone, Lu Yifei is somewhat inclined to overlook Zhao Jiuzhou's previous disrespectful remarks towards her. However, complete forgiveness still remains a distant prospect. Ah, impressive. In the luxurious suite of the Wanhao residence, Su Zhen, prompted by a friend, has just opened the live stream of the Graveyard Brother. Beside him sits a middle-aged man, renowned worldwide as the foremost master of psychokinesis, Wei Guanshan, who smiles and praises, Xiao Su, he is more formidable than you. If you had possessed this level of perception the day before yesterday, how could you have been eliminated? Good, when Shu chuckles. Hey, what is going on? What are you doing? In the factory, Graveyard Brother suddenly shouts in urgency, interrupting Zhao Jiuzhou's investigation. What position are you in? What spiritual energy data do you have? Are you treating yourself as an intelligence officer? Have you consulted the team leader? Zhao Jiuzhou and Pananda turn to glance at him, choosing to ignore the man. Pananda directly dismisses the king, asking Zhao Jiuzhou, what do you see? Over there, at the 8 o'clock direction. Zhao Jiuzhou points into the distance, indicating a goblin approximately 90 meters away. Good. Pananda swiftly retrieves several components from his person, rapidly assembling them into a sniper rifle, directing the laser towards the target. Zhao Jiuzhou, watching the red dot, commands earnestly, to the left, a bit more to the left, adjust 5 degrees, fire. Bang. Pananda immediately pulls the trigger. Through Zhao Jiuzhou's line of sight, the bullet pierces the wooden crate, striking the goblin that had been hiding behind it directly in the head. The goblin's brain matter explodes, its body collapsing backwards, wedged between the crate and the wall, motionless. A hit. Zhao Jiuzhou breathes a sigh of relief. It turns out it was that simple. Well, is this for real? This guy sure knows how to put on a show. That gun looks fantastic. The viewers of Graveyard Brother erupt in various exclamations, completely oblivious to the fact that Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions remain in a perilous situation. However, this leaves Graveyard Brother unable to maintain his composure. What peril is greater than the threat of one's livelihood being usurped? Who are you, precisely? Zhao Jiuzhou, who has never been one to engage with live broadcasts, found himself utterly unable to recognize the figure before him, a streamer boasting 1 million fans, yet still a relatively obscure presence. His countenance radiated disdain, and his words nearly rendered the interlocutor speechless. Which organization do you belong to? After failing to gain admission to an academic institution, I devoted myself entirely to entrepreneurship, replied the graveyard brother, struck directly at his vulnerable spot. Behind the camera, an audience of over 100,000 erupted in laughter. Ha. Which organization, indeed? This inquiry is simply remarkable. The graveyard brother lamented. I have been without social security for many years. Why did tears brim in the eyes of the graveyard brother? Because he had no affiliation. What about you? Speak up. Zhao Jiuzhou stood tall and proud, filled with the honor of being a formal worker within the system, despite having only recently secured his position. Which organization do you belong to? The graveyard brother, now agitated, shouted hoarsely. I have no organization. None. Are you satisfied now? Wow. Emotions have spiraled out of control. He was frantic. Do not panic, graveyard brother. Our organization is still hiring temporary workers. You are the Kingslayer. You will surely manage. The audience in the live stream mercilessly exacerbated the graveyard brother's wounds. The atmosphere, once thick with the presence of a level 4 vengeful spirit, was suddenly diluted to a mere semblance of water. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the State Guard, a senior figure who had just turned their screen to the graveyard brother's live stream was equally perplexed. What on earth is happening? Why are the main players of the World Cup frolicking in a factory? It cannot be this lighthearted. After all, it is a level 4 vengeful spirit, one of the most fearsome beasts. Quickly, the head of the State Guard, Emo Huiran, urgently reached out for the information on the trapped individuals. The personal combat data of Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions was promptly presented. Pananda, Spirit Strike Power 4, Spirit Resistance 5, Spirit Ability 6, Spirit Perception 3, Spirit Mobility 2. Zhao Jiuzhou, Spirit Strike Power 2, Spirit Resistance 1, Spirit Ability 2, Spirit Perception 22, Spirit Mobility 1. Wu Hemming, Spirit Strike Power 4, Spirit Resistance 3, Spirit Ability 4, Spirit Perception 13, Spirit Mobility 9. Emo Huiran glanced over the data, his attention swiftly captured by Zhao Jiuzhou's astonishing figures. 22 points in Spirit Mobility, a rare talent indeed. Commander, the troops of the No. 7 restricted zone are fully prepared, an aide reported, awaiting the command. Without hesitation, Emo Huiran ordered, immediately rescue them, and ensure that this live broadcast signal does not falter. Understood. Chapter 27, The Joy of Live Broadcasting, Part 3, Garbage, without even an employer. The atmosphere in the factory remained grim, suffused with the ominous aura of danger and death. Yet, Zhao Jiuzhou, as long as his life was still intact, continuously maintained a spirit markedly different from that of the average person. In the face of Wu Hemming, clad in the battle attire of a king-level demon hunter, he was inexplicably filled with an overwhelming sense of superiority derived from his institutional background. He coldly remarked, "Isn't that just societal idleness? Do you have a secure retirement fund? Damn it." Brother Grave was on the verge of insanity. Ever since his promotion to king-level demon hunter 2 years ago, no one had ever treated him with such blatant disrespect. No matter how feeble I might be, I am still a dignified king with 2 stars. Let me tell you, this whole employment thing, I don't need it at all. Brother Grave was so enraged he became incoherent. Zhao Jiuzhou, however, remained unyielding, saying, "All right, no need to elaborate. I understand. The more you explain, the more it reveals your insecurity. No employment means no employment. As long as you don't steal, rob, or deceive, we will not discriminate against you." Brother Grave shouted furiously, "I am a king. Do I need to resort to thievery or deceit?" Zhao Jiuzhou chuckled, "Ha. The shame of a king-level demon hunter. Brother Grave, I have long advised you to take up a temporary job. Even guarding a latrine would suffice." The tens of thousands of young viewers in the live broadcast erupted in laughter. The joyous atmosphere resonated back to the factory site, even dispelling some of the darkness within. Zhao Jiuzhou keenly noticed that the beam of the flashlight in Pananda's hand seemed to have suddenly widened significantly. However, he was unaware of the source of this effect and kept it to himself. Regardless, it was a positive development. When it comes to good news, the reason is inconsequential. Haha. In the back room of the Liu family mansion, Louis Fei's personal bodyguard, by G. could not help but be amused by the exchange between Zhao Jiuzhou and Wu Hemming, letting out a soft chuckle. However, she quickly stifled it. She was a professional and couldn't afford to laugh. Glancing at Louis Fei sitting on the sofa, she noticed a slight smile at the corners of his mouth before she allowed her own smile to re-emerge. Chirp, chirp, forget about that man. Let us first enjoy the warmth here. Why rush? If you feel humiliated, just rectify it. Should I introduce you to a job? We just had 2 positions available for latrine guards. Zhao Jiuzhou, responding to the public sentiment, selflessly offered his previous job opportunity to assist the king. You've got to be kidding me. Brother Grave was driven to madness by Zhao Jiuzhou. I don't need it. Damn. If you don't need it, then why curse? Why are you so impolite? Damn it. Brother Grave nearly choked on his words. Just as he was about to smash his head against the wall, Pan Anda suddenly interjected. Are you a professional broadcaster? What of it? Brother Grave retorted with a stiff neck, irritated. Did the broadcaster eat your family's rice? No. Pandanda shook his head and turned toward the live streaming device, inquiring. Am I allowed to speak directly? Fendigo furrowed his brow, calming himself slightly, and replied, Yes, you may. That is good, Pandanda said as he swiftly retrieved a light stick, breaking it open and tossing it before him. The luminous glow illuminated a small area of the factory, vividly presenting the desolate scene to the audience. With a solemn expression, he addressed the camera. Dear viewers, we are trapped. I currently assess that there exists a level 4 vengeful spirit within the factory, posing an extremely high danger. Our location is the 4th factory in the 7th Forbidden Zone of Blackwater headquarters. We require professional rescue. Please report our situation immediately, as our civilian phones have likely lost signal. He then pulled his phone from his pocket, aiming it at the camera. Those watching could indeed see that Pandanda's phone signal was entirely absent. At that moment, Zhao Jiuzhou hastily checked his own phone, confirming it was also devoid of signal, exclaiming, What on earth is this creature? It can even block phone signals? Vengeful spirits and certain high-level phantoms possess the ability to disrupt electronic signals, Fendigu interjected, adopting a more professional tone. This factory is quite expansive. Under normal circumstances, one might barely receive a signal in the center. However, if a vengeful spirit truly resides here, I estimate that venturing less than halfway and would result in a complete loss of signal. Zhao Jiuzhou chimed in. Then your equipment seems inadequate. Get lost, Fendigu retorted. Veins bulging in his neck. I paid 40,000 for this device. Oh, just 40,000? Zhao Jiuzhou laughed derisively. If I were in this line of work, I would invest in a 400,000 model. Are you kidding me? Do you even have 400,000? Fendigu rolled his eyes in disbelief. Zhao Jiuzhou, however, remained unfazed, pulling out his phone to reveal an electronic wallet usable without internet access, stating, Look, 35,000. The live stream captured Zhao Jiuzhou's personal account balance clearly. Just 2 days prior, he had engaged in illicit transactions and now spoke boastfully. Although I'm still a bit shy of 40,000, I'm only 17 this year. I have a steady job and income. I'll soon accumulate that amount. So how about you? What is your annual income? How old are you? Do you have any savings? Have you moved out of your low-rent housing? Have you purchased a home? Do you have a girlfriend? Have you saved enough for a wedding? Zhao Jiuzhou relentlessly pounded on Fendigi's vulnerabilities with pointed questions, leaving him speechless and trembling. He never anticipated facing such a barrage of criticism in a life-and-death scenario. This young man, was he out of his mind? The aura of the demon hunter was swiftly dismantled by Zhao Jiuzhou's words. Fendigu stared blankly at Zhao Jiuzhou, his impulse to challenge him growing increasingly uncontrollable. However, those watching the live broadcast could hardly contain their laughter. Hilarity erupted as Sujin and Wei Guanshan, in the opulent suite of the Marriott, laughed heartily, entirely shedding any semblance of composure. Within the hallowed halls of the Society's garrison headquarters, the usually stern Imo Huiran also succumbed to mirth, his lips twitching in amusement. The graveyard brother had already met his demise in laughter. Oh my. I can hardly take it anymore. The bronze brother has utterly decimated the king. Graveyard brother, perhaps you should consider ending it all amidst the raucous laughter. Deep within the factory, a swirling mass of black mist seemed agitated by the external joy, beginning to writhe uncontrollably. Its form rapidly expanded, emitting anguish groans that escalated into a deep, venomous growl. Eventually, that low growl echoed farther and became increasingly distinct. Suddenly, a sound wave imbued with an aura of endless slaughter surged forth, unleashing powerful gusts of wind that roiled and rushed in all directions from the factory. The ominous black energy surged forth from the depths of the factory, propelled by the force of the sound wave. As the tempestuous black mist billowed forth, Zhao Jiuzhou sensed an imminent threat. "Something is coming," he shouted. Pan Anda reacted swiftly, pulling a massive yellow silk cloth from his backpack with a swift motion. He yanked Zhao Jiuzhou close, while the graveyard brother, seasoned in experience, quickly joined them. The three of them huddled beneath the yellow fabric, deftly curling into a protective ball. The overwhelming black energy washed over the surface of the cloth. Within the mist, it seemed as though tiny hands reached out, grasping at the yellow surface, only to be repelled by the radiance it emitted. Yet the repelled hands did not relent easily. They surged towards the live-streaming equipment exposed by the graveyard brother, crashing directly into the lens. In the graveyard brother's live stream, which had been filled with laughter from hundreds of thousands of viewers, an unexpected wave of energy laden with death and despair engulfed them. Lu Yifei, caught off guard, could hardly react, her face a mask of astonishment. In the Marriott suite, both Uncle Wen and Wei Guanshan erupted in a blaze of white light, shielding themselves from the encroaching darkness, their brows furrowing deeply. At the Society's garrison headquarters, Mo Huiran, his expression darkened, swatted away the black mist spilling from the screen. However, the majority of ordinary viewers lacked such fortitude. That seemingly palpable aura of murderous intent brazenly transcended physical boundaries, penetrating the screen and leaving the hundreds of thousands of viewers frozen in horror, as though their very blood had congealed, a vice tightening around their throats. Their smiles abruptly vanished, and tens of thousands sat in stunned silence, eyes brimming with tears of terror, unable to move a muscle. Only a scant few staggered towards the exits, hastily shutting off their devices, shrinking into a quivering ball of fear. It was real, a genuine spirit of vengeance, not a jest. Lu Yifei inhaled deeply, cradling Qiuqiu in her arms, her body trembling slightly. Her experience was far more visceral than that of the others. He could even sense the abruptly chilling temperature within the factory, accompanied by a cold wind that swept past him, enveloping him in an aura of impending doom. What manner of monster is this? Lu Yifei is no mere decorative figure. Even if the title of the youngest diamond demon hunter in history is a gilded embellishment, she remains the illustrious Lu Fairy, who, at the tender age of 17, ascended to the ranks of diamond demon hunters. She is the niece of Lu Yunfei, the leader of the State Affairs Society, and the daughter of Lu Jisin, the head of the Society's Public Affairs Hall. Her grandfather, General Lu Xianglong, is currently stationed in the Northwest, commanding troops. She has witnessed perilous situations before. Yet the sheer terror she experienced today is unprecedented. Clutching her companion, the heart-melting spirit beast, she felt its tremors as it too quivered, seemingly attuned to the ominous atmosphere surrounding them. This spirit beast is astonishingly powerful. It can perceive a presence from dozens of kilometers away through the screen. Yet, this defies logic and seems utterly impossible. Shouldn't it be the case that the spirit beast would only exhibit such fear in response to its master's terror? Lu Yifei found herself at a loss, unable to delve deeper into her thoughts at this moment. Should I turn it off? Bai Ji felt an urge to close the screen. No. Lu Yifei, almost instinctively, rejected that notion once more, her heart still racing, but resolute in her decision to continue watching, to see more. Chapter 28. The Joy of Live Streaming, Part 4, within the city of Shiji. At the heart of the Silver Reward Alliance, in the towering Dragonhua Building's 17th floor, which houses the headquarters of the Wanwei Video Entertainment Technology Company, home to the platform run by the infamous Graveyard Brother, the sudden blaring of an alarm jolted the senior executives of the Sun family, who were leisurely enjoying their afternoon tea, into a state of alarm. Sun Wei, the second son of the third generation of the Sun family, hurried to the security department, where the head had already received a frantic call from Mo Huiran a few moments prior. Without waiting for any inquiry from the leadership, he urgently reported, a streamer is trapped in a factory, which is suspected to house a level 4 vengeful spirit, currently exhibiting formidable mental attack capabilities that can penetrate physical barriers and assault viewers. The Guardian Hall has instructed us to maintain the signal. Mr. Sun, what do you think? Listen to the Guardian Hall, Sun Wei declared without a moment's hesitation, understanding the critical nature of maintaining the signal. However, the security personnel grew anxious, citing the potential violations. If anything goes wrong, the Guardian Hall will take responsibility. Sun Wei rolled his eyes in response. In the event of an inquiry, the platform could conveniently shift all blame onto the Guardian Hall. Such an opportunity to capitalize on would be a breach of commercial ethics if overlooked. Pull this streamer's room onto the recommendation page. With Sunway's command, the security department had no choice but to relinquish their control. In less than half a minute, the once sparsely populated Graveyard Brothers streaming room, which had seen a mass exodus of viewers, was once again teeming with an even larger audience. Under Sunway's direction, the platform feigned urgency by issuing a notice, declaring the video to be of extreme danger, accessible only to demon hunters. Consequently, a throng of bronze-ranked demon hunters, indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, surged in with curiosity. Many, upon entering the platform, were immediately taken aback by the overwhelming aura of death that enveloped them, resulting in startled cries. Yet, the sensational content of the live stream spread like wildfire through countless mouths. Before long, a significant portion of the Silver Alliance's demon hunters had logged in. As Sunway observed the viewer count in Graveyard Brothers' streaming room soar by over 10 million in mere moments, rapidly approaching 20 million. He could not suppress a smile of satisfaction. This surge could translate into advertising revenue worth hundreds of millions of silver coins. The oppressive black aura howled persistently around Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions. Zhao Jiuzhou, Panda, and Graveyard Brother huddled closely together, inhaling each other's breaths in the enveloping darkness. Graveyard Brother, breathing heavily with anxiety, felt a chill sweep through his limbs. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiuzhou's focus strayed from the outside world as he turned his head to remark, "Damn it, during a live stream, you reek of bad breath." Graveyard Brother immediately retorted, "Screw you. How much better are you?" Zhao Jiuzhou bellowed, "Every day, I diligently brush my teeth morning and night, maintain a regular schedule for bowel movements, and for the sake of longevity, I steadfastly refrain from consuming junk food, staying up late, or lounging in bed. With my robust health, how could a mere wretch like you even compare? Lao Pan, do I have bad breath?" Pananda, at a loss for words, replied, "You all actually have the leisure to discuss bad breath at a time like this. What else then? The living still have matters to discuss. Should we delve into international strategies concerning the Wusun region?" Zhao Jiuzhou prattled on. Suddenly, amidst the crowded, murky atmosphere, a loud, resounding flatulence echoed. Both the Grave Brother and Panda's expressions shifted dramatically. "Damn it, did you just fart?" Grave Brother shouted in disgust. Unfazed, Zhao Jiuzhou declared, "Indeed. A man must own up to his actions. It was I who let it out." As they spoke, the cacophony outside seemed to finally subside. Panda's countenance also darkened. He clearly struggled to hold his breath and murmured, "Should we not release it?" "Release it. Immediately. I'd rather perish outside." Grave Brother cried in agony. At that moment, Zhao Jiuzhou remarked, "I sense no danger now. We can lift it." Panda, equally unable to contain himself, upon hearing Zhao Jiuzhou's words, focused his energy. And the previously sustaining murk that enveloped the three transformed into dust in an instant. As Grave Brother emerged free, he immediately turned away, retching painfully. Panda frowned initially, regretting the swift depletion of such a valuable life-saving item. But after surveying the surroundings and concluding that the danger had seemingly passed, he addressed Zhao Jiuzhou. "Next time, could you perhaps give a warning before you do that?" Zhao Jiuzhou replied earnestly, "Do you truly believe that forewarning would avert such occurrences?" Panda, unwilling to continue this debate in such an environment, retrieved his flashlight, which now emitted a feeble beam, illuminating barely 3 meters ahead. This predicament was becoming increasingly dire. He thought anxiously. Suddenly, Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed, "Something is approaching." As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved 2 illumination sticks, tore them open, and hurled them into the distance. The glow from the sticks was equally insufficient to illuminate much. Yet, as they soared through the darkness, the trio distinctly perceived 2 towering figures advancing towards them. "Blood corpses!" A panicked platinum demon hunter in the live stream shouted, recalling a similar encounter. Blood corpses are among the more formidable spectral beings, possessing incredible speed and immense strength. Meanwhile, the audience, who had barely survived the earlier chaos, began to regain their composure, and the barrage of comments in the live stream resumed its earlier fervor. "Oh my goodness. I'm terrified. It's real. It's actually real. Not some high-tech special effect. Is the streamer dead? Calling Grave Brother. Calling Grave Brother. Can someone tell me what sort of monster this is? Will it crawl out of the screen?" Across the internet, millions of demon hunters were in a frenzy, expressing their fears without any semblance of decorum. In contrast, Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions tensed up, unable to react adequately in the face of the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a guttural roar reminiscent of a beast echoed through the air, heralding the swift approach of a bloodthirsty corpse. At that moment, Zhao Jiazhou exhibited extraordinary reflexes. Without hesitation, he drew his pistol and fired. The energy-laden bullet pierced the darkness, striking true and penetrating the chest of the ghastly figure. The creature's wail reverberated throughout the factory as the force of the shot sent it hurtling backward. Yet, Zhao Jiazhou remained undeterred, swiftly redirecting his aim toward another monster now illuminated by Pandanda's flashlight. Bang, 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 bang. With a flurry of gunfire, Zhao Jiazhou, though slightly flustered, resolutely squeezed the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the second blood corpse. A barrage of shots transformed its body into a veritable hive of destruction. He then turned his attention back to the first blood corpse, which, despite being thrown to the ground moments earlier, was desperately attempting to crawl away. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed another relentless volley. Bang, 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 bang. With a rapid succession of shots, Zhao Jiazhou expended the entirety of his 30-round magazine in one breath. As he observed the lifeless forms of both blood corpses, he finally managed to calm himself. Drawing in a deep breath, he turned to find Pandanda and Cemetery Brother regarding him with expressions of awe. Just how much inspiration do you possess? Do you even aim when you shoot? Cemetery Brother mused, a hint of envy creeping into his tone as he considered his own role as an information specialist. Zhao Jiazhou, overwhelmed by the metallic scent of blood in the air, felt his stomach churn, and before he could maintain his composure, he turned away to vomit. No matter how impressive he might have sounded, it was still his first time facing such carnage. Is it really that impressive? Pandanda offered a brief explanation, producing a small pill and handing it to Zhao Jiazhou. He accepted it absent-mindedly and swallowed it. The coolness of the medicine spread through his mouth and into his stomach, providing immediate relief. Is this your first mission? Cemetery Brother inquired. Indeed, Zhao Jiazhou straightened up, a hint of pride in his voice. Are you not envious of my talent? Cemetery Brother couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why would I concern myself with your eccentricities? Yet, countless demon hunters watching from afar nodded in agreement. To perform so impressively on your first mission? This individual undoubtedly possesses exceptional potential. Suzhen, watching from the screen, felt a growing intrigue as he regarded Zhao Jiazhou's still youthful face. Even Luifei, on the opposite side, found his perception of Zhao Jiazhou shifting considerably. Setting aside the individual's peculiar demeanor, it was clear that his abilities were remarkable. His potential is vast. Bai Ji articulated what Luifei was thinking. Luifei nodded silently in agreement. It's truly nauseating. At the factory's exit, Zhao Jiazhou, recovering from the shock, glanced down at the lifeless body on the ground. Although the individual was evidently deceased, the muscles of the corpse inexplicably twitched. What shall we do now? Pandanda surveyed the surroundings and replied solemnly. There's no way out. The rear exit is sealed, and we must find an alternative route. Are there any other exits here? Asked the Graveyard Brother promptly. Yes. There is another exit on the rooftop, Pandanda responded, but we may encounter that vengeful spirit along the way. The Graveyard Brother cast a glance at Zhao Jiazhou and said, I have an idea. Let us proceed. Zhao Jiazhou retrieved a bottle of water and began rinsing his mouth. The Graveyard Brother, weary of arguing with him, quickly stated, if the two of us, as information specialists, walk together, our output will hardly increase, and it would waste our perceptual range. We can split up. This way, we should be able to sense the movements of the monsters throughout the factory. In the worst-case scenario, at least one of us should find a way to escape. That is not the worst-case scenario, Zhao Jiazhou retorted. The Graveyard Brother snapped back. Get lost. However, the viewers in the live stream resonated with Zhao Jiazhou's coldly analytical assessment, acknowledging the lack of any false hopes. What do you propose? The Graveyard Brother countered, turning the question back to Zhao Jiazhou. Zhao Jiazhou then asked Pandanda, Old Pan, can you remember the layout of the factory? Pandanda shook his head, admitting he could only recall the general layout. That should suffice, Zhao Jiazhou said, gradually becoming serious in the face of their peril. My plan is simple. The three of us will stick together but not seek escape. Rather, we will maneuver in circles around the monsters. We are trapped here now, and the news must have spread. The Alliance will not abandon us. I am confident that a rescue team is already on its way. When we entered earlier, the journey between the camp and the factory took less than 20 minutes. If they hurry, they could arrive in 5 or 6 minutes. It is now 2 o'clock. Zhao Jiazhou raised his hand to check the time. It's 2:09. We have been trapped here for over 9 minutes. The rescue team at the camp should have gathered and set off by now. I optimistically estimate they will reach the factory entrance, which is the boundary of our current predicament, within 10 minutes at most. However, if we remain stationary here and that vengeful spirit approaches us, we are doomed. Thus, we should venture further inside, but not too far, leaving sufficient room to evade both retreat and close encounters with the monsters. Alternatively, if you are feeling audacious, you might gamble that the rescue team will breach the barrier before the monsters find us. Wow, this line of reasoning is quite clear. In the factory, Zhao Jiuzhou's voice was the only sound, each word resonating with the audience. Regardless of their understanding, many expressed admiration. Meanwhile, outside the 7th restricted area of the Blackwater headquarters, several military trucks raced swiftly along the route to provide assistance. Having boarded the all-terrain vehicle, the lieutenant colonel from the military camp, accompanied by Wei Minzi and a few others, sped towards the factory, intently observing the situation within through his tablet. Upon hearing Zhao Jiuzhou's remarks, he could not help but praise. This young man is quite impressive. He possesses a sharp mind. The thoughts of the trapped civilians align closely with those of the rescue team, effectively having the pressure of our rescue efforts. He proposed the formation of a temporary squad, declaring himself as the leader. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiuzhou, confident in his abilities, did not regard himself as inexperienced. After articulating his strategy, he swiftly seized the opportunity from the previous speaker, announcing, "My primary psychic attribute is inspiration, with fire-type psychic strike power rated at 2. I currently have 30 rounds of ammunition, a standard Kanjiing pistol, a psychic dagger, and 2 grenades." He then fixed an unwavering gaze upon the previous speaker. The latter, momentarily taken aback, thought, "What? You, a mere bronze level, wish to lead? What position does that leave for me? The lower tier?" Angrily, he turned to Pan Anda and inquired, "Are you his supervisor? Will you not intervene?" Pan Anda, unfazed, replied, "I am in the primary assault role, adept at long-range attacks. I possess 4 rounds of dual-element electric fire sniper ammunition, 2 grenades, a Kanjiing pistol, and 30 rounds of ammunition, along with an antidote. My psychic ability is rated at 6, with 3 awakened skills, blink, single-target fireball, and ice shield. That is all." He too directed a steady gaze at the previous speaker. Resigned to the circumstances, the latter conceded Zhao Jiuzhou's leadership, begrudgingly stating, "I am also an intelligence specialist, with an inspiration rating of 15. Zhao Jiuzhou internally scoffed, a smirk of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth, though it went unnoticed by the latter, who continued, "I possess 2 awakened skills, blink and damage immunity, both for self-preservation. My only weapon is a psychic dagger." That concludes my report. After sharing their information, the 3 exchanged glances. Following a brief silence, Zhao Jiuzhou took the lead in deflating the morale of the group, exclaiming, "Is this a vacation? With such meager resources?" The previous speaker quickly retorted, "You have the audacity to criticize me? Enough of this," Pan Anda interjected. "None of us anticipated encountering such entities. Our prior intelligence indicated only 6 level 1 phantoms. We initially came to gain experience." He continued onward, illuminating the path with his flashlight. Zhao Jiuzhou and the previous speaker hurried to follow suit, conversing quietly as they walked. "Were you not going to disclose your skills?" Zhao Jiuzhou pressed, the 8 directions shattering fist. "What? You need not know the details. Just understand that all monsters that have witnessed my martial arts are no longer present. Is this your first mission? Only a few days ago, while working at the grassroots level, I single-handedly defeated 2 level 3 monsters. Grassroots work? Indeed, are you interested? Would you like me to recommend you there? What kind of work? Guarding the latrine. Get lost." Chapter 29, Stalemate, Part 1. The factory's exterior presents an irregular shape, yet can be broadly understood as a rectangle measuring approximately 200 meters in length and 120 meters in width. Under normal circumstances, the perception range of one's instinctive power is 10 meters per point. From our previous position, Zhao Jiuzhou should have been able to grasp the entirety of the factory's layout at a glance. However, I could only discern about half of it. Indeed, Pan Anda nodded, indicating that the boundary of this vengeful spirit was certainly not that of an ordinary creature. Zhao Jiuzhou continued, "Thus, this monster must also be far from ordinary." Brother Funzi remarked, "Had I known, I would have preferred to laze around at home today." To which a social drifter retorted, "Without even a salary, how could you afford to slack off? Could you possibly keep quiet?" Minutes passed, and with no sign of the rescue team arriving, the 3 of them dared not linger any longer in one spot. Reluctantly, They steeled themselves and ventured deeper into the factory. Throughout their journey, Pan Anda and Zhao Jiazhou incessantly analyzed the situation. While Brother Funzi and the audience in the live stream listened to their conversation, increasingly astonished. From Pan Anda's remarks, it appeared that Zhao Jiazhou's instinctive power exceeded 20 points. Although Brother Funzi felt exasperated by Zhao Jiazhou, he was nonetheless taken aback by his capabilities. Meanwhile, many savvy individuals watching the screen had already gathered Zhao Jiazhou's readily accessible personal information. Su Zhen received a freshly printed report from Wenshu, and, upon a cursory glance, his eyes lit up with delight. 22 points of instinctive power, along with a hint of psychic ability? A remarkable talent indeed. Uncle Guan, perhaps you. I cannot. Wei Guanshan immediately waved his hands, recognizing Su Zhen's implication. This monster was beyond his capacity to handle. What if I rescue only him? I could assign you 2 more practitioners of the arcane? Wei Guanshan inquired with a smile. Does this individual merit such an extravagant investment? Only in certain aspects. Wei Guanshan amended his statement with a grin. Yet, I truly find myself unable. Is that so? Su Zhen sighed, sensing that Wei Guanshan genuinely did not wish to accommodate him. Observing the deteriorating signal on the screen, which occasionally froze, he murmured regretfully, what a pity. Indeed, what a pity. Wei Guanshan blandly agreed, though his tone lacked any genuine sense of regret, let alone Zhao Jiazhou's extraordinary abilities. Even far more formidable demon hunters meet their demise with alarming regularity in this world. He was merely compensated to tend to Su Zhen's foot injury, staying behind to observe the unfolding drama. In his eyes, the 3 young individuals on the screen were hardly worthy of consideration, mere passers-by. He would not risk his life for the sake of 3 strangers, merely to please the heir of Southeast Province, unless the remuneration sufficed. Indeed, it would be a grave misfortune to perish due to budget constraints. Should we meet our end, it would be a matter of dying from poverty. In the dimly lit corridors of the factory, Zhao Jiazhou and the graveyard brother alternated in utilizing their psychic abilities to sense their surroundings. Guided by the faint glow of the flashlight held by Pan Anda, they ascended to the 3rd floor of the factory without incident. Engaged in conversation, Zhao Jiazhou expressed his dissatisfaction with the inadequate equipment they had brought along, complaining, if only I had a psychic amplifier. I could have resolved this from 100 meters away at the factory entrance. Pan Anda, ever earnest, patiently explained that the newly acquired amplifiers for the night shift were prohibitively expensive, with even the cheapest model costing 200,000. Their mission was primarily for training. With a total budget of only 50,000, the amplification agent would consume 30,000 in just half an hour, making it unaffordable. If we can't afford it, then why bother training? Zhao Jiazhou retorted indignantly, questioning whether his life mattered more than the organization's finances. Instantly, a flurry of comments flooded the live stream, echoing that money was indeed important. The organization employed him to generate profit, not to incur losses. Some viewers criticized Zhao Jiazhou for his lack of understanding. Lu Yifei even began to munch on seeds. Zhao Jiazhou, this training is for your benefit, Pan Anda remarked, exasperated. If you weren't so inept, we wouldn't even be here today. Incompetent. The graveyard brothers seized the opportunity to mock Zhao Jiazhou. Yet, Zhao Jiazhou countered, don't forget, without our presence here today, you would be facing this situation alone. When that wave of despair surged earlier, you would have already perished. Such logic struck a chord. The young man's sharp intellect was indeed impressive for his age. Perhaps he was a promising recruit for the academy. The directive to provide support in the Northwest was likely a factor. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream buzzed with chatter. However, for some, these comments were painfully glaring. In Lu Ziqing's office, both he and Lu Yahue wore expressions that were increasingly difficult to describe. What is paramount when it comes to murder? Undoubtedly, it is to keep it hidden from others. As the live stream audience continued to swell, Lu Ziqing, despite his family's specialized training, could no longer maintain his composure. What a mess! He cursed at the air, frustrated with those responsible for the situation. Lu Yahue stood by, scarcely daring to breathe, her eyes glistening with tears of fear. Lu Ziqing didn't spare her a glance. If it weren't for the need to cover for Lu Yahue, this matter would not have escalated to its current state. The potential repercussions for Lu Yahue's position, the risk of their affair being uncovered, and what might happen to Zhao Jiazhou if he were to perish at the hands of a monster on camera, all paled in comparison to the immediate crisis at hand. Sealing a level 4 vengeful spirit entails a considerable price, a fact that Lu Ziqing is acutely aware of. Were it not for his status as the primary heir of the Lu family's 3rd generation, He would never have been able to retrieve such an object from the family's treasury. As Lu Ziqing seethes while fixating on the screen, a sudden knock reverberates through his office, followed by the door being swung open. "Who is it?" he exclaims, his heart racing with apprehension, abruptly lifting his gaze. However, upon recognizing the figure standing at the threshold, his expression softens. "Master Qi." "Indeed," replies Qi Hao, the Lu family's esteemed priest, in a calm tone. "Come with me for a moment." He then casts a disappointed glance at the flustered Lu Yang, adding, "You two, step outside." Typically, Lu Yang would bristle at being summoned by a servant, but in this instance, she dares not protest. The two follow Qi Hao out, exchanging pleasantries with the night shift staff they encounter, swiftly exiting the building and arriving at a secluded location. There, a carriage belonging to the state council stands quietly. "Get in," Qi Hao instructs without further elaboration. Lu Ziqing and Lu Yang approach the carriage, and as the side door opens, they find seated within the current head of the Lu family, Lu Yunfei, a figure of unparalleled authority. "Come aboard," Lu Yunfei states indifferently. Lu Ziqing promptly ascends the steps, nervously entering the carriage. Lu Yang wishes to follow, but Lu Yunfei halts her. "Wait a moment." Qi Hao steps forward to assist in closing the door. Inside the carriage, Lu Yunfei regards his son, who has settled into the seat opposite him, and inquires, "Did you see?" Lu Ziqing, fully aware of his father's meaning, nods slightly. "I had no intention of coming here, not in the slightest." Lu Yunfei begins slowly, "But your actions have been utterly outrageous and shocking to me. How could you possibly commit such a foolish act?" I understand. It was Yarong," Lu Ziqing stammers, but Lu Yunfei quickly provides an excuse for him. "Thus, this is the consequence of associating with foolish individuals, and you even got involved with her." Lu Ziqing's countenance pales with terror. "What are you afraid of?" Lu Yunfei's eyes flash with a fleeting severity. "So what if you were involved? She herself doesn't care, and your uncle and aunt are feigning ignorance. None of us are saying anything, so what do you have to fear? Even if you were to ruin a life, that would still be your own doing. What is there to fear? But do you comprehend what the real issue is?" Lu Ziqing gazes at his father in disbelief, his mind in a daze. Sigh. Lu Yunfei exhales deeply. "The real issue is whether you possess the capability to handle this." In that moment, Lu Ziqing feels as though he has been struck a severe blow to the chest. The unabashed disdain from Lu Yunfei represents the most intolerable affront he has ever endured in his life. Yet, he found himself unable to resist. "I, along with the entire Lu family, have high hopes for you. You have achieved the position of a steward just 2 years after graduating from the academy. And during this time, you have made no significant mistakes. Although you may still be inexperienced and somewhat naive, your daily progress has not escaped my notice. I initially believed you would continue to navigate each step I had laid out for you with steady assurance. Aside from the matter involving Yao Huang, which slightly deviated from my plans, I deemed that a trivial issue and chose to overlook it. However, this time, Lu Yunfei fixed his gaze upon Lu Ziqing, demanding, "Tell me, what exactly is your intention?" Lu Ziqing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate the circumstances, and could only provide a brief explanation. "Yao Huang wished for my assistance in eliminating a certain individual, fearing that this person might cause her trouble." "Oh," Lu Yunfei responded, "so you immediately resorted to the most extreme measures?" Lu Ziqing murmured, "You taught me that some matters require either complete inaction or total commitment." "Some matters?" Lu Yunfei wearily closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to regain control over his emotions. "When did such a trivial figure become categorized as some matters in your eyes?" "Ziqing, it seems your progress over these past 2 years is far less impressive than I had anticipated." Lu Ziqing lowered his head, his expression a blend of confusion and turmoil. Lu Yunfei pressed on, "Regardless of what you intend to do for Yao Huang, have you considered the implications? Even if Yao Huang were to perish, how significant would that be for our family or for you? What could have been a minor issue has escalated into this state. As you wield the power bestowed upon you by the family, as well as the authority I have granted you, and the influence from the Silver Alliance and the State Council, must such an insignificant person be silenced with such exertion? Have you even inquired what that person truly desires? If you understand his needs, wouldn't it suffice to fulfill them, even if it were merely an empty promise? Could you not simply placate him for the time being? Or wait for a more opportune moment to eliminate him with greater subtlety?" "I have considered that," Lu Ziqing interjected. "I've arranged for him to go to the Northwest, and I had planned to suggest to him that I could facilitate his entry into the Academy's research program." "Then what are you doing now?" Lu Yunfei countered. Isn't your current action akin to shooting oneself in the foot? I am merely being cautious. Lu Ziqing stammered, desperately trying to justify his actions. Lu Yunfei regarded him silently, his gaze unyielding. Lu Ziqing managed to utter a few words, but faltered, unable to continue. That monstrous revelation. Lu Ziqing had never known of such matters within his family, his face a mask of shock. But she is merely a woman. Lu Ziqing could not help but shout in anger. Lu Yunfei, however, responded with a cold smile. What of it? Power does not discriminate between genders, it only recognizes capability. Enough, you may leave. Summon Yao Huang. With his mind still reeling and his heart heavy with the impending replacement by Lu Yifei, Lu Ziqing rose, his hands and feet cold. As he opened the door and stepped down from the carriage, Lu Yunfei turned to glance at the flustered Lu Yahui, who stood outside the vehicle, seemingly at a loss. Lu Yahui crossed paths with the pale-faced Lu Ziqing, daring not to utter a single word, and trembled slightly as she entered the car. Chi Hao closed the door with a definitive thud. Uncle I. Lu Yahui fidgeted with her fingers, stumbling over her words. Initially rambling incoherently before finally expressing her concern that Zhao Jiuzhou's rise could inadvertently jeopardize her own standing. I fear that the Qinglong Hall might hold me accountable. And I may never have the chance to ascend again. As Lu Yunfei listened, he could not suppress a laugh. Qinglong Hall? Ha. Ha ha. He shook his head incredulously. How did you come to be such a delightful gem? Surely, your parents didn't leave your wits behind and bestow them all upon Yifei? Lu Yahui felt the sting of his ridicule, her face alternating between shades of green and red. Alas, you are my dear niece, and a half-recognized daughter-in-law. Lu Yunfei relented slightly, though still wielding his superiority. You possess a certain audacity, but alas, your capabilities and courage. Do you truly believe that Qinglong Hall would trouble themselves over such trivialities? Who do you think you are? What do you think Qinglong Hall represents? Should that child ever reach a point where Qinglong Hall would advocate for him? Do you truly believe he would regard you with any esteem then? Lu Yahui had always lived for her reputation, yet Lu Yunfei seemed intent on stripping her of it. Anger surged within her, and her fists clenched tightly. Lu Yunfei noticed her involuntary gesture but remained composed. With your abilities. Achieving the position of deputy leader of a branch is already a lofty aspiration. If you ever had the opportunity to attain such heights, you would know it yourself. Some things are beyond your reach. It is simply unattainable, regardless of your ambition. No matter how grand the Lu family might be. The greater principles of the realm are not dictated by us alone, and within the Silver Alliance, our voices hold even less weight. The support you can expect from your family is limited. Many matters will ultimately rely on your own capabilities. Your father can only assist you in passing the entrance examinations and securing a place in the academic institute. As for me, I can only ensure you have reached this point. But should you falter, you must take responsibility, regardless of whether Qinglong Hall seeks to trouble you. Your life will only slightly improve from its current state. I know you all favor Yifei, Lu Yahui suddenly retorted. What did you say? Lu Yunfei's brow furrowed slightly. You all prefer Yifei. Lu Yahui's voice escalated uncontrollably as she shouted. You only think she is more beautiful than I am. You all. Slap. Lu Yunfei delivered a sharp blow to Lu Yahui's face. Stunned, she widened her eyes, glaring at Lu Yunfei with fiery indignation. You hit me? You should consider yourself fortunate. Had your father been here, he might have struck you dead. Lu Yunfei raised his hand and opened the car door. You may leave now. I had intended to discuss other matters with you, but it seems unnecessary at this juncture. Yes. Master Qi promptly entered the vehicle. As the carriage door closed, the coachman cracked his whip, urging the two horses to gallop swiftly along the narrow path. Suddenly, a pair of wings unfurled from its back, lifting the carriage gently into the sky. Gradually, both the carriage and the horses faded from view until they vanished entirely against the backdrop of the heavens, leaving behind only 4 flickering red lights on the carriage, a warning to passing aerial vehicles to keep their distance. Within the celestial carriage, Lu Yunfei slowly addressed Chi Hao. Indeed, it is essential to have more children at home. Otherwise, there will be no options. The legacy of several generations can vanish in the blink of an eye. Chi Hao remained silent, offering no response. Lu Yunfei then inquired, Are all the arrangements made? Chi Hao nodded affirmatively. Everything is foolproof, unless... Unless what? Unless they inadvertently manage to slay the monster. Ha ha ha. Lu Yunfei attempted to stifle his laughter but ultimately succumbed, exclaiming, Old Qi, you truly are humorous. Chi Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. How could that monster possibly be killed? However, those few individuals were certainly doomed. Ah, Xiaosu, please excuse me. I have a minor matter to attend to. At the same time, outside Factory Number 4 in the 7th Restricted Zone of the Blackwater headquarters, the personnel from the operations department finally arrived. 2 cannons were positioned, aimed at the barriers surrounding the factory. Commence action. Chapter 30. Stalemate. Part 2. Ladies and gentlemen, I currently stand before the desolate No. For factory in the 7th Forbidden Zone of the Blackwater headquarters. As you can observe, the forces of the Silver Army have completely encircled this factory. Approximately 50 meters to my left, 2 barrier cannons have been positioned. Reports indicate that the 3 individuals trapped within remain alive. At precisely 2:23 p.m., marking the 23rd minute since Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions were ambushed by the creature, personnel from the State Council's Information Hall arrived on the scene even faster than the military. Moreover, not only did the Information Hall under the State Council make an appearance, but even the Video Division of the Silver Alliance's Information Hall dispatched a competent team. A throng of individuals, dressed immaculately yet utterly incapable of contributing anything beyond disturbing the order of the scene, transformed the solemn atmosphere into one of frivolity upon their arrival. In front of the factory's entrance, a lieutenant colonel from the reinforcement battalion, awaiting orders from his commander, was interrupted by a reporter's microphone thrust into his face. Irritated, he swatted it away, shouting, "Can you please be quiet? We are in the midst of a rescue operation. How dare you speak to us like that? We have the right to interview." Exactly. Freedom of speech, right? You cannot violate the laws of the Council and the Alliance while conducting a rescue. What a bunch of idiots. The lieutenant colonel, clearly agitated, turned to his subordinate and barked, "Are we ready?" "Report, sir. The barrier cannons are calibrated, and everything is prepared. Please give the order." The lieutenant colonel, holding a tablet, observed the increasingly indistinct images on the screen, his anxiety mounting. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Mo Wiren in his earpiece. "Commence action." "Yes." The lieutenant colonel responded with fervor, pushing through the obstructing reporters and bellowing, "Artillery, fire! Fire! Fire!" Commands echoed from the lieutenant colonel, swiftly relayed to the 2 soldiers operating the cannons. Seated behind the massive artillery, they aimed at the distant factory entrance, each pressing the firing controls in succession. Cannon 1, fire. Cannon 2, fire. Boom, boom. The shells erupted fiercely. The tremendous shockwave generated by the explosion of the shells interacting with the barrier surged forth, even at a distance of 200 meters, whipping up a violent gust of wind that swept across the lieutenant colonel's resolute form and face. Narrowing his eyes, the lieutenant colonel manifested a protective shield that deflected the tempestuous winds and swirling dust. Meanwhile, the reporters from the information hall erupted in meaningless, exaggerated shrieks. A few male reporters, attempting to mimic the lieutenant colonel's stance, pretended to stand bravely against the wind, striking poses. The female reporters scrambled to cover their faces, bending down and desperately clutching their skirts to prevent any accidental exposure. The outcome was astonishing. "Commander, it was futile. The barrier remains intact." "Futile?" The on-site commanders erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. The lieutenant colonel's expression darkened instantaneously. What kind of joke is this? A level 4 barrier cannon is ineffective? Could the entity within the factory be a cursed spirit? Futile? The room was immediately filled with animated discussions. If the level 4 barrier cannon is ineffective, then this malevolent spirit must be at least level 5. Is there truly a level 5 malevolent spirit in this world? The danger classification for malevolent spirits has always been capped at level 4. How do we define this level 5? Is it a super malevolent spirit or a cursed spirit? Once this situation concludes, how shall the report be drafted? Is this the time to be concerned about reports? The World Cup reporters for the Golden Alliance are rushing over. If this individual cannot be rescued, the Silver Alliance's reputation will be tarnished globally. So how do you propose we save them? In my view, since the level 4 barrier cannon is ineffective, we ought to deploy the level 5 barrier cannon. But is the level 5 barrier cannon merely a cannon? It's more akin to a missile, to detonate both the trapped individual and the creature in their own territory. This mission has unexpectedly become so passive, ultimately. That streamer is the root cause. I have always maintained that the live streaming industry is a significant disruptor of social order. Enough, Mo Wiren exclaimed in anger. With no viable solutions, they excel at shifting blame. Now, they even dare to attribute responsibility to the live streaming? I see now that each of you possesses remarkable skills. The 8 or so vice leaders in the room tacitly turned away. Yet, despite his assertive demeanor, Mo Wiren found himself at a loss. Gazing at the image of the flustered colonel, he could only solemnly state, "We must request support from higher authorities. The capabilities of the local military are limited." Limited capabilities? What use do you serve then? Suddenly, a voice from outside the office sounded almost jokingly. A young man strolled in casually, appearing no older than 20, yet adorned with the insignia of a colonel. He acted as if he were among acquaintances, walking directly to the conference table and addressing Mo Huiron. "General Mo, Leader Mo. If this matter escalates to Marshal Marcy intervening, where will the Silver Alliance's honor reside? Prepare a helicopter for me. I shall give it a try." The entire room turned their hopeful gazes toward the young man. In the pitch-black factory, a series of gunshots rang out. Observing the goblin riddled with bullets on the ground, Zhao Jiazhou had grown accustomed to the sight of vanquished foes, smugly blowing the smoke from his firearm. Just half a minute prior, a goblin lurking behind cover nearly launched a surprise attack on the three of them. Fortunately, Zhao Jiazhou, driven by a fear of death, had remained vigilant, and when he sensed something amiss, he decisively drew his gun, unleashing a barrage of fire on the creature that hadn't even had time to poke its head out. Seriously, was it necessary? The Grey Keeper could hardly bear to watch as Zhao Jiazhou employed such an extravagant method to deal with a mere level 1 monster. Zhao Jiazhou retorted, "It's not my fault. You, incompetent fool, let the monster slip past. Stop showing off. I had already drawn my dagger. This was a situation that could have been resolved with a single thrust, yet you had to fire off a dozen shots. Do you have a problem with using too many bullets?" The Grey Keeper bellowed, his voice echoing loudly. The three individuals were already lacking in firepower, and Zhao Jiazhou frequently squandered resources, which placed an extraordinary burden on Gendi Gu. "Damn it!" Gendi Gu raised his hand, eager to challenge Zhao Jiazhou to a duel. "Come on, kill me. Strike here." Zhao Jiazhou immediately echoed, leaning forward and gesturing at his neck. "Believe in yourself. Although you have achieved nothing in this life, surely you can manage to slay a teammate." The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement, chanting about internal conflict. "Calm down." Pananda suddenly grasped Gendi G's wrist firmly and spoke in a serious tone. "The monster's dark mist has an effect on emotions. Haven't you noticed?" Zhao Jiazhou and Gendi Gu paused momentarily. Pananda then produced the small pill he had given Zhao Jiazhou earlier to quell his nausea and handed it to both of them. "Take it." Gendi Gu accepted it hesitantly, placing it in his mouth. Zhao Jiazhou muttered, "Old Pan, don't take advantage of me with your words." Pananda shot him an incredulous glance. "I truly admire you. In such an environment, your thoughts still drift in that direction. I am a teenager. Is it not entirely normal for someone my age to focus wholeheartedly on such matters? My hormonal levels dictate that I can only think this way. It is the natural order, a biological instinct." Zhao Jiazhou rambled on before finally swallowing the pill, casually inquiring, "What about that vengeful spirit? I feel like it's avoiding us. After all this commotion, why hasn't he come to confront us?" "There could be numerous possibilities," Pananda replied, lighting a cigarette, the ember flickering in the darkness. The three calmly walked past the goblin's corpse. Zhao Jiazhou had evidently grown accustomed to the sight of monsters being reduced to pulp, feeling no revulsion as he listened to Pananda elucidate. The vengeful spirit is a particularly unique creature. Each one possesses vastly different methods of attack and existence. The reason this one has approached us could be due to its slow movement, waiting for us to unwittingly walk into its trap. It might also be constrained by certain limitations on its range of movement, forcing it to engage us only from a distance, or perhaps we are not its primary target. It may have other motives for being in this factory. Or, more simply, Gendi Gu interjected, it lacks the conventional 5 senses, unable to see or hear us. So no matter how much noise we make, it remains oblivious. That layer may be its web. As long as we avoid it, we are temporarily safe. "That possibility cannot be dismissed," Pananda replied, maintaining an objective and rational demeanor. However, Zhao Jiazhou preferred to take an extreme stance, cruelly dismissing the discussion entirely. "But everything you've said is merely conjecture. If we encounter it later, death is still inevitable." 20 minutes had elapsed. Yet the reinforcements outside had yet to arrive, a situation that defied logic, leading Zhao Jiazhou to suspect they might be unable to penetrate the area. He raised his hand to check the time. On the other side of the screen, the command hierarchy of the Silver Army, unable to communicate directly with Zhao Jiazhou, were expressions of resignation. "This young man is quite astute," Mo Huiron remarked. Unfortunately, it bore no fruit. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon of the 7th restricted zone. At precisely 2:28 p.m., as Zhao Jiazhou and his companions had been trapped for 28 minutes, The sound of propellers filled the air. Journalists at the scene erupted into inexplicable cheers upon sighting the aircraft. Two helicopters, cutting through the brisk wind, descended gently. As they touched down, a group of well-equipped and agile demon hunters emerged. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a crew cut, who briskly approached the lieutenant colonel and succinctly articulated, "I am Wei Guanshan, dispatched here personally by Master Lu Yunfei. The trapped individual, Pan Anda, is a child of the Lu family's close acquaintances. Wei Guanshan? He is the one. The world's foremost telekinetic." The reporters immediately brandished their cameras, capturing images of Wei Guanshan, now clad in combat attire, in a frenzy. The lieutenant colonel furrowed his brow and promptly inquired, "What are your intentions?" "Quite simple. We shall execute a two-step plan. First, we will seal the monster inside, and then we will extract the person. However, the monster is our trophy. We intend to take it with us," Wei Guanshan replied succinctly. The lieutenant colonel stated, "I must seek permission." "That won't be necessary. Once the task is complete, someone will explain the situation to the guard hall," Wei Guanshan remarked, turning towards the factory. Outside the factory, several experts accompanying Wei Guanshan had already begun addressing the barrier, preparing to utilize spiritual energy equipment in conjunction with a complex formation to create a short-range teleportation entrance. "There's no need for such complexity," Wei Guanshan said as he approached, lightly flicking his fingertip against the barrier. A pure white light point adhered to the surface of the barrier. He focused intently on that point, his eyes gradually igniting with brilliance. Under his control, the white light intensified, slowly tearing the barrier apart. What formidable telekinesis! Observing from the sidelines, the lieutenant colonel and the communications officer were captivated, prompting the latter to quietly exclaim. The lieutenant colonel, however, solemnly clarified, "It's not merely telekinesis. His spiritual energy has been activated as well, along with some enhancement skills." Wei Guanshan's lips curled slightly, harboring a degree of admiration for the lieutenant colonel. To discern such a wealth of information at a glance was no small feat. Regrettably, this officer had overlooked certain aspects. On the battlefield, such misjudgments could be fatal. Alas, he found himself devoid of the energy to boast. Otherwise, he could have schooled the young man on the essence of world-class excellence. Wei Guanshan mused, gradually tearing open a sufficient gap in the barrier for an adult to pass through. "Hurry!" The 6 individuals accompanying Wei Guanshan swiftly dove through the opening. The 6th individual casually set up an exit for a teleportation array just outside the barrier. In an instant, as the barrier sealed, Wei Guanshan's eyes dimmed, and he abruptly vanished before the eyes of the major. In the next moment, Wei Guanshan and his team of 7 convened within the factory. A few members of the major's team were left helplessly standing outside the barrier, unable to gain entry. Inside the factory on the first floor, upon arrival, this small team immediately deployed a high-powered illumination device, casting light over a radius of approximately 20 meters. Uncle Guan called the logistics officer from the team, producing a vial of replenishment fluid and handing it to Wei Guanshan. Understanding the situation, the 6 nodded in agreement. Wei Guanshan instructed, "Intelligence officer, commence." "Understood," replied the intelligence officer, extending a hand toward the logistics officer. The logistics officer produced a rather expensive psionic amplifier from a distance. The intelligence officer took it and adeptly donned it upon his head. Truly, the greatest threat to human survival is, in fact, the dire state of poverty. On the 4th floor of the factory, Zhao Jiuzhou had been incessantly rambling for 5 minutes, completely neglecting Lu Yifei in this life-or-death scenario. Fixated solely on political and philosophical discourse. Unable to contain himself, the grave digger exclaimed, "Aren't you exhausted thinking about such things as an apprentice?" "Not at all, in fact. The more I ponder, the more invigorated I feel," Zhao Jiuzhou replied. "At least in my final moments, I will grasp the profound societal causes leading to my demise. My death, though incidental, is an inevitability within the realm of chance. Even if I were to survive today, tomorrow, someone akin to me would perish for similar reasons in a comparable location. My misfortune is merely a stroke of bad luck, unlike you, who is purely incompetent and compounded by your own ill fortune. Zhao Jiuzhou, if we manage to escape today, the very first thing I shall do is find a brick to crush your skull. I swear, I will splatter your brain matter all over the place," the grave digger said with utmost seriousness. However, Zhao Jiuzhou chose not to engage with that topic and abruptly asked Pan Anda, "Old Pan, do you think we have been abandoned? It's been over half an hour. If the Silver Army could enter, there should have been some commotion downstairs by now." Pan Anda, increasingly silent, paused for several seconds before softly responding, "Yes." The grave digger elaborated. "Because they don't want to demolish such a vast factory to use it as a grave for the three of us." "You're being inconsistent," retorted the grave digger, refusing to concede. "That's unprofessional." Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream remained relatively active, yet the signal quality was deteriorating. As Zhao Jiuzhou and the others ventured deeper, the visuals grew increasingly choppy, as if the connection might sever at any moment. At the headquarters of Wanwei Video Entertainment Technology Company, Sun Wei, the second son of the Sun family, expressed dissatisfaction with the grave digger's equipment. "Such a prime opportunity squandered by the grave digger. He deserves to die." At this stage, if the three of them were to perish in the factory, the impact it would generate could be maximized, wouldn't it? Sun Wei stroked his chin, and though their starting points differed, his thoughts mirrored those of Lu Ziqing at that moment. Zhao Jiuzhou must perish. Should he meet his end, the consequences would solely translate into monetary loss for the world. The principal concern here is economic. Within the factory, Pan Anda finally opened his mouth, revealing that the strength of a primary crystal core is, in fact, quite fragile. Under normal circumstances, a demon hunter's firepower never aims for saturation but rather seeks the perfect balance. Excessive firepower can easily shatter the crystal core, rendering the task accomplished in name only, as it would result in a loss. The task of monster eradication, at its core, is not a safe endeavor but an economic one. Heavy weaponry, such as missiles, would never find a place in a demon hunter's arsenal unless an onslaught of monsters were imminent. Zhao Jiuzhou remarked, "But aren't vengeful spirits not classified as minor monsters?" This posed yet another question. Pan Anda replied that regardless of whether vengeful spirits were considered minor monsters, the destruction of the factory itself would incur significant losses. Such a factory is akin to a vast mine within a mining area. Sacrificing it to save 3 individuals would not be economically viable. To put it bluntly, the 3 of us are not worth even a single mine. Furthermore, apart from the factory itself, the value of vengeful spirits is remarkably high. These entities are exceedingly difficult to vanquish, bordering on the indestructible. Yet, if they are indeed defeated, vengeful spirits can drop crystal cores, specifically known as vengeful spirit crystals, along with vengeful tears, hearts, and souls, items that are both precious and rare, yet fragile. To annihilate a vengeful spirit with a missile would result in the destruction of these valuable drops, leading to substantial losses. Thus, from an economic perspective, would it not be more prudent to allow us to perish first before they devise a method to seal the vengeful spirit? The graveyard brother posed this question to Pan Anda, somewhat knowingly. Pan Anda nodded in agreement. However, Zhao Jiuzhou was more concerned with a practical issue. What, precisely, is the purpose of these vengeful spirits? To be honest, I am not entirely certain myself. Just as he spoke, a sudden gunshot rang out from below the factory. Bang. Chapter 31, Deadlock, Part 3. What are you doing? Wei Guanshan inquired, slightly astonished, as he observed the team's deputy attacker standing not far away. Bang, bang, bang. The flames erupted from the machine gun, bullets rattling violently as they were unleashed in a frenzied assault towards the enormous claw. Yet, to Wei Guanshan and the others, it appeared as though the deputy was merely shooting at thin air, as if nothing existed before him. He was hit. All present were elite soldiers, and the logistics team swiftly realized the gravity of the situation. However, the deputy, lost in the peril he perceived, swung his gun in a half-circle, now aiming directly at his own teammates. 3 electrified bullets hurtled towards Wei Guanshan's face. In that fleeting moment, a layer of white luminescence enveloped him. The bullets, in his perception, seemed to be moving in slow motion. With a flash in his eyes, the 3 projectiles collided with an invisible barrier, their tips crumpling like fragile paper before plummeting to the ground. Simultaneously, Wei Guanshan moved with an imperceptible speed, leaving a pure white afterimage behind as he swiftly approached the panicking deputy, grasping his firing hand while effortlessly extracting the magazine from the submachine gun, abruptly silencing the chaos of gunfire. Damn, has he lost his mind? On the 4th floor of the factory, Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions exchanged glances, bewildered. Zhao Jiuzhou, still trying to comprehend the situation, questioned, should we be retreating from the battlefield below or rushing to find Wenwan? Find Wenwan? Are you out of your mind? The graveyard brother, maintaining clarity in this critical moment, retorted, with the fierce battle raging downstairs, wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking death? We must wait for them to finish. Exactly. Let the rescue team take the fall first. Graveyard brother, who would have thought you were such a coward? I truly did not misjudge you. The audience in the live stream had seemingly forgotten the recent danger, their spirits buoyed once more within the span of half an hour, as they enthusiastically resumed their entertainment. Ironically, it was Graveyard Brother, solely focused on survival, who neglected to engage with his viewers, failing to express gratitude for the generous donations or to interact, thus dampening the atmosphere of the livestream. Indeed, Zhao Jiuzhou, who typically resisted his instincts, found himself inexplicably in agreement with Graveyard Brother's sentiments. Only Pan Anda maintained a cautious demeanor. As the gunfire below subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Had they been annihilated? Or, akin to Zhao Jiuzhou, had they merely encountered minor adversaries and unleashed an overwhelming barrage? However, even an overwhelming barrage seemed excessive given the intensity of the earlier gunfire. As thoughts swirled in their minds, Zhao Jiuzhou and Pan Anda exchanged wary glances, their concern mounting. Is the barrier still intact? As Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions walked closely along the perimeter of the barrier, he slightly expanded his sensory range and soon discerned that the barrier enveloping the factory's outer wall remained intact. Simultaneously, he also spotted a goblin on the 5th floor above them, seemingly ensnared by some entity, struggling desperately. The shadow that trapped the goblin appeared to sense Zhao Jiuzhou's presence as well, suddenly turning its head and baring its teeth menacingly at him. By the heavens! Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed, startled. What is it? Pan Anda inquired anxiously. Pale with fright, Zhao Jiuzhou quickly relayed the information. The barrier is still intact and undamaged. There's a goblin above us ensnared by a dark entity, which may be that vengeful spirit. Pan Anda's expression shifted dramatically. You only felt this now, despite being so close? Well, Zhao Jiuzhou acknowledged, I'm somewhat at a loss. The creature above, it's difficult to ascertain what it truly is. Their conversation echoed in the ears of the hundreds of thousands of onlooking demon hunters. Many who were little different from ordinary folk, bronze and silver-ranked hunters, could no longer maintain their composure, frantically clutching nearby blankets, pillows, pets, spirit beasts, or companions tightly to themselves. Lu Yifei exchanged glances with Bai Ji. Bai Ji remarked, Yifei, perhaps it's best not to look. The sphere in Lu Yifei's arms began to flap nervously, adding to her own inexplicable sense of dread, leaving her puzzled as to why she felt so anxious. What shall we do now? On the 4th floor of the factory, Zhao Jiuzhou took a deep breath, pondering whether the crowd below might have perished. Surely not, Pan Anda replied. Anyone capable of entering from the outside cannot possibly be a novice. Indeed, the Gravekeeper interjected, in our lingo, only top-tier individuals would be assigned such tasks. That's a valid point. Zhao Jiuzhou nodded, contemplating that perhaps their leader was none other than Lu Yifei. The Gravekeeper shot him a look of disbelief. Meanwhile, Lu Yifei, holding a cup, subtly twitched her lips, as her bodyguards stifled their laughter. After a moment, Bai Ji softly remarked, Yifei, it appears he truly has a fondness for you. Sighing, Lu Yifei replied, being this popular has its downsides. The esteemed Lu Fairy could hardly tolerate the repeated verbal advances of a mere commoner. I thought the Gravekeeper's bravado was unparalleled, but it seems someone exceeds even him in audacity. Lu Yifei, leading a rescue mission, recalled having read similar outlandish scenarios in literature, only for those stories to be abandoned. The viewers in the live stream were swept up in Zhao Jiuzhou's emotions, transitioning from tension to uncontrollable laughter in mere moments. Are you out of your mind? The Gravekeeper was at a loss for words. Lu Yifei? Why not mention Lu Yinyan instead? Oh, I see. Zhao Jiuzhou, far from feeling any embarrassment, instead cooperatively gestured. Is it that demon hunter with the impressive presence? I have indeed watched her promotional video. Quite impressive. I also have a fondness for Lu Yinyan. Humph. Lu Yifei let out an instinctive cold snort. However, after that, she herself was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Bai Ji chuckled. Yifei, are you feeling jealous? It seems so. Lu Yifei shook her head repeatedly, absolutely feeling overwhelmed. Bai Ji grinned, choosing not to delve further into the matter. Yet, there was really little room for such exploration. The straightforward boy in the video was speaking of none other than the illustrious Lu Yifei, setting aside her celebrity status. Given Lu Yifei's esteemed family background, there was no conceivable way for her to have any connection with this young man in the future. Not to mention, Lu Yifei did not even know him. How could she possibly feel jealousy? The earlier moment was merely a fleeting instance of rivalry among female stars. Lu Yifei and Lu Yinyan were vying for the same niche in the entertainment industry, both possessing striking beauty, yet differentiating themselves by their respective personas. Lu Yifei embodied an innocent yet alluring image, while Lu Yanyan exuded a mature and fiery allure. Thus, in Bai Ji's eyes, this contention was rather trivial. Ultimately, it only served to benefit those insipid men, allowing them to indulge in the spectacle. Ha 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 ha. I also have a fondness for Lu Yanyan. I adore her. I adore her. The affluent DFSDF generously rewarded the host with 2 Lu Yanyan inflatable dolls. Oh my. Thank you, esteemed viewer. Upon hearing the donation sound, the host, known as Graveyard Guy, nearly fell to his knees in gratitude. Hey, Wu Hemming. Pan Anda, unable to remain silent, sternly reminded. Is this truly the time for audience interaction? Ah, right. Damn it, I'll let that fool distract me. Graveyard Guy, lacking decorum, accepted the money while still pointing a finger at Zhao Jiuzhou in disdain. Zhao Jiuzhou retorted coolly. Being misled by a fool merely indicates an intellect so low that it cannot even surpass that of a fool. Do you still consider yourself impressive? Ha 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 ha. Across countless screens, audiences erupted into uproarious laughter. Even a large group of soldiers watching the live stream outside the factory joined in the merriment. The atmosphere of laughter and joy stood in stark contrast to the impending dread of facing the level 4 vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, deep within the factory, the vengeful spirit writhed in anguish as it had half an hour prior, tormented by the joyful broadcast from Graveyard Guy. Its wails echoed through the depths of the factory, gradually reverberating throughout every corner. A chilling aura once again seeped through the walls, permeating the air, brushing against everyone inside the factory. Zhao Jiuzhou and Pan Anda exchanged glances. Stunned for a few seconds, they suddenly, in unison, shouted, "Run!" Meanwhile, on the first floor of the factory, Wei Guanshan's team, with the exception of the recently incapacitated substitute attacker lying motionless on the ground, assumed defensive stances. Wei Guanshan shouted, "Formation Master!" Without hesitation, the Formation Master within the team swiftly formed hand seals and pressed down onto the ground. A circular defensive formation rapidly expanded from his center, radiating with a luminous energy that spread across the floor. Wei Guanshan dashed into the formation first, while the substitute player hoisted the unconscious attacker and followed closely behind. The other intelligence analysts, logistics specialists, and transporters hurriedly joined them. In the next moment, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the depths of the factory. "Hold on to me." Hearing the tumultuous noise behind them, the sprinting panda immediately shouted, grabbing the hands of Zhao Jiuzhou and Brother Grave. Although Zhao Jiuzhou and Brother Grave were uncertain of Panda's intentions, at that moment, there was no need for reminders. They clung to Panda as if desperate to hang on to him for dear life. In such circumstances, the three did not seek to be born together on the same day, but rather, they wished for their fates to intertwine in death, ensuring that Panda would not escape alone. Spiritual power. Activate. As Panda grasped the hands of the two, a brilliant white light suddenly erupted from his body. The latent spiritual energy ignited like flames. Before millions of viewers in the live broadcast, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The spiritual powers surged forth. In the Lu family mansion, Lu Yifei and Su Zhen in the luxurious suite both brightened their eyes simultaneously. Back at the factory, Panda propelled Zhao Jiuzhou and Brother Grave forward, transforming into a streak of white light as they raced ahead. In the next instant, the space behind them was engulfed by a tide of dark, deathly energy. The relentless wave of death was even more ferocious than it had been half an hour earlier. Under Brother Grave's live streaming lens, the death energy coalesced into a tangible torrent, relentlessly pursuing the trio, accompanied by anguished and chilling wails. Zhao Jiuzhou, hearing the eerie tone, turned his head in curiosity, only to have his face drain of color, nearly causing him to lose control. He beheld hundreds, if not thousands, of heads born from the death energy, floating and lamenting within the black currents. Countless pale hands were reaching out, poised to grasp his back. "Damn it, old panda. Go faster. Don't stop." Zhao Jiuzhou yelled hoarsely. "Hold tight." Suddenly, Panda leaped, planting a foot on the railing leading down from the 4th floor. Ahead lay an expanse devoid of anything. From a height of several dozen meters, Panda unexpectedly chose to leap. "Ah, what the hell?" Zhao Jiuzhou cursed vehemently. "What kind of comprehension is this? I wanted you to help me soar, not take me to the heavens." Yet, just as he uttered those words, the three suddenly shifted from the 4th floor to a position between the 1st and 2nd floors. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Jiuzhou found himself securely landing on the ground of the 1st floor. There are people over there. With no time to ponder how Panda had accomplished this, Zhao Jiazhou heightened his senses, focusing solely on escape, shouting for a clock direction. Pan Anda, following Zhao Jiazhou's instructions, executed another flash. 30 meters ahead of the formation set by Wei Guanshan's squad, three figures suddenly emerged within the illumination range of their lights. Before they could fire a shot, Pan Anda activated his fourth flash, swiftly moving to the front of the protective barrier. Without so much as a greeting, the three figures plunged headlong into the barrier. Hot on their heels, a wave of lifeless energy crashed against the outer shell of the defensive formation with a thunderous roar, emitting a chilling, despairing wail. Before the screen, countless hearts raced alongside Zhao Jiazhou and his comrades for half a minute, as Pan Anda finally slowed down. They could clearly see through the live broadcast by the graveyard brother the sight of hundreds, even thousands of heads surging toward the defensive formation in the sea of the dead. Listening to the haunting cries, every viewer, regardless of their abilities, felt a bone-chilling terror. This phenomenon was an insurmountable calamity that could not be thwarted by individual strength. At the headquarters of Universal Video Entertainment Technology Company, Sunway observed a sudden drop of 2 to 3% in viewership. Many viewers hurriedly turned off their screens, unable to bear watching further. Yet strangely, in this moment, Louis Fei felt an overwhelming joy at the prospect of survival, much like Zhao Jiazhou at that instant. "Hey, brother, which unit are you from? Well done," Zhao Jiazhou exclaimed as he rose from the ground, cheerfully patting Wei Guanshan on the shoulder, his face radiating the joy of having escaped death. Wei Guanshan looked at him, momentarily taken aback, then a slight smile crept onto his lips. "I have no unit. I am merely a free spirit of society. You must be Zhao Jiazhou, right?" Zhao Jiazhou, taken aback, responded with excitement. "What? Am I really that famous now?" Wei Guanshan chuckled. "Indeed, a promising youth, haha. Master Wei." Pan Anda, upon recognizing Wei Guanshan, was instantly filled with great delight. The graveyard brother, even more exuberant, shouted in excitement, "Wei Guanshan. Uncle Guan. You are Uncle Guan." 032 Deadlock. 4. Incredible. Wei Guanshan is leading a team to rescue people? The graveyard brother's influence is unmatched. Graveyard brother 666. The wealthy 9,527 sent 88 bowls of rib noodles to the graveyard brother. In the live broadcast, the demon hunters among the audience faced the wrathful specters. Those below platinum rank nearly halved in numbers within moments. Yet those remaining, barring a few lacking in intelligence or self-awareness, could almost all be considered masters. Through the screen, they remained unfazed by the mental assault of the specters. Moreover, their spending power was truly remarkable. As soon as Wei Guanshan appeared, the various rewards in the live chat exploded in numbers. Although the graveyard brother had not yet met his demise, his funeral expenses were evidently no longer a concern. If this trend continued, he could afford the most luxurious urns, not just the modest ones found in community funeral centers, but the grandest models like the one belonging to Zhao Jiazhou's father, which measured 15 centimeters in length and 10 centimeters in width. Of course, if possible, the graveyard brother would still prefer to live and utilize this money. What a lively scene it was. Wei Guanshan immediately noticed the streaming equipment of the graveyard brother. With a myriad of unspoken intentions, he found that his most pressing dilemma was not how to eliminate Zhao Jiazhou, nor how to contend with the monsters outside. At this moment, the most troublesome aspect appeared to be precisely this device belonging to the graveyard brother. Without it, he could have easily dispatched Zhao Jiazhou in front of Pan Anda without a second thought. Given Pan Anda's intellect and his family's influence, he would surely refrain from speaking out indiscriminately afterward. It would have even presented an opportunity to forge deeper ties with the Liu family. Regrettably, such a scenario was mere conjecture. Had it not been for the streamer's own arrival, the outside would not have erupted into such a grand spectacle. The involvement of the State Security Hall, the personal appearance of Liu Yunfei, and the participation of the Information Hall under the Silver Alliance only added to the commotion, while the media of the Golden Alliance began to stir with anticipation. Moreover, the Sun family streaming company appeared to be vying for a share of this bloody banquet, with countless onlookers unable to contain their curiosity. As Wei Guanshan gazed at the cheap equipment of the graveyard brother, he could only let out a deep sigh. Who could have foreseen that a single live stream could incite such a convoluted bloodbath? Speaking of the streamer, named the King takes you to the graveyard. The name alone was ominous. What a foolish idea. The youth, oblivious to the concept of prophetic utterances, now found himself in dire straits. A flurry of thoughts raced through Wei Guanshan's mind, but he was not at all concerned about his own safety. The defensive array rendered the Black Death energy outside incapable of breaching the formation, instilling a sense of calm within everyone present. It was manageable. The Graveyard Brother, thrilled by Wei Guanshan's engagement, could hardly contain his excitement. Wei Guanshan offered a faint smile, diverting his gaze from the camera to avoid revealing his inner thoughts. He would never voluntarily request to shut down or sabotage the equipment. In fact, if necessary, he would even take steps to protect it. Offending the Sun family was not an option, nor could he afford to antagonize the State Security Hall. Any slight misstep on his part would surely be detected by the astute individuals on either side. It was simply not worth the trouble to earn a meager sum from Lu Yunfei at the risk of his own predicament. Conversely, if he deliberately safeguarded the streaming equipment, he could not only effectively obscure some of his motives, but also indirectly offer a favor to the Sun family, garnering goodwill from the State Security Hall in the process. As for how to eliminate Zhao Jiuzhou under such circumstances, that was a matter beyond mere technicalities. Fortunately, he excelled at such endeavors. When certain actions were not feasible, one must resort to guidance. Simply guiding would suffice. As long as a fool stepped forth to take the lead and speak up, the streamers, how despicably they laughed. Just as Wei Guanshan contemplated this, the ideal fool indeed emerged. Zhao Jiuzhou, seemingly endowed with a natural talent for digging his own grave, could not resist interjecting, "Is it really necessary? Will this esteemed individual assist you in soaring to great heights? What value do you possess for him? Indeed. Is that not true?" Wei Guanshan smiled and remarked, "Isn't it a bit excessive to speak so of one's teammate?" "Absolutely. Such a lack of courtesy," the Bronze Brother mused. Has he poured all his intellect into combat? This bronze fellow's approach to life, I fear, will not sustain him for long. Various expressions of dissatisfaction towards Zhao Jiuzhou filled the live stream. However, Zhao Jiuzhou remained utterly unfazed, not even having noticed the comments. With a casual shrug, he pointed at the fallen vice-attacker of Wei Guanshan's team and inquired, "What is his condition?" Pan Enda quickly realized, was it he who fired earlier? Indeed. The logistics officer confirmed he was indiscriminately shooting into the air, nearly injuring a teammate, and Master Wei had to knock him out. "My goodness, this creature possesses remarkable skill," Zhao Jiuzhou commended. "He can even conjure illusions?" The logistics officer furrowed his brow, perplexed. "None of you three were affected by the illusions?" "Not at all," Pan Anda replied. "However, traversing through the black mist does tend to unsettle one's emotions." "Exactly." The Graveyard Brother immediately pointed at Zhao Jiuzhou, exclaiming, "This guy is acting like a lunatic, persistently attacking me verbally." That is not the case. Outside the factory, Wei Mianzi observed the large screen set up by the reporters and shook his head softly, muttering to himself, "He already has a mental condition. It wouldn't matter whether he enters the black mist or not." Enough. Zhao Jiuzhou dismissed the Graveyard Brothers' bickering with a single, nonchalant word, redirecting the conversation to the logistics officer. "Is he the only one affected in your entire team?" The logistics officer nodded. Zhao Jiuzhou promptly stated, "Then determining the cause should be straightforward. Retrieve his psychic data and identify his weakest aspect. Then compare it with your team's average data. The results will be evident." The team's intelligence officer interjected, "His inspiration level. Maha's inspiration level is merely 2 points." "That confirms it," Pan Anda added. "My inspiration level stands at 3 points. The intelligence officer continued, "Thus, those with an inspiration level below 3 points automatically experience hallucinations in the black mist," Zhao Jiuzhou effortlessly deduced. "This appears to be a passive skill of the creature. But if it can be activated at will, I suspect individuals with an inspiration level below 5 points would be in considerable peril." With that, he glanced at Pan Anda. "The implication clear. Your presence here is not safe." Countless viewers watching the live stream soon ceased to concern themselves with Zhao Jiuzhou's mental state. This lad possesses an astute mind, does he not? It seems that those with great abilities often bear a few eccentricities, which can be forgiven. The live stream buzzed with various comments. Lu Ziqing watched Zhao Jiuzhou on the screen, his expression shifting unpredictably. At that moment, he felt a twinge of regret. Had it not been for Lu Yahui's influence on his judgment, such talent should have been harnessed for his benefit, rather than culminating in the current predicament. But now, it is too late to say anything. We can only hope that his father will come to his aid. Lu Ziqing gazed at Wei Guanshan on the screen, his fists slightly clenched. "Once the ominous wind outside passes, our teleportation array can send 3 individuals away." Wei Guanshan casually articulated this statement. effortlessly adding that those with an inspiration power below 5 points could depart first. His words aligned perfectly with Zhao Jiuzhou's conclusions and the current circumstances, devoid of any sign of premeditation. The intelligence officer promptly nodded in agreement, affirming that in such an environment, it was perilous for those with low inspiration power to remain. We must prioritize sending Mahi away. And him. The teleportation master from Wei Guanshan's team extended his hand towards Pan Anda, indicating he too must leave. Upon hearing these two sentences, Wei Guanshan's heart already wore a victorious smile. Excellent. 2 individuals had been arranged to leave. As long as he could manage to extricate the broadcaster burdened with equipment, he could finally unleash his full potential. Throughout this process, I remained silent. All choices and judgments were made by you. Therefore, should Zhao Jiuzhou inadvertently perish at the hands of a monster, leaving behind no trace of his body, no one in the world could hold him accountable. My external technical prowess truly stands unrivaled. Wei Guanshan reveled in his thoughts, observing the situation unfold precisely as he had envisioned. However, unexpectedly, Pan Anda suddenly interjected, declaring that it was unacceptable. He rejected the notion and pointed towards Zhao Jiuzhou and Brother Grave, insisting they should depart first. Wei Guanshan's expression shifted slightly, and the team's teleportation master simultaneously turned their gaze towards Zhao Jiuzhou and Brother Grave. Upon locking eyes with the teleportation master, Zhao Jiuzhou immediately exclaimed, "All right, I agree." Although deep down he yearned to fight alongside everyone, pouring his last drop of blood for humanity's monster-slaying cause, he resolved not to hinder the team's mission any longer. After all, he was merely a novice, unworthy of remaining in battle. Amongst the esteemed, the road ahead is long and arduous. I shall take my leave out of respect. Brother Grave, upon hearing Zhao Jiuzhou's noble declaration, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If Zhao Jiuzhou, Pan Anda, and Mahi departed, he would be left behind to await his demise. Hence, he urgently shouted, "Zhao Jiuzhou, do you have no shame?" He clearly did not. I genuinely admire the reckless abandon exhibited by the young bronze brother. The audience in the live stream collectively provided their verdict. In a luxurious suite at Wanhao residence, Su Jin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! This person possesses great wisdom. I like him." Beside him, Uncle Wen observed Wei Guanshan on the screen, his eyes filled with contemplation. Wherever Wei Guanshan appears, there will inevitably be loss of life. Mere moments ago, he claimed to lack the ability to participate, yet after a brief visit to the restroom, he emerged with a change of heart. What could possibly be the reason? Perhaps we should prioritize evacuating those with insufficient inspiration power. In the factory, the ominous winds outside the formation gradually receded. Wei Guanshan, observing Zhao Jiuzhou's shameless demeanor, resolutely altered his stance and addressed Pan Anda, stating that in team operations, the greatest fear is internal chaos. Moreover, even if you stay, your condition is not optimal, is it? I noticed you relied on a surge of spiritual energy to flash here. How many more bursts can you manage? How much spiritual power do you have left? The professional inquiries left Pan Anda momentarily speechless. After pondering, Pan Anda retorted, "You must have restorative agents, right?" "Yes, but they are not intended for you." Wei Guanshan replied candidly and decisively before the camera. "You were originally our target. Rescuing you is our task. Even if we had restorative agents, I would not offer you one." "Exactly." Zhao Jiuzhou immediately concurred, urging, "Old Pan, listen to me, we must leave. Don't add to everyone's troubles. Don't be ridiculous." Ground Brother shouted, "Why should you leave first?" "Why?" Zhao Jiuzhou raised his voice in response. "As a master demon hunter of the highest order, are you willing to abandon your honor? What about the oath you took upon your ascension? Are you not bound to uphold it? I am merely a bronze rank, just a novice. I am here to experience life. Is this scene something I can handle? Am I leaving for my own sake? I am departing with tears to safeguard the team's combat effectiveness. If I were a king, I would never forsake the vulnerable." Zhao Jiuzhou covered his mouth, beginning to choke up. Ground Brother was left in disbelief. What a shameless young man. If he survives, his future is boundless. The online audience flooded with likes. Louis Fei shook his head, remarking on the melodramatic performance. Qiu Qiu chirped in his arms. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Outside the factory, the crowd watching Zhao Jiuzhou's desperate plea began to murmur. At that moment, the deathly aura beyond the formation within the factory suddenly began to dissipate. The formation master within the team seemed to be struggling, and the intricate patterns on the ground abruptly retracted. As the formation vanished, Wei Guanshan waved his hand to dispel the surrounding darkness. The logistics officer promptly produced a restorative agent from thin air and handed it over. The formation master took the restorative agent and drank deeply. Ground brother, feeling frustrated, vocally questioned, "You clearly have the means to resolve this. Why must we make a choice?" Wei Guanshan and his companions exchanged glances, remaining silent. It was Zhao Jiuzhou who responded, "Indeed, it would be simpler to leave one of your own behind, allowing the three of us to escape. Or let old Pan stay and take some medicine, if he does not join your group. The dilemma of who stays and who goes would be resolved, wouldn't it? Old Pan, you too wish to contribute to the cause of humanity, don't you?" Pananda was rendered speechless by Zhao Jiuzhou's rational yet selfish remarks. The viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. What the hell? How can one be so devoid of moral integrity? This copper brother is not merely shameless, he is utterly inhumane. Is it possible for such brazen individuals to exist in this world? Nearly half of the Silver Alliance's demon hunters were vociferously denouncing Zhao Jiuzhou. A large crowd outside the factory echoed their moral condemnation of him. Even Wei Guanshan found himself regarding Zhao Jiuzhou with newfound respect at that moment. He encountered shameless individuals daily, yet the level of Zhao Jiuzhou's audacity was truly rare in this world. Survival is indeed an instinct inherent to humanity. However, to so brazenly demand that others relinquish their right to escape danger, all for one's own benefit, is a claim Wei Guanshan felt he could never make with such righteous indignation. Could he not at least put on a facade? How could one be so terrified of death that they abandon even the pretense of decency? Has political correctness become irrelevant? Has morality lost its significance? Is such crass opportunism befitting someone of your youth? Where has your youthful fervor vanished? At the tender age of 17 or 18, should one not be eager to volunteer and bravely step forth into peril? Where is your passion, your awareness, your vitality? Has it all been squandered? Wei Guanshan stared blankly at Zhao Jiuzhou, who, after conversing with Pananda, turned to gaze quietly at him. At this moment, Zhao Jiuzhou was acutely aware of who truly held the opportunity for escape. As long as Wei Guanshan acquiesced, he could leave this place with ease. Preserving his life was paramount. Even if the mission was deemed a failure, it mattered little, merely a blemish on his record as a demon hunter, a star less earned. A task subsidy diminished. In comparison to the value of life, what is the worth of a single star? How much is the task subsidy really worth? The combined remuneration for the roles of strategist and informant barely amounted to 1,000 yuan. Would he willingly march towards death for a mere 1,000? Wei Guanshan and Zhao Jiuzhou stood at an impasse, one intent on eliminating the other desperately striving to avoid demise. It was as if they had reached an unspoken understanding, silently facing off. The onlookers quieted, watching the two engage in a silent standoff, collectively enveloped in silence. Amidst this atmosphere, the seed candidate Pananda also fell silent. He, too, was human. Did he not wish to survive? If he, Zhao Jiuzhou, and Ma He were to venture forth, the fate of Graveyard Brother would hardly concern him, would it? Perhaps he could proactively seek to take Zhao Jiuzhou away. After all, his rationale was sound. Zhao Jiuzhou was his teammate, and he had a duty to ensure his safety. As for himself, was he not the one with a mere 3 points of intuition? Remaining behind was evidently perilous. Unlike Graveyard Brother, who was an informant with an intuition of at least 10 points and a renowned demon hunter, Graveyard Brother was truly the one who ought to remain. In a fleeting moment of reflection, Pananda found himself filled with regret. It was unwise to rush in as a hero. That cursed sense of mission to save the world that the sorcerer possesses. Bang, bang, Zhao Jiuzhou, Pananda. And the Grave Brother awaited the voting decision from Wei Guanshan, and in that moment, it felt as if they could hear each other's heartbeats. Yet, Wei Guanshan remained silent. Let him live. Let him live. I cast my vote for the Bronze Brother. Zhao Jiuzhou's will to survive has deeply moved me. The Grave Brother cannot perish. The streaming world needs you. What about old Pan? He is innocent. Various voices began to clamor in the live stream. Just as the stalemate persisted, a long howl suddenly echoed above the factory, followed by a rapid shadow lunging towards them, directing its ferocity toward the unconscious assistant, Ma He. What splendid timing. Wei Guanshan's heart soared with joy. Upon seeing the monster approaching, he instinctively stepped back, creating distance from Zhao Jiuzhou, while a spark of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The ethereal entity in midair abruptly altered its trajectory, now heading straight for Zhao Jiuzhou. Go for it, little monster. Annihilate that shameless creature. Damn it, Zhao Jiuzhou, witnessing the creature veer towards him, immediately drew his pistol and fired a barrage of shots. each bullet striking the monster's skull with deadly precision. What the hell? What kind of sharpshooter is this? Wei Guanshan, eyes wide with disbelief, could only shout amidst the chaos, "Take Mahi and go. You need to escape too." He simultaneously exercised his telekinetic ability, seizing the still-dazed Pan Anda and hurling him towards the teleportation array. Turning back, Wei Guanshan witnessed the team's teleporter, carrying Mahi, leap out as well. The teleportation exit, meant as a contingency, vanished in an instant. Damn it. Unbelievable. The live stream erupted in a storm of curses. After all this time, the teleporter from Wei Guanshan's team had slipped away without a word. You have no dreams of music. Why are you fleeing so cowardly? Inside the factory, the monster, now a target, collapsed onto the ground. Zhao Jiuzhou lowered his weapon, not even glancing at the creature's lifeless body. Staring incredulously at Wei Guanshan, he exclaimed, "Boss, what in the world is happening?" Wei Guanshan, wide-eyed, struggled to grasp this reality. This vile creature, truly despicable. No wonder it was one of my team. Yet, he had no choice but to accept it. After all, the teleporter, as the name implies, is meant for fleeing. This teleportation array only permitted the passage of 3 individuals. Once the quota was exhausted, the teleporter's task was complete. The early exit was entirely logical and reasonable. However, a heads-up would have been appreciated. Had I known I would accidentally toss both Pan Anda and that streamer over to you. Couldn't you have taken the streamer first? Wei Guanshan's plans lay in ruins as his blood pressure soared, his heart racing. The intelligence officer in the team was utterly taken aback. The ease with which he earned his money was simply outrageous. Wei Guanshan glanced at Zhao Jiuzhou and then at the gravekeeper, letting out a deep sigh. There was no other option. We must join forces to seal the monster. It appeared that this barrier could only be lifted by vanquishing the creature. Idly waiting would lead us to certain doom. Damn it, Zhao Jiuzhou cursed, raising his hand to fire another shot into the lifeless body of the monster below. Venting his frustration, the 5 of them, led by Wei Guanshan, set off without hesitation. Zhao Jiuzhou followed suit. The Grey Keeper hurriedly approached Zhao Jiuzhou. "Hey, toss me a grenade." "None available," Zhao Jiuzhou retorted indignantly. With Pan Anda gone, not only was there no one to cover him, but he had also been left without supplies. He barely had enough for his own survival, let alone provide for others. "Go ask them." Zhao Jiuzhou dismissed the Gravekeeper's request. How can someone be so miserly? The Gravekeeper grumbled under his breath, hastily following the logistics officer, smilingly begging, "Big brother, could you spare a little?" "Absolutely not." The logistics officer was even colder than Zhao Jiuzhou. "You are not part of our contractual obligations. You are on your own." The Gravekeeper was beside himself with frustration. "What? Are you sending me to my death then? Uncle Guan, you wouldn't abandon me, would you?" Wei Guanshan walked ahead at a leisurely pace, chuckling softly. The Grey Keeper was left speechless. 033 Deadlock, V. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just witnessed a member of the affected populace being successfully rescued from the factory thanks to the intervention of Master Wei Guanshan's team. Let us now interview the individual and inquire about his feelings upon being saved. Outside the factory, a throng of reporters from the State Council Information Hall surged forward, surrounding Pan Anda. The mission had failed. Wei Mianzi and the others quickly rushed into the vehicle. As the door closed, Pan Anda leaned back, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Observing his demeanor, the reporters outside began to frantically snap photos through the car window. Some even pounded on the glass, shouting, "Could you share what the situation inside was like?" In truth, these reporters could see everything through the video feed, yet they still felt compelled to ask more questions. Pan Anda found it impossible to remain calm in such an environment. He decided to start the engine and, disregarding the crowd surrounding the vehicle, forcefully drove out, leaving a cloud of dust as he exited the increasingly congested restricted area. Inside the car, Wei Mianzi and the others exchanged glances, wisely choosing to remain silent. They were all merely actors in this farce. The fate of others was inconsequential to them, and they could not muster the pretense of being devastated for someone else's plight. Even the failure of the mission held little significance. A failed mission was still a mission, and as long as they had put in the work, they would receive the task subsidy. As for Zhao Jiuzhou's fate, who could afford to care? Even Wei Mianzi felt no significant emotional upheaval. He merely had a weak as prior acquaintance with Zhao Jiuzhou than the others. There was no profound camaraderie among colleagues whatsoever. In fact, if they were to cast a vote at this moment, with the promise of a 10,000 yuan reward for each should Zhao Jiuzhou perish, he would undoubtedly vote in favor without a second thought, for he harbored no fondness for Zhao Jiuzhou. under the watchful gaze of the crowd. The off-road vehicle swiftly vanished from sight. The lieutenant colonel in charge of the scene turned around, failing to perceive Pan Anda as cold-blooded or unfeeling. Entering the forbidden zone was akin to stepping onto a battlefield. The death of a few individuals was a commonplace occurrence. Abandoning teammates under unavoidable circumstances was entirely routine, and thus beyond reproach. Are you a commercial team? Yes, we are the most professional independent demon hunting team, with each member possessing dual certifications as demon hunters from both the Golden Alliance and the Silver Alliance. Upon hearing the words of the transporter, a cold smile crept onto the lieutenant colonel's face. An independent demon hunting team, claiming dual certifications? Who were they trying to deceive? Earning a living from the Silver Alliance while bowing to the Golden Alliance was indeed a display of disgraceful pretentiousness. And what of Wei Guanshan? Did he truly deserve the title of Master? In the hierarchy of the Silver Alliance, the title of Master was exceedingly prestigious, bestowed only after the retirement of the Alliance leader. In terms of rank, a Master even surpassed the sect leader, being second only to the Alliance leader. Currently, the number of Masters within the Silver Alliance was, in fact, 0. The previous Alliance leader had continued his tenure until his death, transferring power to the incumbent Alliance leader, Marcy. As for the leader before him, having lived well into his 90s, he had passed away several years prior, leaving the Silver Alliance devoid of its most authentic Masters. It was only in recent years, amidst cultural upheaval from the Secret Alliance, represented by the Golden Alliance, that the title of Master began to be misapplied to some high-ranking demon hunters. Technically, such a designation was exceedingly presumptuous. However, the laws of the Silver Alliance permitted freedom of speech, and everyone understood that Wei Guanshan was merely a figure from the folk realm. Even if he were to be called a master for a few years, what would it matter? He did not wield any true power. Thus, the common folk casually uttered the title, and many within the grassroots system were indifferent. At most, officials at the level of branches or the headquarters might occasionally find the sporadic emergence of various so-called masters irritating. Currently, not only was Wei Guanshan referred to as a master, but even Li Taihu, a young man with the rank of colonel within the system, was also addressed as such. Furthermore, the situation became even more delicate with Tang Wei, now holding the position of Minister of the Special Operations Department of the Guardian Hall under the Alliance. Tang Wei was classified at the level of Hall Master. However, there were numerous sect leaders, protectors, and elders above him in rank, and many individuals within the Silver Alliance held higher titles than Tang Wei. Given that Tang Wei typically attended relatively high-profile occasions, addressing a Hall Master as a master in such settings was tantamount to provocation and humiliation for the multitude of sect leaders, elders, and protectors present. Yet, despite this, whenever Tang Wei arrived at a location, there remained those who would indiscriminately use the title. It is evident that certain forces, although temporarily incapable of undermining the Silver Alliance's framework, have persistently endeavored to subtly erode its authority, infiltrating even its inner sanctum. In light of this, the Silver Army, a hierarchy characterized by its stringent structure, has reacted most vehemently. For on the battlefield, there can only be one voice. If the commander does not embody the role of a commander and the soldiers do not present themselves as soldiers, then what purpose does the fight serve? Bah! Observing the two private sector workers, who were undeservedly exalted by foolish media, Lieutenant Colonel spat disdainfully onto the ground. These individuals are nothing but. What on earth are they? Inside the factory, Zhao Jiuzhou suddenly shouted. As the group ventured deeper, at the behest of Wei Guanshan, Zhao Jiuzhou and his comrade, Brother Grave, were compelled to reiterate their combat positions for the ease of troop deployment by Master Wei. Upon declaring themselves as intelligence officers, an immediate awkwardness enveloped the scene. Ha ha ha, a team with 3 intelligence officers, and a substitute for low-powered members. 7 in total, with 4 lacking strength. Are they here to merely scrape the monsters? The audience in the live stream began to mock the team's composition. It is well known that even a team of over 20 monster hunters typically includes no more than 2 intelligence officers, alongside a self-proclaimed versatile yet utterly ineffectual substitute, which suffices. Intelligence officers generally possess insufficient combat prowess, often necessitating the division of the team to protect them. Thus, an excess of such human radars can indeed become a liability. Yet, the current team under Wei Guanshan boasts an astonishing 50-50 ratio of intelligence officers. Out of 7 members, there are shockingly 3.5 intelligence officers. It is akin to a suicide squad. Master Wei is troubled indeed. In the live stream, various comments erupted, and Zhao Jiuzhou appeared equally incensed. Look at this. Is this appropriate? Given the current lineup, the environment, and the difficulty of the task, is this suitable? Why was the novice not allowed to leave first? Why? The fundamental tactical competence of this team is lacking. A persistent individualistic approach, utterly disregarding the bigger picture, arriving and departing at will. Now, having reached this impasse, who shall bear the responsibility? Will you take it? Zhao Jiuzhou pointed at the intelligence officer. The officer was momentarily taken aback by the accusation. Zhao Jiuzhou swiftly continued. You cannot, for you lack the ability to shoulder this responsibility. So should it fall to you? Were you? He gestured towards the tactical officer, the sealing master, and the logistics officer in turn, ultimately pointing directly at Wei Guanshan's nose. Demanding, shouldn't you be the one responsible? Your reputation shines the brightest. You are the captain. Tell me, is this not your fault? Wei Guanshan was left bewildered by Zhao Jiuzhou's pointed interrogation. What on earth is happening? I, Wei Guanshan, a self-proclaimed master of my generation, command a certain respect even from Mark C, who is typically courteous to everyone. Numerous families regard me as an esteemed guest, despite some harboring disdain. Yet, how could a mere grassroots employee like you act so presumptuously? Indeed, I can, for after all, Master Wei does not hold a formal position. After years of living a life elevated above others, I now face Zhao Jiuzhou's blatant disrespect, igniting a fury within me that surpasses mere annoyance. It is not merely the fact that Lu Yunfei had compensated me for my presence today, even without payment. Zhao Jiuzhou's insufferable demeanor would compel me to silence him with a single strike. The only reason Zhao Jiuzhou still draws breath is due to the protective lens of a live broadcast. As a master, I must maintain an air of dignity and composure in front of the camera. Taking a deep breath and gritting my teeth, I managed to force a smile, acknowledging my earlier oversight. Yet, I underestimated Zhao Jiuzhou's audacity. Upon witnessing my concession, rather than retreating, Zhao Jiuzhou seized the opportunity to escalate his insolence, proclaiming, "So you admit your mistake? Luckily, I am not merely an intelligence officer. I am also the chief tactical strategist of the night shift's third group at our Black Tiger Ridge branch. In this situation, I can offer some tactical insights for you individuals." What utter nonsense is he spouting? My companions and I were momentarily rendered speechless. A novice, fresh to the battlefield, dares to provide tactical guidance to seasoned veterans? Are today's youth so unconditionally bold in their self-assessments? How audacious! I captured the stunned expression of Wei Guanshan in a screenshot. Bronze Brother is mocking Wei Guanshan. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Lu Yifei and Bai Ji could only shake their heads in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Shurji Society's garrison, Missouri Huiran, recently dismayed by various media outlets, revealed a knowing smile. For over a decade, teams of commercial demon hunters operating outside the system have flaunted their prowess within the territory of the Silver Alliance, leading many common folk to indiscriminately criticize public hunting teams while praising commercial ones, even if the latter's tasks were trivial. Coupled with the media's relentless sensationalism, the prestige of the Silver Army has markedly diminished. Should we retract the signal from the recommendation page? At the headquarters of Sun's Universal Video Entertainment Technology Company, Sun Wei, directing this dramatic spectacle, could hardly fathom Zhao Jiuzhou's audacity. Those around him, following suit, began to fret as Zhao Jiuzhou cornered Wei Guanshan. No need. Sun Wei contemplated and ultimately decided to hold his ground. As long as they encounter the vengeful spirit later, Wei Guanshan losing a bit of face is of little consequence. As for Zhao Jiuzhou, Sun Wei is certain that he will not survive the day. This insignificant character can afford to flaunt his arrogance for a few more minutes. When the live stream captures his demise, the traffic on the platform will undoubtedly surge. Do you not understand? In the video, Zhao Jiuzhou, having just insulted Wei Guanshan, now approaches the logistics officer, incessantly chattering. Brother, do you still not grasp what I intend to convey? Must I articulate it so bluntly? Since you have forcibly retained me due to your own operational errors, I am now, regardless of the circumstances, a part of your team, am I not? Do you still have that rebound potion? So, after all this, you simply wish for a rebound potion? The logistics officer appears somewhat taken aback. No need to elaborate. Zhao Jiuzhou interrupts. Of course, you must have it. Surely, what are you dawdling for? Hand it over. The logistics officer gazes at Wei Guanshan in exasperation. Wei Guanshan can no longer tolerate Zhao Jiuzhou's incessant noise. He takes a deep breath and nods lightly. Consider it an expense for peace. A mere rebound potion, priced at 15 yuan wholesale, is less than what he spends monthly on his pet dog's food. Just consider it feeding a dog. Sighing, the logistics officer conjures a bottle of rebound potion from thin air and hands it to Zhao Jiuzhou. Why did you take so long? Zhao Jiuzhou snatches it and stows it in a pocket of his combat suit designated for such potions. Goodness, this is allowed? The previously rebuffed graveyard brother stares in astonishment and hurriedly calls out to the logistics officer, "Then I want one to be quiet." The logistics officer, uninterested, is still lamenting the loss of that potion. He warns Zhao Jiuzhou, do not waste it carelessly. You need to use it when your spiritual energy is nearly depleted. What is your current energy level? 2, replies Zhao Jiuzhou. The logistics officer, Wei Guanshan, graveyard brother, the rest of the team. I can hardly breathe from laughter. This bastard must be a comedian. 2 points of spiritual energy, and you expect to make a rebound? A wealthy viewer named 8848 sent 88 rebound potions to the stream. Commenting, "Graveyard brother, do not cry. Daddy loves you." The live chat erupts with laughter. Yet, it seems the lesson has not been learned. Just as they revel in their mirth, the dark mist in the depths of the factory begins to writhe once more. A voice colder than the previous 2 resonates from the center of the factory's 3rd floor, echoing into Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions' ears. Standing at the stairwell of the 3rd floor, they immediately fall silent, not daring to make a sound. Wei Guanshan glances at the array master, who understands the cue. But just as he prepares to crouch and cast a spell, a mechanical sound of footsteps emerges from the darkness ahead. A humanoid figure slowly approached the team. "Who goes there?" exclaimed the intelligence officer from Wei Guanshan's team in alarm. At such a close distance, how could he have failed to sense it? Yet, while he remained oblivious, Zhao Jiuzhou perceived it clearly. It was a goblin. Without hesitation, Zhao Jiuzhou drew his pistol, aiming at the creature and shouting, though he refrained from firing in haste. With ammunition running low, and with Wei Guanshan and his team involved, he was determined not to waste firepower unless absolutely necessary. After all, once his bullets were spent, he could not rely on others for support. Zhao Jiuzhou would never relinquish the control of his own survival to anyone else. Goblin. Upon hearing Zhao Jiuzhou's words, Wei Guanshan and the spectators in the live stream all displayed expressions of disbelief. The intelligence officer on Wei Guanshan's side immediately dismissed the claim. Impossible. No sooner had he spoken than a revolting, slime-covered tongue, adorned with menacing barbs, shot forth from the darkness with alarming speed, lunging towards them. Wow! Gasped the audience in the live stream. The skilled members of Wei Guanshan's team swiftly dispersed, showcasing their exceptional abilities. In the midst of their evasion, Old Wei, while blinking out of sight, did not neglect his duty. He activated his psychic powers, causing the tongue to seemingly acquire a targeting system, zeroing in on Zhao Jiuzhou specifically. Damn it! Zhao Jiuzhou cursed, having already begun to make his escape a second earlier. He turned and fired 3 quick shots. The bullets, as if guided by fate, pierced through the curling tongue, one after another, while the 3rd bullet penetrated directly through the creature's chest. The monster emitted a piercing shriek, its head whipping around as the elongated tongue, propelled from its mouth, abruptly changed direction, aiming straight for the gravekeeper. The massive tongue blocked all of the gravekeeper's escape routes. In the eyes of millions of viewers, the tongue barreled toward the camera, as the audience held their breath. Anticipating the gravekeeper's demise, a shimmering barrier suddenly materialized around him. The monster's tongue struck the shield with force, shattering it into fine dust. The gravekeeper then blinked, reappearing beside Wei Guanshan, tightly gripping his arm. The 2 exchanged a glance. Wei Guanshan regarded the gravekeeper with an impassive expression. The gravekeeper, lacking Zhao Jiuzhou's audacity, sheepishly released the esteemed figure's arm. The gravekeeper's counterattack skill. Damn, that was close. In the live stream, viewers erupted in excitement upon witnessing the gravekeeper's narrow escape. At that moment, Wei Guanshan's team finally commenced their counteroffensive. "What in the world is that?" asked the logistics officer of the team, producing a flare and tossing it towards the creature's feet from a distance. As the area illuminated, the gravekeeper and the intelligence officer raised their eyes to behold the scene. Under the watchful gaze of the live stream, everyone inside and outside the factory erupted in an even louder chorus of astonishment. Goblin. It truly is a goblin. What on earth kind is this? Wei Guanshan and his entire team gazed in utter astonishment at the ethereal creature before them, scarcely able to comprehend what their eyes beheld. The creature, indeed resembling a goblin in form, was clearly not the typical low-level adversary one might expect. Just considering its agile, robust, and formidable tongue, it was evident that this being was a variant of a different kind. Moments ago, before their arrival, I witnessed this goblin being assailed by a shadowy figure. Zhao Jiuzhou rushed to Wei Guanshan's side, gripping his left arm tightly, and swiftly exclaimed that the black mist within the factory had a high probability of causing mutations in the monsters. The mere mention of mutation caused Wei Guanshan's expression to shift dramatically. Ignoring Zhao Jiuzhou's determination to face death together, he hastily raised his right hand, aiming it at the goblin, and clenched his fist in the air. Instantly, the mutated goblin was lifted high, propelled by an unseen force, and hurled into the depths of darkness. With a fierce expression, Wei Guanshan tightened his grip once more, and a loud splatter echoed as the darkness ahead erupted with fragments of flesh and viscous fluid, the creature's carcass raining down around them. Wei Guanshan had, with sheer telekinetic power, crushed the creature into oblivion. In Wan Haoju's room, Su Jin couldn't help but shake his head. Here, faced with an insurmountable challenge, people exerted themselves tirelessly to earn money, truly believing that he could not muster that modest sum. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qi Hao, who had just transferred a staggering 40,000 gold coins to two fleeing members of Wei Guanshan's team, now watched the scene unfold on the screen. A faint smile gracing his lips. Wei Guanshan's team of 8 had set a price of 30,000 gold coins for this mission. They were naive to think that such a lofty sum could be for a mundane task. Qi Hao reminisced about 12 years prior when he had led a group of brothers to seal a vengeful spirit. The circumstances back then had been far more perilous. 3 elite squads had suffered losses before they managed to subdue the creature. For the Liu family, the resolve they had shown in undertaking such a venture had been monumental, aiming not only to elevate their influence, but also to secure a future of comfort for their descendants. The only remaining challenge was that the Liu family had yet to find an opportune moment to utilize it. However, given the current global situation, that day could not be far off. By releasing this creature early, Liu Ziqing was conducting a practical exercise of sorts. Observing Wei Guanshan's decisive strike on the screen, Qi Hao remained hopeful that Old Wei possessed the capability to resolve this dilemma. Yet, even in the event of failure, they still had contingency plans 2 and 3. The ultimate plan had already been set in motion, having made contact with Tang Wei. Damn! Zhao Jiuzhou gasped at the scene of blood and flesh flying through the air, hastily releasing his grip on Wei Guanshan's arm, as if the middle-aged man before him was far more terrifying than the creature itself. Unbelievable. Uncle Guan is invincible. Master Guanshan, with boundless power. I bow to Master Wei. In the live stream, viewers witnessing Wei Guanshan's triumphant dispatch of a formidable mutated phantom creature flooded the chat with congratulatory messages. However, before the joy could be fully conveyed, and even before Zhao Jiuzhou and his companions had recovered from the recent peril, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from the center of the factory. A force so fierce it defied description. The formation, Wei Guanshan shouted in alarm. The formation master hurriedly activated a defensive array. Yet, it was too late. Before the array could fully materialize, a dense black mist surged forth, confronting the group. Zhao Jiuzhou and the graveyard brother, in perfect unison, grasped Wei Guanshan's hands, one on the left, the other on the right. Without hesitation, Wei Guanshan executed a teleportation, transporting them to the center of the formation, while the intelligence officer and the substitute hurriedly joined them within the protective array. Alas, the logistics and sealing practitioners of the team were not so fortunate. The black mist, like a colossal wave, swept away the frantic sealing and logistics practitioners, engulfing them in its depths. Uncle Guan, save me, the sealing master cried out in terror, struggling within the black mist. Yet, Wei Guanshan appeared oblivious, showing no inclination to assist. As they watched in horror, dozens of pale hands emerged from the depths of the mist, dragging the unfortunate sealing master deeper into the darkness. The power of the black mist was far from exhausted. An even more tumultuous and darker surge of black mist had seemingly transformed into a torrent, crashing mercilessly through the barely sustained defensive array conjured by the formation master, instantly submerging the entire formation. Countless waves of energy surged with the black water, violently battering against the barrier of the array. Distorted faces emerged from the black water, continuously washing over the protective cover of the formation. Wails, cries, and anguished groans, mingling with the fierce onslaught, penetrated the barrier of the array, seeping through the broadcasting equipment of the graveyard brother, aiming directly at the multitude of viewers watching the live stream. In Liu Yifei's living room, the surrounding mystical symbols abruptly ignited with fervor. On the screen, an arm conjured from black mist reached out towards the viewer. Break. With a swift motion, Bai Ji unleashed a flurry of mystical symbols that shattered the dark hand into fragments. The scattered black mist drifted around the room, while Qiu Qiu, who had been comfortably nestled in Lu Yifei's embrace, took flight once more, its small beak opening wide to inhale the surrounding black mist. However, such extraordinary luck as Lu Yifei's was a rarity in this world. Outside factory number 4, hundreds, if not thousands, of reporters from the information hall, who were leisurely sipping coffee, were taken by surprise as the black mist erupted from the screen. The surging black fog, entering the blinding sunlight, hissed as it vaporized, chilling the atmosphere on site. The afternoon sun at 3 o'clock proved inadequate to eradicate these shadows entirely, as the amalgamation of black mist and air exuded the scent of blood and death. The clouds surrounding the 7th restricted area S factory No. 4 rapidly took on a pale red hue. Countless black faces and arms, radiating an eerie and sinister aura, surged toward the journalists present. Amidst the chaos, people screamed and fled in all directions, transforming the once sophisticated scene into a veritable refugee camp. Suddenly, amidst the pandemonium, gunfire erupted. The commanding colonel instantly bellowed in fury. "Who fired that shot? Draw your short swords." He unsheathed a psychic dagger from his waist, which blazed forth like a beam of white light, charging towards the malevolent black mist. Simultaneously, within a civilian dwelling, a renowned demon hunter found himself ensnared by a hand emerging from the screen, gripping his throat with an iron hold. In a panic, he unleashed a fireball, repelling the shadowy hand, and in a frenzied bid for escape, he leapt from the 18th floor, crying out for help. In the commercial district of the Black Tiger Ridge branch, a billowing cloud of darkness suddenly burst forth from the outer wall of a towering building, obscuring the live broadcast of the World Cup with an ominous black overlay. Tourists in the square shrieked in terror, and the panic spread to vehicles in transit and crowded shops alike. Across the Silver Alliance, throngs of people were seen fleeing and screaming. Despite this turmoil, the Universal Video Company showed no inclination to sever the signal. They unwaveringly executed Mo Wiren's administrative orders. In the company's technical department, those who had previously scorned the mystical arts were now tossing talismans about the room in disarray. Who could have anticipated that within this bastion of anti-mysticism, the employees would possess talismans in quantities exponentially greater than that of ordinary individuals? As these talismans fell like petals in a storm, the malevolent energy instantly lost its lethality. "Fetch more talismans," Sun Wei commanded without hesitation, instructing his subordinate manager to ensure that the signal remained intact, automatically disconnecting users below the platinum-level demon hunter rank. Understood. The subordinate hurried off to execute the order. Shortly thereafter, the main page of the Universal live streaming platform displayed a disingenuous message stating that the live content was too dangerous, thus automatically disconnecting users below the Platinum Demon Hunter certification level. However, this was merely a FAAD. In such a dire situation, not even ordinary demon hunters could withstand the onslaught. Sun Wei had never considered human lives, his focus solely fixated on maintaining viewership. "President Sun, a call from Master Mo." His secretary rushed in, panic evident in her voice. "He says he knows what you're up to." "Damn it." Sun Wei grimaced as he took the phone. On the other end, Mo Huiran erupted with rage. "Sun Wei, I instructed you to maintain the signal, not to trample on lives." Sun Wei's expression darkened. "Master Mo, are you attempting to shift the blame onto me?" "Nonsense," Mo Huiran roared. "I command you, now, immediately cut off the signal outside of the Shijizu, retaining viewing rights solely for users above the king-level demon hunter rank within the region." "Master Mo, you were the one who instructed me to maintain the signal, and now you demand I sever it. Our company may be weak, but we have our operational boundaries. I have requested the platform to sever the signals from the Platinum Demon Hunters. If we continue to cut them off, we might as well terminate the entire signal." Sun Wei abruptly hung up, forcefully snapping his phone in two, and sternly instructed his secretary, "Do not accept any calls from Mo Huiran for the remainder of the day." The secretary hastily retreated. Sun Wei, with a grim countenance, gazed at the screen displaying only 6 members of the squad. A faint smile began to creep across his lips. "Excellent. One by one, they perish, and with the grand spectacle of Wei Guanshan, viewership will only escalate. Wei Guanshan, do hold on. Do not succumb too swiftly." 034 Stalemate, Part 6. Amidst the chaos enveloping the entire alliance, the mournful wails from the factories echoed like ghostly cries in the night, growing ever louder. In the military command center situated at the border of the northwestern Wussan Dun restricted zone, 2 elderly men, General Elder Sun Jiayao from the Silver Army's General Staff and General Elder Lu Shilong from the Combat Department exchanged silent glances. Sun Jiayao remarked, "It seems there is a minor issue in the Shijizu." Lu Shilong nodded, his expression impassive. "What we fear most is that someone intends to escalate matters deliberately." Sun Jiayao observed the swirling black mist in the live broadcast and retorted lightly, "Who are you insinuating? This predicament is not of our Sun family's making, is it?" Lu Shilong remarked thoughtfully, "Yet, this live streaming platform bears the Sun surname." Sun Jiayao fell silent. Lu Shilong also remained quiet, amidst the turmoil across the alliance. The factory's mournful sounds intensified. The other individuals within the circular formation were clasping their ears, striving to resist the piercing sound waves emanating from the black mist. However, the array master at the center, with his hands pressed to the ground, could not shield himself in such a manner. He barely managed to endure for less than half a minute before being struck by an excruciating pain in his ears. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, one hand still firmly on the ground while the other rose involuntarily to cover his ears. The array size diminished significantly with this movement. "Ah!" Zhao Jiuzhou's voice trembled, instinctively clutching Wei Guanshan's arm once more. But as soon as he released his grip, the shrieks from outside sent a jolt through his spine, prompting him to quickly cover his ears again. Wei Guanshan shot Zhao Jiuzhou an annoyed glance, his brows furrowed in frustration. Ordinarily, in such circumstances, the logistics team would effortlessly manage the situation. They surely possessed soundproof earmuffs. Yet, by some cruel twist of fate, the logistics team had been engulfed by the black mist. Their fates uncertain, and the equipment stored within his personal psychic space had also been lost in the abyss. Now, not only were soundproof earmuffs gone, but also ammunition, medicine, and other vital supplies had been obliterated. However, even if it were merely this, Wei Guanshan would still remain undaunted. Yet, the situation was far graver. They not only lost the logistics team but also the sealing masters. This was a battle against a level 4 vengeful spirit. The worst-case scenario. Could it truly lead to their complete annihilation? The team was hastily assembled. The intelligence officer, his countenance darkened, spoke in a voice barely audible even to himself. Contrary to Wei Guanshan's current musings, his greatest regret lay in their failure to recruit a dedicated barrier master before rushing into the fray. This predicament, however, could also be attributed to Wei Guanshan's overconfidence, had he not entrusted the duties of the barrier master to the formation expert and the substitutes. The present scenario would not be so dire. With a hint of resentment, the intelligence officer cast a glance at Wei Guanshan and took another step towards the center of the formation. This seemingly trivial gesture did not escape the notice of every team member. "Ah, master? Is this all there is?" Zhao Jiuzhou scoffed inwardly, completely detached from the situation. But suddenly, he noticed a stream of blood slowly oozing from the formation expert's unguarded ear, prompting a terrified exclamation, "Damn! This guy is about to collapse." Accompanied by Zhao Jiuzhou's unexpected outburst, a crack simultaneously appeared in the outer wall of the formation, causing those within to immediately lose composure. Regardless of whether it was Wei Guanshan, the intelligence officer, the substitutes, or the gravedigger, all faces turned ashen in unison. If that black mist were to breach their defenses, would they not all meet their demise? Before the screen, the ever-attentive Louis face sat, wide-eyed and mouth agape, clutching her plush toy. Zhao Jiuzhou's unabashed confession rendered her utterly speechless. This person truly was. Beside her, Bai Ji found himself at a loss for words to express his current emotions. Meanwhile, the two male bodyguards in the room wore expressions of admiration and reverence. As men, they too wished they had the audacity to declare their affections for the Fairy of Lu. Yet, the issue lay in their complete lack of courage and the audacity to be so brazen. Not only they, but also the prominent figures from the state, including the Suns, Moss and Liu's, along with other powerful allies from various regions, were increasingly drawn to the spectacle unfolding. They all murmured their admiration. This young man truly possessed remarkable courage. At such a tender age, he demonstrated an enviable clarity of thought. This monster, I doubt an entire battalion could subdue him. What a pity for this youth. Bronze brother is invincible. Zhao Jiuzhou, from this day forth, I shall regard you as my idol. If Lu Yifei does not come to pay her respects tomorrow, I shall go. I shall go. I too wish to be with Lu Yifei. I too desire it. Even as the audience count plummeted by over 60% in an instant, a considerable number remained on the live streaming platform. Among the 3 to 4 million people within the 800 million populace, Those capable of withstanding the monster's attacks from behind the screen undoubtedly held significant social standing, thus possessing ample purchasing power and influence, marking them as the CRME de la CRME. At the headquarters of Wanwei Video Entertainment Technology Company, Limited, Sun Wei crossed his arms, surveying the scant viewership data that remained, and mentally awarded this live broadcast a commendable score of 99. In the final moments, anticipation hung heavily in the air, awaiting the emergence of that monstrous entity. It was only at this critical juncture that genuine concern for the safety of the Gravekeeper arose. Had it been foreseen, the Universal Company should have dispatched a dedicated filming crew to the site, yet now, it was futile. All one could do was offer fervent prayers for the longevity of the Gravekeeper. Suddenly, the Array Master spat out a mouthful of blood. An occurrence both unexpected and yet somehow anticipated. As he collapsed, Zhao Jiuzhou and the Gravekeeper were nearly rendered breathless by shock. Fortunately, disaster was averted. Wei Guanshan, a master among masters, led a team that was undeniably among the world's elite. Even if their methods were somewhat improvised, they surpassed many official demon-hunting squads, such as the inexperienced team led by Pan Anda today. In a split second, just as the array was on the brink of collapse, Wei Guanshan and his prepared backup swiftly took over the Array Master's position, channeling their spiritual energy into the formation. The nearly shattered protective barrier of the array suddenly blazed with renewed brilliance, not only resisting the impending breach, but also restoring its previous cracks to pristine condition. What the hell? Why didn't you act sooner? Zhao Jiazhou exclaimed, his spirit nearly escaping him in fright. With no other options, he could only endure the chilling wails of the ghostly sound waves. Wei Guanshan, gritting his teeth against the pain, shot a furious glare at Zhao Jiazhou, the murderous intent barely concealed beneath his anger. The information officer, clutching his ears, could still faintly hear Zhao Jiuzhou's words and immediately shouted back with exasperation, "You fool! Shut your mouth. Uncle Guan is using his own spiritual energy to save your life. When the monster is sealed, do you think it will be you who bears the burden?" However, the cacophony of sound waves outside the array was overwhelming. Zhao Jiuzhou, desperate to survive, pressed his hands tightly against his ears, his focus entirely on the fallen Array Master and the protective barrier, failing to comprehend the information officer's shouts. All he could see was the officer's furious expression, prompting him to respond in confusion. "Huh? What are you saying? I can't hear. I can't hear." Suddenly, the backup also coughed up blood. Wei Guanshan quickly pushed him aside, placing both hands on the ground to maintain the integrity of the array. Witnessing Zhao Jiuzhou's reckless words inadvertently harm one of their own, the Gravekeeper erupted in fury. "What kind of godly infiltrator are you? For heaven's sake, stop talking. Just stop talking," he shouted with a face full of despair. Louis Fei, all the onlookers. It was an arduous situation. Uncle Guan was on the verge of exhaustion. "Shut up." Wei Guanshan strained to hold the array. His eyes filled with a fierce intensity as he glared at Zhao Jiazhou. The moment Zhao Jiazhou met Wei Guanshan's gaze, a chill ran down his spine, and he obediently fell silent. Wei Guanshan, the Gravekeeper, the information officer, among the individuals in the array, aside from the unconscious Array Master and the backup, who was temporarily incapacitated by pain. Even many of the viewers steadfastly watching the live broadcast felt an overwhelming urge to silence Zhao Jiuzhou once and for all. In this dense black mist, its arrival was swift, yet its retreat was equally rapid. Although it wielded considerable power, its effects were not enduring. Wei Guanshan endured for approximately half a minute, and the wails of the specters within the mist gradually subsided. The substitute fighter forced himself to sit up, retrieving pain relief medication, which he hastily consumed, while also casting a healing spell for the Array Master. Upon witnessing the seemingly lifeless Array Master suddenly draw a breath, those within the formation felt a palpable release of pressure within their skulls. The intelligence officer and graveyard brother finally unclasped their hands from their ears, exhaling a sigh of relief. In such moments, no one bothered to hold grudges. It would be unthinkable to actually harm him in front of a live audience. Wei Guanshan surveyed the state of his team, his expression darkening. They had yet to encounter any monsters, yet the team's casualty rate had already reached 50%. With the crucial sealing master eliminated, the logistics officer offline, the Array Master severely weakened, and the substitute fighter barely holding on. Coupled with the intelligence officer's lack of offensive capability, he himself had also been considerably drained. If this continued, would they not indeed face demise? Uncle Guan, the substitute fighter, produced a bottle of restorative potion, offering it to Wei Guanshan. He drank deeply, finally regaining some strength. Thankfully, there was still a substitute fighter. Despite often being ridiculed for being a jack of all trades, in critical moments, the substitute proved to be the most indispensable, as no one could afford to lose him. Uncle Guan, what shall we do now? The half-exhausted substitute fighter had effectively become the second strongest member of the team, aside from Wei Guanshan. As Wei Guanshan contemplated the retreating black mist surrounding the formation, Zhao Jiuzhou interjected, "This is the third wave of death energy. The first wave lasted approximately 8 minutes. With the lowest intensity, the second wave lasted 4 minutes, slightly stronger than the first. As for this wave," he raised his hand to check the time, noting that it had been 1 minute and 48 seconds. "If I am not mistaken, in another 12 seconds, it will dissipate." As he spoke, everyone fell into a hush. Within and outside the live stream, every individual capable of freeing a hand instinctively began to count down. In a matter of seconds, millions held their breath, counting with taut nerves. Under the collective observation, which varied slightly yet remained largely consistent, approximately 10 seconds later, the black mist in the factory truly began to dissipate at an astonishing speed. Zhao Jiuzhou lowered his hand and concluded solemnly, "The monster is likely gathering power. The next wave of black mist is expected to last 1 minute, with an intensity at least double that of this one. The defensive formation has over a 90% chance of failing to withstand the assault of the black mist. In other words, if we cannot subdue this monster before the next wave of black mist arrives, our fate is essentially sealed." Listening to Zhao Jiuzhou's analysis, Wei Guanshan momentarily forgot to cease channeling his energy into the defensive formation. The others could not help but cast him incredulous glances. He truly was a top-tier tactician. In the live stream, countless knowledgeable viewers expressed their genuine admiration. Under the lens, Zhao Jiuzhou stood tall and proud, surveying his surroundings like a formidable leader. "Comrades, tell me, do you have faith?" Zhao Jiuzhou clenched his fist, directing his fervent shout towards Wei Guanshan and his bewildered teammates. "Come on, Uncle Guan, pull yourself together. Don't give up. Go, go. I'm the strongest. Go, go. I am the best." In the live broadcast room and beyond, the world fell silent for at least 2 to 3 seconds. Just as the awkwardness lingered, the fallen array master, in a dazed state, weakly murmured, "Go, go. I am the best." The world responded with a collective pause. "Uncle Guan," the array master, still in a haze, echoed Zhao Jiuzhou's rallying cry before extending a hand toward Wei Guanshan. Wei Guanshan's hands remained firmly on the ground, visibly wrestling with an internal struggle as he glanced at the substitute. The substitute, aware of Wei Guanshan's dilemma, crouched down and whispered in his ear, "Uncle Guan, there's only one healing potion left." Upon hearing this, Wei Guanshan made a swift decision. Under the watchful gaze of millions, the renowned healer, known for his telekinesis, showed no inclination to save anyone. He pretended to be too occupied to lend a hand, maintaining the strength of the barrier. In the opulent suite of the Wanhao residence, Su Zhan observed this cruel scene and let out a quiet breath. Just days ago, after his own injury during a match, Wei Guanshan had rushed to his side without hesitation. Yet now, in the environment captured by the camera, it was difficult to fault Wei Guanshan for his inaction. If the array master perished, the defensive formation could still endure. However, a team without its logistics would be left to ration its resources carefully. Otherwise, they risked endangering everyone's escape. Uncle Guan, the array master fixated on Wei Guanshan, his eyes wide open, his last breath escaping him without his awareness. Staring intently without blinking. Sigh. The information specialist knelt down and gently closed his eyes. The substitute remained silent, motionless. As a backup, he too possessed healing abilities. But in such dire circumstances, every individual's spiritual energy was reserved for survival. Moreover, Zhao Jiuzhou had just analyzed that with the impending wave of monstrous foes, even a formation would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught. The array master had lost his significance within the team. Saving him now was utterly futile. In the live broadcast, millions of demon hunters fell into a profound silence. While a few voices condemned the situation, the vast majority of frontline hunters, having faced similar horrors, understood the cruel inevitability of it all. Wei Guanshan, how can you be so cold-hearted? Who would ever serve you again? Wei Guanshan lacks the understanding of righteousness. Fool, what matters more, righteousness or mission completion? The righteousness of a demon hunter is to complete the task. In the live stream, one could still witness a plethora of comments flooding the screen. President Sun Wei's secretary suddenly rushed into the office, flustered, and instructed the management hall to immediately cut off the live broadcast signal. The management hall. Sun Wei furrowed his brow. This unit held a status equivalent to that of the State Council. The head of the hall was referred to as the Protector Hall Master, standing on equal footing with Marcy, and could not be dismissed as easily as Mo Huiran from the State Council's Guard Hall. Cut off the viewing rights for all viewers below the Diamond Level Demon Hunter certification. But, President Sun, those below Diamond Level. I command you to do it. Sun Wei bellowed sharply. The secretary promptly fell silent. Yes, I'll do it right away. She hurried out, and within half a minute, a message appeared in the live broadcast to ensure the safety of all viewers in accordance with the request of relevant authorities. This live broadcast will cut off the signal for users below the Diamond Level Demon Hunter certification. While the message flashed on the screen, the audience data in the background did not decrease. Rather, it increased. A faint smile curled at the corners of Sun Wei's mouth, a look of satisfaction on his face. Of course, he would give face to the management hall, but the Sun family was not to be trifled with. If they wanted to cut the signal, so be it. Could they jeopardize their business? There was no need to rush. Let the management hall shout a few more times. If it came to that, he could slice off the Diamond Level segment like cutting sausage. After all, the total number of viewers would remain unchanged. Those below the King level were already incapable of remaining in front of the screen. Yet, this grand spectacle could only last for another 10 or 20 minutes at most before it reached its conclusion. Sun Wei raised his hand to check the time. It was 2:41 p.m. That group led by Zhao Jiuzhou had managed to survive this long under the attacks of level 4 grievous spirits. A feat of no small significance. However, miracles are fleeting. They cannot persist until the very end. Uncle Guan, he has left. The intelligence officer stood up and gently informed Wei Guanshan, glancing outside the protective shield where the black mist seemed to recede. Indeed, it has vanished, Zhao Jiuzhou replied. Brother Grave nodded. I too feel no danger now. All three intelligence officers reached this conclusion. Wei Guanshan and his substitute could also be considered half-intelligence officers, possessing a considerable level of intuition. It was only at this moment that Wei Guanshan retracted the protective shield, as the defensive array vanished. A chilling wind suddenly swept past the remaining five. Wei Guanshan stood up, momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds of silence, Brother Grave and the naive one offered quiet reassurances. Uncle Guan, no one wishes for such things. We are all king-level demon hunters. This is our destiny. Indeed. Zhao Jiuzhou shamelessly echoed. The few survivors exchanged silent glances with him. Brother Grave remarked, when I say we, I do not include you. You are merely a bronze. Zhao Jiuzhou countered, but I possess a heart of a king. Silence. Wei Guanshan's gaze, tinged with frost, fixated on Zhao Jiuzhou, inexplicably inquired, do you possess a hint of psychic ability? Zhao Jiuzhou paused slightly. Yes, how did you know? I have my own methods. Wei Guanshan certainly would not disclose to Zhao Jiuzhou that just over 20 minutes ago, he had been by Su Jin's side, reviewing Zhao Jiuzhou's psychic data. Maintaining his authoritative demeanor, he intoned gravely, in our current predicament, our combat strength is severely lacking. Each individual must maximize their potential. The audience in the live stream began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, considering even Zhao Jiuzhou's meager strength had to be factored in. It was evident that Wei Guanshan was at his wit's end. Does he possess psychic energy? Louis Fei appeared quite astonished, gazing at the images transmitted by the infrared equipment from the desolate graveyard. The faces of the individuals were almost indistinguishable in the darkness, yet, like all the viewers, she could at least ascertain who among them still drew breath, struggling to identify Zhao Jiuzhou, who bore a similar stature to others. She pointed at the screen and inquired of Bai Ji. Moreover, Louis Fei herself was perplexed as to why she was so concerned about Zhao Jiuzhou, that insufferable character, and feigned indifference by closing her mouth once more. Within the factory, Wei Guanshan posed another question to Zhao Jiuzhou. Can you unleash your psychic energy? Unleash what? Zhao Jiuzhou replied, utterly bewildered. What exactly was psychic energy? The millions of viewers in the live stream fell into a collective silence upon hearing his exasperating words. Some individuals, buoyed by their exceptional talents, paraded their arrogance indiscriminately. It would be best to eliminate such a nuisance. The number of demon hunters accounted for approximately 10 of humanity, while those endowed with psychic energy among them constituted roughly 1 in 10,000. This translates to a mere 1 in 100,000 individuals possessing psychic energy across the entire human population. The ratio was even lower within the Silver Alliance. With a membership of 800 million, only a little over 50,000 had registered records of psychic energy. By mere virtue of standing there, Zhao Jiuzhou had already placed himself among the top 50,000 in the Silver Alliance's demon hunter community. Yet, this wretched individual was utterly oblivious to how to harness his own abilities. However, Zhao Jiuzhou felt wronged. Such an advanced concept as psychic energy had never been taught in his foundational studies. The sole mention in the textbooks vaguely described it as a dimension of the demon hunter's psychic force, capable of enhancing their combat prowess. Why are you looking at me like that? This is not my fault, Zhao Jiuzhou protested, feeling entirely innocent. Wei Mianzi and his companions exchanged glances, astonished that Zhao Jiuzhou had yet to meet his demise. Nevertheless, was Wei Guanshan providing on-the-spot instruction? Good heavens. It took me 2 years to unleash my psychic energy, a desperate remedy for a dying horse. Interaction in the live stream surged back to life. Feel the psychic energy within you. The key to unleashing it lies in your intent. When your will aligns, the eruption follows. This is innately a demon hunter's instinct, especially in such an environment. Inside the factory, Zhao Jiuzhou listened intently in the darkness, daring not to interrupt. He had no desire to become a sacrificial pawn. As Zhao Jiuzhou stepped forward, the swirling black mist abruptly turned its gaze, revealing a set of sharp fangs. Oh no! Zhao Jiuzhou yelped in shock. In the dimly lit spiritual realm, a radiant droplet of ethereal energy seemed to materialize and cascade from the void. With a sudden click, he abruptly opened his eyes. In that very moment, a tremendous force surged forth from Zhao Jiuzhou's body, igniting into a blazing white light that enveloped him. The millions of viewers in the live stream erupted in a cacophony of fear, even more alarmed than Zhao Jiuzhou himself. Wei Guanshan's expression turned to one of astonishment as he beheld Zhao Jiuzhou's sudden eruption of power, struggling to comprehend the spectacle. The Graveyard Brothers' envy boiled over as he shouted furiously, "What the hell? You've known how to do this all along, haven't you? You're just showing off." A lighting stick landed before a distant metallic coffin, illuminating the area. The Graveyard Brother and his companions turned their gazes, and upon witnessing the scene, the intelligence officer exclaimed with delight, "He is still alive." However, no sooner had the words left his lips than an unmistakably inhuman sound emanated from within the metal coffin, clearly intended for the logistics officer's survival. With a resounding clang, the coffin's door crashed to the ground, and from within emerged the logistics officer, enveloped in a dark aura. He stepped forth, his visage utterly transformed, no longer resembling a human being. A chilling roar, filled with malice, erupted from his mouth. He had mutated. He had become a vengeful spirit. Countless discerning viewers in the live stream grasped the gravity of the situation. Wei Guanshan's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, Zhao Jiuzhou shouted in alarm, "What the hell? It's a zombie. Take this lightning strike." In the midst of his exclamation, he hurled a grenade and turned to flee. In the wake of his surge in spiritual power, he raced away in a flash of white light, covering a distance of 80 meters in the blink of an eye. The realm of flowing light. The live stream erupted once more in excitement. Simultaneously, the grenade landed before the now monsterized logistics officer and detonated with a thunderous boom. Shrapnel from the explosion indiscriminately shot in all directions. Wei Guanshan, the substitute, the intelligence officer, and the Graveyard Brother were all caught off guard, as a shard flew perilously close to the Graveyard Brother. Fortunately, he possessed a passive skill that allowed him to withstand fatal blows, conjuring a protective barrier that saved him from disaster. The substitute quickly raised a wall spell to shield himself and Wei Guanshan, narrowly deflecting the deadly shrapnel. The intelligence officer, relying on his keen perception, deftly sidestepped the assault. Only the array master lay on the ground, a victim of the explosion, his body riddled with steel spikes. "Zhao Jiuzhou, are you out of your mind?" Yet, in that instant, a black claw suddenly emerged from the shadows, seizing the Graveyard Brother by the throat. Gasping, the Graveyard Brother's eyes widened in terror as he was hoisted high. The sensation of impending death enveloped him. Just then, Wei Guanshan appeared beside him, unleashing a furious shout as he swung his sword, severing the black claw. The claw dissipated into a cloud of black mist, vanishing from sight. The Graveyard Brother fell heavily to the ground, landing unceremoniously. Fortunately, he was not dead. Wei Guanshan's face darkened like ink, for this monstrous entity possessed the ability to transform all living beings into vengeful spirits. If vengeful spirits could be obliterated, they would cease to be vengeful spirits at all. In the headquarters office of the State Society, Lu Yunfei gazed at the screen, his expression devoid of emotion. 036 Deadlock, Part 8, The Sect Master. Ji Hao. a revered elder of the Liu family, held the position of assistant to the sect master, enjoying unrestricted access within the headquarters of the state society. He entered the room, casting a glance at the increasingly indistinct images on the screen, and spoke softly. The compensation has already been dispatched. Lu Yunfei nodded indifferently. The team led by Wei Guanshan had been personally recruited by him. When a life was lost, the account was settled almost instantaneously, within mere seconds. Chi Hao had been residing in the adjacent room, prepared to address matters as they arose, so his sudden appearance surely indicated the urgency of a more pressing report. Before Lu Yunfei could inquire, Chi Hao continued, Ding Xiuxian's sealing team is on standby. They just asked me whether they should depart immediately. Also, Zhu Xingfeng's team has assembled. Ding Xiuxian, one of the foremost sealing masters globally. Zhu Xingfeng, a formidable figure in the demon hunting profession, capable of holding his ground against the likes of Tang Wei and Li Taihu. The ability to summon them, alongside Wei Guanshan, was a privilege limited to no more than 7 or 8 prominent families within the entire Silver Alliance. The advance payment alone was a considerable sum. Yet, in Lu Yunfei's mind, this amount paled in comparison to the stakes at hand. Let them proceed together, Lu Yunfei stated calmly, and do so promptly. Understood. Seeing that Lu Yunfei was not inclined to elaborate further, Chi Hao departed with alacrity. Before exiting, he waved his hand gently, causing hundreds of mystical symbols to soar from his sleeve, magically adhering to the walls, before he finally closed the door with a sense of reassurance. Lu Yunfei remained silent, his gaze fixed on the screen as his thoughts drifted to the past. The creature, sealed for 18 years, originally belonged to the Liu family's unspoken assets. Within the Liu family, no more than 5 individuals were privy to its origins. In previous years, the legal constraints within the Silver Alliance were stringent, preventing the Liu family from openly acknowledging the existence of this entity. However, in recent years, the laws of the Silver Alliance had relaxed. And with the chaos instigated by Lu Ziqing, Lu Yunfei found an opportunity to fully legitimize the ownership of this creature, ensuring that it would legally belong to the Liu family. Yet, he had not anticipated that a live broadcast would disrupt his meticulously crafted plans. At present, the state city was hosting the Demon Hunting World Cup, and with such an incident occurring, even if Marcy intended to provide him with cover, it was a public matter belonging to the citizens of the Silver Alliance. Marcy could not turn a blind eye to the situation. Now, the Silver Army had not only mobilized but did so under the watchful gaze of the entire world. Should this creature be sealed by the Silver Army, it would legally revert to the Silver Alliance, rendering the transaction made by the Liu family 18 years ago with the Sun and Ma families null and void. Not only would this squander the 18 years of waiting, but it would also obliterate the Liu family's future prospects. Lu Yunfei's father, Lu Shilong, was on the brink of retirement. His younger brother, Lu Jisun, possesses a level of skill and ability that confines him to the role of a hall master, marking the pinnacle of his life as achievements. As for himself, aspiring to the position of leader is a futile endeavor. The vice leader's role is beyond his reach. He will soon ascend like other sect leaders, merely achieving the status of an elder, and thus his life will conclude here. Among the 3rd generation of the Liu family, Lu Ziqing remains immature. Lu Yanhong, the most promising, Lu Yifei, is merely a girl. Yet, no matter how capable Lu Yifei may be, she pales in comparison to the might of this extraordinary being, a creature that appears once in a millennium, potentially capable of altering the world's power dynamics. Otherwise, why would he expend such considerable resources to summon the top 3 experts in the realm, Wei Guanshan, Zhu Xingfeng, and Ding Xiuxian? With even Tang Wei verbally agreeing to assist? On the surface, Lu Yunfei remains calm and unperturbed, concealing his emotions. Yet, deep within, he experiences tumultuous waves far beyond Lu Ziqing's. Therefore, under no circumstances can Lu Yunfei allow such an outcome to transpire. The Liu family of Shiji Prefecture must not be unjustly removed from the ranks of the world's elite families before his eyes close for the final time. Lu Yunfei clenched his fist slightly. Meanwhile, on the screen, Wei Guanshan also tightened his grip in a show of determination. In the pitch-black factory, this audacious individual carelessly tossed aside a lighting stick and, with utter disrespect, squatted before the recently deceased array master, groping the lifeless body in hopes of discovering something of value. However, the position of array master has always relied on destiny, the earth, and one's own abilities, rather than on weaponry. Zhao Jiuzhou fumbled about for an eternity, only to find himself empty-handed. Noticing the Array Master's high-end energy armor, he contemplated stripping it off to wear himself. The intelligence officer, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, seized Zhao Jiuzhou by the back of his collar and lifted him up, exclaiming irritably, "Even if you strip him of his armor, it will be useless." The vengeful spirit's attacks are not purely physical, and death is inevitable. Seeking some semblance of psychological comfort, Zhao Jiuzhou shrugged off the intelligence officer's hand. However, as soon as he completed this action, he, along with the intelligence officer and Brother Grave, suddenly changed their expressions and exclaimed in unison, "Incoming!" From behind Wei Guanshan, an unexpected ghostly hand reached out. As it lunged toward Wei Guanshan's back, the substitute fighter glowed brilliantly, and a flying knife was launched from his hand, striking the ghostly hand. With a cry of agony, the ghostly hand recoiled, and the substitute fighter was propelled into a struggle with the creature, vanishing into the darkness. The intelligence officer donned a power amplifier, unleashing his perception, while shouting, 8 o'clock, 60 meters, height 8 meters, 10 o'clock, 40, 6 high, 12, 20, 0. Approaching this way. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed in the live broadcast room, where everyone heard a scream of anguish so distorted it was almost unrecognizable. A brief yet intense outcry that abruptly ceased. Emerging from the shadows, Wei Guanshan and the substitute fighter advanced slowly, Wei Guanshan holding a pitch-black crystal in his hand, which he casually tossed to the substitute fighter. The substitute, radiating a pale light, accepted the crystal and, feeling somewhat drained, sank to the ground. After catching his breath, he summoned a small wooden box from the air and carefully placed the black crystal inside. The battle unfolded with astonishing swiftness, concluding in less than 15 seconds from when Wei Guanshan initiated the attack until the creature entirely ceased to breathe. Zhao Jiuzhou, somewhat bewildered, inquired of Wei Guanshan, "Is it done?" "Indeed," came the reply. The substitute set the wooden box down and produced a talisman inscribed with the team's details, affixing it to the box. Zhao Jiuzhou, now more curious than ever, queried, "Wasn't it said that the vengeful spirit cannot be killed? Have you extracted its core?" "It's not that it cannot be killed. It is exceedingly difficult to do so," the information officer clarified for Zhao Jiuzhou. "That vengeful spirit was likely a recent mutation of our teammate, a level 1 vengeful spirit, which Uncle Guan is still capable of handling." Wei Guanshan remained silent. The white light surrounding the substitute rapidly dimmed as he sighed. "It's unfortunate that it was merely a crystal of the vengeful spirit. Its demise holds little value now." Zhao Jiuzhou was taken aback. "Is this even human? Your teammate just mutated, and the two of you have brutally dispatched him, and now you claim his death lacks value? How can you be so cold-hearted, so unfeeling? What distinguishes you from me? While I might entertain such thoughts, I would never voice them in front of the camera." Zhao Jiuzhou looked down on the substitute's professional demeanor and quickly pointed at the body of the Array Master, asking, "Will this one resurrect and mutate?" Wei Guanshan glanced at the Array Master's corpse, contemplated briefly, and suddenly a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes as he seized the body and hurled it away. A faint sound echoed through the air. Upon catching the scent of blood, Zhao Jiuzhou realized that the Array Master's body had been crushed by Wei Guanshan. In the live stream, the millions of viewers forcibly retained could hardly restrain themselves from burying their heads in their hands. This was the first time she had witnessed so starkly the most brutal aspect of the conflict between humanity and monsters. "That should suffice," Wei Guanshan murmured, adding, "There is still a small creature left. Let us clear the minor threats before addressing the larger one." No one objected. At that moment, every bit of danger neutralized was a step toward survival. There was no energy or emotion to spare for mourning the deceased. "Such a waste," murmured Lu Yunfei from the office of the sect leader at the headquarters of the state and society. He felt little about the manner of the Array Master's death. However, he deemed Wei Guanshan's actions rather imprudent. This vengeful spirit evidently possessed the ability to transform humans and monsters into similar vengeful entities. Given that vengeful spirits constituted a minuscule fraction of monsters, the annual global average yield of vengeful spirits is merely in the thousands. Yet, the probability of acquiring a vengeful soul from each vengeful spirit remains constant. Thus, had Wei Guanshan not destroyed that corpse, and if that corpse had transformed into a vengeful spirit containing a vengeful soul, he would have effectively squandered the opportunity for a windfall. Hence, the vengeful spirit within the factory is, in essence, a machine for generating wealth. Ultimately, among the three families, the Ma family garnered the support of the entire Shurji state, enabling Marcy to ascend to the position of the leader of the Silver Alliance with ease. the Sun family acquired a substantial portion of the Liu family's assets, propelling them to become one of the wealthiest families within the Silver Alliance and securing a quarter of the combat strength of Liu's private armed force, the Liu Xianshu Battalion. Meanwhile, the Liu family ultimately obtained this monstrous entity. However, due to historical and societal constraints at the time, they were unable to harness this creature, let alone utilize it to generate profit. Now, 18 years have elapsed, and with the passing of the elder generation from the three families, the Liu family finally found themselves in a position, owing to the shifting global landscape and the internal dynamics of the Silver Alliance, to legitimately employ this creature. The fact that Liu Ziqing could present this monster was no mere coincidence. Everything had long been orchestrated under Liu Yunfei's meticulous planning. The only unforeseen element was the live broadcast. Originally, he could have sealed the monster with dignity and at a leisurely pace, but now, there was no time to delay. Inside the factory, Wei Guanshan spoke in a grave tone, indicating that the next outburst of the monster's death energy could occur within seconds. And they lacked the requisite strength to simultaneously confront two vengeful spirits. Indeed, Zhao Jiazhou interjected, the timing of the monster's death energy eruption is quite unpredictable, and the conditions remain unclear. However, how do we handle that massive creature? Wei Guanshan glanced at the intelligence officer, who donned the energy amplifier once more. Before addressing Zhao Jiazhou, that depends on your performance. To seal a level 4 vengeful spirit, we must first incapacitate it. What does incapacitation entail? It means striking its vital points, rendering it temporarily immobile, akin to a human losing their ability to move. Oh, Zhao Jiazhou nodded. So how should I strike? Utilize your spiritual perception, Wei Guanshan instructed. Once your spiritual energy surges, your perception will heighten, allowing you to discern its weaknesses. At that moment, muster all your strength and charge forward without fear. If one strike isn't sufficient, then strike multiple times. The monster will undoubtedly reach a moment of vulnerability. At that instant, we will intervene. And sealing the creature will require merely 2 seconds. Within the live broadcast, those knowledgeable in the field began to emit cold laughter. To have an intelligence officer who possesses minimal offensive capabilities attack the weaknesses of a level 4 vengeful spirit repeatedly is akin to sending a suicide squad into battle. Zhao Jiazhou, fully aware of the stakes, quickly inquired, is there danger involved? Wei Guanshan countered, what aspect of a demon hunter's work is devoid of danger? Zhao Jiazhou replied earnestly, esteemed one, what I mean is there a risk of death? Wei Guanshan gestured toward the substitute. I, along with Xiao Luo, must fulfill the final sealing process, so we cannot afford to take risks. Conversely, if you were to falter, Xiao Luo could step in for another attempt. If neither Xiao Luo nor I can execute the rigid attack, then the remaining few of you are undoubtedly doomed as well. Does that mean I must be the first to sacrifice myself? Zhao Jiazhou secretly felt his pocket. Wei Guanshan seemed to have forgotten something crucial. Luo Beikong gestured towards the graveyard brother and the intelligence officer, yet Zhao Jiazhou stubbornly countered. Then why shouldn't Wei Guanshan be the first to perish? Can he not muster the strength to eliminate the monster? Aren't you supposed to be one of the world's top experts? At that moment, Graveyard Brother chimed in, Uncle Guan, millions are watching. Damn. Are you morally binding me? Wei Guanshan glanced at the streaming equipment of Graveyard Brother, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. That damn broadcaster. Truly a nuisance. In the live stream, millions could not discern the expression on Wei Guanshan's face, but they could certainly sense the fury brewing within him. Outside the factory, ominous clouds enveloped the blood-red air, swiftly ascending towards the skies above the 7th Forbidden Zone. The chaos from earlier had dissipated, now under control. Terrified reporters, spooked by the weather and the turmoil, were fleeing the factory in droves. The major, holding a tablet, watched the factory's footage while smoking, silently urging them to hold on. In the distance, 3 specialized excavators designed to breach powerful monster barriers, after navigating an abnormal procedural labyrinth, were finally loaded onto transport aircraft, racing towards the scene. It had been 46 minutes. The individuals inside had endured for nearly an hour. Found it. The intelligence officer, donning a psychic amplifier, exclaimed in shock. Yet, scarcely had he uttered those words when he suddenly screamed in agony. Within the psychic amplifier, the intelligence officer's head exploded without warning. His brain matter mixed with blood splattering across Zhao Jiazhou's face. The 4 survivors stared in disbelief at the headless intelligence officer as he collapsed before them. Wei Guanshan's eyes widened in shock, caught off guard. Zhao Jiazhou wiped his face and looked at Wei Guanshan, providing a direct answer. telekinesis. The monster can use your technique too. Indeed, otherwise, why seek out Wei Guanshan? Lu Yunfei casually remarked as he picked up the remote and turned off the screen. This match had concluded. Only 4 remained, and Wei Guanshan could not save the world. For the next round, let Ding Xiuxian and Zhu Xingfeng join forces. Thunderous roars erupted. Above the factory district, 2 armed helicopters thundered through the ominous clouds. The major looked up with delight. However, he noticed that the insignia painted on the helicopter's side was not that of the Silver Alliance, but rather the emblems of 2 distinct commercial entities. The Xiuxian Demon Hunting Team, ranked 12th in the world. The Xingfeng Demon Hunting Team, ranked 3rd. Ah! Lu Yifei shrieked, turning away in fright, clutching the ball tightly to her chest. Bai Ji and the others were also startled. The sudden explosion of the intelligence officer's head had truly caught the audience off guard, even causing the live streaming platform's director, Sun Wei, to feel his heart race in that instant. In Lu Yifei's gentle embrace, Q-Ball emitted a peculiar sound. Yet, Lu Yifei, in a state of heightened tension, paid no heed to Q-Ball's response, as he distinctly heard Wei Guanshan's commanding voice bellow, "Disperse." On the 3rd floor of the factory, Wei Guanshan vanished into the darkness in an instant. The substitute, Luo Beikong, and the gravedigger, Wu Heping, swiftly leaped away from the corpse of the intelligence officer. In the live broadcast, only Zhao Jiezhou's solitary figure remained, appearing desolate and pitiable under the dimming light of the illumination stick. Alas, this world is so unforgiving. To abandon one's comrades without a second thought? Zhao Jiezhou stood there, momentarily bewildered, not out of slowness or reluctance to flee, but because he lacked the means to escape. Even if he had awakened such a skill, with his meager remaining psychic ability of just 1 point, where could he possibly run? Moreover, upon reflection, was there truly a necessity to flee? Sigh, a bunch of fools. Zhao Jiezhou sighed heavily and resolutely squatted down, beginning to search the intelligence officer's body. Methodically, he rummaged through pocket after pocket. Unperturbed under the gaze of millions of fellow demon hunters, the headless corpse, which had only moments ago been conversing with him, evoked little discomfort. In terms of repulsiveness, Zhao Jiezhou had encountered far worse. As for camaraderie, what camaraderie was there to speak of? Damn it! Damn it! Zhao Jiezhou and Luo Beikong, concealed in the shadows, simultaneously erupted in curses. After finishing their replenishing drinks, the gravedigger nonchalantly discarded the packaging and boldly declared, "I'm out of blue." At this point, there was no need for pretense. The blue bar represented psychic ability, and psychic ability was the skill for survival, the very chance to live. It was far more reassuring to use it himself than to leave it for Wei Guanshan, who in this world desires to perish. They were even competing for the resources of the dead. Were they not human? As Zhao Jiezhou continued to curse, he discovered several magazines from the intelligence officer's pockets. However, upon closer inspection, none contained rounds for his Eagle-style handgun. Rather, they were of a more sophisticated caliber, incompatible with his weapon, leaving him to discard them in frustration. Cursing, "Damn it, I've said it before. Bullets should belong to the same world, the same model. And now look, the man is dead, and the bullets remain unused. What a joke." But Zhao Jiezhou grabbed him. "Are you really that foolish? Where can we possibly run now?" "To the rooftop," the gravedigger shouted. "Didn't we just say we de-escaped to the rooftop?" Zhao Jiezhou chuckled. "Guess what? If the rooftop had an exit, why would Wei Guanshan and the others have come in through the 1st floor? If there were an exit, after 40 minutes, why hasn't the Silver Brigade descended from above?" The gravedigger fell silent at this. Outside the factory, the major turned to the advisor. "Have we thoroughly checked the rooftop?" "The drones have scanned it. It's tightly enveloped by the monster's barrier." The advisor remarked that not even a mosquito could penetrate this place, suggesting that this monstrous entity seemed intent on transforming the factory into its new abode. The lieutenant colonel nodded slightly. Advanced monsters often exhibit similar traits. Much like predatory animals, they possess a pronounced territorial instinct. The distinction lies in the fact that creatures such as lions and tigers merely mark their boundaries with waste, while monsters directly alter entire regions with their unique monstrous energies, rendering them off-limits to the living. Smaller entities, like the factory before them, modify their surroundings with waves of deathly energy. Larger ones, such as the 2 million square kilometers of the Wuzendun restricted area, have, through the collective endeavor of countless monsters, become regions that normal humans cannot tread upon. Entering such territories invites a barrage of negative effects. Thus, The situation in this factory pales in comparison to the likes of Wuzendun. However, due to its occurrence within the realm of Shurji's state and coinciding with the Demon Hunting World Cup, it could hardly have attracted such attention otherwise. Young man, when faced with adversity, do not panic. At this moment, Zhao Jiuzhou's live broadcast had truly captivated the world's attention. In the face of imminent peril, he appeared increasingly composed, and his calm demeanor stirred a flicker of admiration among some young female demon hunters in the stream. Upon closer inspection, setting aside any prejudices against the mentally ill, one could not deny that Zhao Jiuzhou possessed a modicum of charm. Sit, he urged, pulling his companion, the grave brother, to a seat beside him. The two naturally found themselves before the decapitated body of the information officer. Zhao Jiuzhou pointed at the corpse, exuding an air of rationality, and questioned calmly, why was he shot in the head? Was it a minor monster or a major one that dealt the blow? What triggered the mechanism? Given that we have yet to grasp the full situation, is it meaningful to scatter our forces? Would such aimless dispersal not dilute our combat effectiveness? The grave brother retorted. So you possess more experience than Master Wei, do you? I certainly do not claim to be more experienced than him, Zhao Jiuzhou conceded, albeit reluctantly. However, experience must be contextualized. While Wei Guanshan may have faced formidable battles, can we assert that he has encountered an environment like today's? Even if he has faced similar situations before, can we assume that each instance was identical? Look around. This enclosed space, our teammates nearly lost, lacking supplies. And with you dragging us down. The grave brother exclaimed in anger, I am a champion. You are the one who is bronze. That is not the crux of the matter, Zhao Jiuzhou interjected coolly. The real question is, can we take Wei Guanshan's words as gospel? Objectively speaking, after 50 minutes of battle, I am acutely aware of the predicament we find ourselves in. Young man, charging in recklessly and risking one's life. Who cannot do that? Warfare necessitates strategy. Is there any tactical significance to our current actions? None at all. In the depths of darkness, a gentle cough escaped Wei Guanshan. Zhao Jiuzhou turned his head, directing his gaze towards the shadows, and declared loudly, Wei Guanshan, your coughing is futile. You merely shouted in vain. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers watched as Zhao Jiuzhou boldly confronted the Grandmaster, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Many began to introspect, questioning whether they had unduly elevated the status of those elite masters in their minds. Had they truly let go in their final moments? Su Zhen stroked his chin, smiling as he muttered to himself, I fear not. Zhao Jiuzhou, maintaining his composure, remarked, what is there to fear in death? However, should my demise lack significance, I would feel aggrieved. After all, I have scarcely experienced life. I have not lived well, nor have I tasted slumber as Louis Fei has. To die like this? I refuse to accept it. Wei Guanshan, graveyard brother. Su Zhen, Louis Fei. Louis Fei, perhaps you should grant him one chance, Bai Ji urged Louis Fei, unable to restrain himself. Louis Fei rolled his eyes in response. Do not start with me. Sighing softly, Zhao Jiuzhou raised his hand to check the time. The illumination stick beside the corpse was dimming, and he noted, we have been trapped here for 50 minutes. I suspect the Silver Army still has a plan. The first strategy has failed, but the second one must be underway. As for these two monsters, I can only surmise that the one capable of unleashing telekinetic abilities is the larger one. The triggering condition likely involves a mutual perception of psychic energy between it and the grand beast. Is there any basis for this? In the darkness, Wei Guanshan finally emerged with a serious expression. Indeed, there is, Zhao Jiuzhou replied, glancing at him. Firstly, the intelligence officer was able to sense the first mutated creature, your former teammate, clearly perceiving its coordinates without any adverse effects. You all easily subdued the monster, which suggests that not every minor creature possesses the capability for telekinetic backlash. Secondly, when the intelligence officer detected the second monster, he had just caught a glimpse of its movements when his mind was obliterated. Yet, if the monster possessed such abilities, why have we not suffered similar fates since entering? This indicates that the monster requires specific conditions to execute a remote headshot. My hypothesis regarding this condition stems from the notion of close-range engagement at the perceptual level. Since entering, I have failed to sense that grand monster. Alternatively, one might say I have been fortunate, as my inadequate strength and our impoverished team have shielded my perception from the monster's dark mist, allowing me to survive thus far. However, we are now quite close to that colossal creature. Your intelligence officer is remarkably skilled, and with the assistance of the psychic amplifier, He was the first to perceive the grand monster, not the minor ones. Therefore, the first individual to suffer a remote headshot would logically be him, not any of us. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why such a formidable monster has yet to eliminate us. Wei Guanshan listened intently. In the live broadcast, numerous distinguished figures from the realms of politics, academia, and industry within the Silver Alliance regarded Zhao Jiuzhou with expressions of admiration. Setting aside Zhao Jiuzhou's somewhat erratic mental state, this young man undoubtedly possesses exceptional talent. Even in the office of the leader at the headquarters of the State Affairs Society, Lu Yunfei couldn't help but nod slightly in agreement. The intellect of this young prodigy evidently surpasses that of his own son, Lu Ziqing, by several degrees. While it would be advantageous to have him aligned with them, one might ponder whether it would also be better if he were to perish. It is likely that neither the Lu family, the Sun family, nor even the Ma family would wish for too many such gifted individuals to emerge outside their own lineage. This, however, presents a paradox. Under the gaze of the live camera, Zhao Jiuzhou continued his analysis, explaining that the wraiths are invisible to the naked eye unless they manifest themselves. The current lighting conditions here are akin to darkness. Thus, to locate and seal them, we must employ our spiritual energy to touch them. It may be manageable to sense the smaller ones, but to encounter the larger entities would surely result in death, unless... Zhao Jiuzhou turned his gaze toward Wei Guanshan. Wei Guanshan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Zhao Jiuzhou elaborated, unless your psychokinetic abilities can withstand the mental forces of the monsters. Subsequently, you will need to act as an informant to track the larger creatures. Once you have identified their whereabouts, we shall coordinate to assist you in combat. Observing Luo Beikong's earnest demeanor, Zhao Jiuzhou calmly clarified, the two smaller monsters, your former teammates, underwent mutations under identical circumstances and time frames. I see no reason to believe the other would exhibit any significant differences. What if? Luo Beikong persisted. Then we must first eliminate that possibility. Zhao Jiuzhou responded, his expression shifting suddenly as a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. With only one opportunity left to utilize his psychokinesis, he unleashed it without hesitation. Simultaneously, a low growl resonated from the darkness as a lurking monster seized the moment of apparent discord among the group, launching a claw toward the unsuspecting gravekeeper. Caught off guard, the gravekeeper was struck. However, the creature had not anticipated that he possessed the passive skill immunity to fatal strikes, which had just been replenished. In the instant the monster's claw reached him, a sharp crack resounded as it merely shattered the gravekeeper's automatic shield, failing to deliver a lethal blow. The gravekeeper, quick to react, instinctively blinked and found himself beside Zhao Jiuzhou. Get away, Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed, roughly pushing the gravekeeper aside before drawing his pistol and firing 4 or 5 shots at the creature, which was either transformed by a sealer or a logistics specialist. Though the standard Kanjiing pistol fired with basic level 2 ammunition could not kill the wraith, it certainly inflicted pain. The injured creature let out a piercing scream and swiftly dissipated into black smoke, merging with the dark factory backdrop, having already vanquished several monsters. Zhao Jiuzhou now stood as a seasoned master in his craft. In the fleeting moment when the monster fled, Zhao Jiuzhou unleashed his inspiration, fixating intently on the creature's movements. His gun aimed into the darkness as he repeatedly squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. In the shadows, the monster responded with agonizing howls, echoing through the void. In the live stream, a throng of self-proclaimed elite demon hunters stood transfixed, astonished by this extraordinary display of skill. What divine maneuver is this? Remarkable. Su Jun, a professional player, couldn't he help but exclaim. Beside him, the well-versed uncle one nodded in agreement. On the factory side, Zhao Jiuzhou quickly expended the last bullet in his gun, cursing vehemently as he hurled the handgun away. It flew through the air, striking the erratic, vengeful spirit in the factory. The spirit abruptly halted mid-flight, having been hit at its vital point, rendering it momentarily rigid. In that instant, a barrage of fireballs suddenly erupted from the darkness. These fiercely charged fireballs relentlessly struck the vengeful spirit minions, causing the armorless creatures to explode violently. Luo Beikong leapt into the air, catching the descending vengeful spirit crystal from the shadows. Upon landing, he immediately tossed the precious crystal to Zhao Jiuzhou, affirming, "You were right. Undoubtedly, who am I? I am a genius." Zhao Jiuzhou nonchalantly stuffed the spoils into his pocket. Simultaneously, from another side of the factory's 3rd floor, a voice rang out. "All right, genius, leave this to us. You should make your escape." dozens of bright lights suddenly appeared in the distance. High-intensity searchlights illuminated the factory's third floor, rapidly brightening the entire area as two teams of demon hunters, clad in different uniforms, marched forth, a formidable assembly of 45. Upon seeing the newcomers, the Graveyard Brothers' eyes ignited with the light of hope. In the live stream, countless viewers erupted with excitement. Zhu Xingfeng, Ding Xiuxian. The jubilant atmosphere swiftly enveloped the entire Silver Alliance. Yet, just like the previous 3 instances, the joyous moments were fleeting. Before Zhao Jiazhou and the others could escape, a mass of black mist suddenly twisted and shrieked in the center of the illuminated factory's third floor, seemingly seeping from the void. Ah, ah, ah. A shrill, bone-chilling scream pierced through the factory, shattering all the illuminating lights in an instant. The factory, which had been as bright as day just a moment ago, was once again plunged into unfathomable darkness. An endless wave of deathly energy surged forth from the monster, unannounced and ferocious. Damn it! Zhao Jiazhou cursed vehemently, without hesitation. He dashed to Wei Guanshan's side, gripping his arm tightly, while his transformation window still lingered for a minute. Shameless. Wei Guanshan glared at Zhao Jiazhou, then executed a series of swift teleports, darting into the formation hastily arranged by Zhu Xingfeng. The death energy surged forth like a collapsing dam, howling past the formation. The impacted formation could not withstand even 2 seconds before fissures began to appear. Zhao Jiazhou, witnessing this, turned to Zhu Xingfeng and exclaimed, "What were you trying to prove? Are you still pretending?" Zhu Xingfeng found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the Graveyard Brother, who had inexplicably squeezed in, wore a face of despair, tears glistening in his eyes as he lamented, "I never imagined I would meet my end alongside Zhu Xingfeng." Zhu Xingfeng remained at a loss for words. On the other side, beneath a rune-imbued defensive barrier, Ding Xiuxian was equally stunned, his handsome facade faltering within mere seconds. What sort of monster is this? He pondered. It's over. Su Jin gently shook his head as the mystical symbols in the room ignited violently, emitting sparks reminiscent of a short circuit. Simultaneously, within the confines of the Liu family residence, Bai Ji observed the alarmed runes throughout the room, panicking as he attempted to turn off the screen. Just then, Qiao emerged from Liu Yifei's embrace, opening its tiny mouth to swiftly absorb the dark energy seeping from the screen. At the headquarters of the Wanwei Video Company, Sun Wei's secretary burst in, exclaiming in alarm, "Mr. Sun, there are going to be fatalities." Sun Wei gazed at the fiery chaos engulfing his office, but remained defiant, roaring, "Shut down the signals below the king level. Whoever dares to cut off my main switch will face my wrath." In the office of the society's leader, Qi Hao and a throng of bodyguards rushed urgently into Liu Yunfei's room. Across the globe, not just within the Silver Alliance, chaos reigned wherever the live broadcast signal could be received. Must it be this way? Must it truly be this way? Within the factory, Zhao Jiazhou faced the myriad of cracks marring the protective shields, murmuring to himself, "It seems there is no way out." Abruptly, a fierce roar erupted from him. "Then don't blame me for revealing my true strength. What strength can you possibly still conceal?" The Graveyard Brother retorted, grasping at anything that might serve as a lifeline. "I still have one last booster." Zhao Jiazhou reached into his pocket, retrieving the booster he had shamelessly acquired from Wei Guanshan's logistics team half an hour earlier. He uncapped the bottle and gulped it down voraciously, slamming the empty container to the ground. Blueberry flavor. Delicious. The Graveyard Brother. Zhu Xingfeng. The tens of thousands of viewers still holding on in the live stream. As his words hung in the air, the flames enveloping Zhao Jiazhou surged once more. Under the watchful gaze of the global audience, a colossal, ghostly visage suddenly materialized before him, its immense mouth gaping wide as it emitted a chilling wail. "Ah, how dare you!" Zhao Jiazhou's impulsive nature surged forth, and he could no longer contain himself. His right hand radiated light as he stood resolute, his body bristling with energy, and he unleashed his attack, the Nine-Heaven Star Fist. His fist, aglow with pure white brilliance, pierced through the barrier and struck the monstrous face with a thunderous impact. Members of the demon hunting team, caught off guard and fortunate enough to survive the lethal aura, frantically gulped down antidotes. Within the factory, beams of light illuminated Zhao Jiazhou's figure, and he found himself momentarily dazed as he stared at his own fist. Standing beside Zhao Jiazhou, Zhu Xingfeng gazed at him with an indescribable expression, fixated on the radiance emanating from Zhao Jiazhou. In the live streaming room, countless knowledgeable viewers frantically typed the same 2 words, a mixture of fear and excitement. Mystical arts? Mystical arts. He is a mystical arts master. A torrent of comments cascaded across the screen. Mystical arts master. Liu Yifei stared at the screen, murmuring in astonishment. Yet, at that moment, the screen before them abruptly lost its signal. Across the globe, every screen broadcasting the factory's situation simultaneously disconnected. Even the broadcast signal fell silent. Dark clouds loomed ominously in the sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Subsequently, a torrential downpour ensued. Two massive transport planes, braving the deluge, soared across the horizon, swiftly landing outside the confines of the 7th restricted zone. Within the factory, the live-streaming equipment of Brother Grave flickered with a yellow warning light indicating a disconnection. In the darkness, the assembled experts silently regarded Zhao Jiuzhou, none daring to utter a word. After a lengthy pause, Brother Grave cautiously inquired, "Mr. Zhao, wasn't that technique called the 8 Directions Shattering Fist? You misremembered. It is indeed the Glacial Eruption Fist." "No. Was he at the 9 Heavens Stellar Fist just now? That is not the crux of the matter." The radiance surrounding Zhao Jiuzhou gradually diminished. Before the onlookers, a mass of black mist began to materialize. A colossal, vengeful spirit, as large as a small mountain, hovered in the center of the factory's 3rd floor. Zhu Xingfeng's gaze shifted, prepare for sealing. At Zhao Jiuzhou's side, Wei Guanshan drew his firearm, aiming it decisively at Zhao Jiuzhou's temple, and resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! In the fleeting 0.01 seconds at the moment of the gunshot, the meticulously crafted handgun's firing pin struck with the might of mechanical civilization, delivering a thunderous impact to the rear of the bullet casing. The tremendous force unleashed a flash of fire, igniting the premium spiritual gunpowder within the casing. Valued at 30 yuan per gram, the explosive force instantaneously propelled the bullet from the shell, crafted primarily from mithril and adorned with intricately carved spiritual runes, spiraling out of the 115mm long barrel, enveloped in another layer of spiritual energy as it spun rapidly. The spiritual gunpowder continued to burn fiercely throughout the bullet's trajectory. The latent spiritual power within the gunpowder, crackling with flames, swiftly permeated the bullet, igniting a reaction with the runes inscribed upon it. Akin to a chemical reagent poured into a test tube, unleashing a surge of immense energy that transformed into a spectrum of vibrant colors. The 4th-tier Inferno spiritual bullet, valued at 125 silver coins each, was thus discharged from Wei Guanshan's hand. Wielded by a pistol so exorbitantly priced that it was humorously dubbed the most luxurious and ostentatious firearm crafted from pure ash gold, with a ludicrous intelligence tax of 25 gold coins, with the formidable spiritual striking power of 24 points from Wei Guanshan, coupled with the bullet's inherent lethality of 16 points and the weapon's damage amplification of 3.5 times. The total firepower reached an astonishing 140 points, nearly equivalent to that of a standard silver military automatic rifle. It possessed the capacity to shatter an elephant's skull with a single shot, hurtling towards the brain of the young human before him. In that fleeting moment, none of the onlookers had the chance to display their astonishment. Zhu Xingfeng and Ding Xiuxian were preoccupied with arranging their formation, while the Graveyard brothers stared in sheer terror at the colossal beast before him. Only Luo Beikong, observing Wei Guanshan's action of firing, exhibited a combination of shock and understanding. Zhao Jiuzhou was indeed one of their primary targets. Capturing the creature was one objective, while eliminating Zhao Jiuzhou was the other. Both tasks must be accomplished decisively to secure the full payment for the mission. Thus, the bullet surged forth at blinding speed towards Zhao Jiuzhou's temple, exploiting the brief moment when he was utterly unprepared. Although Zhao Jiuzhou could not visually perceive the danger, his heightened intuition alerted him to the imminent threat, prompting a desperate attempt to evade. Beneath the skin of his cheek, a delicate blood vessel swelled violently, adrenaline coursing through his veins and blood pressure soaring. A burst of white light erupted from within him as his spiritual energy surged again. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in that instant. Yet, compared to the velocity of the bullet, it moved at a glacial pace. The bullet spun relentlessly closer to Zhao Jiuzhou's head, appearing utterly unavoidable. As the fiery projectile seared his tender skin, it left behind an almost imperceptible, faint black dot on his temple. By inertia, the bullet was poised to deliver a tremendous impact, penetrating the junction of his parietal, temporal, sphenoid, and frontal bones, the most vulnerable area of his skull, tearing through the meningeal arteries beneath, breaching the dura mater, and sliding into his soft, tofu-like brain. ultimately resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of his cranium. However, at that precise moment, the seemingly infallible bullet missed entirely. Zhao Jiuzhou's figure abruptly vanished before Wei Guanshan. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, unexpectedly striking one of Ding Xiuxian's subordinates. The formidable demon hunter, renowned in the underworld, was struck, and a plume of blood erupted from his back, accompanied by a cry of agony as he collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from his wound, his wide eyes quickly losing their vitality, forever unable to close. Wei Guanshan. Ding Xiuxian and Zhu Xingfeng turned in astonishment to behold Wei Guanshan. Gun in hand, the barrel still smoking. Wei Guanshan wore a look of utter bewilderment, his expression more terrified than that of Ding Xiuxian and Zhu Xingfeng. The three exchanged dumbfounded glances for 2 seconds. Ding Xiuxian then erupted in fury. Wei Guanshan. What the hell? No, I didn't. Wei Guanshan, equally frantic, shouted in explanation. I was aiming for Zhao Jiuzhou. What the hell? Do you think I'm an idiot? In the presence of so many subordinates. Ding Xiuxian afforded Wei Guanshan no opportunity for explanation. He unsheathed a flexible sword and, in a frenzied manner, lunged towards Wei Guanshan. The two became entwined like twin beams of white light, clashing fiercely. Sparks of electricity and fire erupted as they engaged in a relentless battle. Ding Xiuxian aimed lethal strikes, while Wei Guanshan struggled to defend himself. It wasn't that he was incapable of countering, but the rare pang of guilt hindered his movements, prompting him to shout in anger. Ding Xiuxian, are you insane? I said it was an accidental injury. To hell with you. If that's the case, let me accidentally injure you as well. Ding Xiuxian bellowed, unleashing a devastating strike that echoed like thunder throughout the building. As the factory trembled, the encircled creature seemed to grow furious, its dark aura surging forth, morphing into a colossal claw that swept menacingly at the crowd. Among the throng of individuals, each one a formidable demon hunter, chaos ensued as they scrambled to protect themselves, scattering in all directions. Even the so-called graveyard brother, a pretender to royalty, was paralyzed with fear, desperately shouting, "Stop fighting. Please, no more. If this continues, it will be broadcasted live. Fool, your signal is cut off." Luo Beikong seized Wu Heming by the collar, pulling him aside to evade the creature's onslaught. Yet, he hesitated, hand resting on his dagger, torn between the urge to eliminate Graveyard Brother first. Just as he contemplated drawing his weapon, Zhu Xingfeng suddenly sprang into action, swiftly forming seals with his hands, declaring, "Ice Dragon." Roar! A colossal ice dragon, imbued with an icy breath, tore through the fabric of reality from another dimension, causing Luo Beikong to forget his intent to dispatch Graveyard Brother. The dragon raced between Wei Guanshan and Ding Xiuxian, forcibly separating the two combatants. As the ice dragon created a barrier, Wei Guanshan and Ding Xiuxian exchanged glances. Zhu Xingfeng's expression was grave. "Manager's son, the signal has been severed. The management office has pulled our main switch." Outside the chaotic chairman's office, a petite secretary trembled as she reported, "They said we must not reopen." Typically audacious, the second young master of the Sun family displayed no excessive reaction, merely stating, "I understand." The secretary hastily retreated. Sun Wei sat down, staring at the pitch-black screen, letting out a slight sigh. Esoteric arts. Content like this truly crosses the line. Even deities cannot safeguard Graveyard Brother's account. What a pity. He glanced at his watch, noting that such a spectacular live broadcast had lasted a mere 51 minutes. Meanwhile, his elder brother Sun Wei picked up the phone, only to set it down again after a moment of contemplation. Beside him, the third brother, Sun Wei, inquired, "Aren't you going to inform the management office?" Sun Wei pondered briefly before responding, "Elder brother, I believe esoteric arts and esoteric practitioners are two distinct matters. Wouldn't you agree?" Sun Wei shot him a cold glance. "What do you think you amount to?" Sun Wei was taken aback, an icy chill enveloping him instantly. So cold. The factory floor was suddenly coated in frost, a white mist swirling in the pitch-black space, as if animated yet exuding a chilling aura of death, gradually spreading across the walls. Wherever the cold touched, a thin layer of ice swiftly formed over the debris strewn about, extending to the lofty ceiling, the factory's supporting pillars, and even the decapitated body of the intelligence officer lying on the ground. In less than half a minute, the factory had transformed into a vast refrigerator. Descending from the air, Ding Xiuxian cast an angry glance at Wei Guanshan and then shouted at Zhu Xingfeng, "Zhu Tianwang, withdraw your ice dragon. It is unnecessary." His gaze was fixed on the vengeful spirit ahead. The humanoid monstrosity began to emit a chilling laughter, a sinister cackle that pierced the marrow like frost. Retreat, Zhu Xingfeng suddenly commanded. In an instant, the creature let out a piercing shriek and vanished before everyone's eyes. With a roar, Zhu Xingfeng's ice dragon writhed in agony as the vengeful spirit savagely bit off a piece of its flesh. Meanwhile, the intelligence officer's corpse twisted unnaturally. Rising in an unbelievable posture, beneath the exploded head, a mass of mangled flesh surged forth, forming a grotesque new visage. The head opened its maw wide and lunged at the nearest demon hunter. Damn it! The sound of gunfire erupted within the factory. Flames flickering as dozens unleashed a barrage of skills. Colorful energy orbs danced chaotically through the air, accompanied by the explosions of grenades, flashing swords, and bursts of psychic energy. Before the monster that had emerged from the intelligence officer's body could reach anyone, it was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. Annihilated. Unbelievable, exclaimed the gravekeeper. Miraculously dodging every bullet amidst the hail of gunfire, his excitement palpable. However, before he could revel in his triumph for more than a heartbeat, he and Luo Beikong turned in horror to witness Zhu Xingfeng's formidable ice dragon succumbing with a mournful cry. The humanoid creature emerged from the dragon's massive head, cackling with a sinister, vengeful glee. Outside the factory, amidst the torrential rain, resilient weeds rapidly withered, disintegrating into dust carried away by the downpour. Several towering machines, 20 meters high, descended slowly from the transport vehicle, their immense digging arms glimmering with a faint metallic sheen. Retreat, Zhu Xingfeng suddenly declared within the factory. His subordinates immediately cast a formation, but its brilliance flickered briefly before dimming. King, we cannot escape. His subordinates' faces turned pale. Zhu Xingfeng clenched his fist slowly. With a roar, the ice dragon's corpse sprang to life, the humanoid monster riding within its head, lunging ferociously at Zhu Xingfeng. Damn it! Zhu Xingfeng crackled with energy. In the blink of an eye, as the electric surge was about to strike, a brilliant purple light swept across like a shooting star. The ice dragon was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. A young lad, wielding a long sword, stood like a savior. His back turned to the onlookers as he gazed upon the monstrous figure emerging from the dragon's head, exclaiming, "Wow, this is absolutely incredible. You all have quite the luck to draw something like this." He turned to the crowd to share his incredulity. Upon recognizing the youth's face, the graveyard brother trembled with shock. Li, it should be about time, right? In the office of the headquarters of the State Council, filled with various masters, Lu Yunfei observed the swirling fragments of mystical talismans and the screens mercilessly shattered by the bodyguards, then solemnly inquired of Qi Hao. Qi Hao replied, "Zhu Xingfeng, Wei Guanshan, and Ding Xiaoxian combined possess combat strength comparable to an entire regiment. Sealing a vengeful spirit should be quite manageable." Lu Yunfei fell silent for a few seconds before stating, "Li Taihu seems to still be around, doesn't he?" Qi Hao responded, "It wouldn't matter if Li Taihu were present. With so many of our people, the signal is severed. Once the monster is sealed, the credit cannot possibly go to Li Taihu. He is flesh and blood too. He can fight the monster but cannot withstand 2 bullets." Lu Yunfei nodded gently and sighed. "We have exceeded our limits." "Indeed." Lu Yunfei sighed softly. "Have someone come to clean this up. We need to continue working tonight." As he spoke, he quietly exited the office. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and looked towards Qi Hao. Qi Hao understood immediately and said, "With so many witnesses present, he won't survive." "All right," Lu Yunfei replied calmly. Continuing onward. The screams echoed near yet felt as though they originated from a distant realm. Yet, of course, he did not wish for it. The awakening of his skills arrived so abruptly and at the perfect moment. Just as he was about to perish, he had saved himself. An exceedingly rare spatial skill. A true life-preserving technique. His mind was a whirlwind of astonishment and joy, slightly chaotic. There was also a hint of panic. Before his eyes, a series of numbers flickered rapidly. If he was not mistaken, it indicated the countdown of his remaining time in this space. Only 180 seconds, which is 3 minutes. 3 minutes. What could be accomplished in that time? Zhao Jiuzhou felt disoriented, his heart racing. He watched as the humanoid monster in the factory twisted off the skull of a demon hunter, ravenously devouring human brains. Zhu Xingfeng, Wei Guanshan, Ding Xiaoxian, and that ostentatious young officer Li Taihu, the 4 formidable masters, could only watch helplessly, utterly powerless. In such a dire situation, if he were to venture out, would it not be a guaranteed death sentence? Zhao Jiuzhou stared blankly, suddenly steeling his resolve. Damn it! If it weren't for the fact that my heavenly horse meteor fist had reached its limit today, I wouldn't allow you, this abomination, to run rampant. Now, you have forced my hand. I must survive these 180 seconds, although the countdown may ultimately lead to a dead end. Every second of survival is precious. What if Li Taihu, in an unexpected surge of power, manages to slay the monster? Yet, what if he fails to do so? Zhao Jiuzhou, in a state of mental turmoil, scratched his head, torn between fear and reluctance, still contemplating the possibility of fighting back. He rummaged through his pockets, discovering a grenade, a flare, and a rather ordinary psychic dagger. Excellent, 3 formidable items at hand. A chance to stabilize the situation and muster the strength for one final battle. What else do I have? Engaging in a self-deceptive monologue. He produced a hard object from his pocket. In that instant, an emotionless voice echoed hauntingly in his mind. The crystal of vengeful spirits. Zhao Jiuzhou glanced around in confusion. The space remained a disorienting white void, devoid of any presence. Yet, beneath the countdown, a panel materialized, revealing the initial activation of the skill space, offering the crystal of vengeful spirits for exchange. A. Desperate spectacle. 1 piece of invincible defensive equipment, capable of disregarding any monster's damage. B. Hero's Path. Unlimited opportunities for psychic energy use, but forever forfeiting one's psychic abilities, rendering the awakening of any skills impossible. This skill is limited to 1 use per day. Zhao Jiuzhou's brows furrowed intensely as he trembled at the implications. Here he was, a person who had always upheld integrity in his studies, never once resorting to cheating during exams, to discover that the awakened skill was such a despicable and shameless cheat. This shortcut must be condemned vehemently. I choose the latter. 039 Diamond Star Fist Intelligence Officer. Do not scout. Bang. Before Luo Beikong could finish his panicked shout, the heads of 2 intelligence officers within Ding Xiuxian's team exploded, causing their bodies to collapse lifelessly. This monster possesses telekinetic abilities. As Wei Guanshan rapidly retreated, distancing himself from both the monster and Ding Xiuxian, he finally had a moment to explain that contact with psychic energy would trigger a direct headshot attack on the scout. However, this belated explanation appeared to Ding Xiuxian as a deliberate concealment, only revealing the truth after his team suffered casualties. Wei Guanshan, I shall not rest until you are brought to justice. Ding Xiuxian seethed with rage. Upon hearing this, Ding Xiuxian's emotions spiraled further out of control. Wei Guanshan, you did this on purpose. Damn your entire family. I demand your life. Roaring, he unleashed a thunderous strike towards the unsuspecting Luo Beikong. Luo Beikong, unable to evade in time, instinctively grasped the arm of the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper's passive skill, Dodge Fatal Strike, activated, and with a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Beikong managed to conjure a small protective barrier, finally blocking the lethal thunder strike. In a world where few exist who can kill with skills, the hunters present were all exceptionally skilled, with Ding Xiuxian being among the elite. To speak frankly, in a chaotic battle, teammates could prove more terrifying than the monsters themselves. A moment's inattention could lead to injury not from the monster, but from a teammate's skill. Foolish. I told you. It was a friendly fire incident. Wei Guanshan was on the brink of madness. On the other side, Luo Beikong hastily released the Grey Keeper and sought refuge beside Zhu Xingfeng. The Grey Keeper promptly followed suit. Zhu Xingfeng glanced at the silent duo, the Gravekeeper and Luo Beikong, then cast a sorrowful look at the lifeless body of his ice dragon. Ultimately, however, his gaze shifted towards the creature that was rising from the corpse of Ding Xiuxian's teammate. Addressing Li Taihu, he inquired, "Little Li, do you feel confident?" Li Taihu replied, "If you weren't here, my combat prowess would be on par with the creatures, perhaps even slightly superior. But with you all here potentially hindering me, the situation becomes uncertain." Hearing such arrogance from Li Taihu, Zhu Xingfeng turned to his teammates and questioned urgently, "Teleportation Master, is it truly impossible to escape?" The Teleportation Master appeared pale, exclaiming, "I cannot break the barrier." Amidst their helplessness, the creature's chilling laughter echoed once more. It rose from the corpse of the slain demon hunter, its form oscillating between solid and ethereal, surrounded by a dark mist, fragments of flesh clinging to its body, as it swayed and approached the encircling crowd. It was unclear who was truly surrounding whom. The members of Ding Xiuxian's team were the first to falter. "Quick, seal it." In less than 2 minutes since entering, 4 teammates had perished, with a casualty rate soaring to 20. Without hesitation, they unleashed a hail of bullets. Explosions of gunfire and bursts of skills, coupled with mystical talismans and high explosive bombs, surged toward the creature's visage. Zhu Xingfeng and his party quickly dispersed in all directions. Wei Guanshan and Ding Xiuxian were also forced to seek cover amidst the violent explosions. The factory trembled violently, and through the billowing smoke, Zhu Xingfeng's intelligence officer deftly pulled out a thermal night vision device to survey the epicenter of the chaos, only to discover that the creature had vanished amidst the flames. Alarmed, he shouted, "Stop shooting. It has transformed into a vengeful spirit." Before his words could fully resonate, a pale hand abruptly emerged from the floor behind Ding Xiuxian's teammates. Seizing a demon hunter by the ankle, yanking fiercely, and in an instant, the entire leg was wrenched from the hunter's body. Ah! The hunter let out a heart-wrenching scream as a torrent of entrails spilled forth from the gaping wound in his thigh. The Grey Keeper, witnessing this horror, felt his hair stand on end, trembling in terror as he stammered. His kidney fell out. Before he could finish, another teammate from Ding Xiuxian suddenly went rigid. He was compelled to raise his head, his mouth agape in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief. The creature's ghastly hand slowly extended from within his mouth. The entire assembly stood in stunned silence. Zhu Xingfeng, who had maintained composure until now, was overtaken by panic. What in the world is this? Li Taihu sheathed his sword, his expression darkening. Cursed spirit body. Come forward. Outside the factory, 3 colossal excavators, amidst the torrential downpour, gradually approached the exterior walls of the building. The body of the excavator, exceeding 20 meters in length, radiates a unique luster characteristic of specialized energy equipment from every component. Its immense digging arms exude the formidable power of human ingenuity merely by hanging there. Colonel Han Mingming, in charge of on-site command, simultaneously shouts through a megaphone while clutching a walkie-talkie. "We must seize it. Mo Huiran insists Li Taihu is one of our own. How can we fail to procure it?" Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberates through the factory. Mo Huiran quickly inquires, "What happened?" Han Mingming replies, "It seems there is a fierce battle inside." Mo Huiran ponders, "They must be fighting over the spoils." Concurrently, the excavator's arm rises high, and with a mighty scoop, it strikes against the monstrous barrier surrounding the factory. The moment the colossal shovel meets the barrier, the entire factory quakes in response. The engines of 3 barrier excavators roar to life, standing firm against the barrier. With a deafening crash, black smoke belches from the exhausts of the 3 massive barrier excavators, followed by a cacophony of sputtering engines that rapidly fade into silence, leaving them powerless. "Commander." Han Mingming turns, stunned, realizing the excavator cannot penetrate the barrier. The machine is damaged. "What?" Mo Huiran exclaims in disbelief. The monster's barrier seems to have strengthened. Han Mingming gazes up at the factory through the torrential rain. A flicker of unease crossing his features. "I suspect the situation inside may not align with our expectations." "Ah, help, help." The factory is filled with the anguished cries of those within, as the once mighty demon hunters scatter like frightened animals. "Steady, don't run," Ding Xiuxian bellows, attempting to regain control of the situation. Conversely, Zhu Xingfeng shouts, "Everyone, disperse. Find your own way to escape. The mission has failed. The mission is over." The demon hunters flail about like headless flies. This monster cannot be struck, cannot be located, and cannot be defended against. Even the prerequisites for sealing it are unattainable. There is no opportunity to inflict a state of paralysis, and even its critical points remain elusive. 2 intelligence officers under Ding Xiuxian have already met a gruesome fate, and no one dares to recklessly activate their spiritual powers. Furthermore, trapped by the monster's barrier, they find that the entrance they once used is now inaccessible by the same means. Escape is impossible. A deadlock. An absolute deadlock. It is astonishing that 2 of the world's foremost demon hunting teams find themselves floundering in such dire straits. The wealth of the Liu family is indeed not easily earned. Truly, it is a matter of risking life for money. Zhu Xingfeng. Li Taihu suddenly seizes Zhu Xingfeng's hand, exclaiming, "Don't leave. Let's join forces. Don't be foolish." Zhu Xingfeng, enveloped in radiant light, has activated his spiritual power and is searching the room for an escape route. Li Taihu soared alongside him, the 2 of them tracing luminous trails of white light throughout the room, which was filled with such brilliance. Li Taihu urgently exclaimed, "We cannot escape. Surely, those outside cannot enter either. If this continues, we will inevitably resort to missiles. There is no evading this. Let us strike. I will take the lead." If death is to come, let it come to me first. You all focus on getting him out. Such noble character? Zhu Xingfeng was taken aback, questioning. Who are we to take out? Li Taihu replied, Zhao Jiuzhou. If he perishes, the Silver Alliance will have no way to justify his death to the outside world. My dear brother, you have no idea. I came here to kill him. Zhu Xingfeng retorted, now devoid of banter. Of course, I am well aware. Li Taihu shot back. Why else would I seek you out for a deal? I risk my life to create an opportunity for you. Do me the courtesy of helping to get him out. This monster is worth far more than Zhao Jiuzhou's life, is it not? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingfeng came to an abrupt halt. Explosions continued to echo from above. The black mist within the factory thickened ominously. The creature's power seemed to be growing ever stronger. Ah! The monster on the third floor let out a dissonant scream, a cacophony of both joy and agony. It relentlessly harvested every life within its reach. Any demon hunter ensnared by it could not escape the clutches of death. Casualties began to mount among Zhu Mingfeng's team. Brother Grave huddled in a corner, ceasing his flight, and activated the camera of his live streaming equipment. Though unable to connect online, he wished to accomplish something before his demise, at least documenting the cause of his death. Damn it, I never imagined a monster could be this ferocious, he muttered. Luo Beikong also ceased his escape, sitting beside Brother Grave, lighting a cigarette amidst the wails of despair. He began to explain, do you know, there have only been 7 recorded instances of cursed spirits in human history? Each record reads like the end of the world. I once thought they were mere myths or exaggerations, but look at this creature. Even Tang Wei wouldn't stand a chance. Indeed, Brother Grave sighed in agreement. When I saw Wei Guanshan arrive, I thought salvation was at hand. Yet, it proved futile. Then, when Zhu Xingfeng and Ding Xiuxian came, I thought surely I would survive, but that was not the case either. Now that Li Taihu has arrived, damn it. I never envisioned witnessing so many stars in my lifetime. Luo Beikong chuckled. What a pity that we are about to perish. Well, I suppose it's a wish fulfilled before death, Brother Grave said, extending his hand. Give me a cigarette. Luo Beikong handed him a cigarette, lit it for him, and calmly remarked, I originally came here to kill you. Kill me? Brother Grave queried, bewildered. Why? I do not know, Luo Beikong replied. It was merely the employer's directive. They wanted you and Zhao Jiuzhou to die here. However, you were never our intended target. You were an unforeseen addition, having ventured in on your own accord. Damn it, Gondi Gu exclaimed. After 2 hours of live streaming, I barely earned a few hundred in tips. What about Zhao Jiuzhou? Zhao Jiuzhou. He should be dead by now, Luo Beikong said, extinguishing his cigarette. Gondi Ji's body trembled slightly as he asked, So, are you going to kill me now? Not anymore. Luo Beikong rose, a radiant light enveloping him, conserving energy to slay the creature. Suddenly, a stream of blood erupted from the mouth of a demon hunter. The creature ambled leisurely, seemingly slow yet quick, passing by him, and the hunter's heart was ripped from his chest. The monster seized the still beating heart, opened its mouth wide, and without so much as a chew, swallowed it whole. Damn it! Luo Beikong gritted his teeth, fists clenched, stepping forward toward the creature. Just as he was about to approach, a loud shout rang in his ear. Get away! Li Taihu, crackling with electricity, surged toward the monster, unleashing hundreds of radiant strikes in an instant. His lightning-fast figure fractured into countless afterimages around the creature, delivering a relentless assault that struck every corner of its being within a heartbeat. Pain. The creature howled, emitting a sound akin to human speech. A wave of sonic energy rippled outwards, forming a visible sound barrier that rushed toward Luo Beikong like a wall. In that very moment, a hand suddenly emerged behind him. Wei Guanshan grasped the nape of Luo Beikong's collar and flung him backward effortlessly, his eyes gleaming with determination. The immense force of his psychic energy unfurled in full might. A wall, identical to the one unleashed by the creature, collided with the sound barrier. With a resonating hum, the two invisible yet palpable barriers canceled each other out. Luo Beikong witnessed Wei Guanshan spitting out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Ding Xiuxian and Zhu Xingfeng approached the creature from either side. Thousands of mysterious symbols crackled as they landed upon the monster. Ding Xiuxian extended his arms, conjuring a resplendent multicolored barrier that enveloped the creature entirely. Zhu Xingfeng, standing outside the barrier, pressed his hands against it, golden runes shimmering along its surface, swiftly transferring from his body to the barrier, blanketing the creature in an instant. Behind them, Wei Guanshan struggled to rise, grasping the barrier in the void. Within the barrier, the mystical symbols, sword energy, and electric light simultaneously restrained the creature. While Wei Guanshan's psychic force relentlessly compressed the barrier's size, gradually constricting the monster. No weapons were wielded, nor skills invoked. It was all barehanded. Mystic practitioners. Luo Beikong felt a chill run down his spine. Uncle Guan, you two are a mystic practitioner? We need to eat. Wei Guanshan gritted his teeth, forcing out those 4 words. In the distance, the barrier continued to shrink. Ding Xiuxian and Zhu Xingfeng, like Wei Guanshan, strained to maintain their power. Inside the barrier, the creature appeared to be under control, yet its struggling force grew ever stronger. Li Taihu, engaged in close combat with the monster within the barrier, found himself in the most precarious state. In less than 10 seconds, he endured tens of thousands of assaults, his physical capacity having already surpassed its limits in such a brief span. Blood seeped from every pore of his body, yet the looming monstrosity remained devoid of any vulnerabilities. Stiffen. Just stiffen for me. Li Taihu bellowed in fury. Suddenly, the creature swung its hand, sending him, moving like light, crashing into the inner wall of the barrier with a resounding thud. The sword aura within the barrier abruptly dissipated. Zhu Xingfeng felt the creature tremble, and before he could react, he was flung away. The runes on the outer wall of the barrier receded. Ding Xiuxian and Wei Guanshan simultaneously felt the pressure increase, at least tenfold. In unison, they spewed blood like geysers. The multicolored barrier expanded suddenly, shattering with a loud bang. Roaring, the creature broke free from its bindings, emitting a deafening howl that echoed across the heavens and earth. Outside the factory, a helicopter descended. A tall figure emerged from the aircraft. General Tang. Those nearby, upon hearing the voice, wore grave expressions. The man known as General Tang stood firm, not taking a step forward, and solemnly declared, "Request missile support. This situation has surpassed the realm of human resolution." Yet there were still people inside. There was no time to spare. Am I truly destined to perish this way? Brother Fendi raised his hand to check the time. It was 2:56 p.m. He glanced at his camera, where the creature, step by step, approached the unconscious and bloody Li Taihu, reaching out a hand to grasp his head. Meanwhile, Wei Guanshan and Ding Xiuxian struggled to rise, but it felt as if their bones had shattered, rendering them utterly immobile. Only Zhu Xingfeng managed to stand, awkwardly retrieving a pill and forcing it into his mouth. Gasping for breath, his voice labored and strained. "It's over." Brother Fendi despairingly closed his eyes. Just then, he heard a peculiar voice near his ear. "Ada." A dagger from a roadside stall, imbued with fierce light, shot forth. It struck the creature's head with unerring precision. Roaring in fury, the enraged creature whipped its head around. Yet the figure that had thrown the knife had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a faint sound emerged beneath its feet. The creature looked down to find that Li Taihu was gone, replaced by a grenade, along with 2 mysterious talismans that had somehow adhered to its foot. Boom. The grenade detonated with a thunderous roar. Damn it! Damn it! The creature became increasingly human-like, shrieking in a frenzy. In the corner of the factory, Li Taihu was lowered to the ground. A slender figure, radiating a brilliant light, slowly emerged from the shadows. A look of astonishment crossed Brother Fendi's face, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhao Jiuzhou. Zhao Jiuzhou turned to glance at him, exuding an air of superiority, and calmly uttered, "Sit tight and watch me show off." As the words left his lips, he shot towards the creature with an unshakable confidence, the origin of which remained a mystery. Yet he was 100% certain. Uncertain of the source of his strength, yet profoundly aware of his capabilities, he struck forth with a radiant fist, reminiscent of the moment 3 days prior, aiming at the monstrous entity before him. Diamond, starry fist, outside Zhao Jiuzhou's form. His spiritual energy swelled with the grandeur of the heavens. The potent force surged like a tempest, dispersing the ominous black mist enveloping the factory. His fist connected with the creature's abdomen, eliciting a pained roar as the darkness surrounding it swiftly evaporated. In a frantic attempt to resist, the beast lashed out with a claw, barely grazing Zhao Jiuzhou's combat attire. Yet, before it could land a more substantial blow, his body transformed into countless specks of white light, dissipating like ash upon the ground. A sharp crack echoed as the formidable barrier of the monster shattered with a resounding crash. The unleashed spiritual energy erupted from the factory like a typhoon, catching Han Mingming off guard and splattering him with a face full of the force. Rainwater from all directions suddenly shifted, drenching Tang Wei, who stood further away beneath an airplane. The storm clouds above were stirred by the winds, parting to reveal a beam of sunlight that fell upon the factory's outer walls, streaming through the windows and illuminating the 3rd floor. The light brightened the space within, casting its glow upon Zhao Jiaozhou. The nearly lifeless Wei Guanshan stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as if witnessing a deity. Zhao Jiaozhou turned, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Wei Guanshan's throat constricted. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? A profound silence enveloped the factory. Zhu Xingfeng, Ding Xiuxian, Luo Beikong. All the demon hunters, excluding the grave digger, focused their gazes on Zhao Jiaozhou. Initially, he had been their secondary target for this mission. Yet now, the secondary target had dispatched the primary one. And they appeared utterly powerless against this individual who had so decisively triumphed. Radiating with a brilliant light, Zhao Jiaozhou silently observed Wei Guanshan, causing the latter to tremble in fear. Not only Wei Guanshan, but also the other surviving operatives from the recent battle were perspiring profusely. Demon hunters were indeed made of flesh. They could perish from gunfire. However, to confront someone as unreasonable as Zhao Jiaozhou, one must first ensure the ability to strike him. The dozens of demon hunters in the factory felt their own luminescence wane one by one. Those with merely 1 or 2 points of spiritual power could only sustain their explosive state for a brief duration. Coupled with the exhaustion from the recent skirmish and their inner turmoil, maintaining their strength became increasingly untenable. In stark contrast, Zhao Jiaozhou's brilliance intensified. This was at odds with Wei Guanshan's intelligence, which suggested Zhao Jiaozhou possessed a mere 1 point of spiritual power. At that moment, having endured for nearly half an hour, Wei Guanshan's physical and mental fortitude finally crumbled. His spiritual energy dwindled alongside his companions. Similarly, Ding Xiuxian and the others faltered. The light within the factory, akin to candles extinguished by the wind, flickered out one after another. Only Zhu Xingfeng remained, barely managing to hold his ground, evidently prepared to flee at any moment. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, Zhao Jiaozhou finally spoke again, inquiring, "Who sent you to kill me?" A bead of cold sweat slowly trickled down Wei Guanshan's forehead. Zhu Xingfeng and Ding Xiuxian both tensed slightly. No one, Ding Xiuxian, unable to contain himself, interjected hastily. "We are merely here to seal the monster." "Oh." Zhao Jiaozhou bypassed Wei Guanshan and smiled at Ding Xiuxian. "Then may I ask, who dispatched you to seal the monster?" "This is a commercial secret," Zhu Xingfeng interjected. "We cannot disclose client information." "Indeed." Ding Xiuxian quickly distanced himself, shouting to his subordinates, "Mission failed. Retreat." Zhao Jiaozhou made no effort to stop them. In matters of grievance, one must identify the true source of debt, regardless of whether these individuals had ill intentions towards him. They had not yet acted. Moreover, since they were being compensated for their services, it was imperative for Zhao Jiaozhou to locate the true mastermind behind this endeavor. In truth, he need not ponder too deeply, for he could surmise who had sent these individuals. As a mere underdog, his list of enemies was scant. He even believed he had not offended anyone at all. "I do not know why you wish to kill me, but I can assure you, I too can make you pay the price." Watching Ding Xiuxian and his subordinates hastily descend the staircase, Zhu Xingfeng silently approached Li Taihu, casting a healing spell upon him before departing quietly. Zhao Jiaozhou showed no intention of releasing Wei Guanshan. "Hurry, hurry." Below in the factory, the sound of hurried footsteps escalated. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, rushed up from below. "You cannot retreat," Zhao Jiaozhou declared, locking his energy onto Wei Guanshan. "Master, you have yet to inform me who sent you to kill me." "No, it's a misunderstanding. The gun went off accidentally." Wei Guanshan feigned death in an attempt to escape. Yet Zhao Jiaozhou extracted his last illumination stick from his pocket and raised it, blocking Wei Guanshan's path. "Old Wei, should you persist in this manner, I may have no choice but to discharge my weapon. Do not move." A large contingent of Silver Army soldiers finally arrived at the third-floor stairway, dozens of flashlights abruptly illuminating the scene, with multiple gun barrels aimed at the glowing Zhao Jiaozhou. The commanding officer, Colonel Han Mingming, rushed forward, brandishing his weapon and shouting at Zhao Jiaozhou. Zhao Jiaozhou glanced at Han Mingming. Not far off in a corner, a soldier cried out in panic, "Sir, Colonel Li is severely injured." Li Taihu, the formidable master who could navigate freely within the restricted zones of the Northwest, was gravely wounded. Shock swept through the soldiers on the third floor. "Healer! Healer!" Several officers shouted in alarm. A group of 8 or so officers in white coats hurriedly rushed over. Han Mingming looked at Zhao Jiaozhou in disbelief, unable to fathom what had transpired moments earlier. At that moment, the graveyard brother timidly approached, handing over his equipment to Han Mingming. "Sir, it's all here." He turned his gaze towards Zhao Jiaozhou, his eyes filled with reverence. It was Master Zhao who had rescued us. The monster was slain by Master Zhao. Master Zhao? Han Mingming looked at Zhao Jiuzhou, his expression increasingly peculiar. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Jiuzhou remained composed, merely tapping Wei Guanshan's shoulder with a flashlight. Threatening and humiliating the renowned Master Wei before the Silver Army, commanding him to speak, promising mercy if he did. Wei Guanshan clenched his fists, glaring at Zhao Jiuzhou, his anger momentarily eclipsing his fear. However, he still remained obstinate, refusing to divulge anything, until the voice of Luo Beikong reached his ears. "It's the Lu family." Luo Beikong approached Wei Guanshan and said, "Uncle Guan, the sign has already been smashed. Let it go." He then turned to Zhao Jiuzhou, adopting a reasonable demeanor. "Mr. Zhao, can we leave?" Zhao Jiuzhou smiled. "No, you are being inconsistent," Wei Guanshan retorted angrily. "Indeed, that is precisely who I am," Zhao Jiuzhou shamelessly admitted, pointing at Wei Guanshan. He then turned to Han Mingming, exclaiming, "This officer, I wish to report. This scoundrel just shot at me. What on earth is happening?" "Was Wei Guanshan here to provide support?" "Yes. You stay here, tend to the injured, and clear the battlefield. I want this factory rendered to the ground before dawn, leaving not a blade of grass." "Understood." On July 21st, 2022, at precisely 3:00 p.m., outside Factory No. 4 of the 7th Restricted Zone of the Blackwater headquarters, a cacophony of voices erupted. Thousands of Silver Army personnel surged into the factory, commencing a thorough sweep. The resilient Li Taihu was carried out, wrapped like a zongzi, and urgently transported to the nearest hospital for rescue. Meanwhile, a dozen corpses of the world's foremost masters were placed in body bags, dispatched to the forensic center in the capital. Throughout, Zhao Jiuzhou maintained his state of unleashed spiritual energy, radiating like an unquenchable sun. Accompanying Wei Guanshan and Luo Beikong alongside Han Mingming to the garrison camp in the 7th Restricted Zone. This seemingly inexhaustible power silently conveyed the truth of the situation in Han Mingming's eyes. Half an hour later, the recording from Graveyard Brother was transmitted via military communication equipment from the No. 7 camp to Mo Huiran at the headquarters of the SHJ Who's Guard Hall. After watching it, Mo Huiran immediately forwarded it to the Guard Hall under the Silver Alliance. Before 4 p.m., Marcy's office was filled with over 40 individuals of master-level status. Once the door closed, silence enveloped the room as everyone viewed the recording without uttering a word. Meanwhile, in the office of the SHJ Who's leader, Lu Yunfei stared blankly at the screen. The video he received was brief, lasting less than 2 minutes. He remained seated, not uttering a sound. "Leader, Master Ma wishes to speak with you," Chi Hao murmured from the side. Yet, Lu Yunfei remained motionless. At the factory where the incident occurred, efforts to conduct disinfection and eliminate sources of danger were to be expedited. In light of the losses incurred across the Alliance during the live broadcast, as well as the situation of the direct victims, immediate efforts must be undertaken to meticulously gather and account for these circumstances. No individual must be overlooked, for this creature presents a formidable challenge. Each region must remain vigilant against potential mutations and infections, while every faction should prepare accordingly, particularly against the threat of latent transmission. Internally and externally, our statements must be unified, and we must remain cognizant of the prevailing public sentiment. The actions of certain commercial entities during this incident have caused detriment to the entire alliance, and those responsible must be held accountable. Conversely, entities and individuals who have actively engaged in rescue efforts deserve commendation and rewards. However, it is imperative to remember that the incident itself remains a grave matter. Even if significant chaos has yet to ensue, it is not a cause for ostentatious celebration. The World Cup must proceed smoothly to its conclusion. Within the conference room of the Alliance's power center, the Xian Master Pavilion, located in the Shaja city of the Silver Alliance, Marcy concluded his remarks at a measured pace. As a multitude of dignitaries exited one after another, once silence enveloped the room, Marcy's secretary presented a succinct report. Zhao Jiuzhou, aged 17, an apprentice at the Black Tiger Ridge branch with no prior academic experience, is a bronze demon hunter set to assist the Northwest region by the end of the month. Today's mission was originally designated as a training exercise, marking his inaugural foray into the battlefield. As Marcy perused the document, he listened attentively to the secretary's recitation. He inquired with a hint of detachment, "What of his family?" "Orphaned," came the reply. "All relatives have perished, and there are no guardians. He has lived alone for the past 3 years, without even a phantom beast for companionship." Marcy fell into silence for several moments, gently setting the file aside. Monitor him closely, he instructed softly, contemplating for a while longer before adding, let him grow in peace. Understood, the secretary affirmed with a nod. Casting a glance at Zhao Jiuzhou's file now resting on the table's edge, a tinge of envy stirring within him. Let him grow in peace. This child now has hope for the future. Shortly after 4 in the afternoon, several vehicles bearing the insignia of the Alliance's defense hall traversed into the 7th restricted zone of the Blackwater headquarters. The convoy proceeded through the barracks and halted before a modest 3-story wooden building. As the doors swung open, Lieutenant Colonel Han Mingming promptly alighted from the vehicle. Swiftly opening the rear door and respectfully beckoning, please disembark. The occupant within responded in a manner that exuded an air of superiority. Zhao Jiuzhou stepped down, radiating an aura of brilliance. Concurrently, numerous soldiers emerged from the accompanying vehicles. In the rear, Wei Guanshan, Luo Beikong, and Wu Heming appeared, with the former 2 shackled. They marveled at the enduring brilliance emanating from Zhao Jiuzhou, which had persisted for nearly half an hour before being escorted away by a cadre of soldiers. Although Wu Heming was not restrained, he too was directed in a different direction. Only Zhao Jiuzhou, aside from cooperating with the investigation, enjoyed a remarkable degree of personal freedom. Please ascend the stairs. Han Mingming remained courteous, even in his tone of urgency. Just moments ago, he received a call from the headquarters of the Silver Alliance's guard hall, demanding strict maintenance of Comrade Zhao Jiuzhou's personal safety and dignity. After the normal inquiries were concluded, specialized personnel would arrive to handle subsequent matters. Upon hearing this, Han Mingming realized that Zhao Jiuzhou's situation had evidently reached the higher echelons. At the very least, it had drawn the attention of the elders and leaders within the guard hall. At this level, the implications were indeed daunting. The elder leader of the guard hall was none other than the individual who had previously competed with Marxi for the position of alliance leader and lost. Although officially only holding the title of elder, his rank was equivalent to that of Louis Fei, the head of the state association. Yet his actual power was akin to that of a vice leader or a master. This master, of course, referred to someone who was legitimately recognized within the Silver Alliance's hierarchy, not a self-proclaimed figure like Wei Guanshan from the grassroots. Furthermore, while the Silver Alliance does not officially have the title of vice leader, if it did, it would merely be a temporary title prior to the next succession. Thus, the elder leader of the guard hall could essentially be viewed as the second-in-command of the Silver Alliance. Given that even this second-in-command was aware of the situation, it was natural to conclude that Marxi, the steward of the Silver Alliance, was equally informed. Indeed, certain directives might have even originated directly from the Xian Master Pavilion. The peak viewership reached approximately 40,000, predominantly comprising demon hunters. The societal impact was evidently immense. Fortunately, the live broadcast occurred during a non-peak period, around 2 p.m., when the majority of people were just waking up and heading out to work, leaving them no time to watch. Initially, the audience in the Graveyard Brothers livestream was sparse, and although it later appeared on the recommended page of One-Way Video, the company was compelled to restrict viewer access several times. The actual moment when tens of millions were watching concurrently lasted a mere 20 minutes, thus preventing the influence from escalating to an unmanageable level. Had this livestream occurred in the evening, during the prime time of around 8 or 9 p.m., and been witnessed by hundreds of millions within the Alliance, it could have truly incited widespread ideological chaos. In the current delicate status of Xian technique and Xian masters within the Silver Alliance, the upper echelons were most apprehensive about situations like Zhao Jiuzhou's face-slapping incident. The truth had become an enigma, known only to a select few, including Han Mingming, who had witnessed the live footage captured by Graveyard Brother. However, this secret must remain forever concealed. Who would dare to oppose the tacit political agreements of the Silver Alliance's higher-ups? Even One-Way Video, backed directly by the Sun family of the State Association, had retreated. As a mere lieutenant colonel, what authority did he possess to voice so-called objective and fair statements? Should he dare to speak, the higher-ups would ensure he languished in prison. Conversely, if he chose to remain silent, he would, in effect, align himself with the upper echelons, perhaps even opening doors for promotion. It was all very delicate, indeed. Master, you need not be so anxious. We have arrived, and we will ensure your safety, Han Mingming assured Zhao Jiuzhou as he guided him forward, reminding him that he could now release his psychic energy. However, Zhao Jiuzhou was not so easily swayed. Within that past hour, both he and the monster had come perilously close to death, and if not for his remarkable fortune, he would have perished 10 times over, a grim average of once every 5 minutes. In a world so fraught with danger, how could one possibly heed the opinions of others so casually? The Silver Army was no exception. Unless, it simply would not do. Zhao Jiaozhou nonchalantly acknowledged this, yet there was no hint of him relinquishing his efforts. Even after half an hour in a state of spiritual energy, he shone as if he would never extinguish, illuminating Han Mingming's eyes with a determined glow. Under the gaze of admiration that brimming with awe, Zhao Jiaozhou ascended to the third floor with him. He then activated his spiritual energy to visit the restroom. What he retrieved gleamed with an almost otherworldly light. After relieving himself, he sauntered into the empty conference room, sat down, and had Han Mingming fetch him a bowl of instant noodles, continuing to consume them while harnessing his spiritual energy. This was indeed the most extravagant display of spiritual energy in human history. After finishing 2 bowls, Zhao Jiaozhou, now ravenously hungry, was just about to devour a third when Mo Huiran, the esteemed head of the Shouwei Hall, arrived with a throng of followers. Among them were the deputy leader of the Blackwater Alliance, the leader of the Black Mountain Alliance, the captain of the Black Tiger Ridge branch, and the head of the City Defense Department, as well as the director and deputy director of the Night Shift Office, namely Lu Ziqing and Lu Yahui. A vast crowd, a mix of influential figures and common folk, surged into the conference room. Upon witnessing Zhao Jiaozhou, who was radiating light and noisily consuming noodles, the duo Lu Ziqing and Lu Yahui turned pale, nearly fainting from shock. Pan Anda and Wei Mianzai looked utterly bewildered and astonished, unable to fathom that this individual, just an hour ago, had required assistance to familiarize himself with the battlefield as a novice. What could one do when engulfed by fear? Zhao Jiaozhou lifted his gaze, his eyes precisely locking onto the Lu siblings concealed within the crowd. Lu Shi, you must agree, right? Lu Ziqing, with a parched throat and an anxious expression, was on the verge of revealing that he had orchestrated the entry of such monsters into the factory. However, those present could hardly imagine that Lu Ziqing possessed the capability to procure creatures of that caliber. Thus, his demeanor appeared to others as that of a scion evading responsibility, fearful of jeopardizing his ascension. Lu Yahui, on the other hand, dared not utter a word. In this moment, she lacked even the courage to make eye contact with Zhao Jiaozhou, her gaze fixed firmly on the ground, lost in her own thoughts. Our preliminary intelligence-gathering efforts indeed encountered some issues, Pan Anda interjected, taking over Lu Ziqing's narrative. The assembly of prominent figures turned their attention toward Pan Anda in unison. Steadying himself, he spoke slowly, "Esteemed leaders, our plan for today was merely to fulfill a perfunctory task. Within our demon hunting team, including Zhao Jiaozhou, there are 2 newly promoted apprentices, and the other is this individual, Wei Mianzai." At the mention of his name, Wei Mianzai straightened his posture slightly. Before commencing work, I procured the latest report on the distribution of monsters at Factory Number 4 from the internet, which was issued just past midnight last night. This report had been duly vetted by the headquarters of Blackwater, ensuring its validity. At that time, the report indicated that only 6 Level 1 phantasmal entities resided within Factory Number 4, rendering the actual task difficulty at Level 1, while the nominal difficulty was classified as Level 2. This made it an ideal assignment for novice demon hunters to familiarize themselves with the combat environment. It was precisely for this reason that I accepted the task. Mo Huiran nodded slightly and inquired, "Where is that report?" "Here it is." Pan Anda produced a thin document from his tactical vest and handed it over to Mo Huiran. "Understood." The aide beside him took the document and departed. Pan Anda continued, "Thus, at least prior to midnight last night, that vengeful spirit certainly did not exist. We must have merely encountered an extraordinarily rare event by sheer misfortune." "Very well." Han Mingming glanced at Pan Anda. Pan Anda then led Wei Mianzi and the others out of the conference room. "Everyone, please take a seat." Mo Huiran finally beckoned all the esteemed individuals present to settle down in the conference room. At that moment, Zhao Jiaozhou had just finished his 3rd bowl of instant noodles. He lifted his bowl and drained the broth with gusto, wiping his mouth with his gleaming sleeve. Without waiting for Mo Huiran and the others to get comfortable, he turned his gaze towards the Lu siblings, unabashedly asking, "That monster was released by you too, wasn't it?" As soon as the words left his lips, Lu Ziqing nearly lost his composure, his skin prickling with fear, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen. Lu Yang, the coward, appeared on the verge of tears, her eyes glistening. This reaction did not escape the notice of the seasoned veterans surrounding Mo Huiran. There was no chance of evasion. Lu Ziqing immediately resorted to his family's teachings, steeling himself and defiantly proclaiming, Zhao Jiazhou, cease your baseless accusations. How could I possibly commit such an act? Where would I even obtain such a creature? How should I know? Zhao Jiazhou replied with amusement. You ought to inquire within yourself. Do not slander me. Under the immense pressure, Lu Ziqing's composure began to unravel further. Dao Jiozhou, beware. I could accuse you of defamation against a superior. You are still in your probationary period. Without my approval, you shall never ascend from being an apprentice. Oh dear. The conference room was filled with Lu Ziqing's immediate superiors. From the minister of the city defense department to the chief of the Black Tiger Ridge branch and the prominent figures of the Black Mountain headquarters. Along with the halls under the Council of State, in such a moment, who cared about familial connections? Did the rest of us not have our dignity? The chief of the Black Tiger Ridge branch promptly interrupted Lu Ziqing, his expression stern as he cautioned, Ziqing, you must be mindful of your words. Such reckless statements are unacceptable. Lu Ziqing shot a glance at the chief, internally dismissing him entirely. A mere branch chief, I shall ascend beyond you within 3 years. You are nothing. However, given the notable presence in the conference room, with Mo Huiran overseeing the guards and even Lu Yunfei needing to be appeased, Lu Ziqing had no choice but to suppress his emotions, clenching his fists. I simply cannot tolerate his absurdity. Zhao Jiozhou uttered softly, so? You simply refuse to admit it, do you? But I have a witness. Have you considered that? Is that so? Which witness? At that moment, the door to the conference room was abruptly flung open. Lu Yunfei entered, accompanied by a slightly portly middle-aged man and 4 or 5 aides. Striding in with an air of confidence, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the room. Except for Zhao Jiazhou, everyone else hastily rose to their feet. Mo Huiran and the others called out, Sect leader. Lu Ziqing's face immediately lit up with joy. Dad. Lu Yuhong, however, gazed at another slightly plump middle-aged man. Her and Lu Yifei's father, Lu Jisun, the head of the State Affairs Council. Their eyes met, and Lu Yuhong quickly averted her gaze in panic. Lu Jisun maintained a stern expression, remaining silent, but when someone called out to him, Head Lu. He nodded lightly to his colleagues in the hall. Lu Yunfei took his place at the head of the table, and Mo Huiran promptly vacated his seat. Lu Yunfei settled down naturally, turning his gaze towards Zhao Jiozhou. Are you referring to Wei Guanshan and the others? Zhao Jiozhou replied with a smile. What? Do you intend to silence them? Lu Yunfei chuckled. Child, you think too much. Zhao Jiozhou stared intently at Lu Yunfei. The Lu Yunfei who had seemed despondent just half an hour ago was now completely composed. He maintained a calm gaze, locking eyes with Zhao Jiozhou. Meanwhile, at the other end of the wooden building, a knock echoed outside Wei Guanshan's interrogation room. Inside, the lieutenant conducting the inquiry stood up and opened the door. Outside stood Qi Hao, a devotee of the Lu family, who presented his credentials, declaring, I am the assistant to the head of the State Affairs Council, and I have matters to discuss with Wei Guanshan privately. Have I thought too much? In this initial encounter, Zhao Jiozhou's demeanor towards Lu Yunfei, the local official of his household registration, bore no distinction from his attitude towards Wei Mianzi, and was even less respectful than his demeanor towards Zhu Dachang. His external spiritual energy swelled slightly, prompting him to rise and approach Lu Yunfei. Zhao Jiozhou. The conference room erupted in gasps. A multitude of dignitaries feared that Zhao Jiozhou was plotting a rebellion. Mo Huiran immediately radiated a burst of white light. Panic etched across his face as he obstructed Zhao Jiozhou's path. Yet, Zhao Jiozhou halted after just a few steps. From behind Mo Huiran, he queried Lu Yunfei. Sect leader Lu, do you believe that I cannot find evidence? Lu Yunfei regarded the seemingly resolute Zhao Jiozhou in silence for 2 seconds before slowly responding. Wei Guanshan was indeed sent by me to seal that creature. However, what he said to you was certainly not within my directives. I am also perplexed as to why he would weave such falsehoods, leading you to harbor this distrust towards us. Oh, so sect leader Lu, you simply refuse to acknowledge it? Zhao Jiazhou showed no intention of letting the matter slide, yet he remained unhurried. He smiled and continued, no worries, if you claim ignorance. Allow me to enlighten you. It's quite simple. Wei Guanshan fired at me, but unfortunately, he failed to take my life. I am not dead. Naturally, I must inquire why. The informant revealed it was the Lu family that orchestrated this. Master Lu, you are the head of the Lu family, correct? I find it rather curious. What necessity compels you to seek my demise? Zhao Jiozhou posed the question with an air of nonchalance. Yet every individual in the conference room felt a chill run down their spine, especially the furtive duo, Lu Ziqing and Lu Yahu, who nearly found themselves breathless with fear. Oh, you are. Zhao Jiuzhou turned his gaze towards the slightly plump middle-aged man who spoke. The man introduced himself with a hint of indifference. I am Lu Jisun, the master of the Black Water Hall of the Shijihui, and the younger brother of Master Lu Yunfei. I have a daughter you might be acquainted with, named Lu Yifei. Oh? Zhao Jiuzhou's eyes sparkled with interest. Then you are safe. I forgive you. Lu Jisun. Mr. Zhao, I believe there may be a slight misunderstanding between us. At this moment, Lu Yunfei interjected, addressing the esteemed guests present. Ladies and gentlemen, might I request a few moments of private discussion with Mr. Zhao Jiuzhou? The prominent figures in the conference room exchanged glances. However, Zhao Jiuzhou declared, all those bearing the surname Lu shall remain. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziqing and Lu Yahu drained of color. Mo Huiran, who stood between Zhao Jiuzhou and Lu Yunfei, felt his protective aura wane, not from abandoning his duty to shield the master, but rather due to his own meager spiritual energy, which mirrored that of Zhao Jiuzhou. Please, everyone, step outside and wait for a moment. Lu Jisun rose and opened the conference room door. Young man, you are one of us. We would not harm you. The master of the Black Water Hall finally stood and spoke to Zhao Jiuzhou before leading the way out. In truth, he secretly wished for Lu Yunfei's demise. With the master gone, significant personnel changes would ensue within the Shijizu, potentially allowing him to ascend to a higher position and perhaps become a hall master at the Shijizu headquarters. Thus, while he spoke such words, he hastened his departure. Seeing the superior officials of the 7th Restricted Zone exit, Zhao Jiuzhou's immediate superiors also relented, with the heads of the City Defense Department, the Black Tiger Ridge Branch, and the Black Mountain Hall following suit. They were merely employees, unwilling to endure the physical confrontation for the sake of loyalty to the master. After all, should the master perish, a new one could be elected, which would ultimately be advantageous. However, risking their lives held no value whatsoever. As the dignitaries departed with solemn expressions, the Lu siblings appeared as if glued to their chairs, paralyzed with fear, while Lu Jisun lingered by the door, showing no inclination to step outside. The last to remain. Mo Huiran, realizing the futility of the situation, addressed Zhao Jiuzhou. Zhao Jiuzhou, do not act rashly. Chaos yields no benefits. Zhao Jiuzhou cast a calm glance at Master Mo, remaining silent. Mo Huiran finally stepped away from Lu Yunfei and exited the conference room with purpose. Lu Jisun closed the door behind him. In the vast conference room, only a handful of individuals remained. Zhao Jiuzhou resumed his seat, fixating his gaze on Lu Yunfei, and bluntly inquired, how does the leader of the Lu family intend to account for this matter? Lu's family had never engaged in such actions. Hence I find myself at a loss for how to respond. Lu Yunfei, still obstinately denying any wrongdoing, quickly added, however, if there truly exists a conflict between us, and you have any demands, now would be the time to voice them. We are willing to exert every effort to fulfill your requests. Zhao Jiuzhou casually gestured towards Lu Ziqing and Lu Yahui. What about eliminating these two? The steadfast Lu Yunfei finally displayed a flicker of emotion. Lu Ziqing and Lu Yahui trembled slightly, their inner selves teetering on the brink of despair. Mr. Zhao, regardless of what transpired between us these past few days, you remain alive and well, without any tangible losses, correct? Lu Yunfei remarked, his expression growing solemn. Moreover, you have transitioned from a temporary apprentice to a full-fledged one. And to my knowledge, you have inexplicably earned over 200,000. Perhaps you have faced some minor fright during this time, yet the outcome has ultimately been favorable. Has it not? Am I then to endure the incessant oppression and persecution from you all? Zhao Jiuzhou raised an eyebrow. According to your reasoning, had I not possessed such abilities, would I have been destined to perish at your hands? That is not my intent, Lu Yunfei continued to refute. I merely suggest that since you have incurred no losses, why must others pay with their lives? Such actions would yield no benefit to either party. Even if my Ziqing were to perish, what would you gain? Aside from perhaps a fleeting sense of satisfaction, it would only serve to engender animosity with the Lu family. And in the future? You cannot simply eliminate anyone who displeases you, can you? This world adheres to its own rules, even if you wish to rebel. You will require allies. Yet, who would willingly serve a person who resorts to violence at a whim? Listening to Lu Yunfei's words, Zhao Jiuzhou could not help but chuckle. Leader Lu, you certainly contemplate the broader implications. However, Lu Yunfei shook his head slightly, stating, it is not that I think far ahead. Rather, the situation has escalated to this point, and I am quite willing to make arrangements on your behalf. You are no longer an ordinary individual. It is utterly futile to oppose the entire world merely for the sake of vengeance. Opposing you equates to opposing the world? Zhao Jiuzhou jested. Lu Yunfei remained unfazed, patiently elaborating. It cannot be stated so definitively, yet it may create such an impression externally. You claim the Lu family has wronged you, yet you possess no evidence. Without evidence, you cannot act recklessly, correct? If you firmly believe you are in the right and insist on taking action against my Ziqing, you would be contravening the laws of the Silver Alliance, essentially opposing the entirety of the alliance, would you not? Conversely, if we could set aside our disputes, and you cease clinging to this matter, the Lu family would be entirely capable of accommodating some of your requests. We still possess the means to provide you with a significantly better life than you currently enjoy. From this moment forth, the Lu family shall regard you as an esteemed guest, and society at large shall hold you in high esteem. Is this not preferable to engaging in an endless and futile rivalry with the Lu family? Zhao Jiuzhou listened in silence. At this juncture, Lu Yunfei paused for a brief moment. Lu Yahui's grip on the edge of the table was tight, her hands turning red and pained. Yet she seemed utterly oblivious to the sensation. How shall we proceed? Zhao Jiuzhou inquired. What course of action do you propose? Lu Yunfei retorted. Zhao Jiuzhou asked. Do I have the final say? Lu Yunfei nodded decisively. Indeed, you hold the authority. Zhao Jiuzhou laughed. Then I choose to remain silent. Why should it concern me? Damn, that cunning little fox. I understand. No need for your explanation, Zhao Jiuzhou interjected. The hierarchy within the Silver Alliance is rigidly structured, regardless of one's prowess. Advancement must adhere to established norms. Each level of appointment requires a minimum tenure, and this becomes increasingly stringent. Since the Silver Alliance's inception over 2 centuries ago, instances of exceptional promotions are exceedingly rare, typically occurring only below the rank of vice leader. Zhao Jiuzhou had just transitioned from a temporary worker to a permanent position a mere day prior, lacking any academic credentials. By the rules, he would ordinarily need to serve at least 2 years before qualifying as an outer disciple, even with internal connections. Lu Yunfei's words echoed the sentiments of Lu Ziqing, manifesting the most sincere offer the Lu family could extend. Truth be told, Zhao Jiuzhou was already swayed. But is it truly this simple? Zhao Jiuzhou remained unsatisfied, stating, Lu Master, allow me to pose a question. In this scenario, even if General Tang were present, would he be able to handle it one-on-one? Lu Yunfei contemplated this. Responding, I hesitate to make a definitive judgment on General Tang's capabilities, as I am unaware of the full extent of his skills. However, even should he arrive, it would indeed be challenging for him to perform better than you. Thus, Zhao Jiuzhou fixed his gaze upon Lu Yunfei. Am I not the foremost demon hunter in the world? He continued, if I were to pivot and join the Golden Alliance, would I not be able to thrive under their regulations? Lu Yunfei was taken aback, a flicker of surprise igniting within him. Are you considering joining the Golden Alliance? Yet, Zhao Jiuzhou followed with, I shall not go. Lu Yunfei felt as though he had been toyed with, his expression immediately darkening. What, then, do you truly desire? Zhao Jiuzhou countered, what do you think? Lu Yunfei's composure began to wane. Vice leader, I can promise to elevate you to the position of vice leader within 3 years. The affairs of the state cannot be decided by me alone. If you seek wealth, the Lu family can offer you part-time roles within our commercial ventures. I desire shares, Zhao Jiuzhou interjected. Agreed. Lu Yunfei nearly ground his teeth in frustration, yet recognized the necessity of a gradual approach, requiring justifiable reasons. No matter. I am still young and can afford to wait, Zhao Jiuzhou replied nonchalantly. And, this is not the end, is it? Lu Yunfei inwardly cursed Zhao Jiuzhou to the heavens. Zhao Jiuzhou suddenly turned to Lu Jixin and declared, I wish to marry his daughter, Lu Yifei. Upon hearing this, both Lu Jixin and Lu Ziqing's expressions changed dramatically. Lu Yanhong also looked up in astonishment, her gaze fixed on Zhao Jiuzhou. This audacious fellow indeed dared to voice such a thought. An eerie silence enveloped the conference room. Zhao Jiuzhou, growing impatient, inquired, is that unacceptable? Ultimately, it must be her own choice. Lu Jixin furrowed his brow, stating, regarding Yifei's marriage, our family will not interfere. We respect her decision. So, will you support me? Zhao Jiuzhou countered, directing his question at Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei scrutinized Zhao Jiuzhou, and gradually, his frown began to ease. The young man from this seemingly doomed family suddenly appeared to embody a sense of individuality, almost resembling the son-in-law of the Lu family. A bold notion of a trade began to take shape rapidly in Lu Yunfei's mind. Just then, 2 knocks resonated from outside the conference room. Before Lu Yunfei could utter a word, an individual entered without hesitation. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, tall and distinguished. adorned with 3 stars on his shoulder. He was a lieutenant general of the Silver Army. Master Lu. The general saluted Lu Yunfei and glanced at the radiant Zhao Jiuzhou. According to the regulations of the Alliance's guard hall, I must escort Comrade Zhao Jiuzhou to the headquarters of the Silver Army's Operations Department for operational review and related commendation matters. May I take him with me? General Han. Lu Yunfei rose, showing respect. Has the Silver Army taken charge? Indeed, General Han affirmed. From this day forth, Comrade Zhao Jiuzhou's combat record will be classified as a top secret of the Silver Army. Local authorities will no longer interfere. The documented information will soon be transferred to the Silver Army. Lu Yunfei and Zhao Jiuzhou exchanged glances, realizing that today's deliberation must be momentarily interrupted. Nonetheless, respect must be maintained. Comrade Xiao Zhao, work diligently, Lu Yunfei stated earnestly, locking eyes with Zhao Jiuzhou. I support you. Zhao Jiuzhou, taken aback, envisioned Lu Yunfei's face. Her form. In an instant, the frustration within him dissipated. He felt a surge of warmth, extending his hand for a firm shake with Lu Yunfei. Very well. I forgive you. The individual sent to escort them, Han Qiong, was left bewildered. 043 Weakness. Sir, which unit are you from, and what is your position? As Zhao Jiuzhou exited the conference room, the radiant aura surrounding him reignited immediately. Although he found it peculiar that he could only utilize his abilities once a day, he refrained from delving into the reasons behind this fortunate phenomenon. After all, if it felt good, why question it further? Observing Zhao Jiuzhou's renewed display of energy, General Han appeared slightly surprised but remained composed, stating as they walked, Comrade Xiao Zhao, there is no need for such apprehension. I am Han Qiong, Assistant Director of the Operations Department at the Silver Army Headquarters, under the Alliance's guard hall. If you cannot even trust us, then there shall remain no force in this world upon which you can rely. We are not merely here to assist you, but also to safeguard you. My directive is straightforward, to ensure your safe arrival at the northwest border of Wissendan. Prior to your departure, we, the Silver Army, will guarantee your absolute security. Do I require your assistance? Zhao Jiuzhou scoffed, asserting his superiority over each of them. Indeed, Han Qiong stepped out of the small building. Upon hearing Han Qiong utter such crude words, Zhao Jiuzhou furrowed his brow. How profoundly reasonable communication is possible. Demon hunters are flesh and blood. While you may withstand the mightiest monsters in the world and surpass even the strongest demon hunters, there will inevitably come a day when someone seeks your demise. With a mere conventional bullet, devoid of any spiritual fluctuation, even your heightened intuition may not detect it. Then, when you least expect it, a cold shot from behind could extinguish your life. Is that not true? True. Zhao Jiuzhou followed Han Qiong to the helicopter, but I have another question. What question? Han Qiong halted before the aircraft. Zhao Jiuzhou inquired, what benefit is there for you in preserving my life? Han Qiong replied, because you are a top-tier mystic. The Silver Army requires your expertise. You acknowledge mystics? Zhao Jiuzhou asked, surprised. Han Qiong replied nonchalantly, we have never denied it. Thus, within the Silver Army, there is a necessity for mystics? Yes. Han Qiong candidly admitted, we need individuals like you to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Zhao Jiuzhou blurted, the cursed spirit body? Perhaps. Han Qiong responded, yet I sincerely hope that you will not be required. However, in contemporary society, that is of no concern to us, Han Qiong stated. We are soldiers. Our mission is to leave no opportunity for the enemy, even in theory. Public perception is irrelevant to us. Our sole focus is whether we can resolve issues when they arise. We harbor no illusions, nor engage in futile conceptual debates. I did not anticipate such a stark contrast between the Silver Alliance's stance and that of society regarding mystics. Can we proceed? Han Qiong urged. Following him, they boarded the helicopter. Dad, are you really going to marry Yifei off to that despicable creature? In the conference room of the barracks, Lu Ziqing asked emotionally, confronting Lu Yunfei. Lu Yunfei, with a composed face, gazed at his still naive son and let out a long sigh. Lu Yifei's slightly portly father, characterized as stable in demeanor, actually lacked initiative. Though a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, Lu Yunfei's words prompted Lu Jixin to follow suit immediately. Yet, before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at his underachieving daughter, Lu Yahui. Lu Yahui was utterly petrified, too frightened even to utter a sound. Not crying was already a small mercy. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the time I have taken from you. This matter has been taken over by the Silver Army. Let us conclude the meeting promptly so we can leave early. The night is fast approaching, and this area is not safe. Upon exiting the conference room, Lu Yunfei exchanged a few brief words with a group of people waiting outside before descending the stairs. Was it an accident or something else? An explanation must be provided to the higher-ups, the public, and the global alliances. Why must chaos erupt at such an inopportune moment, especially during the World Cup? The leader of the Blackwater headquarters cursed vehemently as he slammed the conference room door shut. After a moment, Wei Guanshan emerged slowly from another room, his footsteps heavy. He glanced at the closed door of the adjacent room, aware that Luo Beikong's post-war review was far from over. He stood still for a few seconds, as if suddenly resolved, before turning briskly to leave. On the second floor of the small building, Fendi Gu, Pan Anda, and Wei Mianzi had just finished their inquiries and exited their room. Noticing Wei Guanshan's hurried departure, Fendi Gu and Pan Anda exchanged a knowing look, each seemingly harboring unspoken concerns, before parting ways in silence. Pan Anda, along with Wei Mianzi and others, jumped into his off-road vehicle and sped away, while Fendi Gu lowered his head and headed towards the camp's exit. The identity of Zhao Jiuzhou, the sorcerer, could no longer be carelessly discussed. Otherwise, his streaming career might be jeopardized. Yet, if he remained silent, he could not pretend to be deaf and mute forever. The numerous viewers were keenly observant. Alas, the Silver Army personnel were indeed fierce and unreasonable. They forbade the truth, yet demanded he remain silent. What then was left but to fabricate falsehoods? But how could one concoct such fabrications? Fendi Gu was deeply troubled. How to fabricate? In the conference room above, Emo Huiran sneered coldly. Was there truly any difficulty in this? I find it exceedingly simple. If the sorcerer cannot be mentioned, then let us refrain from mentioning him. If the cursed spirit cannot be discussed, then let us not mention it. Let's rephrase it. A fifth-level vengeful spirit. Surely that suffices? Master Emo, there has never been a fifth-level vengeful spirit in this world. Lu Ziqing forced himself to interject. Emo Huiran shot him a cold glance. Lu, all concepts are human inventions, and their meanings are also bestowed by humanity. The absence of a fifth-level vengeful spirit previously was merely because we had no need for it. But now, since we require it, we can declare its existence. It can be so. What is there to misunderstand in such a straightforward principle? Lu Ziqing was already irate, and Emo Huiran's words only intensified his frustration. However, the others in the conference room nodded in agreement with Emo Huiran's assertions. Indeed, I completely concur. The vice leader of the Black Mountain headquarters, Lu Ziqing's direct superior, was the first to voice his support for Emo Huiran. Then, the leader of the Blackwater headquarters, the vice leader of the Black Tiger Ridge branch, and the steward of the city defense department all promptly echoed their approval. I find it entirely acceptable, without any flaws. Master Mo's insights are indeed profound. And what of the sorcerer's identity? Lu Ziqing, sensing the atmosphere, found himself momentarily at a loss, his head spinning with frustration. His blood pressure surged uncontrollably. What sorcerer? Meanwhile, in the off-road vehicle, the composed panda was nonchalantly brushing off the inquiries from Wei Mianzi and the others. Wei Mianzi, clearly intrigued, pressed on with relentless curiosity. Zhao Jiuzhou, is he truly a sorcerer? After a brief silence, Panda replied, he is a demon hunter. I know, but... Wei Mianzi animatedly gestured. Captain, it can't be true, can it? What does it matter if it's true or not? The mission is accomplished. Shouldn't that be reason enough for you to celebrate? Panda retorted. We have been on the road for half a day, each earning 500. Have you thought about where to enjoy the evening? Let us go to Qianshan, shouted one of the companions. Or to Bichi, another chimed in. The conversation in the vehicle quickly veered off course. Clearly, the prospect of their earnings was more tangible than Zhao Jiuzhou's situation. Their own lives took precedence. Panda listened to the laughter that filled the vehicle, releasing a soft sigh. He remained uncertain about how the higher-ups would ultimately address this matter. Regardless, he surmised that both within and beyond the alliance, the global sentiment towards sorcerers must be uniform now. Denial would be the best course. It would prevent societal discord and maintain peace across the land. As for the truth of the matter, whether it was real or fabricated, Panda mused that as long as they were aware of their own truths, that sufficed. What is genuine cannot be disguised, and what is false cannot be validated. One day, reality will deliver its verdict. Buzz, buzz. The phone in the pocket of Fendi Gu vibrated unexpectedly, and upon checking, he found an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for over a minute before finally answering. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Wu Hemming? Yes, Fendi Gu responded. The voice on the other end, a young woman, quickly introduced herself. Hello, Mr. Wu. This is Southeast State Video Live Broadcasting Company. We would like to invite you to develop your career with us, offering a guaranteed monthly salary and comprehensive benefits, with overall conditions superior to those within the state system of the social order. Wu Hemming was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Wu? Mr. Wu? Are you there? Ah, yes. Wu Hemming finally replied, realizing they were referring to that matter. What matter? Zhao Jiuzhou. Wu Hemming shrank back, glancing around anxiously, and whispered, sorcery. The monthly salary is guaranteed at 10,000. Gasp. Wu Hemming inhaled sharply. Mr. Wu? Indeed. However, when Shu found it peculiar and asked with confusion, young master, does this mean we are infringing upon the Sun family's business? Indeed, Suzhen smiled. But what can they do about it? When Suzhen remained unfazed. For 2 centuries, the Southeast State has never deeply engaged in the highest power struggles of the Silver Alliance, content to merely function as a printing press, bolstering the finances of half the Silver Alliance. Thus, even when they occasionally commit minor transgressions, the Elders' Council of the Silver Alliance merely subjects them to a few cups of punishment wine, never daring to take serious action, let alone challenge the Sun family, which even the state cannot control. Moreover, let us not forget that regardless of the current unsettling circumstances within the Silver Alliance, they cannot alter the reality of its establishment as a mystical alliance 200 years ago. Indeed, Marxi himself was a distinguished mystic in his youth. Can one truly claim otherwise? Even if certain small factions have allied themselves with the Golden Alliance, should they ascend to power in the future, they would ultimately still rely on the financial strength of the Southeast State. Thus, who is the true master of the Silver Alliance? Marxi and his peers possess their own conclusions. Many other disparate individuals may have differing opinions. Yet, in Suzhen's heart, his perspective diverges from the rest. The authority of the alliance, the power of clans, and financial influence. The Silver Alliance, having evolved over more than 2 centuries since its inception, is no longer the pure entity formed for the safety of every ordinary individual, imbued with selfless dedication and a spirit of sacrifice. Throughout these 200 years, countless individuals have carved out their own domains, and numerous entities have established their own vested interests. Naturally, each interest group seeks to secure greater benefits for its own members. The inevitable collisions and frictions between these groups are unavoidable. Therefore, the current assembly of the Silver Alliance, which continues to speed along the highway, owes its momentum less to the driver's exceptional skills and more to the inertia of history, compelling everyone to move in a singular direction. The pressures from external foes, the Golden Alliance, and internal strife have paradoxically become external forces that promote unity within the Silver Alliance. Thus, the prominent families wielding control over the direction of this assembly, whether the Sun, Liu, and Ma families from the state, or the Su family from the Southeast State, may engage in minor disputes daily. Yet the notion that one must utterly annihilate another is non-existent. Such self-destructive behavior would only lead to collective detriment. Among the dozens of noble families within the Silver Alliance, while their priorities may vary, their intellect remains uniformly astute. Any family whose reasoning strays too far from its interests will naturally be ousted from decision-making power. Hence, Suzhen's attempts to capitalize on the chaos within the state by orchestrating minor schemes are truly inconsequential. This epitomizes the ultimate meaning of being one of their own. He decided to call the management hall to inquire about how to navigate this matter without transgressing the law. As someone who frequently tests the boundaries of legality within the Silver Alliance, Suzhen naturally assigned this task to Uncle One. Uncle One, well-versed in such matters, promptly made the call to seek clarification. All was well. Suzhen remained unfazed, believing that a bit of entertainment deconstruction would suffice. That so-called 9-heaven-star fist was rather amusing, truly capable of being utilized for some merchandise. He casually picked up Zhao Jiuzhou's file, flipping through it, when suddenly his eyes lit up, using a whistle to summon monsters. Wasn't that entertaining? I possess no skills. Really? Truly. May misfortune befall my family if I lie. As far as I know, you are an orphan. On the helicopter, Han Qiong was posing some elementary questions to Zhao Jiuzhou. However, Zhao Jiuzhou was neither cooperative nor honest. Han Qiong found himself at a loss, setting down his pen and solemnly stating, "It matters not. We possess your latest data from a few days ago. I recall your skill is referred to as using a whistle to summon monsters, correct? Nonsense. That is merely a stain on my life, imposed by them to conceal my identity as a mystic. I find it rather amusing," Han Qiong replied, "and there are far more embarrassing skills than yours." Yours hardly stands out. Oh, Zhao Jiuzhou's curiosity was piqued. Are there skills that allow one to grow stronger by consuming excrement? Zhao Jiuzhou fell into an instant silence, and with him, the radiant light surrounding him dimmed. After several trials, he finally confirmed that his spiritual energy could be unleashed or restrained at will, seemingly without time limitations. Upon reflection, could it be that the skill to enter that space is restricted to once a day? However, Zhao Jiuzhou was reluctant to test this in front of Han Qiang. So he calmly redirected the conversation. What must I do next? Oh, Zhao Jiuzhou nodded. Han Qiang suddenly interjected. By the way, during your recent livestream, you displayed your personal assets, among which 20,000 is classified as having an unknown source. Do you have any explanations for that? Zhao Jiuzhou's expression shifted in an instant. Han Qiang, sporting a smile, inquired, what is the matter? Feeling guilty? Zhao Jiuzhou swallowed hard. You see, with just this, if we do not protect you, you could face imprisonment, Han Qiang stated. Zhao Jiuzhou blurted out. Then I can seek refuge with the Golden Alliance. A flash of menace flickered in Han Qiang's eyes. But he quickly regained his composure. The Golden Alliance would certainly despise your kind. Not only are you a mystic, but you also engage in illegal treason. Do you believe that life would be easier in the Golden Alliance? I reckon those who wish to kill you would form a queue stretching for miles. They would certainly find your head quite appealing. Zhao Jiuzhou felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as Han Qiang continued, noting Zhao Jiuzhou's newfound compliance. He slowly remarked, we shall confiscate that 20,000 for the time being. Hey, don't. Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed. I sold the gifts I received for failing the exam. I sold a spirit beast egg. Sold a spirit beast egg? Han Qiang was utterly speechless. Was it authenticated? No. Han Qiang was increasingly at a loss for words. Do you not realize that unverified spirit beast eggs are considered military supplies? Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed, damn. So many people are selling. Enough, Han Qiang interjected, waving his hand. That 200,000 belongs to unlawful gains and will be confiscated. What the hell? Zhao Jiuzhou began, but Han Qiang interrupted. You must not have hatched your own heart resonance phantom beast yet? No. I shall find you a good one shortly. Consider it as if you purchased it yourself. Zhao Jiuzhou found himself unable to retort, letting out a soft sigh. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He reached into his combat suit, which he had yet to remove, and felt something damp, pulling his hand out. He was met with a gruesome sight. His hand was covered in blood. What the hell? Zhao Jiuzhou exclaimed in shock. Noticing this, Han Qiang hastily discarded his paper and pen, assisting Zhao Jiuzhou in removing his combat suit. A deep gash was plainly visible on the suit, and Zhao Jiuzhou's chest was drenched in crimson. The two men simultaneously realized. It was that monster. At the moment Zhao Jiuzhou had struck the creature, its claws had grazed his chest just before it vanished. It seems your spiritual energy burst helped seal the wound, Han Qiang observed solemnly. During your battle with the monster, you were not invincible after all. There are indeed many things that can bring you harm. At 4:44 p.m., as an armed helicopter adorned with the silver military insignia thundered down at the airport near the Xian Master Pavilion in the city of statecraft, the post-rain sky had already taken on a soft pink hue. This heralded the imminent arrival of dusk. A new day was just beginning. The bustling commercial streets of the Heavenly Dragon headquarters were alive with voices, the minor panic triggered by the Wanwei video an hour prior now completely extinguished. The patrols of the Qinglong Hall personnel instilled a profound sense of security among the city's millions. As for Zhao Jiuzhou, he remained blissfully unaware of all this. When a group of soldiers hurriedly carried him into the emergency room of the Silver Military General Hospital located in the Heavenly Dragon headquarters, he was already half conscious. His chest wound suddenly burst open, bleeding profusely, and his blood pressure plummeted to a critical level. In his dazed state, he soon found himself surrounded by an array of tubes. In his haze, he could faintly hear voices around him. Blood pressure at 80/40. Hemothorax. The source of bleeding is undetectable. Prepare for thoracotomy. The bleeding has stopped. How fortunate. General Han requested a check on his spiritual data. Spiritual resistance at 0. Spiritual ability? Absent. Is the machine malfunctioning? No issues found. Spiritual ability at 0. Alas, it's a waste. Spiritual sensitivity at 36. What the hell? Doctor, we can't measure his spiritual energy. The awakening agent is ineffective. He truly did unleash it. Didn't he? Yes, millions witnessed it. Could it be that he has overdrawn himself? The enigmatic sorcerer is truly remarkable. Do not speak carelessly. Do you wish to forfeit your job? Amidst the admonitions of the doctor, Zhao Jiuzhou abruptly lost consciousness, yet it felt as though he had slipped into a dream. Within this dreamscape, he found himself once more in the pristine white space he had recently entered. As was customary, the countdown commenced, ticking down from 3 minutes. Instinctively, he activated an interface within the space, revealing a plethora of wondrous items meticulously listed before him. Infinite bullet handgun, price, 10 wailing spirit crystals. Combat vest against level 1 minor monsters, price, 88 wailing spirit crystals. 10 speed boosting survival running shoes for middle-aged individuals, price, 10 wailing spirit tears. The assortment was so vast that, in merely 3 minutes, Zhao Jiuzhou could scarcely peruse it all. Noticing that the value of items increased with their rarity, he decided not to overthink and quickly scrolled to the bottom of the list. As expected, he spotted some extraordinary items that seemed to defy belief. Pill for permanent enhancement of spiritual resistance, price, 10 wailing spirit hearts. Cosmic invincible equipment set blueprint, price, 1 wailing spirit soul. Goodness, even the blueprints are exorbitantly priced. This is outrageous. Are you awake? A gentle voice echoed in his ears. Zhao Jiuzhou opened his eyes, feeling as if he had awakened naturally, or perhaps the countdown had concluded, ejecting him from that realm. Turning his head, he beheld a young lady seated by his bedside. She was fair-skinned and beautiful, exuding a graceful aura. Moreover, the defining feature was her ample bosom. "Who are you?" Zhao Jiuzhou inquired, glancing around. It was evident he was in a hospital room, filled with various instruments, and the air carried a subtle scent reminiscent of mingled alcohol. He inhaled deeply. Indeed, the fragrance emanated from the young lady beside him. "My name is Suanin." Huh. Zhao Jiuzhou's mind was in disarray as he fixated on Suanin's lovely visage for several seconds before nodding and responding, "All right." Suanin smiled, extending her hand to press the call bell beside the bed. Within a minute, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the ward. A group of doctors swiftly entered the room. "Thank you," Zhao Jiuzhou expressed to his saviors. "Rest well. If he experiences any discomfort, call me immediately." The doctor instructed Suanin before hastily exiting, while advising those nearby to contact General Han. "Thank you, Doctor," Suanin replied. Her sudden appearance not lost on Zhao Jiuzhou, who, charmed by her beauty, chose not to dwell on her familiarity. Once the medical staff departed, he queried her. "Who is your young master? Why has he sent you to care for me?" Suanin replied. "The illusory beast egg you sold to the black market was purchased by my young master. He then gifted that egg to Miss Lu Yifei." "Oh." Upon hearing Lu Yifei's name, Zhao Jiuzhou immediately perked up, instinctively attempting to sit up. Upon witnessing the scene, Suanin hastily interjected, "Do not move. Allow me to assist you." She quickly restrained Zhao Jiuzhou, pressing the button beside the bed to slightly elevate the angle of the mattress. With a subtle mechanical hum, Zhao Jiuzhou's upper body inclined by 30 degrees, rendering him considerably more comfortable. Suanin leaned down gently, tenderly adjusting the pillow for Zhao Jiuzhou. His gaze fell upon her chest at such a close proximity, and even through the fabric, he could perceive the overwhelming presence and weight emanating from Suanin. "Is this acceptable?" Suanin inquired as she positioned him. Zhao Jiuzhou felt his mouth parched and his eyes fixated. "Yes, quite so." Suanin smiled. "Are you hungry?" He nodded in affirmation. "Then please wait a moment. I shall order you a meal." She picked up the tablet from the bedside. Her voice soft yet assured. "What do you typically enjoy eating?" "Dairy products," he replied. "And for the staple?" "Perhaps something softer." "Indeed, post-surgery. It's wise to consume softer foods. Would you care for some congee?" "That sounds good. What about seafood? Any preferences? Is abalone acceptable?" "Certainly." Suanin suddenly paused, casting a peculiar glance at Zhao Jiuzhou, a hint of shyness and playful reproach dancing in her eyes, yet she said nothing. That fleeting glance nearly swept Zhao Jiuzhou's spirit away. "Would you like some fruit for dessert?" Suanin inquired. "Perhaps cherries," he suggested. Suanin's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip, swiftly completing the order on the hospital tablet. She then set the device down and walked over to the nearby water dispenser, pouring a cup of warm water for Zhao Jiuzhou. "Are you thirsty?" she asked. Zhao Jiuzhou instinctively opened his mouth. Suanin smiled and offered the cup, which he drained in one gulp. "Would you like more?" "No, thank you." She placed the cup on the bedside, sitting down and quietly observing Zhao Jiuzhou. He too found himself gazing at her in a daze. The atmosphere was charged, and both felt somewhat awkward. Goodness, this sensation is entirely different from watching Lu Yifei sway her hips, isn't it? He thought. Suddenly, Suinin picked up the remote and activated the screen on the wall of the hospital room. The screen displayed today's social news segment. A furious individual shouted at the camera, "Universal screen. I curse you. I am a VIP Diamond member. How dare you cut off my signal? We demand to see the live broadcast. We demand the truth." A throng of supporters behind him brandished banners, echoing his fervor. What is happening? Zhao Jiuzhou's attention swiftly shifted from Suinin to the screen. As he observed the news broadcast, the banner prominently displayed the words "Support mysticism, revitalize the state." The female reporter on screen continued to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am currently situated outside the main venue of the Demon Hunter World Cup team competition. We see that some audience members are quite agitated, as just a few hours ago, our commercial platforms experienced an unexpected incident that disrupted the live broadcast, preventing some paying viewers from receiving the signal." "Oh," Zhao Jiuzhou nodded, suddenly filled with excitement. "Does that mean I have become famous throughout the Alliance?" The reporter continued, "Regarding this afternoon's events, the spokesperson for the Alliance's guard hall has just provided an explanation. The creature that appeared in Factory No. 4 of the 7th Forbidden Zone at the Blackwater headquarters has been confirmed as a level 5 vengeful spirit, possessing strong, transformative abilities. To prevent any potential transmission of factors through the video signal, the Universal Video Company has cut off the signal, taking timely action to be responsible for the people of the Alliance. As for the several individuals trapped, their condition is quite stable. One of the trapped individuals, the well-known streamer Wu Hemming, who is known for taking you on a tour of the graveyard, has just resumed broadcasting. Viewers seeking further information can now enter the Southeast Live studio and interact with Wu Hemming." "Damn, that foolish streamer. My young master has signed him," Suinin remarked, then asked, "Do you want to take a look?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Jiuzhou nodded in agreement. Suinin immediately adjusted the channel. Wu Hemming's face appeared before Zhao Jiuzhou, brimming with excitement. "I am not a mystic, absolutely not. I witnessed everything firsthand. At that moment, there were 5 of us, Ding Xiuxian, Wei Guanshan, Li Taihu, Zhu Xingfeng, and myself, Zhao Jiuzhou, who worked together to subdue the creature. Though we could not seal it. Fortunately, my skills are quite special. First, I executed the 9 Heaven Star Fist to render the creature immobile. And then I unleashed the 8 Directions Shattering Fist. Ultimately, it was a collaborative effort, and I employed my ultimate skill, which is somewhat amusingly named using a baton to defeat monsters. The widely circulated using a whistle to defeat monsters is actually a miscommunication at that time. I used a flashlight rather than a warning whistle. I have evidence of this. Look at this form, which is the supplies requisition document from before we went into battle. The items I received included. In the end, we were out of ammunition and left with only a flashlight. So, it must be said that Zhao Jiuzhou is indeed a genius-level player, peaking right from his debut, though he is not a mystic, just someone with extraordinarily awakened skills." Zhao Jiuzhou couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Using a baton to defeat monsters, what kind of nonsense is that? Wow, that's amazing. Suinin gazed at Zhao Jiuzhou with admiration. Zhao Jiuzhou felt a surge of vanity from her gaze, straightening his expression. "Well, it's all right. Yes, it's fine. Though the skill's name is a bit crude." Outside the room, Su Zhen and Uncle Wen entered, followed by several uniformed attendants. "That's quite vulgar. May I touch it first, young master?" As Su Zhen stepped into the hospital room, Suinin immediately rose to her feet, her smile fading as she greeted him with a reserved and respectful demeanor. Faced with such a voluptuous beauty, he didn't even dare to steal a glance in her direction. While conversing with Suinin, his gaze remained entirely fixated on Zhao Jiuzhou. Yes, Suinin promptly exited the room, followed by everyone else except for Uncle Wen, who also closed the door behind them. Zhao Jiuzhou felt somewhat uneasy under Su Zhen's piercing gaze. Instinctively, he considered pressing the call button to summon a doctor or nurse for his rescue. However, Su Zhen spoke first, dispelling Zhao Jiuzhou's frantic thoughts. "I only wish to exchange a few words before I depart. You single-handedly defeated that monster, did you not? Wei Guanshan and the others are utterly incapable. Was it a cursed spirit?" Zhao Jiuzhou stared at Su Zhen, falling silent for a few moments. Once he discerned that the other party was not coveting his physical form, he finally recalled where he had seen that familiar face and slowly retorted. "Aren't you the one who had his foot pierced by the monster during the World Cup a few days ago? Audacious." Uncle Wen immediately reprimanded with a sharp tone. Su Zhen, however, merely waved his hand with a smile. It's fine. He speaks the truth. Yes, that was indeed me." He beamed at Zhao Jiuzhou, unabashedly acknowledging. "I must admit, I am not particularly skilled in combat. My goal this year was to reach the semifinals, yet it is evident that I have much room for improvement. Compared to you true professionals, I am indeed a novice. His candid admission of inadequacy held a promise of potential. Zhao Jiuzhou, taking advantage of the moment, began to push his luck. Su Zhen's smile faltered slightly. Zhao Jiuzhou then inquired, "What business do you have with me?" Zhao Jiuzhou countered, "What benefits would I gain from telling you?" "Benefits?" Su Zhen's smile returned. "If your response satisfies me, I can offer you what others might provide. The promises of the Southeast Su family are eternally valid, and the results will only exceed expectations. Did you kill it yourself? Or did you join forces with Li Taihu or Zhu Xingfeng?" Su Zhen seemed to regard Ding Xiuxian and Wei Guanshan as lesser compared to Li Taihu and Zhu Xingfeng. Su Zhen appeared somewhat exasperated, scratching his head. "Please, don't be in such a rush. How can you demand benefits before the matter has even been fully discussed? At least consider my arrangement for that." Inen, Uncle Wen reminded. "Right," Su Zhen continued, "given that I arranged for Inen to care for you. Could you not extend me a modicum of trust? Do I seem like someone who would deceive?" Zhao Jiuzhou regarded Su Zhen's exceptionally handsome, yet genuinely amiable face, combined with the knowledge that the striking woman outside was sent by him, and he lowered his guard by about 10%, sighing, "You certainly don't seem like it." Su Zhen nodded, "Precisely." Zhao Jiuzhou added, "After all, one's appearance reflects one's heart. Someone who can rival my handsomeness ought not to be a villain." Su Zhen, "Uncle Wen." Zhao Jiuzhou. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, Zhao Jiuzhou spoke. "Yes. I am the one who slayed the monster. What do you intend to do about it?" Su Zhen turned to exchange a glance with Uncle Wen, bemused by the situation. "Well, it seems you truly are exceptional. So, what benefit shall I receive?" Zhao Jiuzhou inquired. "What do you expect me to do for you?" "No need for haste. It is not immediately required," Su Zhen replied, his demeanor becoming slightly more serious. "I came here today to ascertain your intentions first. I hope you can develop in Southeast Province. Are you willing to accompany me?" Zhao Jiuzhou regarded Su Zhen's earnest expression and responded. "Can you offer me more than the Lu family?" "The Lu family?" Su Zhen paused momentarily, taken aback. "Have they approached you?" "Indeed," Zhao Jiuzhou nodded. "Lu Yunfei personally sought me out. Is your family more formidable than the Lu family?" Su Zhen, moved by Zhao Jiuzhou's unpretentiousness, asked, "Is that truly the case? Why on earth would I deceive you?" Zhao Jiuzhou countered. "I worry you might misrepresent the market value," Su Zhen replied. Uncle Wen could not help but interject. "Kid, what audacity do you possess?" Enough. Su Zhen quickly interrupted, pressing Zhao Jiuzhou. "What has the Lu family promised you? Such a significant investment?" Su Zhen's expression shifted slightly. Zhao Jiuzhou immediately queried, "Are you unable to match it? Did you not just claim you could offer double?" "My young master never mentioned double." Uncle Wen, like Wei Guanshan, initially of good temperament, could no longer restrain himself in the face of Zhao Jiuzhou's insolence. "We only assure an increase. Then it must be at least the position of helmsman." Zhao Jiuzhou seized the opportunity, pressing Su Zhen, "Can you provide that?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiuzhou fell into contemplation. Yet he did not rush to agree, instead asking, "If I accompany you to Southeast Province, what position would you arrange for me?" "That is straightforward, depending on your needs." Su Zhen replied, "I can arrange administrative roles under the Purple Gold Gate, whether substantive or honorary, or purely military positions within the Guard Hall, or management roles in public enterprises under the Management Hall, as well as teaching positions within the Academic Institute, within Southeast Province. My Su family is more than capable of securing you a position." "The Academic Institute?" Zhao Jiuzhou's eyes lit up instantly. Noticing this, Su Zhen smiled and inquired, "Are you interested? Can I attend without an academic credential?" Zhao Jiuzhou questioned. "My math score was 0. It was merely torn apart by a foolish woman. My usual grades can only be described as exceptionally impressive." "Oh," Su Zhen sighed in relief, chuckling. "No need to be exceptionally impressive. Passing will suffice." Zhao Jiuzhou replied, "So, can you arrange that? I mean, the legitimate kind, not just a remedial class." "Of course, a trivial matter," Su Zhen responded with a smile. "A very official re-enrollment process, with credentials identical to everyone else's. Once you complete 2 years of study, as long as your exam scores are satisfactory, I can arrange for you to remain at the school afterward. You may choose a niche major that requires attending classes only once or twice a week. Typically, I would not impose upon you, save for critical moments." "Wait, I have not yet finished." Zhao Jiuzhou interrupted Su Zhen's incessant chatter. "The Lu family mentioned they could offer me a share in their private enterprise. Can you match that?" Huh? Su was taken aback. The Lu family. Lu Yunfei values you so highly? Indeed. Zhao Juzhou nodded, adding that he even suggested marrying Lu Yifei to me. Gotcha. Both Su Zhen and Uncle Wen were struck by a thunderous shock in their minds. Staring incredulously at Zhao Juzhou, Uncle Wen could not help but exclaim, "Young man, there should be a limit to your boasting, shouldn't he there?" Zhao Juzhou chuckled. "If you don't believe it, so be it." "Wait," Su Zhen interjected, "what kind of company shares are you seeking?" Zhao Juzhou replied, "It doesn't matter, as long as it ensures my livelihood for the rest of my days." Upon hearing this, Su Zhen felt reassured. "That's manageable. I own 36 wholly owned enterprises. You can choose any, and I can grant you 1% of the shares." Zhao Juzhou raised 2 fingers. "2. Agreed." Su Zhen promptly acquiesced, then quickly added, "However, as for Lu Yifei, I truly cannot comply. To be frank, I also have feelings for Lu Yifei, and my primary purpose for coming here was indeed for her." Zhao Juzhou's anger flared. "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to betray me? How outrageous." Uncle Wen bellowed once more. Yet Su Zhen remained composed, stating, "Betraying you is out of the question. Let us be reasonable. You have yet to win her heart, correct?" Zhao Juzhou retorted, "But she already resides in my heart." "Mr. Zhao, let us refrain from nonsense. How can we negotiate if you act so unreasonably?" Su Zhen bypassed Zhao Juzhou's banter and proposed an alternative. "How about this? The girl outside has been raised by my family since childhood. Her name is..." And an Uncle Wen interjected again. Su Zhen continued, "Yes, and then. She is untouched and pure, and this year." Uncle Wen chimed in, 19 years old. "Exactly, 19 years old," Su Zhen affirmed, and, "Let me speak." "Young master," Uncle Wen interjected. "All right, go ahead." Su Zhen hastily handed over the microphone. Uncle Wen turned to Zhao Juzhou, speaking solemnly. "Zhao Juzhou, the Southeast Su family has 3 notable specialties: wealth, spiritual artifacts, and orphan girls. The term orphan girls refers to the numerous girls we adopt annually worldwide, who possess the qualifications of demon hunters, categorized into grades A, B, and C, with each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Dina you just saw is a top-tier girl adopted by the Su family. We brought her and several other girls to Shijizu to facilitate exchanges with the local aristocracy. They are the highest quality gifts the Su family offers to esteemed guests worldwide." "Goodness, are you not trafficking in human beings? And you speak of it so grandiosely?" Zhao Juzhou interjected, "Are you not concerned about legal repercussions? Or about the implications of having sons without?" Uncle Wen and Su Zhen were momentarily taken aback, with Uncle Wen's aged visage instantly flushing crimson. Fortunately, Zhao Juzhou was not a paragon of virtue either. After delivering his reproach, he nonchalantly remarked, "Never mind, continue." Uncle Wen inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, and stated, "And it not only possesses the qualifications of a demon hunter, but has also successfully passed the Golden Alliance language examination at the Academic Institute. She would not bring shame if taken outside. She is adept in all the essential skills a woman should master, such as tailoring and cooking, and even has a modicum of knowledge in mechanical repairs and microcomputer programming. Aside from being 2 years your senior, she is more than suitable for you in every respect." Zhao Juzhou, taken aback, pondered, "Such an exceptional young woman, and she willingly allows you to send her around?" Uncle Wen replied, "When we took her in years ago, she had already signed a contract with us." Zhao Juzhou questioned, "Isn't such a contract illegal?" "Indeed, it is illegal in the state of Shaji," Su Zhen interjected. "But in the southeastern state, we have legitimate procedures in place. Furthermore, we have nurtured these girls for many years, and before they leave, we always seek their consent. Generally, they do not refuse, as we only send them to reputable families, at the very least, to the level of deputy leader of a branch." Curiously, Zhao Juzhou inquired, "What if the recipient is already married? Wouldn't that constitute bigamy? Isn't it possible to remain unmarried?" Uncle Wen responded with a patronizing smile, "These girls, after all, have been trained by the Su family in the southeast. Whoever receives them, even if they do not legally marry, would not dare to treat them improperly. The Su family conducts affairs with far greater integrity than others. We can at least ensure that the girls receive their basic rights." "Is it really that straightforward?" Zhao Juzhou, who had always adhered to the law in Shaji and had committed no wrongdoing apart from selling phantom beast eggs, found his worldview challenged by the 2 before him. Su Zhen, observing Zhao Juzhou's astonishment, calmly added, "If you wish, I could immediately go out and tell her that from today onward, she belongs to you. However, regarding Lu Yifei, I suggest you reconsider." Lu Yifei is not significantly superior to the girl I brought. She merely has a touch of celebrity allure. This allure may seem particularly captivating to you now, but once you are together, you will realize that women are fundamentally similar. Furthermore, even if Lu Yifei truly desires to be with you, I doubt that you will maintain harmony over time. You come from a humble background. I am aware of your circumstances, while Lu Yifei is the cherished jewel of the Lu family. Although you are of the same age, your environments have been worlds apart. Your upbringing has been vastly different, leading to divergent perspectives on many matters. But with an Uncle Wen interjected. I understand. Su Jun replied with a discontented glance at Uncle Wen, continuing to Zhao Jiuzhou. You and Nen share a similar background. Neither of you had particularly fortunate childhoods. Nen has undergone extensive professional training and possesses a profound understanding of human affairs. She lives with you, and regardless of what occurs, she will always prioritize your feelings. Your lives together will be exceedingly pleasant. Conversely, if you are with Lu Yifei, it seems that only you will be accommodating towards her, which, over time, will inevitably lead to a rather dismal existence. Wait, Zhao Jiazhou interrupted. Lu Yifei is so difficult to deal with, and you still want to betray me? Well, your eloquence is quite impressive, Zhao Jiazhou remarked. To put it simply, you're suggesting that I, a commoner, am unworthy of a princess? Su Jun pondered for a moment before nodding. If you choose to interpret it that way, I do not object. So, do you prefer Nen or Lu Yifei? Zhao Jiazhou contemplated briefly and retorted, Does tonight belong to me? Su Jun affirmed, Indeed, you merely need to nod. Will you guarantee me shares? We can sign a contract in black and white and have it notarized at the Alliance's Justice Hall. Will you ensure I become a branch leader within 3 years? As long as your skills and capabilities are up to par, I, with the reputation of the Su family, will do my utmost to elevate you. What exactly do you seek? Your abilities, Su Jun replied earnestly. In terms of combat prowess, I am 100% certain that you are not inferior to Tang Wei. However, there is only one Tang Wei, and he can only protect Mark Xi. Yet, individuals like me require someone of your caliber to ensure our safety. My life is exceedingly precious. Hence, I harbor a profound fear of death. Such candor. Zhao Jiuzhou and Su Jun exchanged silent glances. Just as they were about to speak, an alarm blared outside the hospital. Young master, an emergency alert. Those stationed outside the ward rushed in. Young master. Uncle Wen anxiously looked towards Su Jun. Yet, Su Jun gazed at Zhao Jiuzhou, awaiting his response. At that moment, Su Nen also approached the door, peeking into the ward. Zhao Jiuzhou regarded Su Nen's exquisite visage, which was certainly on par with Lu Yifei's, and her figure was similarly appealing. He swallowed hard, comparing the conditions offered by Su Jun and Lu Yifei, and under the urgency of the alarm, he finally gritted his teeth. Damn it, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Let her stay? Zhao Jiuzhou pointed at Nen and Su Jun beamed. Mr. Zhao, you have made the wisest decision of your life. Let us go. He led Uncle Wen and the others hastily out of the ward. Nen entered the room, and amidst the urgent alarm, she calmly tucked Zhao Jiuzhou's blanket and then gracefully sat by the bed. The two exchanged silent glances, and a rumble emanated from Zhao Jiuzhou's stomach. What time is it? He inquired. 12:20, and Nen smiled. You've been sleeping since your surgery this afternoon. Shall we sleep together later? Let your wound heal first. I'm looking forward to it. Zhao Jiuzhou gazed at Nen earnestly. May I touch you first? And Anne's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently, her voice barely above a whisper. 046 Chaotic Night, Part 1. The deep yet resounding alarm echoed incessantly beneath the bustling night sky of the city. In the commercial heart of the state city, countless visitors from various global alliances came to a halt in astonishment, watching as a throng of guards from the Silver Alliance gathered from all directions. Long-unused loudspeakers, hidden in the city's corners, sprang to life. Attention, residents. Attention, residents. In response to the call of the State Council's Defense Department, the entire city is now entering a state of emergency public exercise. Effective immediately, the state city will be locked down for 12 hours. We ask for your cooperation. Why is this happening? Is this madness? Why must we be confined? What about our businesses? Shut down. Close up immediately. Merchants cursed vehemently, while the guards from the State Council swiftly descended upon them, enforcing the law with force. I want to comply. I refuse. Lu Yunfei, damn you. A tumultuous brawl erupted between a large group of shop owners and the guards. Visitors from around the globe watched in terror at the chaotic and violent scene, their eyes filled with a mix of panic and excitement. hastily pulling out their cameras to capture the unfolding drama. However, before they could relish the moment for long, a figure suddenly darted past a visitor from the Golden Alliance, snatching their equipment with fierce intent, and shouted in broken Golden Alliance tongue, "Find a place to hide. It's not safe here. No photography allowed. Barbaric. You Silver Alliance are utterly savage." A friend from the Golden Alliance indignantly pointed at the guards, berating them. Not far ahead, the sound of shattering plates echoed from a nearby shop. A multitude of shop owners was forcibly handcuffed and taken away by the guards, while customers screamed and fled from the premises. Many emerged from the bathhouse, barely clothed. What on earth is happening? Inside the shallow and deep club, Wei Mianzi and Zhu Dachong, along with their group, scrambled to get dressed. Shadows dashed about the establishment, accompanied by the anxious cries of women. "Damn it, who knows?" Wei Mianzi grumbled. Rarely does one find themselves in such an expensive entertainment venue. After such an astonishing afternoon, he had intended to unwind that evening. But who could have anticipated that the situation would escalate further? Fortunately, they had just finished their activities, nestled in post-coital warmth, discussing life and the future. Otherwise, if something had gone awry midway, what if it had frightened their bodies? The two hastily donned their clothes and hurried outside. As they rushed through the corridor, they encountered two tattooed young men. The youths appeared flustered as they swiftly approached their lockers. One, adorned with a wolf tattoo, quickly changed his attire while muttering, "It can't possibly be related to this afternoon's events, can it?" "Who cares?" replied the other, marked with a leopard tattoo. "What does it matter to us? We merely tossed our belongings inside." "It shouldn't have been left until nightfall," asserted the wolf-tattooed youth. "We should have departed this afternoon." The young man of the patterned leopard spoke in a low voice. "Who the hell knew it would turn out like this? Damn it. Had I known it was to engage in such activities, no amount of money would persuade me to accept such a commission." He continued, "Do you think that lad from the Liu family has lost his mind? Why unleash such a thing to kill?" "Silence," interrupted the young man of the patterned wolf, as he donned his clothing and picked up his bag. "Let us part ways. It would be best if we never meet again." "Understood." The young man of the patterned leopard turned his back, bowing his head to tie his shoelaces. The young man of the patterned wolf remained silent, turning to leave. He hastened out of the corridor, where figures of the guards from the garrison hall were already visible in the lobby of the club. It was evident that this was no drill, it was undoubtedly real. This afternoon, the vengeful spirit he had helped release for Liu Ziqing had become highly mutable. Millions had witnessed the live broadcast earlier, all of whom could potentially be affected. Given the dense population within the capital and the high number of viewers, coupled with the proximity to the incident, the impact would surely be significant. Now that such a scene had unfolded, it was highly likely that someone in the capital had already undergone transformation. However, due to the upcoming Demon Hunt World Cup, the garrison hall could not publicly acknowledge that a transformation incident had occurred within the city. Thus, they could only resort to the pretense of a drill. Liu Yunfei, that filthy politician. The bureaucratic title holds more value than the lives of common folk. He expected the entire alliance to bear the consequences of his son's misdeeds. The young man of the patterned wolf mused as he hurried out of the shallow deep club. He needed to leave quickly. Who knew if the Liu family would send someone to silence him? Leaving? A voice suddenly called out from behind. The young man of the patterned wolf tensed instantly, turning around to see the speaker, and then relaxed. "Uncle Guan." He smiled. Wei Guanshan, with a cigarette in his mouth, approached and inquired, "Where's Abayo?" "Still lingering inside. I must take my leave now, Uncle Guan." "Take care," the young man of the patterned wolf said, nonchalantly slinging his bag over his shoulder and striding towards a carriage that was coming to a halt. "Yes, take care. Until we meet again in the next life." Wei Guanshan turned and walked past the fountain in front of the shallow deep club. In that moment, a spark of light flickered in his eyes. A shard of ice slowly flew out of the fountain, swiftly shooting towards the back of the young man of the patterned wolf. Suddenly, a cloud of blood mist erupted from his back. In the already chaotic scene, he collapsed to the ground. Yet, around him were only hurried passers-by, fleeing in a panic, and the armed guards of the garrison hall pushing the crowd away. The carriage he had intended to board was swiftly intercepted by others and quickly fled the scene. Meanwhile, Wei Guanshan strolled leisurely, walking against the tide of chaos back through the entrance of the club. What the hell is happening? Outside the club, Wei Mianzi saw the young man of the patterned wolf collapsed and hurriedly shouted, "Should we call the police?" "Call the police for what? The guards are right here." "Just leave. Leave. You're not a child anymore. Don't go looking for trouble." Zhu Dachong pulled Wei Mianzi away, hastily departing. On the other side, Wei Guanshan swiftly located his target amidst the crowd, a Bao. Uncle Guan, what brings you here? I came to see you off, Wei Guanshan replied with a smile, followed by a sigh. Please don't blame me. I had no choice.